However, at this time, there was a rock less than 300 meters below them, as the footless bird descended towards the rock like a shooting star. "Careful, we're gonna crash!" Bai Ningbing shouted, her heart almost jumping out of her body. The mountain rock increased in size rapidly in her vision. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, shouting ferociously, "How can my demonic path falter in this tiny little Baigu mountain? Rise for me! Rise, rise, rise!" His shout echoed in the valley. Under his manipulation, the footless bird flapped its wings furiously, using all its strength to slow the descent. Cracks started appearing on its four-bone wings. Fan Yuan's primeval essence in his aperture reduced rapidly, but with the heavenly essence treasure lotus sending out large amounts of primeval essence, Fan Yuan's primeval sea rose and lowered continuously. A group of bone beasts relaxing near the mountain rocks felt the commotion, and raised their heads before immediately sprinting in a run. A gray-back ostrich was so scared it dug its sharp head into the white bone mountain rocks, raising its butt high in the sky. Ostriches were like this. When they were scared, they liked to feel false assurance. Moments away from crashing, Bai Ningbing forgot to breathe and Fan Yuan looked on with furious eyes. Under the intense wind pressure, the white bone trees on this mountain rock collapsed. But eventually the footless bird flew past the ostrich's butt, soaring into the sky at a steep angle. The ostrich's butt wing was shaved till nothing was left, revealing its round empty butt. "Ha!" Bai Ningbing started laughing wildly on the bird's back. Having barely survived and relieving the pressure of death, she felt her heart gradually sinking back into place. Exciting, truly exciting, the excitement of life and death was always the most breathtaking. Wasn't such life what she desired and pursued? Footless bird, fly to the blue sky. She was almost on the verge on singing in excitement. "Clan leader! They're alive!" At the cliff, Bai Clan's Gu masters said with dark expressions. "We can't catch up, that is the footless bird, able to fly 10,000 miles in a day." Tai Dao Ku sighed helplessly. Flying Gu worms were rare, and those who could match the footless bird's speed were little to none. Under rank 5, the footless bird was the #1 flying steed. "Alas, the heavens are blind! How can such evildoers be allowed to live?" Some elderly shouted in anger, pounding on their chests. Bai Clan leader's eyes were bloodshot. She gritted her teeth while clenching her fists so tightly that her bones seemed about to burst out. Hearing Bai Ningbing's laughter, she even had the urge to jump down the cliff to pursue them. It was not that Bai Clan did not have a flying Gu. Some Gu masters had already displayed their abilities, chasing after Fang and Bai. But looking at their speed, even an idiot would know that it would be impossible for them to catch up to these two. An intense bitterness filled the Bai Clan Gu masters' hearts. They could only watch helplessly even when the criminal was fleeing before their very eyes. "No! We definitely cannot let them escape! We cannot!" A Gu master shouted in fury. His body suddenly started burning with intense flames. "Bai Zhanwen!" Bai Clan leader's expression changed. "Lord Clan Elder!" Everyone was stunned. "Grandpa!" Bai Zhanlai was full of tears. "Clan leader, everyone! We cannot let these two scoundrels escape, or where will our Bai Clan's dignity lie? The revenge for our two young masters is of utmost importance. After I am gone, please take care of my grandson. This lad's temperament is as tough as mine." He started losing his voice at the end. His entire flesh, skin and bones turned into fire, and his voice naturally disappeared along with them. Even his pupils transformed into a dark purple color. He had turned into a human-shaped fire. Fire burned and raised the surrounding temperature, and everyone started retreating back while a sad song seemed to sound in the mountain. Human Torch Gu. A rank 4 Gu, which once used, immolated the entire body, turning it into fire until his life force was depleted. This Bai Zhanwen elder chose to sacrifice his life to gain this immense power. "Good, our clan shall stand here and witness elder's contribution." Bai Clan leader was moved. But Bai Zhanwen could no longer hear them. As his life burnt, he felt an unprecedented power flowing in his body, completely free and unbound. The purple-black pupil gazed at the surrounding people and looked at his grandson one last time, before flying into the sky. The human torch rapidly approached the footless bird. "Good!" Everyone shouted in excitement. Bai Clan leader's steel-like cold expression showed some agitation too. "A strong foe!" Bai Ningbing's expression was grim. She lacked experience in aerial combat. She might fall and be smashed to bits if she was careless. "Howl!" The human torch growled, intense killing intent flickering in his dark purple pupils. Sparks flashed as the Human Torch's speed increased again, pouncing towards Fan Yuan like lightning. Hold on tight! Fan Yuan was concentrating the entire time and maneuvering the Footless Bird. Footless Bird raised its speed and pulled away, causing the Human Torch to pounce on empty air. Waves of sighing and pity could be heard from the cliff. But quickly, the Human Torch pounced up again. Footless Bird swerved again and narrowly dodged. Bai Ningbing was almost thrown off and quickly grabbed into a bone that was jutting out. Howl! The Human Torch came attacking again. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. The Footless Bird suddenly contracted its wings, dropping to the ground. The Human Torch followed closely. Its speed surpassed the Footless Bird and was getting closer. Footless Bird suddenly spread its forewings, stopping its downfall and flying in the reverse direction. Boom! The Human Torch's flying was completely dependent on the propulsion of the flames. He had no wings to help him quickly change his direction, and came crashing down onto the mountain rocks. At once, over 6 kilometers square of land burst into flames, killing all bone beasts and large numbers of bone trees in its range. In the sea of fire, a lump of fire gathered into a human shape again, flying away, and chasing Fang and Bai relentlessly. However, the use of goo worms also depended on their users. In Goo Master's cultivation, aspects of nurture, use and refine use was one. Not anyone could simply take out a goo and display its full ability. The methods and techniques involved were very profound. Human Torch goo was a suicidal technique, and naturally it would be Bai Zhanlai's first time using it. But Fan Yuan, although this was his first time riding the Footless Bird in this life, he had used an uncountable number of flying goo worms in his previous life. His experience was many times of Bai Zhanlai, almost to the point of being an instinct ingrained upon his soul. At the cliff, Bai clan members were observing the battle situation. Their expressions slowly changed from hopeful and anticipation to anger. Anyone could tell now that the Footless Bird was playing around with Elder Bai Zhanwan. The Human Torch's growling, which originally sounded so awe-inspiring and full of authority, now sounded like he was helplessly venting in a sorrowful state. Damn it! Someone clenched his fist in frustration. How can this happen? Tai Dao Ku was also stunned by Fan Yuan's skill, sighing as he knew there was nothing he could do anymore. Fan Zheng, I want you to die! Bai Zhanlai shouted, the seed of hatred sowing deep in his heart. Elder Bai Zhanwan's sacrifice was becoming a joke, being toyed around by Fan Yuan. It was an ironic slap across Bai clan's face. Gradually, everyone's anger turned into disappointment and despair. We can't catch them anymore. Can we do nothing other than to look at this? Guyu Fangding. Many people spoke this name, gritting their teeth. Footless Bird flew casually in the air, dodging the Human Torch yet again and again. Young man, your bird maneuvering techniques are superb, ha ha! Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, letting her guard down. Fan Yuan's expression froze. Careful! Boom! An intense explosion occurred. Bai Zhanwan knew he could not catch up to Fang and Bai, thus he chose to self-detonate. The explosion and flames engulfed the Footless Bird. Thankfully, the Footless Bird was made of white bones, even its wings were like pieces of thin bone pieces. The fire didn't cause much damage. The true danger was the impact caused by the explosion. Footless Bird's body was full of cracks, and it lost its balance, plummeting to the ground. After descending for a distance, under Fan Yuan's manipulation, it regained its balance, and flew far away. Fan Yuan! Bai Ningbing screamed. Earlier, Fan Yuan lent her the canopy goo. She had the goo worm to protect her, but Fan Yuan did not. When the explosion occurred, Fan Yuan had no time to activate a defensive goo. When the Footless Bird rushed out of the flame, Fan Yuan's body was burning in the fire. The intense winds caused the fire to burn even more greatly. Even the earth-hearing ear grass in his right ear was burnt. But his expression was cold like steel, like he was not suffering any injuries at all. After Footless Bird regained its stability, Fan Yuan took out Tusita flower and poured the milk spring over his head. The fire was extinguished, but his skin was mostly burnt and his face disfigured. He looked extremely tragic. Bai Ningbing tried to speak, but could not say anything. Fan Yuan, however, smirked and laughed. I like the Footless Bird, do you know why? He smiled, but the sight was horrifying. Why? Because it has no legs, only wings, thus it has no choice but to fly. When it lands, that signifies its destruction. Betting it all in one chance, fly or die. Bai Ningbing's blue pupils dilated, shining with brilliance. The winds blew on her face, causing her silver hair to flutter. Bai Ningbing's lips also curled up. Then let us fly up into the sky. Footless Bird flew into the sky, becoming a dot in the horizon before eventually vanishing. On the cliff, Bai clan members watched until their eyes seemed to penetrate the sky, but none spoke. An eerie silence engulfed everyone. The world was so vast. The eerie blue sky, the snow-like white Baigu mountain, the sunlight shining down, Footless Bird, Fang and Bai's silhouettes. This scene was deeply engraved into everyone's hearts. Fury grew in their hearts, as hatred germinated in their hearts. Puff! Bai clan leader vomited a mouthful of fresh blood, and fell down on her back, fainting. Clan leader! Lord clan leader! Quick, healing goo masters, save the clan leader! Panic ensued on the cliff. Author's note: what is demonic path? A kind of path that has its own ideology and beliefs. Towards what a demonic path is, everyone has their unique understanding towards it, but to me, the Footless Bird embodied a kind of demonic spirit. Demonic path is cruel, not only to others, but more towards oneself. Thus it is not well liked by the masses. Chapter 228. Dark Leopard Dies for Love. The setting sun was dyed like blood as the clouds on the west resembled burning flames. Under the setting sun, the Footless Bird started slowly dropping down after having flown for the majority of the day. It had made a series of extreme diving and rising actions, while suffering from the explosion of the Human Torch. Its body was filled with cracks and could no longer continue to fly. Bam! Under Fan Yuan's meticulous control, the Footless Bird finally fell into a forest. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and groups of beasts escaped in a panic. Where is this? Bai Ningbing jumped off from the bird and surveyed her surroundings. The trees were short and thick, but had a lot of lush leaves, unlike the sparse amount in the bone trees of Baigu Mountain. The trees in this forest were like a canopy blocking the sunlight, and the leaves were all purple, light purple, dark purple, reddish purple, violet. The evening wind blew over. If one looked into the distance, all they would see was a sea of purple. A purple forest. We have been moving north all along, and according to our course, this should be near Ziyu Mountain. Fan Yuan guessed. His countenance was covered with worry. Ziyu Mountain is safe in daytime, but is extremely dangerous in night. It is getting dark. We need to quickly leave and find a safe place to stay. Okay. Bai Ningbing nodded. After over 2 hours, they found a cave luckily. The cave's original owner had been a pouched bear. This species of bear possessed a natural marsupial pouch on their stomach, just like kangaroo. Dry wood burnt with crackling sounds, the bonfire quietly blazed. The meat stew in the iron pot over the rack was already boiling, giving off a dense aroma. The fat, tender bear paws were already roasted. Besides these, there were also many delicacies, from Bai clan, stored in tussita flour. The two quickly began devouring the food, and their strained mood began to relax. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed, her dark blue eyes looking at Fan Yuan. Look, this is retribution. You burned that pair of brother and sister to death, and now, you yourself are burned to this state. The light of the fire shone upon Fan Yuan's face. The severe wounds on his face made him look horrifying and ugly. If the timid girls saw his appearance, they would probably scream in fear right then and there. Fan Yuan, however, laughed, not minding the comment. He was even inwardly happy. Fortunately, we have meat bone goo. It won't be difficult to recover your original appearance. You just need to cut off the burned skin and flesh, then we can use the meat bone goo to grow them anew. But you are only a rank 1 and can't use the meat bone goo. Come, beg me, maybe my kind and magnanimous heart will feel pity for you, and heal you. Bai Ningbing wouldn't let go of any chance to snide at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan made a motion of raising his eyebrows, despite his eyebrows already being burned off. Why would I want to heal it? Isn't this situation quite good? He laughed. We killed off the 2 young masters of Bai clan and also played the Bai clan leader and the elder. Do you think they will let us go? This injury saves me the effort to change my appearance. Earth-hearing ear grass was destroyed. Fan Yuan's right ear was shattered. The injuries to cartilage in his ear wasn't something the meat bone goo could heal. But even if he could heal it, he would rather have 1 ear less to change his appearance. In past, there was a demonic figure, Bai Shanzi, who was captured and put into a prison. He feigned becoming mad, smearing his own stool onto his body, even cutting off his 5th limb, and became a eunuch. His enemies finally believed he had gone crazy and thus loosened their vigilance, giving him a chance to flee. Later on, he returned to take revenge and massacred the whole family of his enemies, including the old and the young. There was a great figure of the righteous path, Empress Wuji. When she was young, her own elder sister had seized her rights to the throne. She could only hide this grievance inside her. Her elder sister was jealous of her beauty, and thus, to avoid letting her make things difficult, Empress Wuji cut off the bridge of her nose, disfiguring herself, but gained the space to survive and grow. After over 10 years, she overthrew her elder sister's regime and re-established her authority. She then ordered her elder sister's 5 sensory organs to be cut off, making her live in a state where she couldn't choose to live or die. Throughout the history, all the great figures were good at biding their time and not being attached to fleshly appearance. No matter if it were the righteous path or the demonic, regardless of men or women, they were all like this. After Empress Wuji took the control, she didn't heal her nose even though she had the healing means, keeping this as a warning to herself. The Wu clan became the top clan of the southern border, suppressing Tai clan, Shan clan, Fei clan. Its dominance couldn't be challenged. Those who indulged in fleshly appearance were mostly superficial, and it would be difficult for them to succeed. Regardless of whether it was this world or earth, both attested to this point. King Yu of Zhou, just for a smile from his beloved concubine Bao Si, lighted the warning beacons to trick the vassal states. What was the outcome? People lost their trust in him, and he was killed by the barbarians. Lu Bu for Diaochan, King Wu for Shishir, Xiangyu the Conqueror took consort Yu when he went on military campaigns. Ha ha ha, what was the outcome of these people? By contrast, Cao Cao was short, Sun Bin was handicapped, Sima Qian was castrated. Everyone loves beauty. However, achievements were not in the least relevant to fleshly beauty. Only a temperament which could firmly let go was the foundation to a great success. Actually, it is you who is too dazzling. With your blue eyes and silver hair, you should change it, Fan Yuan said as he looked all over Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted and didn't reply. Fan Yuan continued. The footless bird was damaged, but we have only flown over few thousands of miles. Although we are quite far away from Bai clan, they will definitely come to capture us for the things we have done. We are in a dangerous situation. If they spread wanted posters, our days will become even more difficult. Bai Ningbing considered the idea with a frown, before agreeing. All right, I am also tired of this outfit. Changing into a new appearance might be a brilliant experience. Next, the two started to calculate their losses and gains. There were losses: earth hearing ear grass, chainsaw golden centipede, carapace goo, iron thistles, stealth scales goo, footless bird, were all destroyed in the pursuit. However, to Fan Yuan, being alive was the most important. Only by being alive could there be possibilities and hope. This was the foundation to everything. To continue living, even if he had to give up spring-autumn cicada, so what? In a word, being able to let go was the character of a great man. As for gains, there were large numbers of bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo in Fan Yuan's aperture. They had also obtained rank 3 flying bone shield, jade bone goo, iron bone goo, the healing type meat bone goo, and several bone books recording all kinds of recipes. Besides these, they had also gained clearing heat goo from the Bai clan. Of course, the most significant was still the bone flesh unity goo, which they had successfully refined at such a dangerous moment. Compared to the gains, their losses weren't that serious. This was a complete inheritance, after all. The flower wine monk might be a rank 5 expert, a cut above the rank 4 grey bone scholar, but Fan Yuan's gains from the flower wine inheritance loses out to this Bai Gu inheritance. The reason was Bai Gu inheritance had been carefully planned out for a long time by Grey Bone Scholar, whereas flower wine inheritance was completed in haste and hurry. In fact, Fan Yuan only walked through the main path of the Bai Gu inheritance. There were many other side branches, and moreover, there were many steel teeth locks that weren't knocked open in the flesh sack secret chamber. These things would all serve the Bai clan. They controlled this place, and so long as they spent some time and energy, they could definitely devour the whole inheritance. But it doesn't matter, I have taken all the goo worms in my list. As long as this bone-flesh unity goo displays its effects, it will far surpass the others. It is just that the earth-hearing ear grass has been destroyed, which is a bit troublesome. Fan Yuan's philosophy was only those things that are practical can be valuable. They had lost the chainsaw golden centipede, but the spiral bone spear goo could qualify to replace it. Iron thistles and carapace goo were gone, but they still had canopy goo and flying bone shield. However, with the loss of earth-hearing ear grass, they now had a hole in the investigative aspect. They had lacked in the healing and movement aspects before, But now these two aspects were more or less filled, whereas a gap appeared in the investigative aspect. In life, things often do not go your way. The nighttime in the Ziyu mountain was much livelier than daytime. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing took turns to keep watch. Both didn't get proper sleep. Occasionally, roars and sounds of battles of the wild beasts came from outside the cave. Especially at the crack of dawn, an intense battle occurred near the cave, waking up the soundly sleeping Fan Yuan. This was a fight between 2,000 beast kings. Two winged black feather python had provoked a dark leopard. The two exchanged killing moves back and forth. Their movements were very noisy, and their momentum, astonishing. Dark leopard was a ferocious beast specific to the Ziyu mountain. They had purple spots on their skin, their bodies were powerful and they were extremely fast. They would often leave behind ethereal afterimages when they moved through the forest. Their movements were quiet and their prey usually ended up in their stomachs without even being able to react. Fan and Bai were on the edge, they could even say they were trapped in the cave, unable to escape. As time passed, the dark leopard gradually became outmatched, getting into a corner. This was a pregnant female leopard. Dark leopard always came in male and female pairs. The female leopard had been pregnant, and the male leopard had gone out to hunt. Who would have thought the black feathered python would attack during this gap? In the end, the female leopard died by black feathered python's constriction. However, before the black feathered python could escape, the returning male leopard saw it. Then after another life and death battle, the male leopard killed the killer, but it was welcomed by the female leopard's cold corpse. Dawn came. The first rays of light shone upon the dark leopard's beautiful fur. However, the female leopard was no more. The male leopard paced back and forth around the female leopard's side and let out a mournful whimper. They were so near, yet so far, separated by life and death. "Why is it not leaving?" Bai Ningbing grumbled. "Relax, the male and the female dark leopards are of one heart. If one dies, the other will not continue to live alone." Fan Yuan sighed. "I will go back to sleep." He returned to the depths of the cave to sleep again, while Bai Ningbing remained behind at the cave entrance to keep watch. The male leopard paced back and forth before lying down. It stuck out its tongue and started licking the female leopard's wounds. The wounds on the female leopard had turned pitch black due to the black feather python's poison. The male leopard lived all its life here. It could distinguish this poison with only a sniff. However, it no longer cared now. In the end, its resplendent eyes started dimming and slowly closed. By the time it was noon, it had passed away. It was quietly lying together with the female leopard. Their beautiful fur made them look like delicate artworks. Having personally seen this whole course of events, Bai Ningbing couldn't help letting out a deep sigh. Not long after, Fan Yuan woke up and walked out full of vigor. He saw Bai Ningbing resting against the cave wall, staring blankly at the corpses of the two dark leopards. "How is the harvest?" Fan Yuan asked. Bai Ningbing shrugged and spoke with a waning interest. "The goo worms that could fly have all flown away. I don't have any means to capture goo. Besides, didn't you also see last night's battle? Those goo worms died or are injured, the remaining aren't something we need." "Haha, if it were not for that, why would someone like you go back to sleep?" Fan Yuan laughed. "Although they are 2,000 beast kings, the goo worms on them aren't anything great. But that doesn't necessarily mean there are no harvests, hee." Saying so, Fan Yuan walked towards the dark leopard's corpses. Chapter 229. Resting and recovering at the hamlet. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but become curious when she saw Fan Yuan walking towards the dark leopard's corpses. She saw him squatting down and feeling around the ears of the dark leopards. After a while, Fan Yuan took out two exquisite purple leaves from the male leopard's left ear and the female leopard's right ear. This was breath concealment goo. Rank 3 grass goo. Goo masters could use it to conceal their aura and cultivation level. To some degree, it was a camouflage ability. Almost all the dark leopards had a breath concealment goo in the ears. However, the dark leopards moved in pairs and were at least of 1,000 beasts king level. They were experts in sneak attacks, and were extremely agile. Capturing them was a very troublesome and dangerous endeavor. Moreover, the dark leopards were specific to Ziyu Mountain. Thus, the knowledge of there being breath concealment goo in dark leopards' ears wasn't widely known yet. In Fan Yuan's 150th year in his previous life, there emerged a righteous path figure nicknamed Hunting King, Sun Gone. He was the first to wantonly hunt the dark leopards for their breath concealment goo, and made a fortune by selling them to the market. After him, countless goo masters rushed to Ziyu Mountain to make a fortune. Like this, in only few years, the dark leopards were all annihilated. Right now, however, the Ziyu Mountain was still a secluded area. In this place, daytime was safe whereas the nighttime was extremely dangerous. There were no clans here, but there was an embryonic form of a clan, a hamlet. Fan Yuan didn't have the earth-hearing ear grass to scout, but fortunately they obtained 2-breath concealment goo. Fang and Bai relied on this goo to avoid many dangers. They were not going to go up the Ziyu Mountain. Their current strength was enough to move across the ordinary forests, but not enough to go deep into the famous mountains and great rivers. Even Bai clan would have to pay a great price to explore these areas, let alone the current Fang and Bai. They went around the Ziyu Mountain and moved forward, and after 2 days, they discovered a mountain path. It was a man-made path, and was much safer than the forests. Of course, if one's luck was bad, they might come across dangerous situations. Fang and Bai moved along the mountain path, until one evening they saw a thin curl of smoke. The two glanced at each other before hastening their steps. They saw a hamlet lying in a mountain basin. The hamlet was surrounded by short stone walls, with guards standing on several points. It was evening now and the farmers were returning in groups, walking to the hamlet with hoes and other farm tools on them. However, these were all mortals and were nothing to worry about. Let's go. Fan Yuan walked towards the hamlet. Just like this? Bai Ningbing was somewhat surprised. Their appearance quickly attracted the curiosity and suspicious glances of the villagers. Most of the villages in this world weren't too welcoming to foreigners. The clan villagers were even more so. They would set up tight defense around the whole village, for fear that spies and robbers would infiltrate the village. May I ask the two distinguished guests if you are respected Lord Gu Masters? Before Fang and Bai even reached the entrance, 2 guards who looked alike approached them. Bai Ningbing didn't speak. According to their original agreement, Fan Yuan would take charge of all the communications. Fan Yuan shook his head. Hello brothers, we are both mortals. The 2 guards seemed to heave a sigh of relief when they heard this, their faces clearly loosening up. The younger juvenile guard disdainfully sized up Fan Yuan's body, before speaking with some disgust. I'll say, how could such an ugly person possibly be one of those Lord Gu Masters who possess divine powers? Fan Yuan's whole body was burned and he had 1 ear less. Such an ugly appearance birthed revulsion in people. Bai Ningbing also changed her normal attire. She cut off her long silver hair short, and also dyed it black. Her body that was white as snow due to ice muscles, was now blackened. Only the color of her eyes couldn't be covered, thus she wore a straw hat and covered half her face. As the two stood together, they remarkably looked like mortal villagers. Little brother, watch what you say. The senior guard reprimanded the junior guard, then vigilantly looked at Fang and Bai. Where are you from and what are you doing here? We are from a hamlet across the mountain. We were taking a handcart filled with herbs and salted meat, thinking to sell them, but sigh, we bumped into a tiger on our way. Whoa, that really scared me to death. We ran crazily all the way and only then could we save ourselves. Sigh. We don't dare to go back for the moment, so we came to your hamlet and hope to spend the night here. We will immediately leave tomorrow. Fan Yuan spoke off the top of his head. The vigilance in the guard's gaze lessened. Fan Yuan said, Brother, no need to scold your little brother. I got this injuries from a fire. That day, our house was on fire, and while trying to salvage the rice, I was burned to this state. Sigh, everyone is suffering nowadays. The senior guard heaved a sigh. You can enter the hamlet, and if you don't find anyone willing to offer you shelter, you need to make do by spending the night in the corner of the walls. After finishing saying the instructions, the guards opened the way. After Fang and Bai entered the hamlet, the senior guard instructed his brother. Go tell the village head that 2 outsiders are here. He as an elder has rich experience. Ask him to keep a lookout. Brother, you are too cautious. How could these 2 be Gu Masters? Besides, why would Gu Masters try to deceive us mortals? To have fun? If I tell you to go, then just go. Making me run errands again. The young guard grumbled but still left in the end. The scene inside the hamlet was peaceful. The air was filled with the aroma of food. After a day of hard work, families gathered around the dinner table and talked happily. Bai Ningbing involuntarily felt relaxed in such an environment. The reason for her disguise was because they didn't want to leave behind any traces which could make it convenient for the Bai clan to track them. Another reason was because of Fan Yuan's cautious nature. By hiding themselves in an unfamiliar environment, they could react to any abnormalities. It was easy to find a house to take shelter in, Just give the villagers a primeval stone fragment, and they would be more than happy to vacate a house. However, doing this would not be in accordance with their current identities. Fan Yuan had a better method. He walked around the hamlet, before stopping in front of a worn-out house. There was only an elderly woman in this household. She had a grandson, but he was killed by a wolf when out playing. The old lady was drawing water from a well in front of her house. The action seemed to take a lot out of her. "Auntie, let me help you." Fan Yuan put on a silly grin and eagerly ran towards the old lady. The old lady was shocked when she saw Fan Yuan's appearance. However, Fan Yuan acted passionately with a silly grin on his face, and after quickly pulling up several buckets of water, the old lady's vigilance disappeared. "Young man, you are an outsider?" The old lady smiled open her mouth, which had a few missing teeth. "Yes, we were hoping to stay over for the night in your house." "Auntie, I can do your work, may we?" Fan Yuan foolishly said. "Okay." The old lady happily agreed. Although the villagers would help each other financially in normal times, she still needed labor force like this. Bai Ningbing watched this scene speechlessly. This Fan Yuan could really act. After fetching the water, it was chopping the firewoods. Fan Yuan also cooked the meal. The old lady repeatedly praised him for his swift and skilled movements. "Auntie, let me help you fetch some more water. We will talk after I fill the water vat." After the dinner, Fan Yuan again went to fetch water on his own accord. The old lady kept on saying no need, but Fan Yuan insisted on doing so. After the water vat was filled, the old lady talked with tears in her eyes. "Young man, you are really such a bitter life like this old lady." Evidently, Fan Yuan had fabricated a miserable tale during the dinner, which left a deep impression on the simple old lady. Lanterns were a luxury to ordinary people, thus the house was dark in the night. The only light came through the window from the moon. The house had two simple and crude beds. Bai Ningbing was lying on the floor but was very satisfied. The exhaustion accumulated from days of walking was now slowly dissipating. Fan Yuan laid cross-legged on the bed. His mind was in his aperture, observing the bone-flesh unity goo. He had not used this pair of goo even once since he got it. After all, he had refined it after tempering the recipe. And with Fan Yuan's cautious nature, he naturally needed to properly study it before using it. Suddenly, Fan Yuan opened his eyes. A bright light flashed past them. "There isn't any problem, bone-flesh unity goo can be used." After saying so, he summoned the pair of jade bracelet-shaped goo. These two jade bracelets, one was green as grass whereas the other was red as blood. They were both tied together and couldn't be separated. Fan Yuan had already refined them before. However, to bring out their magical effects, he needed to give up one of them and let Bai Ningbing refine it. Bai Ningbing was sitting in a cross-legged position as she received the goo, but he wasn't in a hurry to refine it, and instead looked at Fan Yuan. "What do you plan on doing next?" Fan Yuan chuckled. "And here I was thinking you wouldn't ask." Despite it being dark, Bai Ningbing could sense Fan Yuan smiling at this moment. She just snorted and didn't speak. Fan Yuan didn't plan to conceal his plans from her. "Our next destination is Shangliang Mountain." "Shangliang Mountain, Shan Clan?" Bai Ningbing's brows slightly furrowed. Shan Clan was one of the top forces of the southern border, not weaker to Tai Clan and Fei Clan. Only the Wu Clan was above it. Shan Clan was famed for their businesses in southern border, and even the people outside the southern border, as long as they had some experience, knew that the Shan Clan of the southern border was the center for businesses and trading. Shan Clan City was so flourishing that there were opportunities for primeval stones everywhere. When Bai Ningbing still had northern dark-eye soul physique, she had looked forward to visiting the Shan Clan City. Now, however, she was hesitating. With the crimes we have committed against the Bai clan, we might already be wanted by all the righteous path figures. Wouldn't we just be heading straight into a trap by going to Shan Clan City? Fan Yuan smiled. If there are only two places in the whole southern border that could accept us, that Shan Clan City would definitely be one of them. Shan Clan might be one of the leaders of the righteous paths, but the Shan Clan City is a place with complete freedom, and also a place where most of the demonic path figures dispose of their goods. If not for that, how could Shan Clan be the richest clan in the southern border? Even Wu Clan is far inferior to them in this aspect. Bai Ningbing pondered for a while when she heard this. The rumors said that you could buy anything in Shan Clan City. Is this really true? Fan Yuan shook his head. The things in the rumors are all talking of the low-level goods. There are too many things in this world that has a lot of demand but no supply. For example, a certain Yangu? Ha! Chapter 230. Dual Cultivation. In the dark room, Bai Ningbing let out an annoyed snort. Fan Yuan changed the subject. At this stage, Shangclan City is the most suitable place for us. There are many stores there from where we can buy the goo worms suitable for us. Although the goo worms we have now are excellent, they don't match with each other. Only with goo worms that can complement each other can we exhibit stronger fighting prowess and even fight higher ranks. Bai Ningbing was in complete agreement. All excellent goo master would have a set of complementing goo worms. For instance, when Bai Ningbing possessed Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique, the goo worms she had were Ice Blade Goo, Icicle Goo, Water Shield Goo, Blue Bird Ice Coffin Goo, Ice Muscles Goo, Frost Demon Goo. They all belonged to Ice and Water series, and easily complemented each other when mutually paired and used. Now, however, Fang and Bai only possessed an assortment of goo worms. If they were to complete a set of complementing goo worms, their fighting prowess would at least double. Fortunately, Fan Yuan had stored large numbers of Bone Spear Goo and Spiral Bone Spear Goo. All these could be sold in Shangclan City. Even if there were none of these goo, Fan Yuan had Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and could use it to produce primeval stones. The first objective in going to Shangclan City was to lay low. The second objective was to purchase and exchange goo worms. Fan Yuan's third objective, however, wasn't convenient to tell to Bai Ningbing. This involved rock gambling. At a dark corner of a certain rock gambling site, there was a rock hiding a legendary rainbow-colored goo. The goo worms in Fan Yuan's possession were as high as rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus which was involved with a rank 9 Immortal Venerable, Blood Skull Goo which could change one's aptitude, and also Bone Flesh Unity Goo. Leaving aside the Bone Flesh Unity Goo, Blood Skull Goo had already lost its worth because there was almost no blood relative left of Fan Yuan now. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus might have excellent results, but it didn't have any advancement prospects since Fan Yuan didn't have its fusion recipe. The higher his cultivation becomes, the lesser the help it would provide. Let's not even talk about Spring-Autumn Cicada. Right now it is still hibernating. If one said to use it, it would be full of danger, but if one does not use it, once it recovered, it would blow up the aperture. It was a ticking time bomb. Spring-Autumn Cicada, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Blood Skull Goo and Bone Flesh Unity Goo were the most valuable goo in Fan Yuan's possession. In addition, these four all had a common point. They were all involved in assisting with cultivation. How big of a help they were to Fan Yuan? Big, very big. However, their use in battles weren't that obvious. That goo in the Shangclan City was different in that it was a trump card for battle. With it, and some other goo worms to complement it, Fan Yuan could only then be considered to have rebirthed. He would have some confidence in being unrivaled among those at the same rank, recovering some of the bearings of his previous life as one of the big shots of the demonic path. It's a long journey to Shangclan City, no need to think about this now, you should first refine the Bone Flesh Unity Goo. Fan Yuan stopped this topic. Bai Ningbing felt slightly at ease after knowing Fan Yuan's plan. Having been in contact with Fan Yuan for so long, she was becoming more and more aware of how treacherous and crafty Fan Yuan was. Especially his performance today, such simplicity and honesty even nearly fooled her. Not long ago, she had witnessed how Fan Yuan had refined the Bone Flesh Unity Goo, and after connecting all of his behavior, she was beginning to feel a chill in her heart. She reminded herself to be careful and learn from the mistake of that miserable Bai clan leader. If she doesn't have some vigilance against Fan Yuan, who knows, one day she might be sold by Fan Yuan while still counting the money for him. She shook her head to put her mood in check and began to refine the Bone Flesh Unity Goo. This pair of goo had strange shapes with one green and another red. Bai Ningbing chose the red one and began pouring her primeval essence into it. This Bone Flesh Unity Goo had already been refined by Fan Yuan at the very beginning. Now Fan Yuan removed his imprint from the goo and cooperated with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing didn't take a lot of time to refine it. The moment she finished refining the goo, there was a change in Bone Flesh Unity Goo. This pair of linked jade bracelets suddenly completely dissipated in the air. And almost instantly, there appeared circular marks on Fan Yuan's and Bai Ningbing's wrists. What was different was, the mark that appeared on Fan Yuan's left wrist was green, whereas it appeared on Bai Ningbing's right wrist and was red. A mysterious connection emerged from both Fang and Bai's hearts. This connection allowed Fan Yuan to sense Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing similarly could sense Fan Yuan, as if their blood and flesh were linked and couldn't be divided. This feeling wasn't good, and it made Bai Ningbing feel nauseous as if she had swallowed a housefly. Fan Yuan's brows also tightly furrowed. This hadn't been mentioned in the scroll left behind by Grey-Boned Scholar. Fan Yuan thought about it before being relieved. The Grey-Boned Scholar had researched this only in theory and never put it into practice. Not knowing this is very normal. This feeling was only a minor detail, the important thing was the next stage. The two endured the odd feeling and sat cross-legged facing each other on the bed, starting their dual cultivation. They both stretched out their hands, the four palms touching each other. To be on the safe side, the weaker cultivation Fan Yuan experimented it. He took out a portion of his green copper primeval essence, and cautiously poured it into Bai Ningbing's aperture. The green and red circular marks suddenly let out bright radiance. The foreign primeval essence, when transferred to Bai Ningbing's aperture, immediately changed to Bai Ningbing's aura. It really worked! Bai Ningbing softly exclaimed in delight. I clearly transferred 10% of my green copper primeval essence, but you only received 3/5 of it. 2/5 of it was lost in conversion. Fan Yuan's observation was even more detailed. Bai Ningbing wasn't surprised though. What's hard to understand? Didn't the scroll say it? This bone-flesh unity goo can be divided into 5 types of quality depending on how deep the relation between the two refiners is. From low to high, it is divided into fratricidal, friendly relation, indissoluble relation, familial relation, blood-kin relation. She analyzed and continued. If that pair of brother and sister became goo masters, and refined the blood-flesh unity goo by themselves, with how deep the relation was between them, I estimate they would obtain the highest quality blood-kin relation. If we had refined it by ourselves, it would definitely be the worst quality fratricidal, considering our relation. These two neutralized each other, and we have thus obtained the mid-quality indissoluble relation. The bone-flesh unity goo referred to a series goo. Just like how in the boar goo, there were black boar goo, white boar goo, pink boar goo, and so on. According to what the scroll mentioned, bone-flesh unity goo contained 5 types of goo worms. The worst quality was the fratricidal goo, which converted 10% primeval essence into 1/5 of it. Above it was friendly relation goo, which converted 10% of primeval essence into 2/5 of it. Indissoluble relation goo could transfer 3/5. Familial relation goo could transfer 4/5. And the top bloodkin relation goo could transfer 100% of the primeval essence without any loss in conversion. By relying on his previous life's experience, Fan Yuan had tampered with the recipe at the last moment, obtaining the rank 3 indissoluble relation goo, which could be considered a pretty good luck. Researching refinement recipe was not easy. It required continuous deductions and experiments along with many goo worms. Fan Yuan was able to succeed with his tampering. One factor was due to the insight from his experience, and another factor was luck. However, he had never liked to rely on luck. This didn't mean he was born a jinx or his luck was bad all the time. Fan Yuan's luck was the same as ordinary people. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Why he didn't like it was because it was a factor which he couldn't control. He was a person who strongly desired being in control. He liked to control the situation, control others, and naturally control himself. That's it. Your turn now, Fan Yuan said. On the whole, he was satisfied getting the indissoluble goo. Bai Ningbing transferred 10% of her snow's silver primeval essence into Fan Yuan's aperture. What happened next was shocking. Just before, when Fan Yuan transferred his dark green primeval essence into Bai Ningbing's aperture, it formed into a green water which was swallowed by the snow's silver primeval sea in just a while, her primeval sea increasing by a bit. Now, when she transferred 10% primeval essence into Fan Yuan's aperture, before her primeval essence had yet to land into his primeval sea, his aperture started shaking. Fan Yuan immediately shouted to stop. This was not a problem in bone-flesh unity goo, but rather was the problem of his cultivation. He was only at upper stage of rank 1 goo master and had stored hundreds of bone spear goo, and now that he was receiving the snow's silver primeval essence, the whole burden was too much to handle for his aperture. Bai Ningbing hesitated. If she continued to transfer the primeval essence now, she might be able to break Fan Yuan's aperture. But even if she broke his aperture, Yang Gu could still be destroyed with one thought from Fan Yuan. She thought for a moment before finally deciding to withdraw her primeval essence. Originally 10% of silver snow primeval essence was transferred to Fan Yuan's aperture, which should have been converted into 3/5. Now after Bai Ningbing withdrew her primeval essence, only about 1/5 of the converted primeval essence remained. What made Bai Ningbing inwardly sigh was the ability of this bone-flesh unity goo. Fan Yuan transferred all the bone spear goo to Bai Ningbing's aperture, and then accepted the snow-silver primeval essence. When this portion of snow primeval essence was in Bai Ningbing's body, it had her aura. Now that it had been transferred into Fan Yuan's aperture, it suddenly shrunk and changed to Fan Yuan's aura. The converted snow-silver primeval essence sank towards the bottom of Fan Yuan's aperture, and his green-copper primeval essence could only helplessly float above it. The two existed peacefully, as if this portion of snow-silver primeval essence was birthed by Fan Yuan's aperture. If it was foreign primeval essence that came this close in contact, it would immediately explode and cause damage to the aperture. Hence, the normal primeval essence imparting was like walking on a steel rope, very dangerous and exhausting. Fan Yuan tried moving this portion of the white-silver primeval essence to rush at the aperture walls. Goo Masters were divided into 9 ranks of great realms. Each great realms were further divided into 4 small realms. Initial stage, middle stage, upper stage and peak stage. Initial stage was light membrane aperture walls. The light was thin and flickering. Middle stage was water membrane aperture walls. The light flowed freely. Upper stage was stone membrane aperture walls. The light was condensed to solid state. Peak stage was crystal membrane aperture walls with ethereal and pure radiance. Fan Yuan was now a rank 1 upper stage. His aperture walls were of stone membrane. However, with one wave of impact from the snow-silver primeval essence, this stone membrane wall actually started shaking violently. Chapter 231. Addicted to cultivating. Fan Yuan quickly stopped out of fear. Although he used the liquor worm before, it was used to refine the primeval essence and raise its quality by 1 small realm. When had he ever used the snow-silver primeval essence, which was of a much higher quality? With no choice, Fan Yuan could only reduce the amount used each time, and also slow the waves crashing into his aperture walls. To think there would also be problems when the primeval essence's quality is too high. Fan Yuan was slightly aggravated. In the darkness, Bai Ningbing heard this and rolled her eyes. What sort of godsend opportunity was this? If anyone else knew, they would probably slap him to death out of anger. This was really a blissful worry. After 4 hours, this 6% snow-silver primeval essence was finally expended. His rough stone aperture walls were already showing a glimmer just from this 1 round of cultivation. It was like a rough jade that had started to give off a luster worthy of its quality after processing. Quick, transfer another 10%. Fan Yuan urged. Like this, they cultivated the whole night. When the rooster crowed in the morning, light had started to shine through the window, and Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were shining with unconcealable excitement. He looked at his palm and clenched his fists. Rank 1 peak stage! Just a night of cultivation caused him to rise from rank 1 upper stage to rank 1 peak stage. What divine speed is this? Ever since Fan Yuan started cultivating, he had never felt so comfortable and carefree, even in his previous life. Such a feeling was almost addictive. For example, when he had great aptitude, he cultivated like a snail. Using the liquor worm, he walked. With a great aptitude and heavenly essence treasure lotus, he sprinted. But what the heck was this? With this bone-flesh unity goo, it was like he was soaring with 2 wings. Even Bai Ningbing was stunned. She was smart, and quickly realized that this goo had another greater use. This goo can also help in breaking through a large realm. Liquor worm can only raise the cultivation by a small realm, and the goo master had to rely on their own primeval essence when breaking through a big realm, thus aptitude was crucial. But with this bone-flesh unity goo, they could use another person's primeval essence when breaking through to another realm. This was an insane advantage. With this goo, Bai Goo Mountain was a complete success. Even if I sacrificed the heavenly essence treasure lotus, it would be worth it. At this time, the morning light entered the farmhouse, and Bai Ningbing sighed loudly. This world holds so many great geniuses. Grey Bone Scholar was only a rank 4 goo master, but he managed to invent the bone-flesh unity goo. He was a true genius. All goo masters with titles had their specialties. In comparison, Fang and Bai were living in obscurity. Under the blazing sun, in the fields. Auntie, take a rest, I'll help you. Fan Yuan grabbed the hoe from the old lady's hand. The old lady could not compete in strength against the young and strong Fan Yuan. She felt happy seeing her hoe snatched away, smiling till her teeth was exposed. Ah, where can I find such a wonderful lad? Since the first dual cultivation, 2 days had passed. The original plan was to stay a night and leave, but after using the bone-flesh unity goo, Fan Yuan was enjoying the rapid cultivation speed and decided to change his plans, to leaving only after he reached rank 2 at least. After all, there were still 2 to 3 years before that rock is discovered. He was in no rush. Bai Ningbing had no objections. There was a huge difference between rank 1 and rank 2. Becoming a rank 2 goo master would be a great help to their journey. Thus, they stayed in the village and didn't leave. The old lady also did not chase them away. The truth was she wanted the 2 to stay there forever. They worked so diligently, and although one was slightly dumb while the other was ugly, they were honest kids. Fang and Bai worked in the day. One had the strength of 2 boars, while the other had the strength of a crocodile. Among mortals it was like having divine strength. Fa work was a breeze, as easy as pie. Furthermore, it was an old lady's house. What tough work could there be? Every day Fang and Bai only slept a little, but were still full of energy. Such a lifestyle in comparison to moving in the wilds and living in harsh conditions, while worrying for their safety, was like heaven. Fan Yuan used all his free time to cultivate, like he was addicted. With the bone-flesh unity goo, his speed could only be described with a proverb: 1,000 miles a day. He reached rank 1 peak stage in the first night. And in the past few days, he was steadily building on his foundation, and his aperture walls had already turned crystal clear. At this rate, he would reach rank 2 in a few days. As the number of times they cultivated increased, the bone-flesh unity goo's status rose in Fan Yuan's heart, surpassing the blood skull goo and heavenly essence treasure lotus, only lower than the spring-autumn cicada. There was no need to even mention liquor worm, which could only raise one small realm. It was nothing compared to the bone-flesh unity goo. As for blood skull goo, it required too much investment and time. Although the heavenly essence treasure lotus was good, it could only provide help to goo masters who were alone. As for this bone-flesh unity goo, according to Bai Ningbing's phrase, it was a goo that could change even the very structure of society. This was no exaggeration and was deeply acknowledged by Fan Yuan. Bone-flesh unity goo was a low-rank goo, even rank 1 or 2 goo masters could use it. Although it had many refinement requirements, the standards were really not high, and a clan with enough resources could easily refine this goo. This goo was useless to a loner, but to clans or sects, this was a divine weapon. Using this shortcut, clan elders could nurture the juniors, reducing the time and funds required to raise a goo master by many folds. With this bone-flesh unity goo, it was no longer nurturing goo masters, but creating goo masters in batches. It was a difference between heaven and earth. Because of this goo, Fan Yuan even had a change of thought the night before, getting the urge to change his plans of fighting alone to establishing a force of his own. On that topic, an organized force was just a tool to be used. Fan Yuan had created the Bloodwing demonic sect in his previous life, and if he wanted to establish an organization in this life, it would be a lot easier because he had already experienced it. But to establish an organization, the most important thing was occupying territory filled with resources. And under layers of control, gather people and use their strength to cultivate together. Goo master cultivation was like swimming upstream. It was a journey of accumulation and naturally required resources. Thus, to rank 5 goo masters and below, having an organization's help would aid in their cultivation. However, once they reached rank 6 and experienced the qualitative change, turning from mortal to immortal, with the might of heaven and earth gathered in them, an organization became useless to them. Knowing this, it was easy to understand Fan Yuan's plans. In his previous life, Fan Yuan established the Bloodwing demonic sect to gather resources. In this life, with his knowledge of many inheritance and secrets, he could simply devour these resources and rise to rank 6 much more quickly. Why would he need to waste time and effort to create a force of his own? But now that he possessed the bone-flesh unity goo, it would be much quicker than he previously assumed if he created an organization. There would be less investments, but greater rewards, creating goo masters in batches and quickly form a large strength. But after Fan Yuan thought about it until morning, he dispelled his notion of creating a force. If he really relied on the bone-flesh unity goo to create an organization, it would be courting death. Such a divine weapon would definitely attract the greed of all the large forces, if revealed. Not to say that he was starting from scratch, even a clan leader with some foundation would not dare to use the bone-flesh unity goo so openly. It truly attracted the jealousy of others. Even Wu clan, the number 1 clan in the southern borders, would not dare to use it alone. Fan Yuan estimated there needed to be an alliance of at least Wu clan, Fei clan, Tai clan and Shan clan to guard against the greed of all the goo masters over the world, if they were to use bone-flesh unity goo in large scale. If I want to create a force, even if it starts to look bright, I will get exterminated from all sides. By then, even if I escape, the foundation that I created would be lost. At the end, I would even become a complete loser, pursued by everyone. Fan Yuan had completely calmed down, knowing that this was a dead path, thus he affirmed his will of fighting alone in a large-scale battle. But to be honest, Bai Xing and Bai Hua were quite intelligent. In their previous life, although they used the bone-flesh unity goo and became the righteous twin stars, they did not use this power to grow their clan's force. With their intentional misleading, although the bone-flesh unity goo's reputation was established, people greatly underestimated its ability. Fan Yuan recalled, and sensed the wisdom in these two twin stars. Being able to come to Bai Gu Mountain this time and killing the siblings prematurely could be considered a great accomplishment. But Fan Yuan thought again. This bone-flesh unity goo can only be used by two people. Bai Hua and Bai Xing must have used the refinement method on the scroll. Without my unique alteration, the difficulty in defining the bone-flesh unity goo is greatly increased. It is possible that they did not even think of this prospect. After thinking for so much, Fan Yuan's head was starting to hurt. He plowed the fields under the intense sun as he shook his head, collecting his dispersed thoughts. After all, these things were not important, and it was useless to think about it. Unfortunately, I do not have goo worms that aid in thinking like creative thinking goo, intelligent heart goo, tactful goo, and lightning thoughts goo. Even at the very least, the bookworm would suffice. It seems I can only purchase them when I get to Shang Clan City. The old lady's field was small. Fan Yuan quickly plowed half of it, when Bai Ningbing felt interest and started to help on her own accord. She had seen farmers plowing fields on Qingmao Mountain, but back then she was still muddle-headed, and now that she was in this state, she wanted to experience the wonders in it. Only when the night approached did they start eating in front of the old lady's house. You must be hungry, there are still sweet potatoes in the pot, it will definitely fill you up. The old lady grinned as she scooped 2 bowls of rice. This rice was not the superior rice from the rice bag grass, but rough grains. However, the two were not picky eaters anyway. Eat slowly, I have good news to share with you too. On the table, the old lady smiled mysteriously. Chapter 232. Intense Pain of Changing Bone. Auntie, what good news do you have? Fan Yuan immediately asked with a foolish grin. As he was asking, an old man walked in from outside. Bai Ningbing secretly glanced at the old man. This old man was a goo master. However, he only possessed rank 1 initial stage cultivation and was very old, there was nothing to worry. Young man, this is our village head. The old lady introduced the man. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing hurriedly stood up. Fan Yuan scratched his head, appearing to be uneasy. Honorable village head I am. He hadn't even introduced himself when the village head waved his hand with a smile. I know, you two are outsiders. Goo masters could sense the aura of other goo masters. However, Fang and Bai had the breath concealment goo in their ears. Their goo master aura were concealed, and the village head couldn't detect it. The old village head had obtained the report on these two strangers few days ago. But he didn't take it to heart. These days, besides Fang and Bai, there were many new people who had come to the village and lodged. If you want to come, just come, why is there a need to bring in gifts? The old lady grumbled. The old village head hadn't come empty-handed, he was holding a string of tied fishes. I caught the fish this morning from the pool. Your teeth aren't in a good condition, drink some fish soup to recover your health. The old village head smiled. The old lady gave him a supercilious look before accepting the fish. I will go cook the fish soup. One could sense the happiness in her voice. Bai Ningbing couldn't sense anything from how the two elderly behaved and spoke to each other. Fan Yuan's gaze, however, flashed, realizing this old man and the old lady might probably have fallen in love at this old age. Auntie, let me do it. Fan Yuan immediately said. You guys just sit and chat. There is good news. The old lady quickly waved her hand, indicating Fang and Bai to sit. I have told your story to the villagers, the village head is a goo master, he can help you guys. Goo master? Fan Yuan's eyes immediately opened as wide as saucers, he appeared stunned and stumped as he stood there. Bai Ningbing almost couldn't help rolling her eyes at Fan Yuan's expression. She also did her best to show a shocked expression, but her performance was clearly far behind Fan Yuan's, and she knew this clearly. The old village head laughed loudly at Fan Yuan's expression, He immediately felt this ugly and silly guy was somewhat adorable. Compared to Bai Ningbing, who only looked somewhat stunned, the old village head liked Fan Yuan more. "Come and sit down, you two youngsters, don't be reserved." He waved and sat down first. Fan Yuan acted bashful before he sat down. While puffing hard, he appeared nervous. Bai Ningbing also followed his expression from behind, but it looked somewhat unnatural. The old village head, however, didn't suspect anything. "I heard you guys had gone to sell herbs and salted meat, but unfortunately came across a wild beast. Your auntie told everything to me. You have helped her a lot these days. I have some purple maple leaves here. In a few days, a caravan will be coming here. You can sell these purple maple leaves and recover your capital." When Bai Ningbing realized this was the good news the old lady was talking about, she immediately lost her interest. This. Fan Yuan stuttered with happiness. Tears flowed out from his eyes as he choked with emotion. "Honored sir, you are really a good person, a great person." The old village head patted the shoulder of this devil and tried to sympathize. "No need to say that. Any person has their ups and downs in life. But I can't just give these purple maple leaves to you, otherwise the villagers will say something about it. How about this? Go help plow the fields in the eastern end of the village. You just need to do it for 7 days until the caravan arrives." He was actually really grateful to Fang and Bai. He had been a mortal who was born and raised in this village. He and the old lady had been childhood sweethearts. But the affairs of the world was fickle. The old lady was married off to someone else. During one time when a caravan had come by, a Gu master noticed his intelligence and gave him some help, turning him into a Gu master. Because of this, he became the village head. Although he still had feelings for the old lady, both of them had families and children, and it would leave a bad impression if he stayed overly in touch with her. Although he is the village head, he couldn't brazenly assist her. He had actually been secretly observing Fang and Bai, and felt their nature wasn't bad. They were hardworking and were honest kids, just that their luck was a bit bad. Hence, when the old lady told their story to him, he immediately agreed to help. "You agreed to the village head during the dinner. Are you really thinking of plowing the fields for 7 days for a cart of that purple whatever leaves?" In the house at night, Bai Ningbing puzzledly asked. "Purple maple leaves is of course not my true objective. Didn't you hear during the meal? A caravan will be passing through this place." Fan Yuan replied. "So what? Didn't you mention that caravans pass through Ziyu Mountain all year round? The caravans pass through once a year sometimes, and sometimes, once per half a year." What I had not expected was that a caravan would be coming in just a few days. I made some indirect inquiries and found that this caravan is traveling from east to west. Even if it doesn't go to Shangclan City, it will at least travel along our destination. Bai Ningbing suddenly understood. "You want to join the caravan and borrow their strength to reach Shangclan City?" She pondered over it for a while, increasingly feeling this was a great method. First of all, Earth-Hearing Eargrass was destroyed. They lacked investigative goo, which meant it would be quite troublesome if they were to travel by themselves. Secondly, they had committed crimes. The Bai clan was definitely chasing after them without rest. Joining the caravan was a great way to cover up their tracks. Finally, they had breath concealment goo and were able to disguise as mortals. The caravans would definitely take precautions against foreign goo masters, but definitely wouldn't have much vigilance against mortals. Even if they were to be discovered, there wouldn't be any problems. When that time comes, with a rank 3 and a rank 2 cultivations, they could still make an escape. The heads of the caravans normally possessed rank 3 cultivation. Those that were rank 4 like Jia Fu were quite rare. But even if we disguise as mortals, could we just casually enter the caravan? Bai Ningbing thought about it, but still had this worry. Fan Yuan chuckled. "Of course, we won't be able to just casually join a caravan. We would need a guarantor even as mortals. But I reckon the old village head can resolve this problem for us." Only then did Bai Ningbing felt relieved and let go of her worry. "I was worried for nothing. Indeed, with this guy's craftiness, how could he not have thought of this loophole?" she thought. "All right. I will be able to break through to rank 2 initial stage after 7 days. And I think it is time to use the iron bone goo and jade bone goo." Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched before saying lightly, "I already told you before to use them, but you didn't agree and just nurtured them vainly for so many days, wasting so much spring milk." Fan Yuan heaved a deep sigh. "Youngster, you are ignorant, and thus fearless of how much pain is involved in this. Tonight, we won't do dual cultivation. I need to properly rest my mind before I use the iron bone goo tomorrow night. Next day, Fang and Bai went to work the fields in the eastern end of the village like their agreement. Fan Yuan intentionally worked from morning till sunset. Hi's body contained enormous strength. This bit of work wasn't even worthy to be mentioned, but he could already hear other farmers taking notice of him and even looking up to him. At night, he sat cross-legged on the bed and concentrated on transferring primeval essence into the iron bone goo within his aperture. This goo was like a bone, with rounded and smooth ends, and slender mid-area. The whole bone was jet black as if it was made from iron. This goo was a rank 3 goo and it required instant consumption of great amounts of primeval essence to be activated. Fang Yuan was just a rank 1 goo master and shouldn't have been able to use it. But after Bai Ningbing transferred a lot of his Snow's silver primeval essence, he was barely qualified to activate it. The transferred Snow's silver primeval essence was almost completely used up in transferring to the iron bone goo. This goo first let out dark radiance before immediately melting down into iron liquid. It flew out from the aperture and merged with Fang Yuan's skeleton. Pain. An intense and inconceivable pain. Fang Yuan felt like his heart was branded by a scalding hot branding iron. Anywhere the iron liquid passed through in the bones felt like it was being roasted in burning coals. This kind of pain penetrated even the soul. Fang Yuan's face distorted under this pain. Immediately following, drops of sweat began to fall from Fang Yuan's forehead, and in the next moment, his whole body was drenched with sweat. After a long while, Fang Yuan couldn't endure the pain any longer and let out a groan. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. Because of the darkness, she hadn't been able to clearly see Fang Yuan's earlier expression and situation, but from this oppressed groan, she judged this pain was no small matter. She knew what insane willpower Fang Yuan had. He hadn't let out a word even when his whole body was covered with flames. But after using the iron bone goo, he let out such a sound. From this, one could tell how intense the pain was. Among the goo master's cultivation, 3 big aspects of nurture, use and refine. In regards to use, some goo were extremely peculiar. Iron bone goo was one of those, giving extremely intense pain when used. Unfortunately, one needed to endure this pain, and if in case they lost consciousness in the middle, all their efforts would be wasted. Historically, many famous goo masters had died from pain of using goo like the iron bone goo. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and persevered. The unbearable pain continued to flood in. He involuntarily let out several groan-like snorts from his nose. In the end, his whole body was almost paralyzed from the pain. He couldn't even exert any more strength in his jaws. When all of his bones were dyed a layer of black by the molten iron, he finally relaxed, and almost instantly, a burst of dizziness attacked him. His eyes blacked out and he started losing consciousness. However, he forcibly persevered, and after taking few deep breaths, he slowly laid down. "Is it over?" Bai Ningbing's voice came from the darkness. "Naturally." Fang Yuan sucked in cold air. His voice was hoarse but stable. "Go to sleep, we still need to work tomorrow." "Okay." Bai Ningbing felt greatly disappointed when she realized Fang Yuan was still able to be clear-headed. If he had fainted, she might have had a chance to get hold of the Yanggu. "No, that isn't right. Yanggu is inside Fang Yuan's aperture. How can I take it out without any special means?" Thinking of this, she let go her dark thoughts. The next day, Fang Yuan didn't go to work, instead staying in bed. The intense pain was still lingering around and tormenting him. If he made even a slight movement, the violent pain that emerged felt like a chainsaw was sawing at his nerves. The pain was temporarily dominating him and putting him into an extremely weak state. Let alone farm work, he was not able to even leave the bed and walk. At this instance, Bai Ningbing realized that Fang Yuan had forcibly kept up a facade last night. Resultantly, she went to the farm and did the work alone. By evening, Fang Yuan was able to make some movements. Bai Ningbing refused to believe him and used the jade bone goo. Obviously, she found out the absurd amount of pain Fang Yuan had suffered. As prideful as she was, she couldn't help groaning in pain and even grabbing the bed sheets. However, even though her whole body was trembling and shaking, she was able to persist till the end. An intense dizziness attacked her immediately after her success. She fell down on the bed and instantly lost her consciousness. Chapter 233. A Deep Misunderstanding. On the second day, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to lie on the bed, in so much pain that she could not move at all. Fang Yuan had recovered mostly, going off to plow the fields at the east of the hamlet. The old lady went into the room, asking in concern. Bai Ningbing kept saying she was fine, that she was tired after a day of physical work, and that she only needed to rest for a day. The old lady gave an understanding smile. Indeed, you were tired. Your actions these past 2 days were slightly loud. I could hear it all. What? Bai Ningbing could not understand it. Young lady, stop keeping it from me. I could tell a mile away. The old lady laughed. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk. Did her identity get exposed? How can that be? At once, a deep killing intent arose in her, but she could not bear to do it. She could cold-heartedly watch the Bai clan siblings burn to death, but that is because the Bai clan was destined to be their enemies. Although she was proud, she was not merciless like Fan Yuan. Towards people who had helped her, she would not be able to act. The old lady in front of her was such a case, and so was the former Bai clan leader from Bai Ningbing's clan. The old lady held no suspicions towards Bai Ningbing. She grabbed her hand and patted. Young lady, I can tell these few days, how can guys have such a butt and waist like yours? No wonder you wear a straw hat, and do not like talking. Although I am old, I am still a woman. We women have a talent compared to guys, that is, we are meticulous. Ah? Bai Ningbing did not know what to say. The old lady was enthusiastic, speaking in an understanding tone. I understand you, as a woman, dressing up like this outside to protect yourself, otherwise accidents might occur. Bai Ningbing was speechless. She hated people using the word woman to trigger her nerves. But towards this enthusiastic and simple old lady, she was very helpless. The old lady smiled until her eyes were a straight line, suddenly suppressing her voice. You two must be a couple, right? You have been too loud these days. I could even hear you from far away. I don't want to say this, but those actions, you have to restrain yourselves. This was simply a nightmare. Bai Ningbing's expression froze, like she was zapped by lightning. Auntie, it is not what you think. A long while later, she barely squeezed out this sentence, her expression extremely stiff. Sigh, why are you so shy? It's nothing, you can tell me everything. I've lived for so many years, what have I not seen? The granny winked, laughing until her teeth were showing. And then her gaze shifted to the bed, subconsciously or not. Bai Ningbing followed her gaze, and just wanted to kill herself. But honestly, the bedsheets were torn by her. Next, the old lady said a few things to her, but Bai Ningbing's brain was in a mess, not listening to a single word. In the afternoon, when Fan Yuan came back to eat, the old lady blocked him at the door, kindly reminding. Lad, your wife has told me already. I know youngsters are in heat, but you have to take care of your own bodies, and even more concern for your wife. Remember my words, okay? Huh? Fan Yuan opened his mouth wide, not able to react to what he has just heard. The old lady clicked her tongue, using a dissatisfied and helpless tone. Everything about you is good, except that you are too simple. Being so honest, you'll lose out eventually. If Guyu clan, Tai Divine Investigator, or Bai Hua and Bai Xing heard these words, they might jump out of their graves. Fan Yuan stood on the spot in daze. Suddenly light flashed across his eyes, and he finally got it. Oh. That, he. He scratched his head sheepishly, nodding. Auntie, you are right, I get it. At the dinner table, he saw Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at him coldly, her body almost emitting cold air. The corners of Fan Yuan's eyes had been twitching non-stop. This matter was a reminder to Fan Yuan as well. Fan Yuan can easily portray any role, that is because he has a rich experience and broad horizon. But Bai Ningbing was not, because even after disguise she still has her flaws. Thankfully, this flaw is small, and in this world, whenever a woman traveled, she would definitely dress up as a male, to reduce the potential danger she might encounter. Even though this misunderstanding was very awkward, Fan Yuan had to admit that this can better conceal their true identities. Bai Ningbing's mood became worse. That night, she asked Fan Yuan again, when he can return the Yanggu to her. Fan Yuan could only answer, that once he reached rank 3, he would return it to her. Bai Ningbing snorted, she understood Fan Yuan, she would rather die than trust Fan Yuan's words. But now she could not take the Yanggu by force yet. When I get to Shan Clan City, I have to get at least a poison Val Gu, 3-hand Gu, or even Seize Gu would work too. Thinking so, Bai Ningbing was even more anxious about getting to Shan Clan City. Other than dual cultivation, Fan Yuan's cultivation has a new chapter added to it. That is, using the crocodile strength Gu to increase his strength. Speaking of which, being able to feed the crocodile strength Gu to this date was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. The ones to thank were the Bai clan. It was due to getting large amount of crocodile meat from them that Fan Yuan was able to raise it to now. Otherwise, it would have starved to death long ago. Crocodile strength goo was like black and white boar goo, they permanently added strength to the goo master's body. But before rank 6, a goo master still has a mortal body. Like a bowl, it cannot contain a lake, a goo master's body has its limits eventually. That is also why Fang Yuan could not use the crocodile strength goo before. But now, he had obtained the iron bones goo and jade bones goo from Bai Goo Mountain. These two goo were expenditure type goo. Each had their merits, and their values were about the same, able to permanently improve the goo master's physique. Choosing which goo decides the progression route of the goo master. When goo masters used goo, there were much to consider. Some goo could not be used together, while some complemented each other and produced greater effect when used together. Bai Ningbing once used the ice muscles goo, thus her body was made of ice muscles. Ice muscles stop perspiration, thus she cannot use a goo like blood sweat goo in the future. And if she uses the jade bones goo, her original mortal bones would become jade bones. Ice muscles and jade bones, it was a superb combination. Each person has their own needs. Ice muscles jade bones might suit Bai Ningbing, but it does not suit Fang Yuan. Considering the legendary goo at Shangclan City, Fang Yuan plans, he wanted to form the most effective steel tendon iron bones. Being able to get the iron bones goo on Bai Goo Mountain, it was a perfect scenario for him. After using the iron bones goo, Fang Yuan's bones were tough as iron now. With his body foundation improved, he can now add the strength of 1 crocodile in addition to the strength of 2 boars. His strength continued to rise. 7 days passed in a flash. According to their initial agreement, Fang Yuan got a cart of purple maple leaves from the old village head. These goods were very cheap, the entire cart could not even sell for 2 primeval stones. But this was not Fang Yuan's objective, he only wanted to hide his identity and follow and get closer to the caravan. When the caravan arrived, it was 3 days later than the old village head expected. Only on the 9th day did they appear. The originally peaceful town boomed with life again. The caravan's size was huge. Bus-sized black-skinned fat beetles carried goods and people as they crawled slowly. Beside them, colored ostriches dragged the dray. Mountain large spiders wrapped boxes and containers on their bodies, winged snakes meandered, and toads carried large bundles on them. These stead-type goo formed the main body of the caravan. Other than that, there were large numbers of mortals pulling cows, horses, or carrying bamboo bags. This year's caravan is finally here. Every time I see these snakes, I get a little scared. Lord Goo Masters are really amazing, they can make these ruthless snakes so tame. I hope my cured meat can be sold this time. I don't expect a high price, I'll be satisfied with just a few primeval stone fragments. Yeah, our luck is not as good as the outsider. The village head is too biased, that is an entire cart of purple maple leaves, to think he gave them away like that. The villagers made many temporary stalls at the village entrance, as Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing dragged a cart of purple maple leaves, mixed among them. Among these people, some were all locals, others were from other villages, carrying goods with them. Places with people will have competition for benefits. Fang and Bai, even though they stay at the village and plowed fields for 7 days, their cart of purple maple leaves attracted many jealous gazes into them. Fang Yuan, of course, did not pay them any attention. He was secretly observing the members of the approaching caravan. This caravan is a mixed one, with many different clan forces among them gathered together. It was not like the Jia clan caravan, with Jia clan as the main force. This caravan, other than the selected leader, there were also a number of vice leaders, like an alliance army. This was good news to Fang Yuan. The more complex the structure of the caravan, the easier it is for him to mix in. Hey, how much are you selling this cart of purple maple leaves? Someone quickly came to ask for prices. 2.5 primeval stones. Fang Yuan said. 2.5? You might as well go rob. The person stared with wide-opened eyes. Buy it or leave. Bai Ningbing said at the side. Humph. The person waved his sleeves and walked off. If they really sold this cart, what excuse would Fang and Bai use to join the caravan? Thus, they purposely denied 3 potential buyers and deterred them. Until evening, they still did not manage to sell the cart of purple maple leaves. Instead, others managed to sell most of their medicine grass, cured meat, milk, etc. After all, the caravan was huge, they needed to replenish these goods. Many people saw Fang and Bai as a joke, and some even start to mock them. Some kind people reminded them to reduce the price appropriately. But Fang and Bai paid them all no heed. Before night time, Fang Yuan pretended to be dejected, dragging this cart of purple maple leaves back to the old village head's house. The old village head asked and sighed, "You too, I told you that 2 primeval stones were already a high price. We can sell it even for 1.5. Why didn't you listen to me? Adamantly selling at 2.5. Chapter 234. Arrest Warrant. You have to know, there are lots of purple maple leaves on Ziyu Mountain. Those people buy it because it is more convenient for them, and they can save time from picking them. Sigh, it's pointless to tell you now. Never mind, never mind." The old village head continuously sighed. Fang Yuan bobbed his head. "We just wanted to sell it for more primeval stones. One is to recoup the cost, the other is to take care of our parents. Who would have thought that after so much effort, it could not be sold?" He sounded anxious, a hint of crying in his speech. Hearing his words, the old village head's heart softened, the grudge in his heart dispersing by more than half. Fang Yuan said again, "No worries, Lord Village Head, I have decided to follow the caravan tomorrow. By lowering the price, I'm sure we can sell it eventually." "Follow the caravan? Who allowed you to follow the caravan?" The old village head stared with wide-open eyes. Fang Yuan said as a matter of fact, "I saw many mortals in the caravan. If they can follow, why can we?" The old village head rested his head on his arm. "Those are the family servants of the Lord Gu Masters. You think simply anyone can just follow them? What if people with ill intentions mix in among them?" "Ah?" Fang Yuan's mouth opened wide, stunned on the spot. "Then how?" "The caravan is leaving tomorrow." Sigh. The old man sighed deeply. "Never mind, I'll help you to the end. Tomorrow I'll beg them to let you into the caravan, it'll all be up to your fate." The sun had just rose, and there were still a few stars visible in the light blue sky. Looking afar, Ziyu Mountain is enveloped in a dark purple color, peaceful and mysterious. After a night of rest, the caravan had started loading up their goods already. "Inspect the goods once more. Tie the ropes tightly. If anything drops during the journey, we will punish you with 100 beatings. Quick, 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 feed our black skin beetles till full." Gu Masters ordered and sent their family servants into a busy state. Some had bad temper. Holding a whip in their hands, whoever moved slowly would be whipped. Some loved their Gu worms, and fed them personally. "Lord Qin." The old village head bowed, paying respects to one of the vice leaders in the caravan. "Oh, old Zhang, I am busy here, just tell me what you have to say." This Qin Gu Master said. "It is like this. I have 2 juniors, doing small business." Before the old village head finished, Qin Gu Master suddenly shouted, "Chen Xian, why are you in a daze? Go and feed the winged snakes. You think those servants can feed them properly? That snake of yours had already swallowed 3 servants these few days." "Yes, clan elder." Chen Xian was grabbed, raising his head and said. But Qin Gu Master did not let go of him, chiding again. "How many times have I told you, call me clan elder in the village, in the caravan, you have to address me as vice leader." Yes, Lord Vice Leader," Chen Xian answered, running away swiftly. "This rascal!" Qin Gu Master scolded under his breath in anger, before turning to the old village head. "What did you say earlier? Oh, you want me to vouch for your 2 juniors to enter the caravan? Lord is truly wise, that is the case." Old village head quickly answered. "That." Qin Gu Master purposely hummed. The old village head was turned into a Gu Master by him, because this route needed for the caravan to pass by, he needed someone who worked for him. For caravans traveling, those villages were crucial, but the mortal hamlets along the way cannot be ignored as well, they were equally important. The caravans had many people and much to do, much living resources would be quickly expended and need to be replenished along the way. There are also servants. When they encounter danger, some servants die and manpower becomes lacking. The caravan will have to select some mortals in those hamlets to recruit. Speaking of which, among Qin Gu Master's family servants, manpower was starting to feel lacking. After all mortals had cheap lives, they were just the type of expendable resources that can talk and move. Henceforth, when I cross by Ziyu Mountain, I will still need to make use of old Zhang. If I don't accede to his request, wouldn't that discourage him? Although I am lacking manpower now, I cannot agree so easily. I have to wait, and sell this favor at a good price." Qin Gu Master was still considering, when a messenger Gu Master from the caravan came running. There was a stack of paper in his hand, as he ran and shouted, "All members take note, there is a new arrest warrant, there is a new arrest warrant." he shouted as he pasted a piece of paper on a black-skinned fat beetle's body. New arrest warrant? From which clan? How much bounty? Retrieve it for me. Chingu Master was interested. Yes, Vice Leader. The messenger Gu Master quickly handed over a piece of paper. Chingu Master looked. Oh, an arrest warrant from Bai clan. As long as information is accurate, they will give 1,000 primeval stones. So much. Chingu Master's eyes shone, gaining interest in the matter. There were 2 prices on the warrant. One was information price, the other was killing price. Information priced at 1,000 primeval stones. Normally it is used for a wanted demonic cultivator that has made a name for himself. But this poster only showed 2 youngsters, with proper features, and one was even very beautiful. 1 male, 1 female, these were 2 newbies. One is a rank 1 Gu Master, the other is rank 3. With information price of 1,000 primeval stones, and killing price of 8,000 primeval stones. Pfft, it seems that Bai clan hates these 2 demonic rascals to the core. Hee hee. Chingu Master laughed at their predicament, so long as it is not his Chin family. What he did not know was, these 2 demonic rascals were near him. The old village head took a look at the arrest warrant, and a chill came from within his heart. Gu Master's world is really dangerous. Such a beautiful youngster is actually a criminal demonic cultivator. Let's just hope that they are not coming to our village. Alright, seeing how you've worked hard for all these years, old Zhang, I will accede to your request. Chingu Master said. Ah, thank you, Lord. Lord, I will call them here now. The old village head was overjoyed. Chingu Master waved his hand. No need, I'm very busy. Just get them to report to Chin Xian. Towards 2 mortals, he held no interest. At the same time, he did not connect them to the arrest warrant in his hand. After all, this is the Bai clan's request, and they were thousands of li away. Chingu Master subconsciously felt that he had a very safe distance away. This was a very common thinking. Even on modern Earth, when murder cases happen in cities, no matter how ruthless and vile it is, other cities do not feel much danger, even if transportation is so advanced. Other than that, they also have a fluke mind mentality. In this vast world, where people lived everywhere, how would these 2 demonic scoundrels come to my caravan? Then I would be way too unlucky. It's impossible. People always tend to think that unlucky events would not occur on themselves. Moreover, many people in arrest warrants are extremely vicious and cruel characters, attracting people's attention. 2 newbies like Fang and Bai, 1 rank 3 and 1 rank 1, what could they amount to? Chin Xian saw the 2 of them but did not think of the warrant at all. Fang and Bai's image had changed completely, not just the disfigured Fan Yuan, but after these days of practicing, she also started to become more natural. Chin Xian lost interest immediately, especially Fan Yuan's appearance made him disgusted. He was only rank 1, while Fan Yuan rose to rank 2 several days ago. Chin Xian observed them carelessly, and did not feel any Gu Master aura, thus calling an old attendant and getting him to arrange Fang and Bai's jobs. What are your names? The old attendant asked. Only at this time did someone ask for their names. My name is Hei Tu, my wife is called Bai Yun. Fan Yuan casually said. Female? The old attendant frowned. He stared at Bai Ningbing and looked, seeing her dark skin appearance and her dazed look. She's called Bai Yun? This Hei Tu is also really ugly. Women are trouble, you have to be more careful. If something happens, don't blame me for not reminding you guys. The old attendant said. I know, this cart beside me is filled with purple maple leaves. My wife is staying on the cart and taking care of the goods. I do not want much interaction with other people. Fan Yuan said. Humph, good that you understand. The old attendant arranged a physical task for the 2 to move goods, but for Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing, it is no issue at all. But Bai Ningbing had to pretend and act like she was out of breath constantly, causing her mental fatigue. Not far away, some family servants were slacking, resting at a corner. Their gazes were directed towards Fang and Bai. Brother Chan, there's 2 newcomers. Some people saw them bringing in their private goods. That's an entire cart of purple maple leaves. A thin family servant said excitedly. Depriving newcomers, it was the ritual that the caravan old-timers often did. Brother Chang squatted on the ground, squinting. I see it. Skinny monkey, go test them out. His body was strong as an ox. Although his muscles were developed, he was not a rash person. In this world where Gu Masters ruled above all, the strength of a mortal is nothing spectacular. Being able to become the most important person in this small circle, he had some wits after all. Skinny Monkey sighed. Under everyone's supervision, he got near to Fan Yuan. Hey brother, where are you from? Others call me Brother Monkey. From now on we will be working together. I hope we can work together amicably. Skinny Monkey forced out a smile. Fan Yuan gave him a glance, only saying a word. Scram. Skinny Monkey's eyes expanded as he showed a look of rage. Fan Yuan did not look at him, but continued moving his goods. He had worked in the caravan in his previous life, extremely clear of such rituals. In plain words, Skinny Monkey was testing water, using words to test out Fan Yuan's identity. If he did not have any backing, they would work together and bully him, depriving him of some benefits. But the truth is, not only are humans like this, Gu Masters were the same, they just did it more elegantly. Moving alone and risking their lives, it included fighting with wild beasts. Moving together in groups, it was competing with their own kind. At places with benefits, there were conflicts. There is only so much space after all, everyone wants to live better, and have more room to themselves. What can they do? They can only invade other people's spaces. Skinny Monkey had not expected Fan Yuan to not give face, thus he was stunned at the spot, staring intently at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not give a thought about such a character. Mortals were cheap as grass, even if one or two were killed, so what? As long as the goods were still delivered, the Gu Masters in charge would not care. Even if they did, Fan Yuan had backup methods to resolve this issue. All in all, trying to provoke Fan Yuan, these family servants were courting death. What? Why are you not scramming? You want me to chase you away? Fan Yuan gave Skinny Monkey a cold look again. Skinny Monkey snorted, but did not explode in anger, instead taking his leave. Such a strong attitude, it caused Brother Chang to feel threatened. Did these two have some sort of background? Otherwise, how could they be so arrogant? I had better check up on their backgrounds first. Chapter 235. Shang Xinci. The caravan traveled for the whole day, and chose a valley to camp for the night. The day went pretty good for the caravan as they only came across 3 small beast groups. They killed 2 groups and chased one away. Calculating the losses and the profits they made from killing the beast groups, they had made some profits instead. The setting sun dyed the clouds with colors: red, orange, grayish-red, purple. There were all kinds of colors. The clouds also formed into all kinds of shapes, appearing like a roaring lion one moment, or galloping Pegasus the next moment, or a blossoming sea of flowers. The multicolored sunlight shone upon the valley which resembled a jade-green gem. After the caravan finished all the arrangements for the night, there was a certain area in the caravan that was a cacophony of noises. Come, have a look, today's freshly slaughtered beast meat. Buttermilk, fragrant and sweet buttermilk. Only 10 pieces of clothing remaining, stock clearance sale. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were also among the crowd. They dragged their handcart and occupied an area. At their left was a stall selling wild herbs and at their right was a stall selling milk. Bai Ningbing was rather interested in all this as she looked all around her. To think there would be a small bazaar like this in the caravan. If there's consumption, there will be transactions, and the consumption will thus stimulate marketplaces. Fan Yuan answered. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed, these words were truly incisive. She looked at Fan Yuan. Are you planning on selling these purple maple leaves? Fan Yuan slightly nodded his head. We have already entered the caravan so we can just conveniently dispose of them now. Keeping them with us will only attract the greed of some scoundrels. What's more, it wasn't easy to preserve purple maple leaves. They had it for just over a day, and already the purple maple leaves on Fan Yuan's cart were showing signs of withering. And as time continued to pass, their value will only get lesser and lesser. Of course, Fan Yuan didn't care about measly 2 primeval stones. However, just throwing them off wouldn't be in accord to their current identities, and would only serve to raise suspicions. The small bazaar in the caravan is divided into 2 types. The one we are dealing in is only the transactions between mortals and it will be held every day. Another type is the transactions between Gu Masters, which is held once a week. Fan Yuan said. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes covered by the straw hat slightly brightened. It would be helpful to us if we could join the small bazaar held for Gu Masters. Shan Clan City is still a great distance away. If not anything else, we need an investigative Gu to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. I have already planned this out, but it's still too early. Fan Yuan confidently smiled as he thought of a certain thing in his tusita flower. The two were discussing softly, when a male servant walked over while staggering. He was wearing shabby and torn clothes, his face filled with bloodstains, a clear resemblance to beggars. As he walked to the stall beside Fan Yuan's, and saw the pots filled with milk, he swallowed his saliva. "Brother, could you give me some milk to drink?" "Go away. Don't hinder my business." The milk seller impatiently waved his hands. This male servant, helplessly, walked away towards Fang and Bai's cart. Two brothers. He hadn't even finished saying his sentence, when Fan Yuan walked to the front and kicked him, shouting with a vicious tone, "Screw off." The male servant fell down to the ground, his ragged clothes were stained by the black muddy soil. His previous wounds were stimulated by the kick, making him grimace in pain. He climbed up with great difficulty, and looked at Fan Yuan with hatred. "Good, I will remember this, we are all mortals, everyone has a bad day." Humph. Fan Yuan's expression turned cold as he raised his feet again. Bam! This servant fell to the ground again. Dare to say one more word? Fan Yuan stared down at this servant fiercely. The servant gave a vicious glare at Fan Yuan as he crawled up, but he didn't dare to squeak a word. However, just as he stood up, he was again met with Fan Yuan's kick. "I don't like your expression." Fan Yuan indifferently spoke with his arms crossed at his chest. The servant lowered his head and crawled up silently, not daring to look at Fan Yuan again. He didn't continue begging any more and walked far away. Looking at his departing figure, Bai Ningbing asked in bewilderment, "Strange, how can there be a beggar in the caravan? This is normal. This servant must have made a mistake, or his master is in bad mood today." In short, he was beaten by a Gu master, and also had his meal cancelled. Fan Yuan shrugged his shoulders, his gaze, however, coldly glanced towards a corner. In a corner, 3 to 4 sturdily built servants were catching new faces, bullying the newcomers. After noticing the situation at Fan Yuan's, they retrieved their gazes and looked at other targets. Mortals had cheap lives, their status were extremely low, and their survival was as difficult as walking on steel wire. Inside the caravan, the Gu masters could easily beat them to death and take their lives like cutting grass. Anyway, mortals like them could be replenished easily in the hamlets along the way. Every time the caravans came across danger, there would be large numbers of dying mortals. Besides these, there were also secret and almost desperate struggles between the mortals themselves. Fan Yuan had just arrived at the caravan, but 2 groups already wanted to find troubles for him. He, naturally, wasn't afraid of these trouble, and could easily resolve them, but he would rather resolve them earlier. Of course, there were some mortals who lived beautiful lives. Most of them were those with backgrounds or were relatives and friends of Gu masters, using this identity to do as they liked. After the beggar walked away, 2 groups of mortals approached Fan Yuan. The head of one group was an old man with sharp eyes. After asking Fan Yuan for the price, he immediately lowered the price to a quarter. Fan Yuan reckoned this old geezer's identity should be the chief supervisor in charge of arranging the tasks for the servants. The head of another group was a woman. She was actually wearing silk clothing and her eyes gave off seductive glances. Fan Yuan immediately understood she must be a sex tool of a certain or some male Gu masters. The 2 heads were both accompanied by a large number of people, and although they were mortals, their status were extremely evident. They lowered the price to a very low amount, with the intention of buying low and selling high. They had some wealth and were not like most of the servants who could not even be sure if they could get a meal that day. While Fan Yuan had no need for this cart of purple maple leaves, in order to match with his current identity and not let the cat out of the bag, he refused the lowered prices of these 2 people. The old man left with pleasant countenance, but there was threat hidden in his tone. The woman just walked away while cursing and swearing. "I will sell this cart of rotten leaves to the next person that comes to bid." Just when Fan Yuan was pondering over his next action, the small bazaar suddenly went in an uproar. Some people excitedly cheered and shouted, "The kind-hearted lady of Zhang clan has arrived! Lady Zhang is compassionate and kind, she is a fairy incarnate. She is a really good person, I won't go hungry today. What's happening?" Bai Ningbing surveyed the situation and saw a green image appearing through the entrance of the bazaar. Fan Yuan was also bewildered. What's up with this? "Lady Zhang! Fairy Zhang!" A group of servants flocked over to the woman, and instantly, the bazaar entrance was crowded. These people were mostly the ones who were punished by Gu masters and didn't have anything to eat now. The man who Fan Yuan kicked earlier was also among them, extending his neck and arms. "Don't be in a hurry, everyone, there is plenty of it, slow down," the green-clothed girl said. Her voice was gentle and soft, and was immediately submerged in the shouts of the crowd. "Keep your mouths shut! Line up and come one by one. Anyone that dares to rush over or shout will immediately be slashed by me." Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded within the little bazaar. An old but tough Gu master appeared in everyone's sights. And as he gazed at everyone with his ferocious gaze, the noisy little bazaar immediately went silent. This was the authority of a Gu master. There was no one who didn't believe he wouldn't do what he just said. As a Gu master, so long as their mood was bad, what was killing off 2 or 3 mortals considered? The crowd pushed and shoved each other, and soon lined up in a neat long row. In front of the queue, the green-clothed girl held a basket of steamed buns and distributed them. The whole little bazaar was absolutely silent. Countless gazes looked at the green-clothed girl with respect, worship, and even love. Bai Ningbing was curious and asked the stall owner to the side, "Who is she?" "What, you don't even know of Lady Zhang Xianci? You should be newcomers, right?" "Zhang Xianci?" Fan Yuan asked, his brows tightly locked. "Speak up everything you know." The stall owner recalled how ruthlessly Fan Yuan had kicked the servant earlier. He didn't dare to conceal anything. "Lady Zhang is also one of the deputy leaders of our caravan. She doesn't have aptitude towards cultivation and is immortal like us. However, she has a strong background in her clan. The Gu master beside her is her bodyguard. I have lived for so long, but truthfully, I have never seen such a kind-hearted person. Lady Zhang brings some food almost every evening for the starved servants. She comes even if the weather is bad. Sigh, heaven is unfair, they prevented such a person from cultivating." Bai Ningbing nodded her head and smiled, saying towards Fan Yuan, "Truly, all sorts of people exist in this world." Fan Yuan didn't respond. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fan Yuan in confusion, and saw something wrong with Fan Yuan's expression. The latter was gazing fixedly at the green-clothed girl, his brows almost furrowed into a knot. The green-clothed girl had silky jet-black hair draping over her shoulders, accentuating her beauty. Her eyebrows were thin like smoke, her eyes as clear as the moon. Her skin was snow-white, and her lips were pink and tender. She had no makeup on her face, looking soft and gentle. The slight smile she gave from time to time when distributing the steamed buns was pure and innocent. She was wearing green clothing and had a fresh and plain aura. She was elegant like an orchid, graceful like a lotus, and gentle like water. In terms of looks, she was on the same level as Bai Ningbing, but she could be said to be once in 1,000 years beauty. If a woman has fine appearance, they can only be considered to be good-looking, just like common beverages. Only with disposition can they be called beautiful, like well-aged liquor. No doubt, this green-clothed girl was an absolute beauty. However, no matter how beautiful you were, how moving your disposition was, they were all pointless in Fan Yuan's eyes. Fan Yuan was not looking at her appearance. No matter how beautiful and what disposition one had, if you cut open their skin and flesh, they were all skeletons. However, he was baffled as he thought of a certain figure. "Isn't this girl Zhang Xianci?" Zhang Xianci was one of the young masters of the Shang clan. Within a clan, the clan leader's sons and daughters were all called young masters. Only the heirs who are able to obtain the elder's approval could be called young clan leader. With her identity as the young master of the Shang clan, Zhang Xianci was a girl with good fortune. Everyone knew the Shang clan members were greedy and treacherous, but this Zhang Xianci was the only exception. She was soft and weak, didn't like fighting, and was very lenient. She was the worst businessman of the Shang clan. When she did business, she not only made frequent losses, but was also frequently cheated by others. She easily trusted others, and the crucial point was she didn't learn after being cheated and would continue to be cheated by others. As the young master of the Shang clan, she was once taken as a disgrace of the Shang clan and was someone no one thought highly of. However, considering that she possessed the bloodline of the Shang clan leader, she was not expelled from the clan. She didn't discriminate mortals but instead felt strongly sympathetic towards them, giving care and assistance. Several times she had even bought off all the slaves in auction, and was severely reprimanded by the Shang clan leader. However, fate was truly wonderful. In the end, she became the head of the Shang clan. Chapter 236. Kindness will be rewarded. But why is she here? And why is she called Zhang Xianci? In my memories, she was clearly a Gu master. Why are they saying she doesn't have cultivation aptitude and is immortal? Fan Yuan was bewildered. Is she not Zhang Xianci and is only similar in appearance? But this is too similar. No, wait a second. Fan Yuan's rummaged through his mind, and suddenly, he extracted a very old information from the depths of his memories. Shang Xianxi had a rough life. She was an illegitimate child born of Shang clan leader when he had gone out to travel. She didn't have a father since young and had to endure being bullied. After her mother died, her life became more difficult. She was forced by her clansmen to follow the caravan and become a merchant. In the end, when she arrived at Shang clan city, the Shang clan leader sensed her bloodline. Shang clan leader felt both surprised and happy, admitting her as his daughter in front of the public. But he still felt he owed her a lot, thus he would bear with and cover up a lot of her mistakes. Upon thinking this, Fan Yuan's gaze brightened. So that's it, I understand now. Combining the situation before him with the broken clues in his memories, Fan Yuan arrived at the truth. Many years ago, when Shang clan leader was only a young master of the Shang clan, he left his seed in Zhang clan. It was Shang Xianxi. Shang clan and Zhang clan were at odds with each other since ancient times. When Shang Xianxi was born, her mother didn't dare to reveal about the Shang clan leader due to this. Thus, Shang Xianxi was born as a disgraceful illegitimate child and took on her mother's surname. This was the reason why she was still being called as Shang Xianxi. After her mother died, she was forced by the clansmen to be a merchant. And after she ended up arriving at Shang clan city, her bloodline was discovered. Her father had also become the Shang clan leader, and with such a high status, he acknowledged her in front of everybody, completely changing her fate. So to say, this caravan is her first journey as a merchant. Fan Yuan's heart began to thump loudly when he realized this. One should know, this Shang Xianxi was a stock that was absolutely guaranteed to increase. She was the future Shang clan leader. No one would believe it if it was said now. Of course, the future was prone to changes. Even in the original track in his memories, there were drastic changes in the world, and even the powerful Shang clan was already ruined by the time she became the clan leader. To Fan Yuan, waiting till she became Shang clan leader was a very long investment without any returns. Her value didn't lie in the time she became the clan leader, but rather when she was acknowledged by the Shang clan leader and became one of the Shang clan's young masters. As a young master, she would definitely be given responsibility over a part of the business. This was the tradition of the Shang clan to nurture the clan's successors. It was exactly this point which Fan Yuan desired. He needed a way to dispose of the goods, a stable, favorable and safe channel. In his important plans after his rebirth, this was absolutely necessary. In the future, he would definitely open up many secret inheritances. There would be many things which he does not need, and by selling them he would be revealing their enormous worth. For instance, those bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo in Bai Ningbing's aperture currently. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing just needed one of them, at most another one for backup. If they didn't sell them, these goo would just die in their hands and they would even waste a lot of milk in feeding them. Previously, Fan Yuan had intended to temporarily use Jia Jinxing as a channel to dispose goods, then it would be best if he could connect to Jia Fu to nurture this channel. The result: Destiny liked to play with people. Because of being subjected to the secret of Flower Wine Monk's inheritance, he had no choice but to kill Jia Jinxing. This is a gift heaven has sent to me. Fan Yuan heaved a deep sigh as his gaze towards the distant Shang Xianxi turned bright as fire. Shang clan had deep foundations at least before that violent storm which engulfed the southern border. It was one of the overlords of the southern border. When stolen goods were sold to them, the victims wouldn't dare to come find trouble. However, because their influence was too strong, Fan Yuan is also worried about possible backstabbing. They belonged to righteous path on the surface, but the core of the Shang clan members were all black. This was actually quite normal. However, Shang Xianxi was the exception. She had been tested by many changes and upheaval in the history of her 100 years. Her kindness, gentleness, benevolence and honesty were praised far and wide in Fan Yuan's previous life, her reputation resounding all over the southern border. The most important thing was that she didn't have any foundation. Different from other young masters, she would walk a solitary path after she arrived at Shang clan city. In future, she would make many mistakes, but it wasn't because she was not intelligent, but rather because of the other young master's secret plotting to suppress their competitor. Fan Yuan needed her as a channel, and she also similarly needed the external help Fan Yuan if she wanted to live a better life in the future. Most importantly, she was easy to manipulate and influence. Her youth and kind nature were both weaknesses Fan Yuan could exploit. Ha! Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed from the side. You took a fancy to her, right? What? Fan Yuan's thoughts paused. Don't pretend, we are both men, I can understand just from looking at your gaze. Anyway, this little girl is quite pleasing to the eyes, but it will be very difficult for you to obtain her. Unless I help you and find an opportunity to secretly kidnap her. As an exchange, give the Yanggu to me first. Bai Ningbing tried to entice Fan Yuan. However, Fan Yuan's next sentence made her seethe in anger. You are a man? You! Things were a bit troublesome now. First of all, Fan Yuan needed to approach Shang Xinci, then obtain her trust. However, he didn't have a lot of time, he must settle everything before she reaches Shang Clan City. Bai Ningbing's idea of capturing her was too dumb and risky. It would just cause the situation to be even more messed up. Fan Yuan was very clear the reason why Shang Xinci could be repeatedly cheated. It was not that she was stupid, but rather she was too kind. In his previous life, there was a demonic path figure called Knight Gentleman. He was an expert thief and was as cunning as a fox. He had swindled Shang Xinci many times using the same excuse. One day, he couldn't endure it anymore and asked, I always tell you this, aren't you worried I am swindling you? At that time, Shang Xinci had replied, You say you are unable to make ends meet, and if you aren't able to immediately borrow some primeval stones, your family will starve to death. I know that you are most likely deceiving me, but every time you say this, I can't bear to think that what if you were saying the truth this time? And if I didn't lend you the money, then several lives might be lost. Although that is not likely to happen, I don't want to bet on it. When the Night Lord heard Shang Xinci's reply, he couldn't stop his tears from flowing. He was so moved by her that he fell on his knees on the spot. After this event, he changed from demonic to righteous, and followed Shang Xinci with unwavering loyalty, achieving many war exploits. The sun was slowly swallowed by the mountain ranges in the west, and the night gradually descended. The long queue of people also decreased, till all the servants received food and dispersed. All right, that's it for today. I will come again tomorrow. She hadn't even finished speaking when a figure suddenly jumped in front of her. What kind of face was this? Eyebrows all burned off, only a bit of hair remained and one ear less. Who was it if not Fan Yuan? Shang Xinci was startled, the maids behind her even screamed in fright. What the hell are you doing? That tall and sturdy old Gu master immediately shouted. Lady Zhang, please buy my goods. Fan Yuan didn't care about this old Gu master, and screamed towards Shang Xinci. Bai Ningbing silently stood far away, enjoying Fan Yuan's performance. I have one steamed bun remaining, take it, okay? Shang Xinci revealed a gentle smile. She didn't feel any revulsion towards Fan Yuan, only sympathy. She tried to think of how much pain he must have experienced for such severe wounds. Sigh, such a pitiful person. Fan Yuan but threw the steamed bun on the ground. I don't need this, I want to sell my goods. I sold my old house and bought this cart of purple maple leaves. But I haven't been able to sell it, the leaves will soon wither up, what meaning will my life have then? Sob sob, I don't want to live if I can't sell it. I should just smash my head and die. He started to weep while speaking. He stamped his feet and howled, his expression carried a hint of madness and was extremely moving. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck. This acting skill, I really have no hope of catching up. If she didn't know about Fan Yuan, even she might have been deceived by Fan Yuan. She then observed the expressions and gazes of the crowd, stunned, disdainful, sympathy, indifference, but there were no suspicions. Who is this man? Charging over so suddenly, scared me to death. Such greed, he actually wants Lady Zhang to buy his goods. Serves him right. Does he think trading is so easy? Sigh, the buyers must have demanded a lower price. When I think of those times I encountered. There were all kinds of discussions going on in the crowd. TSK, you lunatic, you actually dared to frighten our young lady, screw off this instant. That old Gu master's tongue seemed to give off lightning sparks as he took a step forward and protected Shang Xinci behind him. Lady Zhang, I don't want to live if you don't buy my goods. Lady Zhang, you are a good person, please buy this cart of purple maple leaves and save me. Fan Yuan wailed without ceasing. Shang Xinci's heart softened. Sigh, don't cry. I will buy them, but life is the most valuable thing in our life. Live properly from now and don't give up on life so easily. Uncle Zhang Zhu, give him 3 primeval stones. Mississippi. The old Gu master's brows furrowed. Huh, it worked. Maybe I should do this too. A commotion erupted among the stall owners. Thank you, lady, thank you. Lady Zhang, you are my He-Tu's savior. Fan Yuan was greatly ecstatic, and there were signs of tears on his face as he repeatedly bowed. The old Gu master's eyelids twitched. He looked at the cart behind Fan Yuan. This cart of purple maple leaves is worth 2 primeval stones at most. 3 is too much. Uncle Zhang Zhu. Shang Xinci said with a soft voice. The old Gu master heaved a deep sigh. Miss, it isn't that I am unwilling to part with 3 primeval stones. But this amount is too big for a mere servant like him. It is bound to attract those who will eye the money and scheme against him. Miss, for his own safety, we should just give him 2 primeval stones. Moreover, all the peddlers might come over tomorrow if you give it to him like this. Uncle Zhang Zhu is correct, then please give him 2 primeval stones. Shang Xinci pondered for a while and readily agreed. Fan Yuan accepted the 2 primeval stones with trembling hands. He looked deeply at Shang Xinci. Miss Zhang, you are a great person, you will definitely be rewarded. Chapter 237. Thrashing. Many stall owners looked at Fan Yuan in envy. Fan Yuan put the 2 primeval stones he received into his pocket, and abandoning the handcart, he directly left the small bazaar with Bai Ningbing. The way I see it, we should just directly capture her. Don't forget our current identities if you want to approach her. Bai Ningbing murmured quietly. Fan and Bai were currently laborers under Chen clan. They had relied on this identity to mix in with the caravan, but now this was undoubtedly the obstacle for Fan Yuan in approaching Shang Xinci. However, Fan Yuan had already planned for it. He looked at Bai Ningbing and smiled. You are right. So I will go thrash people now. Bai Ningbing was stumped. Thrash? The clear night sky was studded with the bright stars. In a wide tent, several servants were sitting in a circle around the coal stove which had a pot on it. The upper part of the tent was opened, allowing the smoke from the burning coals to fly out. There was meat in the pot, and the servants were all staring fixedly at it. Faint aroma of cooked meat began to float in the air, and one could hear the occasional gulps of saliva. Brother Chang, I have made some inquiries on the details of the 2 newcomers. Skinny Monkey said. Oh, speak. The muscular servant called Brother Chang raised his eyebrows. These 2 were introduced by the village head of the hamlet near the Ziyu mountain. Skinny Monkey answered. That solves it. I remember that village head was originally a mortal. The vice leader wanted a strategic point and casually awakened him. So they had this background. The group seemed to have come upon a realization. Although they have a Gu master behind them, so what? Brother Chang's sister is our Lord Shen Xian's concubine. Someone shouted. These 2 newcomers are too bold. If they aren't taught a lesson, wouldn't they just climb over our head in the future? Keep quiet, we will listen to Brother Chang. Someone else shouted. The tent quieted down as everyone looked towards Brother Chang. Brother Chang appeared to be hesitating. Fang and Bai had a Gu master behind them. Even if this Gu master was not a Chen clan member, even if this Gu master was an old geezer with half a foot in the coffin, he was in the end still a Gu master. Have you found out the relation these 2 has with that old village head? Skinny Monkey immediately revealed an awkward expression. This. Brother Chang, you also know that with our identities, being able to investigate even this is already not an easy thing. Brother Chang hesitated. Boss, these 2 newcomers are too unreasonable. Look at their attitudes towards the Skinny Monkey today. They are clearly looking down at us. They must be taught a lesson. Right. That old village head was originally a mortal like us, and with some bullshit luck became a Gu master. What can we even take him as? Wasn't he able to become a Gu master only because our Veed leader wanted to use him? He is no more than a high-ranked servant. Moreover, the caravan merchants always face dangers. Even if these 2 died, that village head wouldn't dare to settle it with our Chen clan. The noisy discussions made Brother Chang's frowns even deeper. The Skinny Monkey observed the situation for a long while. He had wanted to find trouble for Fang and Bai, but was instead oppressed by Fan Yuan this morning, causing him to feel full of hatred towards the latter. However, he knew that he had no background and he could only rely on Brother Chang for revenge. When he felt the time was right, he spoke. For the life of me, I can't believe what I heard earlier. A cart of purple maple leaves was actually sold for 2 primeval stones in the little bazaar. Brother Chang's eyes immediately brightened. What? 2 primeval stones? How can it be possible? The prices weren't lowered. Such luck! Which fool bought it? Skinny Monkey sneered as he spoke with disdain and envy. Who else is there? It is that young lady from Zhang clan, a mortal, but look at her luck, living a good life. Damn, I recall how I had smuggled in some goods and how cheap I had to sell them. Why didn't I have these two guys' luck? Brother Chang's eyes became bloodshot. He indignantly said, We will put them in order tomorrow. Newcomers must show respect to their seniors. If they don't understand the rules, then we will just have to properly teach them. Yes, Brother Chang. We will do whatever Brother Chang says. Brother Chang is wise. Skinny Monkey flattered, then took out the stew with a soup ladle. The meat stew is done. Brother Chang, please taste it. The aroma of the meat assailed the nostrils. The Adam apples of many servants moved as they swallowed their saliva. Brother Chang licked his lips and took the soup ladle. He blew at it before bringing it closer to his mouth. Suddenly, the entrance curtain of the tent was lifted open. Fan Yuan walked inside. It's you! The crowd of servants were stunned. The target of their long schemings had unexpectedly appeared directly in front of them. This made them feel at a loss and dismayed. Skinny Monkey jumped to his feet and said with a sinister smile, Newbie, now you know fear? It is already too late for Apollo. He hadn't finished saying his sentence when Fan Yuan indifferently raised his foot. Bam! Skinny Monkey was directly kicked flying, his back smashing against the coal stove. The cooked meat stew splashed all over his body and burned him, causing him to scream tragically. The meat stew! All spilled! The meat we bought with our money pulled together. It is so hard to even taste it once, this bastard. Bastard courting death! Instantly, all the servants stood up with resentment, and roared as they charged at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan threw the two primeval stones he was holding in his hand at them. Ouch! 2 persons were hit by the primeval stones. One covered his eyes and another covered his stomach, both screaming in pain. Despicable, actually using concealed weapons! Wait a second, this is primeval stones? The crowd that was charging over immediately slowed down when they heard this. 2 primeval stones lying on the ground drew the servants' gazes. Skinny Monkey's tragic scream also came to an abrupt stop as he stared fixedly at the primeval stones. Birds die for food, humans die for wealth. Has this guy gone mad? Actually throwing primeval stones at people? Humph, he must have already been scared. These are primeval stones, I might not even earn one after 2 months of working. The group of servants' thoughts rumbled like the raging tide. Some started looking at Fan Yuan with a bit of hope, as if asking, Do you have more primeval stones? Come smash them at me. You dared to smash my eye, you are looking to die. The servant covering the eyes shouted as he let go of his hand. His right eye was already swollen and purplish, he couldn't even open it. However, that didn't hinder him from grabbing the primeval stone. The rest of the servants quivered and they immediately looked at the other primeval stone on the ground. Bam! Every one of them pounced at that primeval stone, throwing everything about Fan Yuan to the back of their heads. Skinny Monkey gritted his teeth in pain as he grabbed towards the primeval stone, quicker than others. Mine, this is mine, he smashed it at me. The other servant who had been hit roared furiously. Screw off, monkey, weren't you injured? Why are you so fast? Someone shouted with his saliva flying all over. Shut your trap. Who tripped me just now, stand up. Brother Chang's face was covered with dirt, he was furious. Suddenly, a hand appeared and pulled him. Who had such guts? Surprised and angry, he turned his head to look, coming face to face with none other than Fan Yuan's ugly face. He shouted, How dare you grab me? Let go of your dog paw. Bam! Fan Yuan waved his fist and punched his face. Brother Chang's nose bone instantly broke and blood started flowing madly. He felt intense dizziness, and all he saw were stars spinning around. Fan Yuan let go of his hand and Brother Chang fell softly to the ground. My God! He punched Brother Chang. Brother Chang is injured, let's attack this bastard together. The servants were stumped for a while before coming back to their senses, immediately brandishing their fists as they pounced at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan indifferently swept his fist horizontally, sending the nearest servant flying to the side. The servant's teeth were smashed. Immediately following, another servant closed at him. Fan Yuan aimed at his crotch and lightly kicked. Oh you! This servant covered his crotch, his 2 eyes rolled over and immediately fainted. All the servants were down on the ground with few punches and kicks from Fan Yuan. The only one remaining was Skinny Monkey, who was hiding in the corner. As Fan Yuan gazed at him, Skinny Monkey shivered and immediately fell onto the ground. I surrender! Great hero, please be magnanimous! He begged loudly, kowtowing continuously. His head smashed on the ground and continued to produce muffled sounds. However, there was no sound of Fan Yuan's movement. Skinny Monkey raised his head with fear, but Fan Yuan had already left. The servants inside the tent were collapsed on the ground, some had fainted and some were moaning in pain. Fan Yuan walked in between the tents. The noise from earlier would have attracted many people. This was what Fan Yuan wanted. Bai Ningbing walked over from within a dark corner. It is just the first day, and we have already beaten up working servants. This won't be good. She grinned, taking joy in this disaster. However, she was even more curious of why Fan Yuan did this. Fan Yuan didn't reply, walking towards the depths of this temporary camp. Soon, he arrived at his destination, a horse carriage. He had already inquired and knew this was where the old steward of the Qin clan slept. He didn't immediately go and knock on the carriage, but went into a dark area with no one in the vicinity. He took out the dagger he carried with him and began to slash himself. In the quiet surroundings, a soft sound of dagger cutting open a flesh could be heard. Bai Ningbing's brows raised when she heard it. She, once again, realized how ruthless and cruel Fan Yuan was. He didn't make even a sound when he cut himself with the dagger, and from the sound of it, he seemed to be quite skilled at it. It was as if he was not cutting himself, but some would. Thud, thud, thud. The carriage door was knocked continuously. The narrow carriage was filled with goods, along with a small bed. Fortunately, the old steward was short, and when he curled up on the small bed, it didn't appear to be congested. Thud, thud, thud. The door was knocked again. The old steward, who had been sleeping soundly, frowned as he got up from the bed. Bang! 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 The knocks were getting stronger. The old steward opened his bloodshot eyes. Who is it? It is me, old steward. A sound came in from outside the door. This voice was unfamiliar, but it also seemed to be a little familiar. The old steward's brows furrowed tighter, and after a long while, he recalled this voice belonged to the newcomer that joined just this morning. A newcomer actually doesn't understand the rules. What the hell are you doing disturbing someone's sleep in the middle of the night? Chapter 238. Lady, save me. The old steward's anger surged to the skies. He decided to give Fan Yuan an unforgettable lesson. Bang, he opened the door. However, the scene that appeared in front of him was Fan Yuan's injuries and blood stains. The old steward got quite a shock. Forgetting his rage, he asked, You, what happened? Has a beast pack raided us? No, old steward. It was those thieves that injured me, and snatched my primeval stones. Old steward, you need to seek justice for me. Fan Yuan wiped away his tears and shouted. Ow, it hurts. Has that lunatic gone away? Damn it, that lunatic is too strong. The scene inside the tent was of a complete mess. The aroma of the meat stew was still there, but it could no longer be salvaged, and the pot was completely smashed. The group of servants were slowly recovering their senses. They either had bloody noses and swollen faces, or they were drawing in gasps of cold air. Son of a mere newbie dares to beat us. This has gone too far. We have not even gone to find trouble with him, yet he dared to find trouble with us first? I cannot contain this anger. We cannot let this be. We must get back at him. How? Can you even beat him? Why would we beat him? We will just tell on him and let the old steward handle him. This newbie is too tyrannical. How can we still work together later? That's right. Pass those 2 primeval stones he threw to me. This will be the evidence, Brother Chang suddenly said. The tent immediately quietened down. Everyone knew this was just an excuse used by Brother Chang. The servants who hadn't been able to snatch the primeval stones looked at this with joy, looking at the skinny monkey and another servant. The two of them seemed to be mumbling, but didn't speak. Clearly, they didn't want to hand it over. Brother Chang was not stupid at all, as he said tactfully. We are all injured. These 2 primeval stones are not only evidence, they are also our medical fees. These words resounded with the servants who wanted to have a share, as they spoke one after another. Brother Chang is right. Monkey, hand the primeval stone to Brother Chang. Or are you thinking of becoming the boss? Brother Chang has a deep background. Only he can avenge us. Brother Chang, we believe you. Under everyone's pressure, Skinny Monkey and the other servant could only purse their lips and unwillingly hand over their primeval stone to Brother Chang. As Brother Chang received and felt the smooth, glossy primeval stones, he felt his nose didn't hurt so much anymore. However, right at this moment, the entrance curtain was suddenly lifted. Everyone was shocked, thinking Fan Yuan had come again. But the one that was staring at the scene was the old steward. "Old steward, what are you doing here?" "Old steward, we were just going to look for you." The servants were both surprised and joyous. The old steward's expression, however, was not good, especially when he saw those two primeval stones on Brother Chang's hand. His looks turned even more gloomy. He reached in front of Brother Chang in few steps, then snatched the primeval stones and gave several tight slaps to Brother Chang. Brother Chang was stupefied. The rest of the servants were also stupefied. After several moments, the group finally reacted. "Old steward, why are you so angry? Old steward, what are you doing?" The old man simply walked away and lifted open the curtains. "Chang, skinny monkey, you group of bastards, come out!" Then he directly walked out of the tent. Brother Chang covered his face, but he didn't dare to oppose the old steward. He restrained his anger and walked out of the tent in bewilderment. The rest of the servants also followed him out of the tent. When they saw Fan Yuan standing to the side, his whole body was injured and his cloth was stained with blood. "Old steward, they are the ones who stole my primeval stones!" Fan Yuan pointed at them and shouted with righteous indignation. "What the?" The servants only then reacted. "Brat, you dare slander us! Asshole, I will peel off your skin!" The group of servants were furious and shouted one after another. Slap! A clear slap instantly suppressed the scene. The servant who was shouting the most was covering his face, and involuntarily took a step back from the slap. The old steward looked at him darkly. "Why wouldn't he complain, Hee, you guys are getting more and more out of control. You even dare to snatch the primeval stones of your workmate." The old steward was well aware of the bullying on newcomers, but he was glad to see that happen. This was a necessary process. On one hand, it would suppress the arrogance of the newcomers, making his supervision work easier. On another hand, it could also promote the harmony between the oldcomers and the newcomers. However, the bullying this time went too far. They directly snatched the primeval stones. What difference was there between them and the bandits? "Old steward, it isn't what you are thinking," someone complained. Slap! Another clear slap. The old steward's tone turned cold. "Did I tell you to speak? Old steward, we must speak up. Yes, we are being accused." Many servants shouted, feeling wronged. "We are the victims here." The old steward seethed in anger as he shouted fiercely. "You guys took his primeval stones and you actually dare to say you are being accused. These two primeval stones, are they his or not? Speak! Speak honestly." "Yes, it is, but—" Slap, slap. Two slaps, the two servants shut their mouths. The old steward pointed at them and angrily rebuked. "Okay, let's forget about snatching the primeval stones. You actually dared to use knives. You sure have guts. Speak up, who used the knife?" When the servants were crippled and couldn't work anymore, their recuperation and treatment would be expenses. If such matters were delayed, the target of the Gu Master's blame would be the old steward. "Using knife? We didn't. Old steward, we are all experienced. Who doesn't know about this? A load of bullshit. Do you think I am blind? If you didn't use knives, then where did his injuries come from? Are you telling me he cut himself?" The old steward continued to angrily shout. Bai Ningbing thought inwardly, while looking at this scene from a dark corner not far away, "Old steward, you are quite smart, you actually guessed it." Slap. 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 The old steward's anger had reached an extreme as he slapped the servants one after another. Every servant received few slaps. None dared to speak up in fear of the old steward's authority. They could only clench their fists in anger. The veins in their forehead out, and cracking noises were emitted from their teeth grinding. They were all filled with stuffed feeling with nowhere to vent it on. "Get back to the tent, I will settle the accounts with you tomorrow." The old steward's hands were already numb from the slapping. As he was old, he was having trouble breathing, but his anger had also mostly dissipated. The servants didn't dare to go against this order, but before leaving all of them angrily looked at Fan Yuan, engraving his image in the depths of their hearts. The old steward walked towards Fan Yuan and gave him the primeval stones, saying with an annoyed tone, "You got your primeval stones back, don't lose them again." "I won't give a damn if you lose them again." Fan Yuan was sniffing and weeping. He seemed to be both moved and afraid. "Old steward, please safeguard these two primeval stones for me. I am afraid they will be snatched." Old steward was speechless for a while, before feeling a rush of excitement. Merchants will always be in danger. Maybe one day Fang Yuan would be swallowed by the wild beasts. Wouldn't these 2 primeval stones be his then? All right, I will take it upon myself to safeguard them for you, the old steward said. Thank you, old steward, you truly are a good person. Fang Yuan repeatedly bowed and kept on expressing his thanks. All right, I am tired, you should go rest too. The old steward waved his hand and impatiently walked away. As for where Fang Yuan slept, it wasn't his concern. This He too is truly stupid. The old steward sneered inwardly. After everyone left, Fang Yuan's expression turned back to normal. The wounds on your body are still bleeding, aren't you going to treat them? Bai Ningbing came over. I still have use for them, let's go. Fang Yuan smiled. Inside a tent, oil lamps were lit. Shang Xianxi was holding a book, when suddenly her brows slightly furrowed. Xiao Dai, did you hear that? It seemed like someone is crying for help. The servant girl called Xiao Dai was dozing off with her head slowly moving up and down. It wouldn't be okay if she slept before the young lady. Right now, she was startled awake. She leaned her ears to listen and immediately said, Wah, someone is crying for help. Who is crying so late in the night? Why is it you again? Shang Xianxi's bodyguard Gu Master Zhang Shu walked out and saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was slumped on the ground, snot and tears falling down. Get lost. I will kill you if you don't get lost right this moment. Zhang Zhu shouted. He didn't have good impression of Fang Yuan. Uncle Zhang Zhu. At this time, Shang Xianxi and the servant girl walked out. How come it is you again? Are you haunting us? The servant girl's eyes were wide open when she saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan ignored them and only looked at Shang Xianxi. Zhang Clan lady, my life has been harmed by you and only you can save me. TSK, you lunatic, what nonsense are you saying? Zhang Zhu angrily shouted. Our young lady is very kind-hearted, how could she harm you? Lady, let's go, don't pay attention to this lunatic. The servant girl chided Fang Yuan. Shang Xianxi's nature was such that she could never see others suffering and helplessness. Fang Yuan's blood-soaked and wounded body had already won her sympathy. Now, with his words, if Shang Xianxi didn't get involved, she would definitely not be able to have a good sleep. You say you were harmed by me? What do you mean? Uncle Zhang Zhu, I have to trouble you to heal him first. Shang Xianxi said. Although Zhang Zhu was not willing, he could only do as she said. He pushed his hands, a white ball of light entered Fang Yuan's body. The bleeding immediately stopped, and the wounds were gradually closing up. Fang Yuan said. It was those 2 primeval stones, the others were envious of it and snatched my primeval stones. I can't fight them and could only ask the old steward to uphold justice. They have returned the primeval stones, but threaten that they will teach me a lesson and make my life worse than death. So it was like that. Shang Xianxi sighed when she heard this. You reap what you sow. Lady, we shouldn't get involved with him. He clearly brought this upon himself, selling at such a high price. Did he think everything would be fine? Xiao Dai rolled her eyes, showing her displeasure at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued. I have discussed it with my companion. We can only rely on Lady Zhang. Otherwise, we will be killed by them. 2 lives will be lost. It won't go as far as killing. Shang Xianxi comforted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan interrupted her. Lady, you don't know how dark it is here. They will plot against me during the beasts' attacks. Maybe one day, I will be eaten by the wild beasts, but actually it was manipulated by them behind the scenes. Lady, I beg you to take us in your shelter, please save us. Shang Xianxi hesitated, but she finally couldn't bring herself to reject him. Alright, I will temporarily take you guys in. Chapter 239. Fei Ho Mountain. Miss, you can't? Zhang Zhu immediately said. Miss, our Zhang clan's group here has the least power in the whole caravan. If we take him in, no doubt we will offend another force. It's not worth doing it for just 2 insignificant servants. Miss, even if not for yourself, think about our Zhang clan's group here, or just think of those with you. Zhang Shu persuaded. This. Shang Xianxi was placed in a dilemma and couldn't make a decision. What difficulty is there? Lady Zhang, I am only a hired hand of Chen family and am not their servant. Lady, if you are still feeling troubled, I have a way to solve it. You can tell the Chen clansmen that I and my companion offended you, and you want to punish us so you are imprisoning us. Chen clan definitely won't offend you for us 2 mortals. Fang Yuan said. That is a good idea. Shang Xianxi's gaze brightened. Mississippi. Zhang Zhu gave a helpless sigh, knowing he couldn't persuade her anymore. Fan Yuan immediately crawled up with a stick and bowed at Zhang Xinci. Miss Zhang, you are a good person. I will definitely repay you in the future. Zhang Xinci shook her head. I don't need you to repay me. I will definitely help those who need my help to the best of my ability. Sleep in my camp tonight. Xiao Dai, arrange a tent for them. Yes, missy. Xiao Dai answered unwillingly. Follow me. Don't blame me if you get lost. Xiao Dai didn't show Fan Yuan any hospitality, but led the way anyway. Zhang Zhu's brows furrowed deeper as he looked at Fang and Bai's leaving figures. He didn't like these two from the depths of his heart, and at the same time he had to think of Zhang Xinci's safety as her bodyguard. He decided to personally handle this matter. This was a small tent with not much space inside. However, Fang and Bai didn't care. They had treated even the beast-trapping trees as tents, much less this environment, which was much better. The two laid down in the dark tent. Fan Yuan clasped his hands with Bai Ningbing's. Everything will be okay, Bai Yin. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes. She knew Fan Yuan's true intention. In the darkness, she transferred a portion of her snow-silver primeval essence to Fan Yuan through her palm. Sleep early. Luckily we met such a good person like Lady Zhang. Fan Yuan closed his eyes the moment he finished saying this, and began cultivating secretly. He was already rank 2 now, his primeval sea filled with red steel primeval essence. Although he could already use 4 flavors liquor worm, Bai Ningbing's Snow's silver primeval essence was no doubt much better. To Fan Yuan, 4 flavors liquor worm had already lost its use with Bai Ningbing here. Snow's silver primeval essence cleaned and refined the aperture, rapidly increasing Fan Yuan's accumulation. He didn't need to worry about his aura leaking out with the breath-concealing goo. His disguise wasn't likely to be broken unless he used the goo worms outside of his body. At present, breath-concealing goo had yet to truly walk onto the world stage. In his previous life, only after 150 years, it was made popular by the Hunting King's Sun Gone. Within 50 years after that, in that great war that affected the whole southern border, breath-concealing goo was widely used and took the limelight. In other words, according to Fan Yuan's previous life, mankind would be conscious of guarding against the breath-concealing goo only after 150 years. And after 200 years, they would have methods and experience to respond against the breath-concealing goo. Breath-concealing goo was a rank 3 goo. This caravan didn't have a rank 4 goo master, and although there were many goo masters, why would they especially pay attention to He Tu and Bai Yun, 2 ordinary people? Fan Yuan immediately activated crocodile strength goo after the portion of Snow's silver primeval essence was used up. Bits of new strength was permanently added to his body. His skeleton was no longer white, but was like firm black iron. It was like a firm cornerstone, stably supporting the continuous increase in strength. The night passed quietly. The next day, at the crack of dawn when the sun had just risen, the whole camp was awake. After a period of hustling and bustling, the caravan resumed its journey. Zhang Zhu didn't go directly to Qinclan, but rather made secret inquiries through his subordinates first. There was indeed a fight yesterday night, and many had witnessed it. As for Brother Chang and his group, they had covered up the fact that Fan Yuan had beat them up. If it were to be known that so many of them couldn't beat one Fan Yuan, they would lose all their face. How would they be able to go around then? In fact, they had gone through everything yesterday and strung up false statements which they all agreed to, saying they bullied the newcomer and Fan Yuan offered them primeval stones, but later he was indignant and looked for the old steward. After confirming the fight really happened, Zhang Zhu set out and found Qinclan's head in the caravan. This vice leader couldn't help but ponder when he heard his 2 mortal subordinates offended Zhang Xinci and were detained. Although he wouldn't offend Zhang Clan because of 2 mortals, if he just readily compromised, Qinclan's prestige could fall. Moreover, he had some close people among the servants. Thereupon, he inquired which 2 servants they were. Qinclan's vice leader was slightly surprised when he heard Zhang Zhu's answer. He had some impressions of these 2, he had let them enter because of the old village head's request. But to think, they had screwed up on their first day. According to him, Fan and Bai should be the old village head's relatives, but so what? The old village head was someone he enlightened and was someone under his control. Giving up these 2 would not mean anything to him. Moreover, they were the ones who had committed crimes, bringing troubles upon Qinclan. Even death would not be sufficient punishment. As he thought of this, the vice leader had already decided to give up these two to resolve the conflict with Zhang Clan. However, he put on a difficult expression. Brother Zhang, I won't conceal from you, our Chen clan might not have enough manpower if you take those two. We can't make our Gu masters work and move the goods, right? How about this? I will call my steward over. He understands the situation. If there really is a scarcity in manpower, we might not be able to hand those two to you at the moment. We will temporarily keep them here and hand them to your Zhang clan to deal with after we get new workers in the next village. That works. Zhang Zhu nodded his head. Vice leader couldn't help but reveal a smile. Like this, there wouldn't be any gossips and rumors saying Chen clan was afraid of Zhang clan. The old steward was somewhat nervous when he was called over. Did I make some mistake? However, when he was clear of the situation, he suddenly felt alive. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. These two are really out of luck, falling into Zhang clan's hands. Die, both of you die, then those two primeval stones would be mine. Thinking of this, the old steward immediately slapped his chest and guaranteed that there were no issues with the manpower. Even if there were to be some issues, he was determined to stake out his weary aged body to personally move goods for those two primeval stones. Now, the dust had already settled regarding this matter. Zhang Zhu bade his farewell. His heart, however, felt stuffed. In the coming dozen or so days, Fan and Bai worked during the day and cultivated during night. The caravan had already left Ziyu Mountain far behind and was now in Fei Hou Mountain region. Fan Yuan knew the farther they were from Ziyu Mountain, more concealed his identity would be and thus, more safety. Through these few days of cultivating, he had gained half a crocodile's strength. Unfortunately, a lot of Bone's spear Gu had starved to death. The amount of milk sprung on him was less than sufficient. He could only give up some to feed the remaining Gu worms. Fan Yuan felt heartache due to this. Although he wouldn't use these Gu, they could have been sold. He planned to purchase a set of Gu worms in the Shan clan city. This required a great amount of primeval stones. He could use the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus to produce dozens of primeval stones daily, but he couldn't use it in the caravan so as to prevent his identity from being revealed. Hence, he needed to get Shang Xian in his grasp even more. She would become one of the young masters once they reached Shang clan. This would make Fan Yuan's trip in Shang clan's city extremely convenient. Of course, the premise was that he not only needed to get close to Shang Xian's but also gain her trust. The forest in the mountain was dark and mysterious with fog lingering around the air. The caravan slowly moved through the narrow mountain passage, and as they traveled further, the fog became denser, the range of their sight shrunk till they could only see within 10 steps. Fei Hou Mountain was covered with fog. Fang and Bai would need to go through great troubles if they had traveled by themselves. However, they were in a caravan now, and there naturally were investigative Gu masters. Suddenly, there was some sort of clamor in front of them. The caravan stopped. What's happening? There is trouble. Monkey groups are blocking our path. In moments, most of the people in the caravan began discussing, but none of them were surprised. Fei Hou Mountain was ruled by monkeys. There were too many monkeys to count. Caravans passing through this place would be blocked by the monkey groups and robbed. Anyone who had some experience and knowledge would not feel surprised at this. Monkeys of the Fei Hou Mountain? I have read about them in the books. To think I could personally see them today, Bai Ningbing softly said with a hint of excitement. Initially, when the caravans had first passed through Fei Hou Mountain, they had a huge fight with the monkey groups. They killed waves after waves of monkeys, but the monkey groups appeared again and again. Finally, the caravans were either annihilated or had to retreat in defeat. Fei Hou Mountain was once known as a forbidden and unpassable land for merchants. If it were other mountain ranges, the different wild beasts kept each other in check, and there would be a gap to pass through. However, there were only bandit monkeys in Fei Hou Mountain. They lived together, and although there were fights between monkey groups, all the bandit monkeys would unite if they came across an external enemy. Such strength was not something a caravan could rival. Even a large-scale clan might not be able to purge all these monkey groups. This was until the Sky Crown Marquis appeared. This was a rank 5 Gu master of the righteous path. He traveled deep into Fei Hou Mountain until he reached the peak, and using a monkey language Gu, he came to an agreement with the monkey emperor. Everything changed thereafter. A trade route opened through Fei Hou Mountain for the first time. Now, this trade route was one of the 3 most important trade routes of southern border, connecting east and west. Its importance was self-evident. These damn monkeys appeared again. They are blocking up our path, you all know the rules. I will tell you bluntly, anyone who breaks the rules and implicates us, my Jia clan will not let them off. The caravan leader shouted coldly. Of course. Brother Jialong is right, everything should be done according to the rules. Anyone that wants to take advantage will be driven out of the caravan. Other vice leaders went along with Jialong. Chapter 240. Arm Wrestling. Bandit monkeys were very strong and were as big as an elephant. Mature bandit monkey could reach 10 meters of height and had bulging muscles all over their body. Their arms were over 2 times thicker than their legs and their tails were like iron rods, capable of pulverizing rocks. The fur of bandit monkeys were golden with black tiger stripes covering their body. What was peculiar was the fur from their waist grew out naturally to cover the crotch and the butt area, just like a leather skirt. Howl! The monkey king of this bandit monkey group suddenly opened its large mouth and gave a loud howl. Its howl were as forceful as lions and tigers. Hulula! The monkey king's howl was answered by the other monkeys. The howls created sound waves which engulfed the surroundings, scattering the winds and clouds along with the dense white fog. Within seconds, everyone's sights broadened, and only then did they realize both sides of the passageway were filled with bandit monkeys. Over 1,000 bandit monkeys had surrounded the caravan. They were enormous, the same size as the trees. Some young trees could only reach up to their waists. In front of the caravan was the Monkey King, who had an even larger physique, and was boldly sitting on a stone bench. A gray stone wine jar that was as big as a water tank was lying on its side, giving off a dense fragrance of alcohol. The Monkey King stopped after howling once, but the other bandit monkeys were still howling without stop. This instead enhanced the Monkey King's majesty. Its eyes were sharp and bright, its gaze tranquil as it sat there without moving. In contrast, those ordinary bandit monkeys were getting restless as they stared at the caravan's goods, itching to have a go. Wild beasts like monkey, fox, and wolves possessed intelligence. This bandit Monkey King's intelligence might only be equal to a 3-year-old child and wasn't at the level of cunning lightning wolf, but it was enough for it to communicate. The leader of the caravan, Jialong, narrowed his eyes at the Monkey King and suddenly said, "Jiayong, go." "Yes, chief." Jiayong stood up. He was tall and fat, especially with his bulging stomach, but he was actually rather robust. He was defensive Gu master, and his life-bound Gu was water armor Gu. He was a rank 2 Gu master, and was specialized in fighting in water. Once, when he was swimming in a river, he luckily encountered a boat-sized tortoise and killed it, obtaining a tortoise strength Gu from its body. After he used it, he was able to permanently gain the strength of a tortoise. The monkey groups howled even more fiercely when they saw Jiayong coming closer, their voices shaking the whole forest. Jiayong had a solemn expression as he lifted his sleeves and stood in front of the Monkey King. The Monkey King was enormous, and even while sitting, it was still taller than Jiayong by a head. It looked at Jiayong and howled. Several bandit monkeys immediately brought a stone table while panting hard. The stone table was as large as a bed and was extremely heavy, producing a muffled sound as it landed on the ground. Another 2 bandit monkeys came over and moved a stone stool, placing it in front of the Monkey King. The Monkey King slammed at the stone table. The sounds produced was as if he had beaten a large drum. Jiayong gulped a mouthful of saliva and sat down. He placed his right elbow on the table and extended his forearm. The Monkey King similarly extended his left hand. 2 palms tightly grasped each other. Beside the table was an elderly female bandit monkey who suddenly shouted. Jiayong and the Monkey King heard the signal and immediately put strength in their arms, starting this uncommon style of strength contest. Bandit monkeys respected strength, and arm wrestling was their main social activity. Young monkeys could arm wrestle immediately after being born. Arm wrestling was not only a game for bandit monkeys, it was also a commonly used method to resolve disputes. In the past, the righteous Gu Master Sky Crown Marquis was only a rank 5 Gu Master. He naturally wasn't able to slaughter the mountain with this strength. It was this arm wrestling custom of the bandit monkeys he used to reach the peak of the bandit monkey mountain and win against the monkey emperor. He was then able to obtain the monkey group's approval and came to an agreement, opening the trade route. From then on, any caravans that were passing through Feiho Mountain would follow this agreement and arm wrestle with the bandit monkeys. If they won, they would obtain the bandit monkeys' approval and be able to pass without paying the toll. If they lost, they would have to let the monkey group take a portion of their goods. With this, the caravans could carry out their business, and the bandit monkeys were also happy to be able to get benefits. As the years went by and the caravans abided by the agreement, the trade route began to gradually flourish, and the agreement also gradually stabilized. Jia Yong, sitting opposite the Monkey King, was flushed red. His expression was twisted as he was already using all his strength. However, he still couldn't resist the Monkey King's strength, and his arm began to gradually incline to the side until finally the Monkey King's arm slammed Jia Yong's arm to the table. Victory! Monkey King stood up and excitedly beat his chest with his fists. The rest of the monkeys were howling and screeching. The noise was frightening. Jia Yong walked back to the caravan with his head lowered. The bandit monkeys teased and taunted him while he was walking back. Some lifted their leather skirt, showing their butts at Jia Yong, some made faces, and some shook their fingers at him. To think there would be a day where I am ridiculed by a bunch of beasts. Jia Yong gave a helpless sigh with a bitter smile on his face. Jia Long showed no expression, and just raised his hand. Jia Clan's troops began to move forward. The monkeys flocked towards them and began to wantonly take goods from the wagons. Jia Clan had already made careful considerations. They covered the high-quality coal stones with a layer of colorful and gorgeous silk and thin fabric. The monkeys were all attracted by these colorful cloth, and let go of the more valuable ash-gray high-quality coal stones. The monkeys were very happy with their choices, playing around with the cloths. Many wrapped the cloth around their arms, waists, and even draped the cloth over their shoulders. The whole scene was noisy and chaotic. "Where is Jia Ping?" Jia Long shouted with a heavy voice. Jia Ping slowly walked out. His body was starkly in contrast to Jia Yong. He was thin as stick and looked extremely fragile. "I will avenge you." He patted Jia Yong's shoulder as he walked past him. "This will naturally be easily over with brother Jia Ping making a move." Jia Yong cupped his hands and gave a forced smile. Jia clansmen let out a breath of relief upon seeing Jia Ping moving out, their expressions clearly easing up. The bandit monkeys let out odd yells when they saw Jia Ping's physique, their gazes filled with contempt and disdain. Monkey King was already sitting down. He indifferently lifted the wine jar and drank a mouthful of monkey wine. "They are indeed animals, judging people by appearances." Jia Long sneered. Jia Ping looked weak, but actually possessed strength of 2 bears. It was just that he used tendon-coiling goo which intertwined his whole muscles and tendons just like tree roots, and thus compressing his muscles. Jia Ping sat down and stretched his arm. His arm wasn't even a quarter of the Monkey King's arm. However, after they started, the deadlock only lasted a moment before the Monkey King was defeated. Instantly, the howls and screeches of the monkeys stopped. The Monkey King's eyes were opened as wide as saucers, revealing an incredulous expression. Jia Long chuckled and waved his hand, signaling the troop to continue moving. The monkeys that were blocking the path automatically made away and didn't make any moves. When a portion of Jia Clan's troops moved forward, the monkeys howled and again blocked the path. The Monkey King wasn't convinced in its loss as it slammed the stone table and challenged Jia Ping. Jia Ping had a smile on his face as he gained another victory. "Everyone, I am going to move first." Jia Long cupped his hands and after calling out to the others, the Jia Clan's troops and wagons passed through the checkpoint. "Alright, next it is my Lin Clan's turn." "Lin Dong!" Lin Clan's vice leader shouted. The others didn't argue, they had already discussed the order of the caravan. Time continued to pass and parts of the caravan had also moved forward. To pass through the Fei Home Mountain and decrease the losses to the minimum, all the great clans nurtured a lot of specific Gu masters. Ox strength, tiger strength, elephant strength, python strength, horse strength. The Gu masters possessing these went to compete, each showing their talents. Some lost and some won. Most of the people had passed through the checkpoint. Finally, it was Zhang Clan's turn. Zhang Zhu didn't look good. He was a healing Gu master and wasn't good at strength aspect. Moreover, when arm wrestling with the Monkey King, one could only use their strength and not the Gu worms. If they were discovered to have cheated by using Gu worms, they would be attacked and killed by the monkey groups. The troops Zhang Clan brought in this caravan didn't have any other Gu masters except him, a rank 3 Gu master. Thus, they were the weakest in strength in the whole caravan. Shang Xianci did not have an easy life in Zhang Clan, and was shunted aside for being an illegitimate child. The situation had become worse after her mother died of illness. In light of her mother's will, Shang Xianci sold the family assets and organized this caravan. Most of Zhang Clan's people looked forward to this disgrace of the clan dying outside. Thus, they didn't send any Gu masters to reinforce her. Uncle Zhang Zhu doesn't need to worry too much, they are nothing more than goods, it is okay as long as people are safe. Shang Xianci had a delicate heart, she softly consoled Zhang Zhu when she noticed his expression. The only one remaining is Zhang Clan. Tisk, no need to watch, they are sure to lose. I am quite familiar with that Zhang Zhu. It is said that Zhang Clan's girl organized this merchant group by herself. Hence, there is only Zhang Zhu to put up a front. Many Gu masters stood behind the checkpoint, waiting to see a good show. They had all, more or less, lost some goods, their mood were naturally not too good. Comparison produces happiness, the unlucky people often felt relieved by seeing a more unlucky person. Many were looking at Zhang Clan, trying to find comfort in their hearts. Goods can be lost, only lives are truly important. Uncle Zhang Zhu, you don't need to go, we will just let these monkey groups take the goods. Shang Xinci said. Sigh, miss, you don't know. We can't pass through without competing, these monkeys are very obstinate, we must arm wrestle. Miss, we can lose but we can't let others belittle us. I will go. Zhang Zhu cupped his hands and forced himself to walk out. Wait. Right at this time, Fan Yuan walked out of the crowd. Miss Zhang, you are my benefactor. Let me be the one to go. He cupped his hands and said to Shang Xinci. You. The servant girl Xiao Dai rolled her eyes. You are not a Gu master, don't add trouble at this time of crisis. Shang Xinci smiled. Hey too, I have received your intention. This isn't a joke, the Monkey King has great strength, didn't you see some of those Gu masters' arms fractured? Miss, even if my arms fracture, I will repay you. Fan Yuan persevered. You, how can you be like this, not knowing your limitations? If your arm gets fractured, wouldn't it be my missy who has to waste time healing you? Xiao Dai waved her hand in disgust. Don't stir trouble. Lady Zhang, you don't know, I have always had extraordinary strength since young, even adults didn't have as much strength as me when I was a kid. I must go this time. Fan Yuan then turned and walked towards the Monkey King. Hey too. Shang Xinci wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Zhang Zhu. Miss, he is not a moron, he definitely has some confidence. Sometimes, we need to believe in others. Zhang Zhu persuaded. In fact, he had no faith in Fan Yuan. He only thought this would teach a good lesson to these mortals who had brought him trouble. Look, Zhang Clan actually sent out a servant. Haha, Zhang Clan has no people left, they are sending out a servant to lose face. Fan Yuan's figure soon attracted the attention of the others. Chapter 241. Huangjin Mountain. It is him, hee. Heaven has opened its eyes. Brother Chang and his group's gazes turned bright with excitement upon Fan Yuan's figure. I can't wait to see his arm break. Lady Zhang is kind, he wasn't put to execution even after offending the Zhang clan. It turns out they were waiting to send him here. Fan Yuan walked slowly towards the stone table and directly sat down. The Monkey King gazed at him, then stretched its arm. The two sides clasped their palms together and began the contest under countless gazes. The Monkey King exerted its strength, but Fan Yuan's arm was like it was made from steel and didn't budge even a little. The Monkey King's pupils shrunk, revealing a hint of astonishment. This was the strongest human it had met in its life. Fan Yuan inwardly laughed. I could defeat this Monkey King even when I only possessed strength of 2 boars, let alone now when my strength has increased by half of a crocodile's strength. The Monkey King had already gone through many rounds before, and it was already lacking in strength now. One could say, this situation was of an absolute victory to Fan Yuan. This Monkey King doesn't have enormous strength. Before, those Gu masters who possessed strength of a bear or strength of a horse had ended up losing to it. It wasn't because their strength was inferior to the Monkey King's, but rather because they couldn't bring out all their strength in arm wrestling. In fact, all strength type Gu like bear strength, horse strength, rabbit strength, fish strength, tortoise strength, crocodile strength, were different. This difference wasn't only in the amount of their strength, but was more on their fields of expertise. Bear strength for smacking, horse strength for galloping, rabbit strength for jumping, tortoise strength for endurance, crocodile strength for biting. They each had their own fields of expertise. In other words, in certain situations, some types of powers could be utilized to their maximum effects. As for arm wrestling, it focused on the strength of arms. The bandit monkeys were experts regarding this. One could tell just from looking at their physique, with their upper limbs being over 2 times thicker than their lower limbs. They could arm wrestle from their birth, possessing the foundation of strength training. If the arm wrestling was changed to another form of contest, many of the defeated Gu masters might be able to win against the bandit Monkey King. From this, one could derive that every power possessed their own unique points, and they couldn't simply be differentiated by looking at the amount of their strength. Take humans for example, a punch would definitely be weaker than a kick. Under normal condition, a person cannot use all their strength. I have strength of 2 boars, half of a crocodile's strength and my own strength, but it is impossible for my arm wrestling strength to match theirs. Of course, concentrating all of one's strength in one movement is not impossible. One would need that legendary goo worm. Fan Yuan couldn't display his true strength in arm wrestling, but he was someone with very deep foundations, and could guarantee his victory. However, he couldn't make it blatantly obvious. Hence, he intentionally revealed a strained expression, his arms shaking as he maintained the deadlock with the Monkey King. Slowly, his arm pushed down on Monkey King's. When the contest ended, almost everyone was stumped. He actually won! This guy has innate divine strength! The human groups were in an uproar, their surprised gasps spreading to others. Inquire about this guy. We need to immediately recruit him if possible. The heads of main clans felt a rush of excitement. Compared to the Gu masters who they could only nurture after investing large amounts of funds, Fan Yuan's quality-to-price ratio was much higher. They could use him without any investment, and bring in profits for their caravan. Zhang clan's luck is good, picking up such a treasure. Instantly, many Gu masters' gazes towards the Zhang clan contained some envy. No wonder we couldn't beat him! Brother Chang and his group were speechless. This is a monster. Now that I think of it, I am really lucky to not have been beaten to death by him. As this group of servants thought back, they were immediately filled with after fear. They had previously still been looking to take revenge against Fan Yuan, but now looking at this sight, all their hopes of revenge were gone. On the contrary, they became worried that Fan Yuan would look for trouble for them in future. Qin clan's old steward's expression looked ugly. To think this idiot actually had such brute strength. What bad luck. Now if only the vice leader doesn't blame me. He cautiously glanced at the clan's vice leader. Qin clan's vice leader was frowning, he was thinking of much more. He started to doubt Chang clan's intention. Was demanding for those two a trap? Did they see this servant's worth and intentionally kept him, then came to demand for them? The more he thought, the more reasonable he felt his thoughts were. He couldn't help snorting coldly. Anyone who felt he was played with and cheated wouldn't have a good mood. But the mistake was already done, he could only pinch his nose and endure this bad luck. Am I seeing things? The servant girl Xiao Dai covered her mouth. She was speechless at this result. Worry disappeared from Shang Xianxi's face, and was replaced by a smile. Let's go. Zhang Zhu waved at the troops to move ahead with a complex look on his eyes. Fan Yuan won, allowing Zhang clan's caravan to pass through this checkpoint. Fan Yuan won 2 rounds straight. The Zhang clan's caravan were able to pass through most of the path. At the 3rd round, Fan Yuan intentionally lost to keep up his disguise, resulting in many goods being taken out of Zhang clan's wagons. Even so, Fan Yuan's performance was enough to make others see him in a whole new light. He received a warm welcome back at the caravan. Lady Zhang, I have finished my mission. He cupped his hands to Shang Xianxi. Shang Xianxi's beautiful eyes shone as she sized up Fan Yuan again, and said with a gentle voice, My mother said to never judge people by their appearances, and hey too, you have given me a live example. I am really thankful to you. This is 150 primeval stones as my thanks to you. 150 primeval stones? The servant girl Xiao Dai was startled. Miss, what are you doing giving him so much? Fan Yuan backed a step and righteously declined. Lady, I did it to repay your kindness, and not for these primeval stones. Please take them back, I can't take this reward. Xiao Dai immediately agreed. Miss, look, he doesn't want it, it is better if you put it away. Shang Xianxi, however, insisted. This isn't a reward, but a gift of thanks, my thanks to you. Fan Yuan showed a righteous expression and said with a solemn tone, Let alone this 150 primeval stones, even if it was 1,000 primeval stones, I don't want them. Lady Zhang, I may only be a mortal, but please don't humiliate me. This. Shang Xianxi was helpless against such remark and could only put the primeval stones back. Humph, you know how to be tactful. Xiao Dai quirked her mouth. Zhang Zhu remained silent, his gaze turning more complicated. The favor of repaying life is hard to repay. Please let me use my strength for you. Fan Yuan cupped his hands. There were numerous monkey groups in Bandit Monkey Mountain, and every so often along the trade route, there would be some monkey groups who would occupy the area and set a checkpoint. Fan Yuan repeatedly went to compete with them, and under his deliberate performance, he lost some and won some. Caravans moved and stopped continuously, spending over 20 days in Bandit Monkey Mountain before they got out of this tall mountain. The goods in the caravans had decreased by almost half by now. The mood couldn't help being low. Zhang Clan was the only one that was happy. Because of Fan Yuan's strength, their losses were far less than their previous estimations. Fan Yuan became famous, and many clans sent their servants to visit him. They all wanted to recruit Fan Yuan and gave attractive terms, but Fan Yuan refused all of them and stayed with Zhang Clan. "You have some conscience, kid. You didn't waste Missy's kindness." Xiao Dai's attitude towards Fan Yuan had changed. This servant girl said whatever she thought and wasn't shrewd, but whatever her attitude is, it was never in Fan Yuan's considerations. Fan Yuan only cared about Shang Xinci and her guard Zhang Zhu. Shang Xinci was gentle and kind, but also very smart. The Gu master Zhang Zhu was very experienced and prudent. Fan Yuan even felt that Zhang Zhu was already beginning to suspect him. In private, Bai Ningbing also reminded Fan Yuan. Refusing that 150 primeval stones was a mistake. With your current identity, how could your heart not be moved by such a huge sum? For cautiousness, we should stop cultivation for some time to guard against Zhang Zhu's secret investigation. However, Fan Yuan refused this suggestion and still cultivated non-stop every night. Bai Ningbing also cooperated. She held an indifferent attitude towards her identity being exposed. In fact, she was more willing to see Fan Yuan's defeat. Snow's silver primeval essence gave an enormous help to Fan Yuan. His cultivation speed was rising as if it had grown wings. On the night they had officially left Fei Ho Mountains region, Fan Yuan advanced from rank 2 initial stage to middle stage. By the time the travel-worn caravan arrived at the base of Huangjin Mountain, Fan Yuan was finished with the crocodile strength Gu, his strength permanently increasing by the strength of a crocodile. Huangjin Mountain possessed a lot of gold mines. Its soil contained abundant gold, and one could even obtain dozens of granules of gold if they scooped the water from the mountain streams and filtered the sediments. In day, when the sun shone upon the Huangjin Mountain, the mountain would often reflect a layer of hazy golden light. The scene of the mountain surrounded by the light was a glorious beauty. If this Huangjin Mountain was to be on Earth, there would definitely be bloody fights and wars for it. However, in this world, the currency used was the primeval stone, and gold was reduced to just a type of metal mineral. Its greatest use was as a material for refining Gu. There were 2 clans located in Huangjin Mountain. In the southern side of the mountain was Huang Village, and in the northern side was Jin Village. A mountain can hold 2 tigers. One could infer from Qingmao Mountain that the relation between Huang and Jin clan was not harmonious. The caravan's arrival would naturally be welcomed by both the clans. However, the notice from the 2 clans arrived. The caravan could only choose one clan. If they chose Huang clan, they couldn't go to Jin clan, and the same went for opposite. There were many people in caravan with many things to do, thus there was always a large flow of traffic. There were notorious records of the 2 clans attacking each other with the help of caravans, thus they laid down strict orders. The heads of the caravans had different opinions about choosing which clans to go. They had their own needs and considerations, and so after discussing with each other, this conglomeration of caravans divided into 2. The 2 groups would go separately to the 2 clans. Of course, they couldn't enter the village. Most of the troops could only station around the village. After this was settled, Zhang Zhu privately looked for Shang Xinci. "I have secretly investigated for many days. He Tu and Bai Yun are very suspicious. I suggest we evict them from our group." Chapter 242. Common understanding between smart people. Suspicious? Shang Xinci's gaze flickered under her thick eyelashes. Zhang Zhu nodded and said solemnly, "In fact, I had my doubts about them ever since we entered Fei Ho Mountain. Miss, you gave them 150 primeval stones, but they weren't moved at all by such a huge sum. This really makes one ponder." He paused for a moment, and continued, "I have been secretly investigating them these days, and found even more suspicious points. First of all, they have little to no communication with the servants around them, as if they were wishing to be invisible. Second, they refused the recruitment offers of many clans, even though the terms were excellent. Miss, do you still remember his appearance when he came to ask help from us that night? Hey too, that guy has such powerful strength, how could he be wounded by others into such state? And finally, from my observation, his companion is wearing male clothing, but is actually a woman. The camp was filled with silence. After a long while, Shang Xianci smiled. Powerful strength doesn't mean he can definitely win against others, right? Two fists can't rival four palms. Hey, two getting wounded was normal. Actually, I know about all these suspicious points you spoke of. Zhang Zhu wasn't surprised at all. He understood Shang Xianci and knew of her intelligence. Mississippi. Shang Xianci blinked, her face containing a gentle and charming smile. Uncle Zhang Zhu, you have felt stifled for so many days, right? Seeing that I didn't take actions to deal with this, you came to remind me today. Zhang Zhu smiled. I can't conceal anything from you. But why are you still keeping them by your side? Because I felt no ill intent from them. Shang Xianci's eyes shone with a wise light. We became suspicious of them at the Fei Ho Mountain, and if they hadn't stood up at that time, we wouldn't have been able to feel any suspicion. But why did they still take a risk? Wasn't it to help me? If they had harbored treacherous schemes, they would definitely stay hidden and watch the show from the side, right? Or maybe receive that 150 primeval stones. But they didn't. When He-Tu said he was repaying my kindness, his expression was sincere and I could tell that he was speaking the truth. He really wanted to repay this favor. Shang Xianci said. Zhang Zhu was tongue-tied for a long while. But they aren't simple, they definitely have secrets. A smile blossomed in Shang Xianci's face like a flower. Everyone has secrets, I also have them. Does having secrets make one a bad person? This world is bright. As someone who knows how to repay kindness, there has to be a limit to how bad he can be, right? That might be so, but I can't help but wonder what their motives are. Maybe they are plotting something. Wait, I know, they must be accomplices of some bandits. They joined the caravan and are planning to rob it by cooperating with demonic path figures. That doesn't make sense. Shang Xianci shook her head. If they were accomplices, they should have even more reason to stay hidden. Why would they expose themselves in Fei Ho Mountain? So many people tried to recruit them, they could just join other groups and it wouldn't be any less easier to hide themselves. Why did they decide to stick with us? I feel they have definitely been through some suffering. We helped them and they are repaying us. Now, they want to hide their identities. I think we should help them. Zhang Zhu sighed while shaking his head. Miss, why are you always thinking about others? One must know to guard against others. Uncle Zhang Zhu. Shang Xianci said. If we are really robbed, please don't go fight to protect the goods. If the goods are gone, then they are gone, it is not a big problem. My mother's final wish was for me to bring a token to someone in Shang Clan City. However, she also said if that person didn't accept us, we should continue living through these goods. My mother passed away swiftly, she didn't manage to convey who is the person I am supposed to look for. But I think wealth are just worldly possessions. Mother has already left me, you and Xiao Dai are my only remaining relatives. I don't want to see you guys meeting any mishaps. Miss, never say that. Zhang Zhu's eyes were red with emotions. Come, take a look, honest and real Xinjia silk. All kinds of fine liquors, I welcome everyone to taste them. Golden Chigu, selling for just 50 primeval stones. The temporary market was a hubbub of conversations and hawkers selling out their wares as people moved to and fro. Whenever a caravan by, it would be like a festive moment for the clans. In the temporary market, not only the caravan was selling their wares, some Jin clansmen were also selling their goods. The goods they were selling were mainly golden statues or tools. There were pots, cups, ladles and basins. Their profound sculpting skills were shown in the lifelike statues of animals and people. And with red, green, yellow and blue gems or pearls as complements, the statues looked even more exquisite. Huangjin Mountain was a place blessed by heavens with gold found everywhere in it. The people living here, even the poor slaves, were wearing some accessories like golden rings and golden necklaces. Hairpins, earrings and bracelets worn by many girls were shining with golden luster, looking very beautiful. They were chatting with each other in groups in beautiful voices which was fresh and innocent. As for the Gu masters of the Jin clan, their uniforms were similar to Qingmao Mountains, short sleeves, long pants, belts, leg wrappings and green bamboo shoes. It was just that some were using golden rope as leg wrappings. Belts, cloth cuffs or pants, were all rimmed in gold. This was Huangjin Mountain's characteristic. The clans of the southern border had basically the same attires. The demonic Gu masters, however, wore all sorts of bizarre dresses. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were moving through the crowd. They had already bought some cow and goat milk from 3 to 4 Jin clansmen. Fan Yuan had tried his best to feed all the bone spear goo. But even so, 2/3 of the bone spear goo were already dead from starvation. Aren't you afraid your such big reckless purchasing will expose our identities? Bai Ningbing expressed his doubt. As long as one uses disguise, they will definitely be exposed one day. I don't have a thing to worry about, but you have too big of a flaw. Fan Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing and said. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. She knew what her flaw was: her gender. Even the old lady at the hamlet could see it. Women and men have physiological differences. This could be disguised, but that required a special goo worm which Bai Ningbing didn't have. Thus, even if she was wearing loose clothes, covering her face with a straw hat, smearing her body with ash and binding her chest, her gender would no doubt be revealed as time passed by. Fan Yuan continued. So, rather than cover the truth, it would be better to reveal some things on our own initiative and let the others set their minds at rest, thinking they have seen through us and have the situation in their control. Exposing oneself was not always a bad thing. One could only receive trust when they revealed their identities. Fan Yuan couldn't reveal his cards by himself. Doing so would be too unnatural and not be in harmony with their previous behavior. Only when the other side discovered and probed, could Fan Yuan take the opportunity to conveniently reveal some stuff. Bai Ningbing understood. So you are intentionally waiting for them to discover before responding? You have finally become smart. Humph. However, 3 days passed by and the response and probing Fan Yuan expected had still not arrived. Bai Ningbing finally got the opportunity to take a dig at Fan Yuan. So you also have times when you are wrong. Fan Yuan snorted while pondering inwardly. I could see from Zhang Zhu's expression and manners that he was already suspicious of us. He didn't go into it deeply and restrained himself, most likely because there could be danger at any time on the road. But now that the caravan has arrived at Jin Clan, the situation is very safe and he should have already begun his probing. Unless Shang Xianxi's figure appeared in Fan Yuan's mind. Truly smart and also bold. She's mostly likely the one that stopped Zhang Zhu. It's a little problematic. Seems like being too smart can also be a problem. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh. Shang Xianxi's gentleness and kindness had made a deep impact on him, making him slightly underestimate this girl's intelligence. Shang Xianxi wanted to reach an understanding between smart people with Fan Yuan. She was clearly trying to play dumb. However, Fan Yuan had a different motive and this layer of understanding had instead turned into an obstacle. Since it is so, I will just take the initiative. Fan Yuan sighed and went to find Shang Xianxi. You want to form a partnership with me? Inside a tent, Shang Xianxi and Zhang Zhu were wearing surprised expressions when Fan Yuan revealed his intentions. They hadn't gone to look for these two, but these two instead came knocking on their door. This was slightly beyond the young girl's expectations. Zhang Zhu's mind shook. You finally showed your true colors? Partnership. Humph. Lady Zhang, I am a bit ashamed to say it, but we need primeval stones and I regard myself to be somewhat knowledgeable about merchants. I want to borrow a batch of goods, and we will divide the profits we earn in half. How about it? Fan Yuan slightly bowed his body, appearing neither servile nor overbearing. You don't have any primeval stones and are as poor as a mouse, yet you want to borrow the chicken that lays egg? You are overconfident. Zhang Zhu's gaze carried a cold light. Why do you think you will definitely earn profits? And on what basis do you think our Zhang clan will lend the goods to you? There will naturally be profits and losses in business. I also can't guarantee the profits. As to your second question, I think Lady Zhang is a good person and should lend the goods to me, right? You wanted to ask of my reason. I can only answer you that it is this feeling. If this feeling is wrong, then please consider this matter never happened. Fan Yuan answered with a smile. He was 1 ear less and his whole body was covered with burns, making him appear terrifying when he smiled. However, Shang Xianxi looked at him and saw in him a kind of confidence, decisiveness, and a radiance of careful planning. This radiance emitted a different type of charisma, penetrating through the ugly appearance. Interesting, it seems he also sensed our suspicions, so he wanted to reach a tacit understanding with me? Shang Xianxi's gaze continued to flash. After a short while, she laughed. This kind of frank communication style made her feel an indescribable safety, and also a feeling of freshness. If you hadn't been there wouldn't even be a quarter of goods remaining. They would have already been snatched by those monkeys in Fei Ho Mountain. Since you have this notion, I will hand over these goods to you, she said. If the servant girl Xiao Dai were here, she might have started making a big fuss. Fan Yuan showed an expression of being in a daze for a while, before he bowed to show his thanks. Miss this. When Fan Yuan left the tent, Zhang Zhu couldn't endure it anymore. Shang Xianci blinked mischievously like a child. Isn't this interesting? Did you hear what he said just now? He hadn't even started on the business, but was already talking of sharing the profits in half. His tone was as if the profits were certain. Humph, he is but a burr, how much talent could he have? Zhang Zhu disdainfully scoffed. If we talk about business talent, who could compare to Miss? I still remember how you have managed the properties all these years and expanded them. If it were not for the envy of those petty people in Zhang clan. All right, what is the use of talking about the past? Since Uncle Zhang Zhu believes in my talent, then you should trust me. Even if He Tu squanders these goods, I could still rebuild the business from scratch, isn't that right? Shang Xianci said. Of course. Zhang Zhu said without hesitation. Chapter 243. Benefits sent towards oneself. There are so much goods, it won't be cheap. It'll require at least 50,000 primeval stones. Jin Clan's Gu Master looked at Fan Yuan in suspicion. After getting approval from Shang Xianci, Fan Yuan immediately found a few Jin Clan Gu Masters. This was already the 6th. I do not have primeval stones. Fan Yuan shook his head. But I can use my goods to exchange for yours. Exchange? The Gu Master's eyebrows rose. He was not surprised, as it was common to barter, especially in the caravan. To him, there was no loss in bartering as long as the value was about the same. What will you use to exchange? Fan Yuan brought him to the goods immediately. Jin Clan's Gu Master frowned. Your goods are cheaper than mine. But you can get a good price for it on this Huangjin mountain, am I wrong? Fan Yuan laughed. Jin Clan Gu Master frowned even deeper. If the price is set too high, we won't be able to sell it. Then sell it slowly, it'll be sold eventually. Goods are more expensive when they are rare, by then you will be sitting at home collecting your earnings. Fan Yuan smiled. The Gu Master laughed. The reason he talked so much was only to lower the price. His heart was moved long ago. You are not bad at all. As a mortal, you are either haughty nor humble. I have 3 stores, are you interested in working for me? I can give you the position of shopkeeper. Your wages can also be further discussed. The Gu Master patted Fan Yuan's shoulders. Fan Yuan rejected politely. The Gu Master felt a little pity. Hey Tu, what have you done? After the transaction was over, Xiao Dai ran over with a frosty expression. You exchanged all the goods? What are you trying to do? You are too bold. Xiao Dai stomped her foot in anger. Do you know these goods were all chosen by Missy after much consideration? After we transport them to Shang Clan City, we can sell them for twice the amount. Quick, exchange them back now. Fan Yuan's expression turned cold. Your Missy has already lent all the goods to me, which is to say, these belong to me. Humph, I am dealing with my own goods, is there a problem? Fan Yuan's gaze swept through Xiao Dai, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Dai instantly felt a chill that made her heart palpitate. Fan Yuan had decided to expose a little more, and thus putting on such a strong attitude against Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai was witty and eloquent all along, but now, a cold feeling crept up her heart. You. I will tell Missy, watch out. She tried her best to hide her inner emotions, but still left frantically. Her report naturally caused no disturbance to Fan Yuan. But the servants that Shang Xianci brought along had much opinions about Fan Yuan's actions. Many discussed secretly, thinking this He Tu had gone crazy. Fan Yuan knew the value of these goods and could sense Shang Xianci's business talent. But this was her first time doing business. Her experience was very lacking even though she had talent. Business was not just transporting goods to the destination and earning profits from the price difference. A true expert merchant earned along the way as well. Using their keen foresight to explore new opportunities, learning about the specialty of each mountains, and tailoring to the needs of each clan, they built networks as they profited from all those around them. Of course, these requirements were too high for the current Shang Xianci. She had just turned 16, although she had talent, she was still a fresh young girl. Fan Yuan spent about 100 years in his past life doing trade. He joined caravans and even became a leader. He also opened his own shops, including rock gambling and even auctions. When it came to experience and foresight, those leaders and vice leaders in the caravan could not hold a candle to Fan Yuan, let alone the inexperienced Shang Xianci. There is still a distance to Shangliang Mountain. If I manipulate this wholeheartedly, I can at least increase the value of these goods by 7 or 8 times. This profit margin was terrifying. Any higher and even Fan Yuan could do it. Due to actual circumstances, 7 to 8 times was the limit of this world. Of course, if I use unorthodox methods, not just 7 or 8, I can easily jack it up by 70 or 80 times. Thinking so, Fan Yuan could not help but think of a poem on earth, obeying the law and living in constant worry. Bandits live in pleasure every night. Those who harm others to benefit themselves ride horses, while those who are righteous and fair starve in hunger. Those who build bridges and repair roads go blind, while those who murder and cause arson have many offsprings. When I died, I asked Buddha. Buddha said, there was nothing I could do. Haha, the so-called system and law was to deprive the masses and limit the weak. Whichever world it was, the law of the jungle prevailed. Thus, even during an era ruled by law, countless rich and influential people found loopholes and avoided the judgment of the law. Not to mention this Gu world, where strength was everything one needed to exert influence. In Fan Yuan's previous life, he once did business with all his heart, having millions of assets and countless properties. But later, some experts casually usurped them, causing him to go bankrupt and living in the streets. For the next 400 years of his life, whenever he thought back to it, he was extremely glad he had such an experience. Only through pain can one learn about the truth. Precisely because of this experience, he woke up from his delusions and broke free of the restraints that bound him while living in the lawful society of earth. Humans were often blinded not by the sight before them, but by the chains in their hearts. To Fan Yuan, if he abided by morals of business and be a proper businessman, he could only earn 7 to 8 times the profit. But if he used some illegal methods, becoming an unscrupulous merchant, he could make over 10-fold worth of profits. If he abandoned his position and lied and scammed, becoming a dishonest trader, he could make tens of times of profits. If he directly murdered and robbed, he would not even need a capital. Business without investing capital was always the most profitable. But Fan Yuan had other objectives doing business now. Thus, methods that broke the rules could not be used, and this caused him to have some feeling of restraint. However, the night before the caravan set off, a Jin clan Gu master secretly approached him. There is a secret deal we want to make, are you interested? This Gu master was one of those who traded with Fan Yuan earlier. Fan Yuan did not mind it, but after a few minutes, he changed his ideas. You are saying someone wants to sell Jinzan grass? He was extremely surprised, almost suspecting that he had heard wrongly. To Jin clan, Jinzan grass could not be replaced with other materials. It was an important war resource. It was exactly because it could be used as a refinement material that Jin clan could produce large numbers of gold and silkworm goo. But now someone wanted to sell it? In Fan Yuan's memories, it was because Jin clan had large numbers of the rank 3 golden silkworm goo that their battle strength rose rapidly, thus eliminating Huang clan and becoming the controller of the area. Wait a minute, Huang clan still exists now. This means Jin clan has not fully manufactured the recipe for the golden silkworm goo? That shouldn't be it. By this time they should have some ideas already, otherwise why would they mass plant Jinzan grass? Fan Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. He probed. I'm about done with trading goods. The Jinzan grass is an unpopular material, although it is rare, little people need it. Seeing Fan Yuan reject, the Gu master panicked. The price can be further discussed, why don't we have a good talk about it? Fan Yuan's gaze shone, seeing the other party was very anxious, he started to lower the price. After an intense bargaining, the Jinzan grass price had been lowered to a horrifying degree. The Gu master's face paled, his expression turned ugly and his tone became irritated. You win, we'll go with this price, can we complete the deal now? This price was very low, even lower than the cost of nurturing the Jinzan grass. If they sold it, it truly was making a loss. The Jin clan Gu master knew this, and so his heart bled. Fan Yuan also knew this was the limit, but he still shook his head. This price is too low, to speak the truth your attitude makes me feel uncertain. The Jin clan Gu master instantly exploded. You were the one who lowered the price, now you're finding it too low? Fan Yuan shrugged. You said it earlier, this is a private transaction, there is no hard evidence. What if you sell me fake goods, who would I find then? You see, the caravan is leaving tomorrow, by then even if I made a loss, I have no choice but to leave. Your suspicions are valid. Jin clan Gu master's anger subsided. Don't worry about the goods, they are definitely real. To tell you the truth, this is secretly sold by our young master. Fan Yuan's eyes shone brilliantly. He had finally received some useful information. He pretended to be shocked. Your young master stole it? These Jinzan grass is a vegetation loved by the clan leader, purposely growing 3 acres of it. But we can't do anything about it since our clan leader has a unique interest. So do not worry, the Jinzan grass is nothing important. The son taking his father's things to sell, even if it is discovered, he will only be scolded. The Gu master said. Fan Yuan immediately understood everything. So it was like this. Jin clan had already been trying to fix the recipe for the golden silkworm goo. At this point, they had a rough idea already and were thus growing 3 acres of Jinzan grass. But to prevent unwanted attention from Huang clan, this information was kept among the higher-ups of the clan. Even the young master did not know, only thinking that this grass was planted out of interest. The Jinzan grass growth period was very long, needing 4 years to mature. In his memory, Jin clan launched their attack a year later. They used the rank 3 golden silkworm goo which had sharp offensive strength to eliminate Huang clan and dominate Huangjin mountain. If this 3 acres of Jinzan grass was gone, they won't be able to find that much on the market either. Then to eliminate Huang clan, Jin clan would need to waste a few more years. Evidently, this Jinzan grass was a dangerous item. If he really bought it, it would be provoking this large Jin clan. An ordinary person would avoid it like the plague, but Fan Yuan saw a huge opportunity from it. This profit, although dangerous, since it was delivered to him with both hands, how could he reject it? To speak the truth, although Fan Yuan possessed the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he still had a need for primeval stones, and it wasn't a small amount he needed. When they reached the Shang clan city, he needed to purchase goo worms, and that required a lot of primeval stones. Relying on the heavenly essence treasure lotus's daily production was troublesome and insufficient. That young master is definitely a wastrel. He is probably doted by the clan leader, but is in need of money recently, thus he set his eyes on the Jinzan grass. Thinking so, Fan Yuan couldn't help but laugh. If he took this profit, not only would it help in purchasing goo worms, it would also leave a deep impression on Shang Xinci. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Jin clan goo master saw Fan Yuan smile, and laughed. So you agree? Of course. Fan Yuan looked at him. Once this deal went through, this guy would definitely be in trouble. But what does his trouble have to do with me? What Fan Yuan was considering now was how to swallow this profit without choking himself. Chapter 244. Almost Blackmail. Dawn was breaking in the east, revealing the first rays of light. The cold air of the night had condensed into dewdrops on the grass and leaves. The temporary market in the Jin clan was currently being dismantled. The tents were packed up. The carpets on the street stalls were rolled up and the goods were packed in bags. After having stayed in the Jin village for many days, the caravan was preparing to set off. As for the merchants, no matter how many goods they sold or bought, they would be making profits eventually. Thus, though they were exhausted, they were wearing cheerful smiles on their faces. Xiao Dai's expression, however, was horrible. Missy, I just checked, that He too has exchanged almost all the goods. And in the goods he exchanged for, I saw 3 carts filled with Jinzan grass. Jinzan grass? Shang Xinci's long brows slightly furrowed. Xiao Dai was extremely angry, as she pulled Shang Xinci by her hand. Even a layman like me knows how worthless Jinzan grass is, but he has exchanged for so many of them. Missy, this He too is simply making a trouble. Xiao Dai, calm down first. Shang Xinci patted Xiao Dai's hand. He should have exchanged for this Jinzan grass yesterday night. I don't know why he did that, but he must have a reason for exchanging other goods. Just think, it is already pretty good that he could accomplish this as a mortal. Missy, why are you standing up for him? I am only thinking for you. These goods were originally ours, why would you let others squander it for nothing? Most importantly, he can't compensate us at all. Lord Zhangzhu, please persuade Missy. Xiao Dai pouted. Zhangzhu, who was looking on from the side, sighed. Miss, Xiao Dai is right. We lent the goods to him to test him, but now that we can already see the results, why are we still letting him squander them? We believe in your ability, miss, but if we can decrease our losses, why are we not doing so? It will also decrease our struggles when we reach Shang Clan City. This. Shang Xinci mumbled. She was young. Her eyes started showing signs of hesitation. Previously, she had felt the goods exchanged by Fan Yuan was alright. However, this Jinzan grass. It was a great loss to exchange for so much Jinzan grass. Jinzan grass was easy to preserve, but it simply couldn't be sold as the demand for it was almost non-existent. Such a large stockpile would rot sooner or later, and finally, they would have no choice but to cut down the price and sell the stock it was destined to make a loss. Excuse me, are you Lady Zhang Xianci? Just then, a middle-aged Gu master who was sweating profusely, anxiously ran towards Zhang Xianci. The iron plate on his belt was carved with number 2 showing the rank of this Gu master. Zhang Xianci gave a slight smile. Yes, I am. May I inquire who you are? The middle-aged man cupped his fists. I am the personal guard of Lord Clan Leader, here on his command to ask for a favor. Oh? Please speak. Lady Zhang should have bought a large batch of Jinzan grass yesterday night. The whole story is like this. Our clan leader is very passionate for Jinzan grass, and so he personally raised some for pleasure. But the young master secretly dug them out, and sold them behind the clan leader's back. Now, clan leader has placed the young master in confinement, and also wishes to buy back the Jinzan grass. I sincerely request you to sell them back to us. This Gu master was polite, but that politeness carried his firm attitude. Mississippi. Zhang Zhu's expression turned solemn as he reminded Zhang Xianci. This personal guard represented the clan leader of the Jin clan. This matter could be both big or small, and it could turn serious if it was handled improperly. Zhang Xianci glanced at Zhang Zhu and nodded her head to indicate she understood. Actually, I am also someone who loves flowers and I can understand honorable clan leader's passion. We will hand over the Jinzan grass to your honorable clan with not even a stem missing. It makes one happy to see such a reasonable lady. The personal guard Gu master's expression relaxed and revealed a slight smile. Zhang Xianci continued. A subordinate of mine was in charge of this transaction. I will call him over. Fan Yuan had already been paying attention to the activity here. Hey Tu, you are in trouble. Missy has called you. Xiao Dai had come to summon him. Fan Yuan soon appeared in front of the personal guard, and cupped his fists. I am the one who is responsible for the transaction of Jinzan grass. I heard the honorable clan leader wants to buy them back. The personal guard was surprised to see the newcomer was actually a mortal. His face immediately revealed a slight disdain and arrogance. He snorted. That's right. Mortal, you can relax. Lord Clan Leader is benevolent, and is willing to use 3,000 primeval stones to buy back the 3 carts of Jinzan grass on you. So much? Xiao Dai was speechless and her gaze revealed her joy. Zhang Zhu frowned before gradually relaxing. 3,000 primeval stones should be the maximum market price for the Jinzan grass, and this showed Jin clan leader's sincerity. However, Fan Yuan shook his head. Jinzan grass is very precious, only 3,000 primeval stones to buy them back. This doesn't seem to be sincere, right? The personal guard immediately frowned. What? The price I am giving is much higher than the maximum market price of the Jinzan grass. Mortal, what price did you buy it for? Fan Yuan rubbed his nose. Let's not discuss about the purchase price. We are all businessmen. Naturally we will buy low and sell high. 3,000 primeval stones are too less. I am not selling. You. The personal guard clenched his teeth, before eventually showing 5 fingers. All right, then I will rise it by 2,000, 5,000 primeval stones. Xiao Dai's eyes widened in shock. Her face started to flush with excitement as she looked at the 5 stretched fingers of the personal guard. 5,000 primeval stones? This is what you said, you can't go back on it. She was almost jumping in excitement. She hadn't thought the situation would develop like this. Fan Yuan had profited huge. However, Fan Yuan still shook his head. The personal guard's expression turned cold as he threatened. Mortal, don't you think you are being greedy? These Jinzan grass were originally our clan's goods. You privately exchanged for them, which is already not permitted. You don't even have any evidence of transaction. I can even say you secretly stole them. Zhang Zhu was taken aback by the personal guard's anger. He looked at Fan Yuan. Just sell it. Fan Yuan laughed. You sold them, I bought. This was mutual consent. What more, it was your young master who sold them to me. I can't do anything if you are determined to say I stole them. Jin clan is so rich and powerful that it can bully the weak and rob our goods. Humph, the goods are just there, why don't you go take them? It is just that as far as I know, it is not just me who bought the Jinzan grass. Many others have a share of it. Is Jin clan going to snatch all of theirs too? Fan Yuan had already expected this situation, thus he only bought a large majority yesterday night. The remaining Jinjiang grass were sold to others by that Gu master. You! The personal guard was furious, but he could only clench his teeth at Fan Yuan's blatant extortion. He pointed at Fan Yuan. Your clan bought the most, you little brat. You want to make it hard for me? Of course not, I am only trying to make a transaction. Fan Yuan cupped his hands. Humph, forget it. I will put 2,000 more, 7,000 primeval stones. Mortal, bring all the Jinzan grass you bought. The personal guard shouted. Hey too, just sell it. We need to pay attention to amiability while doing business. Shang Xinci couldn't endure this pressure. Since Miss has spoken. Fan Yuan nodded his head before immediately changing the subject. Then I will take back a step. 8,000 primeval stones and all the Jinzan grass I have is yours. The moment these words came out, Shang Xinci and the rest all became dazed. The personal guard came back to his senses, unable to contain his anger. What? You bastard! Fan Yuan, however, had a smile on his face. Business is business, please don't get angry, Lord Gu Master. Actually, I was thinking of selling them for 10,000 primeval stones. If Lord Gu Master can't decide it, how about letting me discuss with your honorable clan's clan leader? No need. The personal guard swung his arm as he looked at Fan Yuan with extreme disgust. You, a mortal, what qualifications do you have to meet Lord Clan Leader? Bring the goods quickly, taking advantage of others when they are down. I will remember you. Humph. His words, no doubt, meant he acceded to Fan Yuan's raised price. The two finished the transaction in moments. Fan Yuan hadn't even used 500 primeval stones to buy them, but in just one night, the Jinzan grass changed hands for 8,000 primeval stones. Miss, there are 2 trunks filled to the brim with primeval stones. Xiao Dai was beaming with joy. She had witnessed the whole transaction process in fear, but now that she looked at these primeval stones, she felt that it was all worth it. Even her gaze towards Fan Yuan changed. Did you already know? That can't be it. This should just be the case of a blind cat coming across a dead mouse. She looked at Fan Yuan from top to bottom and remarked, offending the Jin clan for just 8,000 primeval stones is not worth it. Zhang Zhu had been frowning from the start. He looked at Fan Yuan with some discontent and warned, never take such a risk again. Fan Yuan only smiled and turned towards Shang Xinci. According to our previous contract, Miss will get half of this 8,000 primeval stones, and I request Miss to safeguard my half of the share too. Has it been settled? Jin clan leader stood on a hill, watching the leaving caravan. An elder was standing to his side and reported, Yes, clan leader. We have bought back all the Jinzan grass. It is just that Zhang clan is truly hateful for taking advantage of the situation to extort us. Jin clan's clan leader's brows furrowed. Oh? Speak. The elder elaborated on the details. Jin clan's clan leader smiled. It is just 8,000 primeval stones, no need to care. That Zhang clan's lady, however, is intelligent. She pushed out a mortal servant to sound out the situation and earned herself this money. Lord Clan Leader, what if this Zhang clan already knows our clan's secret and thus took advantage to extort us? Ha ha, don't be overly suspicious. If they knew the importance of the Jinzan grass to my clan, why would they only extort mere 8,000 primeval stones? They would buy them all, or even not agree to sell them. But just in case, send some Gu masters to watch them till they completely leave Huangjin Mountains region. Make sure to watch if there are anyone who tries to secretly go to Huang clan. If there are, kill them on the spot. The clan leader's killing intent overflowed all around him as he said this. The elder's mind trembled. As you command, Lord Clan Leader! Fan Yuan glanced back at the Huangjin Mountain, his lips curled up in a smile. Not far away in a carriage, Shang Xinci lifted open the curtains and gazed at Fan Yuan's back. Her beautiful eyes flashed with light, having fallen into deep thought. Chapter 245. Rank 2 Upper Stage. The caravan crossed mountains and valleys as they traveled west. Half a month later, the caravan arrived at Hunmu Mountain, which had a lot of weird-looking trees. Fan Yuan sold half of his goods to buy a lot of these special wood. 20 days later, they arrived at Juyu Mountain. The mountain was full of bumps and craters. These bumps were all made by the falling raindrops. At this place, once it rained, raindrops as large as wine vats fell and formed huge craters in the ground. Thus, the Tong clan of Juyu Mountain was built in the empty caves inside the mountain. If it was an open construct, it would be easily devastated by the rain. In Tong Clan Village, the golden lamp oil that Fan Yuan bought on Huangjin Mountain was very popular. During their stay, it rained 3 times. Fan Yuan thus acquired many blue oil raindrops. These raindrops were a type of material for many different purposes. These giant raindrops were the Tong Clan Village's misfortune that forced them to live inside the mountain caves. But it was also their source of income. After leaving Jiyu Mountain, the caravan arrived at Fangzhuan Mountain. The rocks on this mountain were peculiar. Each were cube-shaped, varying in size and thickness. The Fang clan was a large-scale clan that had been living on Fangzhuan Mountain for over 1,000 years. Their residences were made of tiles, much better than the condition at Tong Clan Village. Tall large walls were constructed around the village, and within the walls were defense towers, while outside the walls were pillboxes. Fan Yuan remembered that at the Fang clan, there was an eccentric elder that liked wood carvings. After contacting him, all the weird and creepy soul wood he collected on Hun Mu Mountain were sold to this clan elder. Just like this, on this journey, with Fan Yuan's manipulation, his goods increased and decreased at times, but each time there was a change, he earned a ton of profit. Once he did this many times, it naturally attracted people's attention. Fan Yuan pushed everything to Shang Xianci, and rumors of her business talent started to circulate. Time flew by quickly. After another 4 villages, the caravan gradually got close to Shaoyu Mountain. This night, the caravan made a temporary camp near a cliff. We have entered Shaoyu Mountain's territory. The remaining journey is all uninhabited mountains and valleys. Goo worms and beasts roam free, and not even a hamlet exists. From tonight onwards, everyone has to place their full attention on the surroundings. Jia Clan's leader instructed. In the tent, many vice leaders nodded in agreement. Shang Xianci's eyes shone with bright light. This was the most dangerous segment of the caravan's route. Once they passed this, they would reach Shuilei Mountain, and after that, they would have to travel past a few more clan villages, before reaching Shangliang Mountain's Shang Clan city. Alright, next we will establish our defensive measures. Jia Clan's leader continued. An hour later, the discussion ended and everyone left the tent. Zhang Zhu came up immediately. Miss, dinner has been prepared. Do we invite He Tu and Bai Yun to dine together again? Of course. Shang Xianci nodded. I have to ask him about his experiences in trading during the banquet. These few days, Fan Yuan's revenue greatly exceeded his losses, earning 5 to 6 times the profits after few trades. This caused Shang Xianci, Zhang Zhu and Xiao Dai, who knew the truth, to look at him in a different light. According to the agreement, Fan Yuan gave half the earnings to Shang Xianci, but to her, these primeval stones could not compare to his business experience and understanding. She did not have any cultivation talent, and as a mortal, engaging in business was her proudest ability. But in this aspect where she could be proud of herself, Fan Yuan displayed a strength which she could not help but admit was far superior to her. Many seemingly absurd decisions gave surprising results after the deal was completed. Shang Xianci was not someone who would give up on herself, and after knowing this difference in ability, she invited him to the dinner banquet daily. A few words of advice from Fan Yuan could benefit her greatly. Her talent in business was outstanding and she absorbed the knowledge like a sponge, growing rapidly. The more she interacted with Fan Yuan, the more she admired him. Sigh, miss, you have to be careful. These two obviously have their own stories, they are not ordinary people. Zhang Zhu sighed with worry. He was afraid Shang Xianci was sinking deeper into this. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang Zhu, I know what I am doing. Shang Xianci was indeed intelligent and smart. She never spoke to Fan Yuan about matters outside of business. She knew what could be said and what could not, never trying to probe further than she was supposed to. She felt that Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing might be mysterious, but they were not dangerous. Fan Yuan used proper techniques in his business trading, and he didn't go back on his words, splitting half the profits with Shang Xianci. Unknowingly, such behavior gave Shang Xianci much feeling of assurance. However, Fan Yuan did not accept the invitation to banquet this time. I am feeling a little tired today, I will not be going. He waved his hand at Xiao Dai, who came to invite him. Fan Yuan did not accept every single invitation from Shang Xianci, normally only accepting 1 out of 3 invitations. Xiao Dai pouted as she looked at Fan Yuan begrudgingly, muttering under her breath and leaving. Previously, when Fan Yuan rejected the invitation, Xiao Dai made a scene several times, feeling indignant for her Mississippi. But the more Fan Yuan earned, the more Xiao Dai's attitude changed, from indignant to accommodating and helplessness. No matter which world it was, at whatever level of society, strength was what gained respect. Fan Yuan shut the tent. Bai Ningbing had already sat on one of the beds. In the darkness, her blue eyes shone slightly. When Fan Yuan first rejected Xiao Dai, she was still a little surprised, but after a few times, Bai Ningbing found out the brilliance of this action. As the saying went, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Fan Yuan rejecting this invitation and not accommodating to Shang Xinci gave the young girl the feeling that he had nothing to gain from her. Let's start. Fan Yuan sat down on the bed as well with his back facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing spread out both palms and placed them on Fan Yuan's back. 10% of her snow's silver primeval essence flowed through her palms into Fan Yuan's body. Bone flesh unity goo shone with green and red light respectively, converting the primeval essence. 6% of snow's silver primeval essence entered Fan Yuan's aperture. Splash, splash, splash. Fan Yuan's thoughts entered his aperture, and used these primeval essence to nurture his aperture walls. When he was rank 1, his aperture could not take the impact of the snow's silver primeval essence. But now that he was rank 2 middle stage, his aperture walls had a stronger foundation now and could endure it. Only that this could not last for a long time, and he needed to rest every once in a while. The light waves on the aperture walls flowed constantly. The white light grew stronger as some areas started to condense. Evidently, Fan Yuan was a step away from rank 2 upper stage. With his rich cultivating experience, Fan Yuan had something like a gauge in his mind. He planned to break through to rank 2 upper stage in one go. Time passed, and it was already late at night. Howl! Suddenly, howling of the Grey Wolf King could be heard. The howl broke the silence of the camp, and soon after, numerous wolves howled in response to their king. Wolf assault! Wolf assault! Damn it, get up, the wolf pack is attacking camp. So many grey wolves, I can't even count how many there are. Many people screamed in shock, waking up everyone else in the camp. Everyone was riled up. Hey, hearing this volume, it seems the wolf pack is quite large. Bai Ningbing listened and laughed. In the caravan's journey, they met many beast groups attack, and now she wasn't shocked anymore. This is Xiaoyu Mountain. Some people say the entire southern border wolves live here. During a full moon, the wolf packs will gaze at the round moon, and the wolf howls can cause the entire mountain to tremble and shake. This is only our first night, and we already encountered a grey wolf pack. Our luck is terrible. Fan Yuan opened his eyes slightly, but multitasked and did not stop the cultivating in his aperture. Damn it, there are too many wolves. Healing Goo Master, where are the Healing Goo Masters? My father is injured, he is bleeding a lot. The southeast direction's defense has been broken through, go reinforce them quickly. The situation was more severe than Bai Ningbing had predicted. After discovering the wolf pack, in just a few minutes, the first line of defense in the camp was broken through, and the wolves broke into the camp. Ah! Take up your weapons and fight these beasts. Servants screamed as sounds of battle and shouting continued. Do we go out? Bai Ningbing asked. For what? What can you do? Don't forget your identity. After a moment of silence, Fan Yuan replied nonchalantly. But the wolves are already charging here, the goods you just purchased might be damaged. Bai Ningbing laughed, showing glee in her tone. Then let them be damaged. Fan Yuan closed his eyes again. After a while, Xiao Dai's voice came from outside the tent. Hey two. Are you two in there? What's the matter? Bai Ningbing asked. Oh my god, you are still here? Such a loud commotion, and you didn't even wake up. Many grey wolves entered the camp. Although the situation is under control, there might be some wolves left out. Miss is asking you to go over, with Lord Jiangshu to protect us. It will be safer. Xiao Dai shouted. No need, since the situation is under control, we shall not impose on your Mississippi. I can handle a grey wolf or two with my physical strength. Fan Yuan replied. Xiao Dai urged some more, but was still rejected. Finally she stomped her feet outside the tent. Ungrateful bunch, don't blame me for not reminding you if you die. Humph. Saying so, she hurriedly left. The grey wolves continued to attack for 15 minutes before retreating. This beast group assault brought the greatest loss the caravan had suffered since their establishment. 3 Goo Masters died in battle, over a dozen injured, countless servants died, and most of the goods were damaged. Especially Zhang clan's goods, they received the most damage. These goods were all borrowed by Fan Yuan, and at first estimation, Fan Yuan lost over 1,000 primeval stones in this one night. When it was daylight, and they calculated the losses, he showed a bitter smile but did not mind it at all. Because last night, he had advanced to rank 2 upper stage. Only spending just a few months, this cultivation speed was shocking even to Bai Ningbing, who knew the method. Chapter 246. Exposed. The bloody night passed and the morning sun shone upon the ruined camp. The atmosphere was solemn as everyone cleaned up the battlefield and packed their goods, setting off with a heavy heart. However, the wolf pack attack this time was only the beginning. Few days later, they were attacked again by gray wolf packs. The scale of the attack this time was even larger than the previous time. But the caravan had taken sufficient precautions and were able to limit their losses to less than the previous time. They chased away this pack of gray wolves. However, they had yet to regain their breaths, when 3 days later they were attacked by lightning wolf packs. The pack contained 3 frenzy lightning wolves and 9 bold lightning wolves. 15 Gu masters were killed while fighting them. The battle ended with wolf corpses all around the ground, and a wounded frenzy lightning wolf escaped with the remaining injured wolves. There were many Gu masters who chased them for revenge, but couldn't catch up to them, and they didn't dare to enter deep into Xiaoyu Mountain. They could only stare fixedly at the retreating wolf packs. The attack this time made the caravan's leader and vice leaders realize the danger they were in. On that very evening, they decided to speed up and leave Xiaoyu Mountain as quickly as possible. Even so, for the next 15 days, they were met with frequent attacks by the wolf packs. Gray wolves, lightning wolves, snow wolves, 2-headed wolves, and even blood fang wolves. Everyone in the caravan let out a breath of relief after they got out of Xiaoyu Mountain. The caravan's next few days passed peacefully and smoothly, until they entered Baihu Mountain and were attacked by beast groups again. This time, it was old turtle carapace apes. These white apes were enormous with a carapace armor on their back. The carapace armor was covered with turtle shell patterns. There weren't many casualties from the attacks of these ape groups, but the huge damage to the goods caused many to feel heartache. Fan Yuan's goods also met with hardship. The dozen carts of goods he had was decreased to less than half. The morale in caravan fell greatly. These people were merchants trying their best to earn money. However, these losses made this trip worthless to them. We have made a fruitless trip. I checked my accounts yesterday. My earnings amounted to less than 2,000 primeval stones. My situation is even worse. I have already lost 30% of the goods. Even if it is worse, can it be as worse as the Zhang clans? They have already lost most of their goods. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have just curled up in the clan. Why would I bother to take risk and only earn this much? The caravan moved in such an atmosphere. 5 days later, they were attacked by a group of white tigers. There were losses again. 7 days later, a group of flame tigers ambushed them. Fire spread over the camp and a large amount of goods were burned down. The morale had reached an all-time low. Many of the merchants had lost all their investment. 10 days later, when they were about to cheer as they left the border of the Baihu Mountain region, a biao appeared. 5 tigers and 1 biao. A biao was a tiger that had grown wings, and was at least 1,000 beast king. And because it had the ability to fly, it was even more troublesome. Some vice leaders of the caravan lost their lives while resisting this biao. The biao tailed the caravan for almost 100 miles, constantly harassing them. Finally, the caravan higher-ups decided to make minor sacrifices, quickly deciding to give up close to 100 servants. Most of these servants were injured or crippled. They rained curses and cried for their lives, but could do nothing to change their fate. Finally, the biao had its fill and left, satisfied. The caravan was only able to rest properly after leaving the Baihu Mountain far behind. The leaders of each clans didn't stint on rewards, gradually raising the morale. The scale of the caravan was now already thinned by half of their original size. But after going through this cruel elimination and sharpening, the caravan now showed signs of an elite group. I have been a traveling merchant for so many years, and this was the most challenging of them all. Who knows what possessed these wild beasts, attacking so frequently? After this trip ends, I will retire and enjoy my life. No matter what, the risk of this trade route needs to be reevaluated. The main reason is still because these great mountains don't have any human inhabitations. With no clans and garrisons to purge these beasts, they have grown without check. Some sighed, some were downhearted, whereas some still retained some hope. However, the caravan seemed to be jinxed. On the road ahead, they were not only attacked by all kinds of beast groups, but also by many swarms of insects and wild goo worms. The size of the caravan was decreasing continuously. The merchants no longer cared about profits and loss. They were starting to sense their lives were on the line. They even abandoned a lot of goods willingly to speed up their traveling speed. The setting sun dyed the clouds in blood red. The caravan was crossing a mountain woods in silence. Everyone was exhausted and numb, their morale very low. Many had bandages on their body, covering light and heavy injuries. They moved step by step in the bumpy mountain passageway. It had rained yesterday, causing the mountain passage to be muddy and slippery. A handcart filled with goods got stuck in the mud. The ostrich that was dragging the cart raised its neck and made shrill crackling noises before using all its strength to pull the cart, but to no avail. Right at this time, 2 hands came from behind the cart and lifted it, pulling the stuck wheel out of the mud pit. It was Fan Yuan. He casually clapped his hands. The thousands of kilos worth of goods didn't seem to be that heavy in his hands. However, although the cart broke away from the mud pit, its wheels were somehow jammed and didn't move. Bai Ningbing, who was at the side, bent down to take a look at the wheel. After being in caravan for so long, she had learned many things with her disguised identity, and had already completely blended in. What is this? She rubbed the axle of the wheel, her eyes filled with doubt. There was some kind of stuff hidden in the axle of the wheel, and it was continuously grinded down into fine gray powder as the wheels moved. The fine powder was unnoticeable when they fell down to the ground. Bai Ningbing picked some of this powder and rubbed them with her fingers. The powder turned into grease. I put these oil powder in the wheels to lubricate them and make the handcart move more smoothly. Fan Yuan walked over while taking out a cotton handkerchief from his pocket. He grabbed Bai Ningbing's hands and cleaned the grease off. After that, he crouched down and felt around the wheels. The wheels regained their mobility. Let's go. He wiped off the oil powder from his hands and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. The two continued to walk. Bai Ningbing's pace continued to become slower as the doubts in her heart intensified and formed into a dense fog that couldn't be dispelled. She sensed something was amiss. When did Fan Yuan get this oil powder? How come I had no idea? Was it since the beginning, or at Huangji Mountain or at Xiaoyu Mountain? Strange. He doesn't seem to give a damn about the caravan. He hasn't even frowned seeing such large losses to the caravan. But why would he care about oiling the handcart? Strange, strange. Wait a second. Suddenly, a quick light seemed to flash past Bai Ningbing's mind. At that instant, her whole body shivered and her pupils suddenly shrunk down to pin-sized. A possibility echoed out from deep within her mind. She stopped at the spot, her mind filled with shock. After a long while, the ostrich which had been walking beside her suddenly screeched and woke her up. Fan Yuan's figure was already far away now, gradually merging into the crowd in front. This guy. Bai Ningbing lowered her head, covering the cold light flashing past her blue eyes under the cover of the straw hat. Sun was slowly setting down in the west, and the many stars began to appear in the sky. The caravan stopped near a beach. They had decided to camp here for the night. However, just when they were half finished with setting up the camp, a group of cold jade alcats appeared in the vicinity. Beast group, it is the alcat. Stop your work, make defensive formations. These damn animals, I just had my dinner. People cursed and ran, but with the previous bitter suffering and tempering, they soon formed 3 tight defensive lines. Cold jade alcat's body was like that of a leopard's and was extremely quick. Its face, though, was similar to an owl. Its enormous eyes covered almost half of its face and shone with eerie green light in the dark. The Alcat King gave a loud cry. The Alcat groups charged towards the camp like a tide. Kill! The Gu masters who were in the front lines shouted. Momentarily, all kinds of colors flashed, fire blazed, rocks and soils flew, lightning rumbled. Countless Alcats collapsed, but more waves of Alcats rushed forth. Heavens, this is a large-scale cold jade Alcat groups! Someone shouted. Ah, save! A part of the defensive lines couldn't resist the attacks anymore, and a Gu master was pounced upon by 3 Alcats. His tragic screams stopped midway, flesh and blood splattered in the air. Quick, cover up that gap! 2 Gu masters were sent as reinforcements. However, it was of no use. The gap continued to increase, slowly destroying the whole defensive line. Retreat, retreat! In the end, they had no choice but to retreat to second defensive line. Link the handcarts and carriages, and pile up the goods into high walls. After the second defensive line, the third defensive line hurriedly set up a barricade. Many servants were busy moving the goods, their bodies soaked with sweat. No one could goof off at this time. Fan Yuan was moving a large trunk, when Bai Ningbing suddenly walked over and lifted a side of the trunk. On the surface she seemed to be helping Fan Yuan, but actually she moved closer to Fan Yuan and whispered to his ears while gritting her teeth. "You bastard, you attracted these cold jade cats, right?" Fan Yuan looked surprised. "Why do you say such a thing? Stop pretending. There was definitely something wrong with those powder. I don't believe a guy like you will kindly consider these minor details," Bai Ningbing whispered. "Ha ha ha, you finally discovered it." Fan Yuan didn't deny. Bai Ningbing couldn't help gritting her teeth. All the frequent attacks the caravans suffered on the way was all due to Fan Yuan's contribution. The two lifted the wooden trunk and moved slowly. The people around them were all busy shouting and moving, their concentration all on the battlefield. Who could have the time to listen to Fang and Bai's whisperings? "Why are you doing this?" After a moment of silence, Bai Ningbing asked. "Ha!" Fan Yuan laughed. "Guess." Immediately, Bai Ningbing felt a violent impulse to beat Fan Yuan up. Chapter 247. White Feather Flying Elephant. Bai Ningbing controlled her urge as her eyes squinted. She was after all an icy genius, easily able to understand things. What does Shang Xianci have that makes Fan Yuan put in so much effort? Firstly, she had assumed that Fan Yuan was after Shang Xianci's beauty, but now she had overruled that assumption. She understood Fan Yuan. Only a huge amount of benefit could make him exert himself like this. But after so many days, Bai Ningbing had already understood Shang Xianci's background. She was ostracized by Zhang clan, and was only a mortal with no cultivating talent. Shang Xianci was indeed beautiful as a flower, but this appearance was not a strength of hers, but a weakness. This appearance would invite the demonic claws of lust and crime. Most importantly, she did not have the power to protect herself. If not for the loyal rank 3 Gu master serving her, she would have been caught and turned into a plaything long ago. Such a person, what value does she hold? Her business talent? It was nothing compared to Fan Yuan's. Bai Ningbing could not comprehend it at all. Fan Yuan did not speak, and did not reply Bai Ningbing. "Those two over there, move faster, stop wasting time." Not far away, a Gu master pointed at Fang and Bai, shouting. Fang and Bai moved more quickly, as Bai Ningbing suppressed her voice. "You're messing around like this, aren't you afraid of getting exposed? If anyone finds out, these people will fight you to the death." "Then did they find out?" Fan Yuan rebuked. "Tisk." The two put down their wooden boxes and walked back. To eliminate his own suspicion, Fan Yuan sacrificed most of his goods during the first beast group attack. After a few assaults, Zhang clan's losses were the most severe. Many people felt pity for Shang Xianci, and even Shang Xianci herself approached Fan Yuan and consoled him. But now that Bai Ningbing thought about it, she realized, although Fan Yuan seemed to have lost a lot of goods, his truly valuable goods were still kept till today. These goods were more than half the value of his entire fortune, thus his real losses were not as much as it seems. His concealment methods were truly divine. If she did not discover it by accident, she would still be in the dark. Thinking so, Bai Ningbing felt indignant. "This guy, he even hid the truth from me." The two carried another box. Fan Yuan seemed to know Bai Ningbing's inner thoughts, laughing lightly. "To deceive the enemy, we have to deceive ourselves first. After all, I was not intentionally keeping it from you, you have your purpose to serve." "Oh, what purpose?" Bai Ningbing naturally asked. "To alert myself. You are the person closest to me. If you find anything amiss, the others will do so soon. But it was coincidence today that I..." Fan Yuan shook his head. "Chance is represented by a certain trend, regardless, it is about time already." Bai Ningbing's eyes shone. "What are you going to do?" Cold Jade Alcat did not manage to break the third line of defense, as the second line of defense still held on, eliminating these attackers. After the battle, the survivors tallied the results, and cleaned up the battlefield. "How many times have we been attacked already? I want to go home. Damn it, our luck is too terrible this time. Should we continue forward? Maybe if we stay here and wait for the other caravan's help, it might be a good idea." Everyone's morale was low, some people grumbled, while most felt that the future was uncertain, and did not want to proceed further. Fear towards death, frustration and dread of the unknown emanated throughout the camp. "Jia caravan leader, why do you assign our Chen clan to guard the first line of defense every time? What motive do you have?" "Chen vice leader, I have been fair and impartial the entire time. Your Chen clan has the greatest strength, now that we are in this together, we have to help each other. Those who are stronger put in more effort, of course you have more responsibilities as well. As the argument was sudden, many people's attention was attracted. Jiao Long and Qin Vice Leader Qin Shuangjin stared at each other in a tense atmosphere. My Qin clan is the strongest? Haha, Jia Caravan Leader, you are truly speaking bullshit. Everyone knows how much fighting force you have left. Qin Shuangjin laughed coldly. Ridiculous. From my clan, such a good person like Jia Ping had been sacrificed. What about your Qin clan? Jia Long chided. Both of you, now is not the time for arguments. Lin Clan Vice Leader walked over and advised. Eventually, Jia and Qin left without coming to an agreement. Even Lord Jia Long and Lord Qin Shuangjin have argued. I thought Jia and Qin clan were very close. Sigh, at this crucial moment, it is everyone for themselves. Thinking of how to preserve their own strength, the relationship no longer matters. According to the newest information, Jia clan's two young masters have a huge disagreement, and Qin clan seem to have gone to rely on Jia Gui. So that's it. Lord Jia Long is Jia Fu's subordinate, no wonder Qin clan did not give them face. The few Gu masters discussed softly, as Fan Yuan's heart stirred. Few days later, the caravan whose morale is rock bottom reached Xianya Mountain. Xianya Mountain reached into the clouds as large groups of elephants lived in it. The climate on the mountain was unique. From the mountain foot to mountain belt, it was moist and tropical, with lots of rainforests. From the mountain belt to mountain peak, it was snowy, dry and cold as cedar trees grew there. Everyone was cautious, but good news was that after entering Xianya Mountain for a few days, they did not encounter any beast group attacks. Are we finally lucky for once? Naturally, after our luck hit rock bottom, it can only go up after that. What a pity, our goods were almost all destroyed. We will have lost a lot of profits this time. Humph, be content, you can keep your life, that's good enough already. After Xianya Mountain, we have to get by Mu Bei Mountain, Shuangjiang Mountain, then we will reach Xiao Clan Village. At that place I must sleep at least 3 days straight. Everyone were in a conversation as they commented on the future, as morale rose slightly. Snowing? Someone looked up, seeing spots of white particles floating down from the air. Rubbish, this is the foot of Xiangya Mountain, how can there be snow? Someone did not believe it, but once he raised his head, his expression froze. It really is snowing. Damn it, this isn't snow, it's feathers! Someone shouted. Many Gu masters in the caravan heard this and shuddered. White feathers, could it be, white feather flying elephant? At this moment, intense winds flew as white feathers floated everywhere, like the advent of a snowstorm. Egg! Hundreds of elephants cried out at once, stepping in the air as they charged towards the caravan on the ground. Damn it, it really is the white feather flying elephants! How did we attract them? They should be living above the mountain belt. Get into formation, faster, get into formation! But it was too late. Under the rampage of the elephant group, anywhere they went, people were flipped off their horses. These white feather flying elephants, their bodies were covered in white feathers. With 2-3 meter long curved tusks, thick and sharp. With the huge impact of their charging, they were near unstoppable. The moving caravan were caught off guard. Under just one attack, hundreds of lives were taken away. Many servants were stomped into meat paste, and the carriages were pierced by the tusks. 3 black-skinned fat beetles were killed, and winged snakes and ostriches ran about in panic, causing stomping incidents. At once, the scene was in utter chaos. Gu masters, all of the Gu masters, gather here! Jia Long shouted from among the people. But once he gathered over 10 men, the elephant groups rushed down again, scattering the Gu masters. The elephant group flew in the sky, preparing their third attack. Sigh. Jia Long sighed, knowing there was little hope of counter-attacking. He could only shout. Everyone, quickly escape, run into the surrounding rainforests. Even without him mentioning it, many people had already rushed into the rainforests. But the white feather-flying elephants' charge were insanely powerful. After they got into the rainforests, trees were instantly fell as numerous people were stomped by the elephants. These flying elephants looked sacred and elegant, but their nature were bloodthirsty. Ang! A flying elephant aimed at Shang Xinci and descended like a comet. Miss, run! I'll divert their attention. At the crucial moment, Zhang Zhu stood out and shot a flash of red light at the flying elephant. The flying elephant was enraged, changing direction and aimed at Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu was a healing Gu master, his attack and defense was not outstanding, thus escaping pitifully in the rainforest. The flying elephant came flying, bringing with it a ferocious roar of the wind. Zhang Zhu sprinted and managed to leap in front of him, as the flying elephant landed right behind him, breaking several trees and feathers dropped to the ground. South close! Zhang Zhu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Just as he got up, his vision went dark. Bam! A thick tree branch was swung over by the white feather flying elephant, hitting Zhang Zhu's body directly. At the moment of life and death, Zhang Zhu activated his defensive goo, covering his body in a golden light. Splat! The golden light dispersed and he vomited out a mouthful of blood, as he was sent flying far away. His eyes were spinning with stars, as he felt extremely dizzy, lying on the ground unable to move. Somehow, he could hear the sound of elephant feet stomping, and it was getting louder. A cold chill went down his spine. His rich battle experience was telling him his life was in danger. He could not think further, quickly rolling on the ground. At almost the same time, the white feather flying elephant slammed down right beside him. Bam! Another thunderous impact, as the white feather flying elephant crashed on the mountain walls, its two tusks stabbing deep into the mountain rocks. The flying elephant cried loudly, trying to move its head and trying to move backwards with its four legs. Zhang Zhu's vision finally started to clear up, and he stood up weakly. Seeing this scene, he could not help but sweat. If he was slightly slower earlier, he would have been torn to pieces. He checked his aperture, and there was still 50% of his primeval essence left. His defensive goo was in a bad shape, close to dying. I have to get back to Miss. He was anxious in his heart. As a goo master, he already faced such dangers. Shan Xianci and Xiao Dai were mortals. Their lives were in much greater danger and peril. That white feather flying elephant was still pulling out its tusks, as Zhang Zhu ran away rapidly, running in the direction his memories told him. At the area where they split, Shan Xianci was already missing. Zhang Zhu was hesitant on where to go, when a goo master ran over with 3 white feather flying elephants chasing him. Save me! He shouted. Damn it! Zhang Zhu cursed. He could tell this was Chen Clan's young goo master, called Chen Xian. Zhang Zhu was worried about his lady's safety. How could he care about Chen Xian, thus rapidly escaping? Chen Xian saw Zhang Zhu, and like a drowning person seeing a floating log, he chased after him immediately. Chapter 248. A peace of mind as long as one does what he can. Zhang Zhu cursed but was eventually dragged into the mess. It was a dangerous game of cat and mouse. While barely surviving, the two managed to shrug off the flying elephant but eventually got into a dead end at the cliff, their paths blocked by 2 flying elephants. The earth rumbled as a flying elephant came crashing. Lads, split up! Zhang Zhu shouted, sprinting towards the left. God damn it! Chen Xian shouted before he could react. A flying elephant came crashing, and made a huge hole in the cliff behind him, as the tusks stabbed deeply into the mountain rocks. Both flying elephants were restricted in a way for now. The heavens bless me, my life is not fated to end yet. Zhang Zhu breathed roughly, as he sprawled on the ground. The mountain wall was vibrating, as the 2 flying elephants growled loudly. They continued to shrug their heads, and caused shrapnels to fly all over the place as the holes that their tusks stabbed into enlarged. Zhang Zhu was shocked when he saw this. Knowing the 2 elephants would quickly get loose, he propped himself and tried desperately to get up. He had just stood up, when he heard the wind blow towards him, and he shuddered. Pew! A white bone spear, with a spiral design, stabbed him from his back, penetrating his chest and stabbing firmly on the ground. Blood flowed along the bone spear, dripping on the ground. Zhang Zhu's movements halted, opening his mouth slightly as blood oozed out of the corner of his lips. He gradually lowered his head, looking at this fatal spiral bone spear. Initially he had thought it was the white feather flying elephant's tusks, but soon he realized this was the attack of a goo master. Who is it? He wanted to turn his head, to see who had backstabbed him. But the next second, pew, another bone spear was fired. This spear flew directly into his brain, and came out of his mouth, as the tip stabbed on the ground. Zhang Zhu was firmly kept in place, his eyes widening and futile, while his pupils shrunk. He was dead. Dying with grievance. At a hidden corner, Fan Yuan observed from afar. These few days he had obtained Zhang Zhu's information. This person was an obstacle that had to be removed. The 2 white bone spears gradually dissipated into white light, dispersing into the air. Zhang Zhu lost his support and crashed onto the ground. A white feather flying elephant pulled out its tusks and charged towards Zhang Zhu's corpse, stomping on it, easily turning it into meat paste and crushing all his bones. The white feathers scattered and the flying elephant took off, flying into mid-air again. Seeing this, Fan Yuan retracted his gaze. Zhang Zhu was confirmed to be dead. After the flying elephant stomped on the corpse, Fan Yuan did not even need to clear up the crime scene. He left stealthily. After he left, the other flying elephant took off as well. Its tusks penetrated the mountain walls and left 2 bull-sized holes. The wall caved in as it was surrounded by debris. Suddenly, under the pile of rocks, a head emerged. My God, I was scared to death! Thankfully I had the berry goo and avoided this crisis. Chen Xian dug his way out, breathing raggedly as cold sweat poured down his spine, experiencing after fear. This berry goo allowed goo masters to dig into the ground and hide. The weakness was, once used, the goo master can only be buried at one spot, and cannot move. After activating, the goo master also has to consume a lot of primeval essence to sustain it. Chen Xian was chased as he ran. Only at the final moment did he have the opportunity to use it. The situation is getting more chaotic. There is actually a goo master assassinating Zhang Zhu. Seeing Zhang Zhu's corpse turned into meat paste, completely unrecognizable, Chen Xian gulped and escaped frantically. The elephant group continued rampaging for 2 hours before leaving. Chen Xian Ci and Xiao Dai supported each other as they walked out of the rainforest. Their bodies were full of mud and soil, looking battered and exhausted, and Xiao Dai's face was even blue-black. Evidently, when escaping, she had knocked into something and gotten a bruise. Missy. She was scared out of her wits. Death was so close to her, even trembling as she walked. Chen Xian Ci patted her hand, trying to give her assurance. However, she herself was pale. Along the way, corpses lined the road as blood flowed into the wilderness. Broken carriage wheels, dead ostriches, and the corpses of black-skinned fat beetles and winged snakes laid on the pavements. As the survivors gathered together, anguished cries, sniffing and painful growls mixed into one. As the leader of the caravan, Jiaolong's face was as black as charcoal. The fatalities were too severe this time. The entire caravan lost majority of its members. Less than 1/10 remained, most were crippled. After gathering the people, only 100 were left. Majority were goo masters, and few were mortals. The strongest Jia clan and Chen clan were deep in losses, not to mention the others. Lin clan had only 3 goo masters left, and some unfortunate clans groups were completely wiped out. The rainforest also had its danger. Many people did not die from the white feather flying elephant's rampage, but were attacked by the wild beasts and poisonous worms in the rainforest. Bai Yun, it is great to see you. Earlier in the rainforest, thanks for drawing a white feather flying elephant away from us. Among the people, Chen Xian Ci found Bai Ningbing and thanked her. Fan Yuan did not trust Bai Ningbing, afraid she would collude with Zhang Zhu, thus he went to kill Zhang Zhu personally. As a result, Bai Ningbing followed Chen Xian Ci in secret to protect her life. This is nothing, I always return kindness. Zhang clan lady, what saved you is not me, but your kind actions in the past, Bai Ningbing said. She was always quiet and solemn, almost never speaking. Even if she spoke, she suppressed and changed her voice intentionally. But now she no longer concealed it, using her normal voice to speak. Her tone was cold and indifferent, but clear and evidently female, causing Chen Xian Ci and Xiao Dai's face to turn slightly shocked. That's right, Bai Yun, did you see Uncle Zhang Zhu? Chen Xian Ci asked anxiously. I've looked around but did not manage to find him. Bai Ningbing sighed. Since Fan Yuan returned, she knew Zhang Zhu was definitely dead. No worries, lady, Zhang Zhu is a goo master, having the ability to protect himself. He might be on the way back, she consoled. Hopefully so. Chen Xian Ci's eyebrows were tightly knit, as the uneasiness in her heart intensified. At the other side, leader Jiaolong stood at a high ground, shouting. Everyone, listen up. The smell here will soon attract other beast groups. We have to leave quickly. Everyone move quickly, bring along all the goods that you can salvage. Those that are too heavy, we will have to discard them. In 30 minutes, we must leave this area. The danger was not over yet, everyone could only force themselves to work under the intense grief. Save me, someone please save me. I am still bleeding. Bring me along, I am only crippled in one leg, I can still walk. I'm begging you, I'll pay with primeval stones. 2, 3? Even 4 will do. Those family servants who were severely injured and could not move all begged earnestly. Very few people received help. Those who were injured or crippled could not help out in manual labor and were a burden. Many were heartlessly left behind. Seeing everyone leave, many went into a frenzy and started to curse. Many crawled on the ground and tried to catch up to the caravan. Save me, Lady Zhang, you are the kindest person. Lady Zhang, please show mercy. Shang Xian's footsteps halted, her lips trembling. Her face was pale without any blood circulation as her eyes darted around frantically. The mountain winds blew on her green blouse, and her messy hair made her appear like a small grass in the middle of a storm. Lady Zhang, quickly leave. Now is not the time to be kind. Fan Yuan got to her side and held her arm, forcing her to move ahead. Xiao Dai, who could not stop talking normally, kept her mouth shut, moving along silently, her legs trembling. Trust me, everything will get better, Fan Yuan said in a gentle tone. Shang Xianci grabbed her chest, breathing in deeply. It was as if oxygen was thin and she could not breathe properly. At the start, she used her nose to breathe, but soon she opened her mouth and swallowed mouthfuls of air. Her footsteps became more unsteady, as her limbs grew weak. If not for Fan Yuan supporting her, she might have collapsed on the ground already. The smell of blood assaulted her nose as her entire body was drenched from sweat. When the mountain winds blew, she shuddered from the cold. But after this shiver, her breathing gradually calmed down. After a few more steps, she no longer needed to breathe heavily. After 30 steps, she closed her mouth and her nasal breathing slowed. After 50 steps, her footsteps gradually gained strength, and she no longer needed Fan Yuan's support. The mountain path extended up the cliff. She walked to the top of a slope and the mountain winds blew her hair all over the place. She stretched out her arm and began to comb them. When she had finally finished arranging her hair, the confusion, fear, and worry in her expression vanished. Only a sturdy, determined gaze remained. Thank you, she said to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan nodded, letting go of her arm. On the slope, she gradually stopped her steps, looking back. Do you know? This is the most difficult road I've walked on since my birth. She sighed in agony, her face still pale, but her voice was extremely gentle and soft. Fan Yuan's lips curled into a smile. So this is Shang Xianci? As expected of the person that impacted the southern borders. Even Bai Ningbing looked twice, seeing Shang Xianci in a different light. To a mortal young girl, after encountering such a disaster, being able to reorganize herself so quickly was an amazing feat on this road. Voices of crying and pleas were constantly heard. This was nothing to Fang and Bai, but to Shang Xianci, it was a great torture and interrogation. Especially after Zhang Zhu's disappearance. After losing her greatest reliance, Shang Xianci could still bravely face this situation head-on. It was truly outstanding. On this road, although it was an ordinary mountain path, it was a difficult trial of the heart. Shang Xian gritted her teeth, and did not collapse, walking past with determination. At this instant, she matured. Fan Yuan suddenly laughed lightly, staring at Shang Xianci deeply. Lady Zhang, since you are so kind, why did you not save those who were abandoned? This attracted Xiao Dai's furious stare. Shang Xianci laughed bitterly. If I could save them, I would definitely do it, but unfortunately, no matter what I try, I cannot save these people. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. This is the part where I admire you the most. Irrational kindness is a crime. Although you are immortal, you have my respect. Lady Zhang, in life, there are many obstacles. Sometimes the road might be very dirty and difficult. But as long as you do all that you can, you will have a peace of mind. Shang Xianci looked at Fan Yuan, light shining in her beautiful eyes. She had guessed long ago that Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were not mortals. From his tone earlier, she finally confirmed this. In her perspective, she had unknowingly given Fan and Bai some help. These were small acts of kindness, but it won their recognition and admiration. Afterwards, Fan and Bai helped her many times, first during Fei Ho Mountain, and later earning money for her. And a moment ago, they saved her life. She was a weak girl, chased from her clan, and even lost half of her goods. What did she have that they could exploit? Nothing. Under such circumstances, they still stood by her side. Just this action, she could tell that although they were mysterious, their nature were pure and righteous, as true beauty and kindness hid in their hearts. Meeting them was her fortune. Thinking so, Shang Xianxi's heart was palpitating with gratitude, as she stared at Fan Yuan deeply, saying sincerely, "Thank you?" Just 2 words expressed the immense gratitude in her heart. Bai Ningbing could not help but roll her eyes. If Shang Xianxi found out that the entire misfortune was caused by Fan Yuan single-handedly, who knows how she would react to that? Chapter 249. A droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring. The report on casualties have come out. Right now, we are left with 137 people, among which 78 are Gu masters and 59 are mortals. A vice leader reported to everyone. At this time, in this tattered tent, the surviving leaders of the caravan were all gathered together, discussing their options. The mood was heavy and oppressive. The caravan leader Jialong was frowning and his brows almost tightened into a knot when he heard the report. Their caravan had originally been a large-sized caravan with over 1,000 people, but now it was down to this pathetic number. One might think 78 Gu masters were quite a high number, but only 12 were rank 3 Gu masters, 28 were rank 2 and remaining 38 were all rank 1 Gu masters. This number included all the injured and disabled Gu masters. In truth, the amount of Gu masters who still retained their strength did not amount to even half. Mortal lives were cheap, they could abandon these servants, but Gu masters were different. Every Gu master was a precious resource to their clans, they couldn't be abandoned. Jialong knew these disabled Gu masters were a huge burden to the caravan, and were just adding more problems to the already crumbling logistics department of the caravan to preserve their lives and treat their injuries. However, Jialong didn't dare to abandon them. If he abandoned the Gu masters, the morale would completely break down and all the remaining Gu masters would feel insecure. The whole caravan would collapse. Their end result would be food for the beast groups. At this time, the vice leader who had reported the statistics changed the subject. The only fortunate thing is there are still a lot of goods remaining in the caravan. If we distribute these ownerless goods, then the primeval stones we distribute will be enough to make up for most of our losses. In the calamity just before, there were many deaths, but the loss to goods was instead few. If the goods were equally distributed, the survivors could instead profit from this. Almost everyone present in the tent had shining eyes now. Merchants chased after profits, even if they were in danger. This innate nature did not change. The group of people began looking at each other before Vice Leader Chen Shuangjin coughed. "I feel that equal distribution isn't quite proper. In the battle just before, my Qin clan has sacrificed the most, and has also killed the most white feather flying elephants. I want at least 30% of these ownerless goods." 30%? Impossible. How much did your Chen clan sacrifice? What about my Wei Qi clan that had to sacrifice a young rank 2 peak stage genius? No matter what, our Ji clan demands 20%. The commotion in the tent began to turn into disputes. Everyone felt greed in front of benefits. Only Shang Xianci was sitting silently in the group. The stronger groups demanded more, the weaker groups demanded equal distribution. The dispute was turning fiercer and even attracted many inquiring gazes from outside the tent. Shang Xianci suddenly stood up. The tent suddenly quietened down. Everyone. Shang Xianci's beautiful eyes swept over everyone. The urgent matter is not the distribution of these goods but how we should continue forward. Maybe there will be more beast groups at the next moment. We are in the same boat and are tied together by fate. However, our individual strength is limited, so we need to collaborate together to have a chance at survival. She paused for a moment and continued, I suggest that we will all contribute our goods and take out the things which can be helpful to us. As I proposed it, my Zhang clan shall act as the example. I am willing to contribute all of the goods in my possession without seeking compensation. What? Free contribution? Momentarily, many became tongue-tied. Chen Shuangjin, Xiao Long and others all showed different expressions. I am tired. I hope everyone can agree on an effective method soon. I will take my leave. Saying this, Shang Xianci nodded her head and opened the tent flap. She hadn't even walked 5 steps out of the tent, when a huge commotion broke out in the tent. Now that Zhang clan's goods were also added on the list, the benefits had become even higher, making everyone frantic. Shang Xianci's steps slowed, but she just clenched her fists and heaved a deep sigh. She was also a merchant and naturally wanted to chase after profits. Her so-called voluntary contribution just before was of course not heartfelt. It was just that the current situation had forced her. She was like a child who was carrying a large sum of money and had no choice but to protect herself as she walked among the adults. When she walked back to her tent, she saw Xiao Dai curling up and weeping at the corner, her eyes bloodshot. She had grown up and lived together with Shang Xinci almost all her life. The horror from white feather flying elephants was bursting out right now. Xiao Dai! Shang Xinci sighed and sat beside her, consoling. Missy, I am scared. Weep, weep. Lord Zhangzhu hasn't returned yet, it can't be, it can't be. Xiao Dai buried her head in Shang Xinci's chest as she wept bitter tears. Shang Xinci patted her back and spoke words of comfort, but Xiao Dai still continued to cry. Xiao Dai, Uncle Zhangzhu might not return ever again, Shang Xinci said in a heavy tone. The moment these words were said, she clearly felt Xiao Dai's body shiver. Missy! That's not true, that can't be! Xiao Dai raised her head, her eyes were bloodshot, and she was repeatedly shaking her head. Accept the truth, Xiao Dai! Shang Xinci suddenly said in a strict voice. From now on, we can only rely on ourselves. Don't cry, crying won't solve any problems. Rely on ourselves? But we are both mortals, if not for Lord Zhangzhu, we couldn't have even embarked on this expedition. Xiao Dai said with eyes filled with tears, her morale low. You are right. If it was not for Uncle Zhangzhu's identity, how could these people let me become one of the vice leaders? Xiao Dai, you are right, we are mortals, but mortals also have their strengths. Shang Xinci's gaze flashed with a resolute light. She looked at Xiao Dai with her bright gaze and shook Xiao Dai's arm. Xiao Dai, do you believe in me? As Xiao Dai looked at the current Shang Xinci, she felt an unknown strength filling her. This strength came from Shang Xinci and then pervaded her body, influencing her heart and making her feel like she was being illuminated by light. Missy! Xiao Dai's gaze flashed, she had never seen this form of her lady. At this instant, she felt that her lady looked more beautiful than ever before. I believe you! She answered softly but resolutely. Good. Listen properly, we are in a dangerous situation now, sometimes people can be more dreadful than wild beasts. Bring all our savings and let's go find He Tu and Bai Yun. Okay. I will do as you say, Missy. After about 5 minutes. In the tent, Fan Yuan and Shang Xinci was sitting cross-legged opposite each other. Fan Yuan stared ruminatingly at the beautiful girl in front of him. You are telling me, you've already contributed all of our goods for free? To those insatiable hyenas? Yes, that is so. Shang Xinci calmly admitted. Fan Yuan's lips curled up, his gaze towards Shang Xinci was filled with admiration. She was truly smart, having the resolution to let go. Zhang Zhu was dead, Shang Xinci was only a mortal, and even if she represented Zhang clan, her position was not equal to the other vice leaders. It would be easy for these Gu masters to swallow Shang Xinci's properties. They would kill Shang Xinci and put the blame on the beast groups. No one could say anything at that time. Zhang clan also wouldn't investigate thoroughly for a mere Shang Xinci. To Shang Xinci, these goods on her hands had become incomparably hot, and could court disaster towards her. Hence, she wisely chose to give up these cause of disaster to others, and guarantee her safety. However, she was very aware that this type of safety wasn't reliable at all, and thus came here. I came here to apologize to you, I am really sorry. Shang Xinci bowed towards Fan Yuan. You borrowed these goods, so these goods should have been yours, but I rudely took the matters into my own hands. As an apology, I ask you to please accept these. Shang Xinci brought forward the 2 wooden trunks. Without even opening them, Fan Yuan knew these trunks were filled with primeval stones. Most of it was what he earned himself, and the 50-50 percentage shares of Shang Xinci as well. Fan Yuan couldn't help but observe Shang Xinci. Their gazes met each other in the air, gradually coming to a tacit understanding. They were both smart, and understood many things without them having been said. In Shang Xinci's perception, Fan Yuan was deliberately hiding his identity, and could very possibly be a Gu master. From all his behaviors till now, Shang Xinci felt he was a reliable person. If there was someone who could still help her, Fan Yuan was no doubt the best choice because she felt at ease towards him. However, she also had some misgivings. First, she didn't know what strength Fan Yuan truly possessed. There was a huge difference between rank 1, rank 2 or rank 3. Secondly, there was definitely some painful backstory for Fan Yuan to hide his identity, so he might not necessarily reveal his identity to help her. Shang Xinci had offered up all the goods without getting Fan Yuan's consent, and after getting the most basic guarantee for safety, she brought out all her savings to find Fang Yuan. She was saying it was her apology, but this action was actually inviting Fang Yuan to her side, hoping to obtain his help. She knew Fang Yuan and her were the same type of people, and could come to a tacit understanding of smart people. The two gazed at each other for a long while before Fang Yuan smiled and broke the silence. These primeval stones, it is better for Lady Zhang to take them back. Shang Xianxi's expression slightly paled as her heart sank. From her understanding, Fang Yuan refusing these primeval stones meant he was refusing to help her. However, what could she do about this? Even if she talked of it, Fang Yuan had already repaid her many times over. There were very few people in the world who would do this. Shang Xianxi couldn't demand anything. However, if He Tu didn't help her, who else was there? Bai Yun? That wasn't like to work. They seemed to have very intimate relationship, advancing or retreating together. Shang Xianxi couldn't think of any other person. A bitter smile appeared in her beautiful appearance. I understand. But these primeval stones are my gift to you. Ordinary people holding treasures will court calamity. If you don't accept them, I might have to contribute them too. Fang Yuan laughed. Lady Zhang, you misunderstood me. When I and Bai Yun had just entered the caravan, we were severely wounded and were barely hanging by a thread. Our strength had fallen to an all-time low and our goods were even coveted by some strong servants. Truly, when you are low and down, even scums come to bully you. It was you who sheltered us and gave us enough time to recuperate. It won't be wrong to see this favor as saving our lives. And I am someone who repays kindness and takes revenge for enmity. Although you are immortal, I acknowledge you and even admire you. It is fate we met each other among such a vast population. A droplet of water received in need will be repaid with a whole spring, let alone the favor of saving life. Take back the primeval stones. I will definitely protect you with all my strength. Ah. Shang Xianxi couldn't help giving a soft cry. Her eyelashes shook and her eyes reddened, turning tearful. Because of her tears, Fang Yuan appeared blurry in her vision. However, in her heart, Fang Yuan's image became incomparably clear. Chapter 250. Truly demonic Gu Masters. As the saying goes, adding icing on the cake cannot compare to offering help in times of need. Troubled times and turbulence revealed people's true colors. Fang Yuan, however, wasn't concerned with Shang Xianxi's expression. Next was the truly important thing. He continued, There is something I must tell you. Please speak. Shang Xianxi wiped the corners of her eyes with her jade-like fingers, and adjusted her mood. Bai Yun and I are demonic path Gu Masters. Fang Yuan said. Shang Xianxi wasn't surprised and instead nodded her head. She had already anticipated this. Previously, Zhang Zhu had also guessed this and had reminded her to be on guard against Fang and Bai. She was thus mentally prepared and could calmly accept this shocking statement. She didn't have the aptitude to cultivate and was, moreover, an illegitimate child. Her different life experience made her mature fast and have a deep understanding of the world's nature. What's more, right now, she didn't have any other better options. Fang Yuan's voice turned cold. Those from the demonic path are vicious and merciless. Bai Yun and I are no exception. We have taken lives. Shang Xianxi subconsciously puckered her lips. You have to trust me, for me to be able to help you. But rest assured, after I feel that I have repaid your favor in full, I will quietly leave. Others will not associate you with demonic Gu Masters. But before that, Bai Yun and I will show up as Zhang Clan's Gu Masters. I hope that you can clarify our identities. Fang Yuan indifferently said. Shang Xianxi revealed a resolute gaze. Lord He Tu, just address me as Xianxi. You are of demonic path, but you are frank and somewhat of principles. Xianxi is not pedantic. Those righteous Gu Masters are mostly just hypocrites. Being able to receive your protection is my fortune. Ha! Fang Yuan laughed loudly and looked deeply at Shang Xianxi. As long as you don't regret it later. Shang Xianxi was just about to speak when there came a sound from outside the tent. Zhang Xianxi is in this tent? It was an arrogant and youthful male voice. Lord Gu Master, please stay where you are. Missy is having an important discussion inside. Xiao Dai blocked the man. Important discussion? Haha, all of your Zhang clan's goods have been donated. What important matters could there be to discuss? The man sneered. Lord Gu Master. Ah! Xiao Dai suddenly screamed, and then there was the sound of her falling to the ground. Get lost, you lowly slave, dare to block my Fei's path? Shan Xianxi's beautiful eyes immediately flashed with panic and worry. She was about to stand up, but was blocked by Fang Yuan. The tent flap was suddenly lifted and a devious-looking young Gu master appeared in front of the two. Zhang Xianci! The young Gu master's gaze immediately landed on Zhang Xianci's body, without bothering to conceal the lustful desire within. Haha, you were here, I have been looking all over for you. He curled up his lips and raised his head, looking at Zhang Xianci as if everything was under his control. Zhang Xianci was wearing green clothings, and looked like a delicate lotus. There seemed to be nothing more beautiful than her. This beautiful figure was already ingrained into many hearts in the caravan. Fei was one of them. He had always yearned for her and wooed after her several times, but was always rejected by Zhang Xianci. He had thought of using force, but had to control himself because of Zhang Zhu's presence. Now, the only Gu master from Zhang clan in the caravan, Zhang Zhu, was dead. Zhang Xianci was just a mere mortal but was so beautiful. Fei had been coveting her in his heart, and now he had this chance. Fei's lustful and invading gaze made Zhang Xianci's heart twinge, her mood turning dismal. She had given up the goods of her own accord, but was still not able to obtain safety. Her appearance had become a curse. These righteous Gu masters who normally appeared dignified had now torn their masks. Zhang Xianci was clear that this Fei was only the most impatient one, and there were still many other wolves like him. I am not sure for what matters has Lord Fei come for? Zhang Xianci stood up and asked in greeting. Ha! Fei threw his head back and laughed. I came to help you, Xianci. Darling, the Gu master protecting you has still not returned, he is definitely dead. You are only a weak woman, and as long as you rely on me, you can live safely. Pitiful girl, you don't need to thank me, this is how kind I am, just follow me. Saying so, he walked forward to grab Zhang Xianci. Zhang Xianci's face was pale. She was a young girl after all and couldn't help taking a step back. This delicate and pitiful look instead ignited the lust in Fei. Missy, you can't go with him! Xiao Dai ran into the tent and opened her arms to block in front of Fei. Fei became furious and immediately slapped Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai tumbled onto the ground, her cheek was already swollen up. She felt dizzy and her ears were ringing from the slap. Xiao Dai! Zhang Xianci quickly crouched down and supported her. Missy, leave quickly. Even if I die, I won't let you take Missy. Xiao Dai slowly stood up and stared fiercely at Fei. Her gaze carried fear, anger, and also decisiveness. You lowly servant, you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Fei was going crazy with anger, he raised his hand and slapped down. However, the next moment, a sturdy hand stretched out from seemingly nothingness, and fiercely grabbed his arm. Who is it? Fei was startled, but when he looked at the person that was grabbing his arm, he only saw an ugly servant. Such audacity! Fei's expression twisted into one full of anger. He tried taking back his arm, but Fan Yuan's arm was like iron pincers and didn't even move a bit. Dog slave, you are still not releasing your hand? Fei's anger had reached the peak, turning into huge killing intent. He was going to activate his primeval essence when Fan Yuan suddenly smiled. His whole face was full of burn injuries and he was also 1 ear short. Right now as he smiled, he appeared extremely terrifying. Fei's heart immediately palpitated. Fan Yuan had already released his hand. Then, he raised his leg and gave a strong kick at Fei's stomach. Bang! Fei only felt an enormous strength that he had no way to resist, attack him. With the intense pain that followed, his whole body flew out of the tent like tattered rags, stopping only after 20 to 30 feet. For a person to shoot out from a tent was a rather big commotion. The surrounding people stopped to watch the show. The tent flap was torn when Fei flew out. From the torn hole, Zhang Xianci and Xiao Dai saw Fei lying motionless on the ground. The two were dumbfounded. Merchants always paid particular attention to amiability with others, even putting on smiles when they were wrong. Zhang Xianci's came from a poor background, she had already learned to endure and was used to lowering her head. Although she had rank 3 Zhang Zhu before, he was after all a healing Gu master and couldn't do much by himself. Most of the conflicting views had to be resolved warmly. Peacefully like the flow of water or the thawing of snow. However, Fan Yuan's sudden kick was like a crash of thunder, a steep cliff, With no hints of moderation and restraint, it carried a dominating tyranny. This intense violence far surpassed the two girls' imagination. Oh Fei laid on the ground, stupefied for several seconds. Then the intense pain in his stomach aroused strong hatred and anger in him. Someone had kicked him, and that someone was even a servant. Bastard, you actually dared to kick me! How dare you kick me? You lowly mortal, you are asking for death! I will cut your corpse into 1,000 pieces. Oh Fei growled in fury and stood up from the ground. The anger made his whole face red, he was gritting his teeth and his eyes clearly showed his anger. He looked just like a wild beast that was about to devour a human. Go and die. He crazily charged towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan took a steady step forward, and blocked in front of the two girls with his head high and chest out. Oh Fei suddenly jumped when he reached close. He reached the heights of 20 feet before diving down at Fan Yuan. I will sweat you into meat paste. He shouted and stretched out his two palms. Under the influence of his goo, his palms increased in size by over 3 times, and as it ruthlessly came down on Fan Yuan, even the wind seemed to scream, indicating at its violent strength. If Fan Yuan was truly immortal, he would definitely be swatted into meat paste by Oh Fei's palms, dying a terrible death. However, he was no mortal. Not only that, he was a rank 2 upper stage goo master. And not only was he a rank 2 upper stage goo master, he even had a portion of rank 3 peak stage Snow's silver primeval essence in his aperture. Since his advancement to rank 2, Fan Yuan's aperture had been able to contain some Snow's silver primeval essence. Especially during the frequent attacks by the beast groups, Fan Yuan had stored a portion of Snow's silver primeval essence to avoid any mishaps. Hence, Fan Yuan might be at rank 2 upper stage, but his fighting prowess wasn't limited to that. And this Oh Fei was no more than a rank 2 initial stage trash. Whoosh! The strong wind brought forth by Oh Fei's attack was blowing at the two girls' bund hair. Xiao Dai's face was deathly pale upon seeing Oh Fei descending like a deity, his two hands swatting down with an extreme power. Shang Xianxi's heart was also palpitating, and couldn't help but shout, "Careful!" Fan Yuan only scoffed, before lightly flicking his forefinger. Spiral Bone Spear Goo. A spiral bone spear suddenly shot out towards the sky. What? Oh Fei was shocked, his mind was in chaos as he tried to immediately dodge. The bone spear pierced through his defense and skewered his shoulder, before stopping at the scapula. Fresh blood spewed out of the wound. The pain immediately stopped the momentum of Oh Fei's dive, and he fell down on the ground in a sorry state. You are actually a goo master! He cried out in panic and surprise. Fan Yuan didn't reply, he just rushed forward and smashed his right fist at Oh Fei. Oh Fei was dazed as he looked at the fist rapidly expanding towards him. Damn it! He cursed and promptly activated his goo worm as well as subconsciously raising his fan-sized palm to block the attack. Bang! The strength of 2 boars and a crocodile burst forth. The enormous strength tore through Oh Fei's palms, breaking his defense, and then struck his face. His nose bone fractured and his whole face caved in by the attack. The attack sent him flying, blood spurting out wildly all along the way. And as he fell on the ground like tattered rags, he was already as dead as a corpse could be. Oh my God, he killed him! A goo master was killed! The spectators were horrified, some cried in fear and some screamed. Fan Yuan's body was covered by a layer of white light. This was the effect of the canopy goo. He couldn't have used his strength as much as he liked without this layer of defense. Duel! He is a goo master! Xiao Dai's eyes widened into the size of saucers. Shang Xianxi was also dumbfounded with shock. She suddenly recalled Fan Yuan's words as she looked at his back. Those from the demonic path are vicious and merciless. Bai Yun and I are no exception, we have taken lives. They were truly demonic goo masters. Chapter 251. The son's wrongdoings is the father's failure to teach. Dead, he is truly dead. What happened? What the heck is happening here? Oh Fei's corpse was on the ground like a dead dog. How could it not attract attention? In just a short period of time, the commotion here had become so big that it spread throughout the whole camp. More and more people started gathering. Most of them cried out in surprise when they saw Oh Fei's corpse, as they would start inquiring about the events. In moments, the scene was surrounded by layers of human walls. Whisperings and discussions could be heard everywhere. 2 people suddenly fought, and 1 died immediately after. It's terrible! He is the killer! Someone cautiously pointed at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was holding his arms crossed at his chest and his head held high. He was standing indifferently at the same spot, and ignored the discussions in the surroundings as if they didn't exist. Hey, he is only a servant, how could he kill a Gu master? There were naturally people who were doubtful. He is not a servant, I personally saw him shooting out a white spear and also killing Oh Fei in one punch, it frightened the soul out of me. A Gu master who had seen the whole event said. A white spear! Chen Xian's heart suddenly jumped when he heard this. He had accidentally witnessed the death of Zhang Shu, and the image of Fan Yuan's spiral-boned spear was deeply ingrained in his mind. Thus, when he heard this sensitive term white spear, he immediately linked both scenes. What is happening? What the hell happened here? Jia Long's displeased voice traveled over. Ah, it is the caravan leader and the vice leaders too. The crowd quickly made away. Someone is dead! Alright, someone was killed. Isn't this vice leader O's son? The vice leader who looked at this scene commented in a low voice. Just after he finished speaking, a mournful scream resounded in everyone's ears. Ah! My son! What happened to you? What happened to you? A figure rapidly ran to Oh Fei's corpse, then his movements slowed down all of a sudden. This person was Oh Clan's Oh Yanggong. He was short and thin, with an aquiline nose. Oh Fei's face was completely smashed, his brains and blood mixed together to form a small puddle on the ground. It was clear his life force was already completely extinguished. Oh Yanggong fixed his eyes at his son's corpse, tears rolling down his face. My son, you died such a terrible death. Who was it? Who was the one that killed my son so viciously? I am going to rip him into pieces. He was ballistic with anger, and his scream was like the ravings of a madman. Seemingly as a reply to his question, every gaze is gathered on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan sneered and calmly said, Of course it is me. Are you blind? I have been standing here for so long and you couldn't see me? Such an arrogant reply caused the crowd to immediately fall into a clamor. Jia Long and other vice leaders also couldn't help frowning. Fan Yuan's fearless appearance was causing them to hesitate. In particular, Fan Yuan's servant clothing made them unable to see the ins and outs of this situation, thus they cautiously chose to stay on the sidelines. You are the killer. Oh Yanggong stared intently at Fan Yuan with gaze as sharp as a knife, but despite being almost crazed with hatred, he didn't make a move. Fan Yuan was slightly surprised. His own son was lying dead in front of him, but this Oh Yanggong was actually restraining his killing intent and didn't rush at him. Actually, who among those who traveled outside to trade weren't observant? Oh Yanggong had lived for so long and was habituated to life or death in his travels. He was an elder, and being able to stand in such a high position in Oh Clan was a proof of his ability. However, him not making a move didn't mean Fan Yuan wouldn't. In all honesty, Oh Fei's appearance had made Fan Yuan extremely happy. He would make an example out of him as a warning to others, and his strong presence could then awe the crowd. But just an Oh Fei wasn't enough for it. But what if he added in this Oh Yanggong? Ha ha ha, that would be perfect. Fan Yuan's lips curled up into an evil smile as he thought of this. Old man, you appeared just in time. Your son dared to be disrespectful to my clan's lady, the anger in my heart has yet to dissipate. Your son committed a crime because you didn't discipline him properly. You are the main cause of this, now pay with your life. After saying this, he ran forward and, in a blink of an eye, he was almost about to collide against Oh Yanggong. Oh Yanggong's beard flew with rage. What was this nonsense? What twisted reasoning was this? This guy was clearly the killer but was framing him as the main culprit. He was no longer able to restrain his anger and fiercely struck back at Fan Yuan. Bang, the two collided against each other. There was a muffled sound and wind surged around them. Fan Yuan continuously took 5 to 6 steps back before he was able to mitigate the impact. The light armor on him flashed weakly several times and then stabilized. In his aperture, Canopy Gu had already become listless. In contrast, Oh Yanggong was sent flying like a puppet with its strings cut. He puffed out blood in midair, and could barely stand up when he fell on the ground, his face already pale as paper. Anyone could see who was stronger. How could this be? That ugly guy is clearly showing an aura of a rank 2 Gu master. Oh Yanggong is disadvantaged, he is old and has become weak. In contrast, that guy is using his advantage to the fullest. The vice leaders quickly analyzed the situation. You are courting death. Oh Yanggong managed to recover after their initial confrontation, his anger flourished even more, wishing he could immediately rip Fan Yuan into pieces. Just before, he hadn't expected Fan Yuan to make the first move, and not having any information on Fan Yuan, under the urgency of the situation, he couldn't think properly and chose to meet Fan Yuan head-on. "Rascal, I will let you know the difference between rank 2 and rank 3. Ouyang Gong roared in rage and charged at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was fearless as he maintained the canopy gu, with a spiral bone spear in one hand, blood moon gu in another, and jumping grass on his feet. He also rushed towards Ouyang Gong. The crowd quickly retreated, opening up a huge empty space. Ouyang Gong was at rank 3 initial stage, and Fan Yuan was at rank 2 upper stage. The difference between their cultivation bases was extremely far, with the separation of a small realm and a big realm on top of that. However, Fan Yuan's situation was very unusual. He possessed Snow's silver primeval essence borrowed from Bai Ningbing and mostly used rank 3 gu worms. His total fighting strength was even higher than Ouyang Gong. The two fought for 5 rounds, but Fan Yuan was still at the dominating end. The crowd were aghast at this situation. What the hell is going on? A rank 3 gu master is actually being pressured by a rank 2 gu master? This is ridiculous. The crowd couldn't believe this scene, and many had even dazed expressions. After several more rounds, Fan Yuan completely maintained the upper hand and was firmly suppressing Ouyang Gong. A small portion of the crowd realized something. This ugly guy is showing rank 2 aura, but his true cultivation is definitely above this. Right, he must be using a gu worm to conceal his aura. We didn't discover it when he was pretending to be a servant before. This guy is really vicious. He has been targeting Ouyang Gong's vital parts. It doesn't seem to bode well for Ouyang Gong. Right now, Ouyang Gong was having incessant grievances in his heart. He had thought he could easily beat Fan Yuan, but to think this guy was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. It was no wonder he took the initiative to attack and looked fearless. It was because his cultivation base was not inferior to him. This guy really was too despicable and shameless. After several more rounds, the result was clear for all to see. Most of the crowd could see how terrible Ouyang Gong's situation would be. Ouyang Gong is sure to lose. He will be killed if this continues on. Ouyang Gong is weaker than the other guy and has been slowly losing since the start of the battle. He won't be able to avenge his son's death. This ugly guy is really powerful with such great strength and vicious methods. Where in the world did this guy pop out from? I know this guy. He is that servant who won against numerous bandit monkey kings in Fei Ho Mountain. The crowd commented one after another. They were worried, curious, afraid, and shocked. Both of you, please stop. There has to be some misunderstandings here. Seeing Ouyang Gong about to be killed by Fan Yuan, Jiao Long as the caravan leader couldn't just sit back anymore. He quickly moved to the battlefield and interrupted the battle. Right now, Ouyang Gong was already soaked with sweat. His heart throbbed rapidly in fear of death, and his face was deadly pale. Hearing Jiao Long's words, he immediately felt joyous and saw a light of hope. He immediately got away from Fan Yuan and moved closer to Jiao Long. Fan Yuan quickly swept his eyes and realized he would not be able to reach Ouyang Fei in time. He gave a loud laugh and his momentum stopped. Brother Jiao Long came in time. Let's use the bone spear to kill him together. The moment these words came out, the whole crowd was stumped. This ugly guy knew leader Jiao Long? This was the first thought the crowd had. Greeting in such an affectionate way, their relation looked pretty good. This was the second thought the crowd had. No, he might be intentionally saying this to mislead them. This was the third thought the crowd had. As the proverb goes, people involved in this situation are baffled while the spectators observe clearly. The spectators weren't battling. Naturally, they could think more clearly. At this moment, Jiao Long was feeling bewildered, because he had never even exchanged a word with Fan Yuan before. Ouyang Gong was even more bewildered. He couldn't come to a judgment as to what relation Jiao Long and Fan Yuan had. He knew Fan Yuan could just be bluffing, but what if it was true? If it were to be true, then he would be pincer attacked by Fan Yuan and Jiao Long. It was a matter concerning his own life. Ouyang Gong naturally wouldn't dare to take the risk. Thus he changed the direction and escaped towards southeast direction, away from Fan Yuan and Jiao Long. Calm down. Jiao Long immediately stopped to avoid arousing any suspicions. Fan Yuan laughed loudly and chased. Ouyang Gong immediately realized he had fallen in Fan Yuan's trap. He was just about to speak up when suddenly someone charged out from the crowd. Bai Ningbing attacked ruthlessly. In that instant, 3 spiral bone spears shot out in a row. There was actually another person. Ouyang Gong was horrified and subconsciously activated his defensive gu without even turning around. However, this gu was like a spent arrow. It blocked 2 spiral bone spears, but the third bone spear directly pierced through Ouyang Fei's head from the back and penetrated his front skull. Ouyang Gong died. His death caused everyone to turn pale in fright. A huge uproar occurred among all those present. This was a vice leader of the caravan, a rank 3 gu master. Ouyang Gong's death caused the caravan leader and vice leaders to turn pale, feeling a dense threat. Brazen lunatics! They really dared to kill a vice leader! Let's combine our strength and capture them. Who dares to capture me? Bai Ningbing threw away her straw hat. Her silver hair floated in the air and her cold eyes swept through everyone as she fully released her Snow's Silver Primeval Essence. It is Snow's Silver Primeval Essence! She is actually a rank 3 peak stage gu master. In the caravan, only Jialong was in rank 3 upper stage. Rest of the leaders were either in initial stage or middle stage. The group that were just about to make their moves suddenly halted. Come if you want to die, ha ha! Fan Yuan stood side by side with Bai Ningbing, and willed a thread of Snow's Silver Primeval Essence from his aperture, playing with it in his hand. Oh God! Another rank 3 peak stage! The crowd trembled in fear. Their momentum completely stopped. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing gazed at everyone with cold, indifferent eyes. The camp was silent, completely silent. Chapter 252. The only thing that matters is strength. Whoosh! Mountain winds blew through the camp, enhancing the quietness of the camp even more. The 100 over people formed a circle. Inside the circle were 2 dead bodies and 2 standing people. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's gaze slowly swept through everyone. Many did not even dare to match their cold gaze. At the end, Fang and Bai's gaze landed on Jialong and other caravan leaders. These people had charged out aggressively, but were immediately taken aback by the cultivation levels Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing revealed. Right now, they were in a situation where they could neither retreat nor advance. With the loss of Ouyang Gong and O Fei, the caravan now had 11 rank 3, 27 rank 2 and 38 rank 1 gu masters. Their combined strength was naturally greater than Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing by a lot. However, the caravan was only a temporary mixed match of different groups. These gu masters were from their respective clans and were normally engaged in scheming and guarding against each other. They would only cooperate if it was under a favorable situation. They had their own interests, and were not a united bloc, and had their own ways of doing things. They were of different minds and would not be easy to lead. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing displayed rank 3 peak stage cultivation. No doubt they were 2 tough figures. No single clan could take them down alone, and even if they combined their strength, there would definitely be severe damage to the caravan. Momentarily, Jialong, Chen Shuangjin and other leaders looked at Fang and Bai, before quietly sizing up each other. None of them wanted to be cannon fodder and benefit others instead. Moreover, the current situation was one where the beast groups frequently attacked. Everyone in the caravan were having trouble protecting themselves, let alone care about others. External pressure and the worries in their heart made them hesitate. The corner of Fan Yuan's lips curled up into an indistinct smile. Their reactions were all within his expectations. Now, it is all up to her. Although things had escalated quickly and he hadn't communicated with Shang Xian's CI, Fan Yuan believed she should be able to sense this opportunity with her intelligence. Sure enough, the next moment, Shang Xian's CI and Xiao Dai walked out of the tent. Caravan leaders, these 2 are my Zhang clan's hidden elders, Lord He Tu and Lord Bai Yun. Shang Xian's CI took this chance to introduce them. Her voice wasn't loud, but she was the only one speaking among everyone present, thus everyone could clearly hear her. The caravan leaders all had different expressions, whereas the crowd began to think over the 2 names He Tu and Bai Yun. Shang Xian's CI faintly smiled. The 2 lords were on a secret clan mission and coincidentally entered this caravan on the way. The caravan leaders looked at each other, all falling into silence. Since they were hidden elders, even Zhang clan's clan leader might not necessarily know of their existences. Moreover, the secret clan mission meant it was inappropriate to inquire about their motives. Shang Xian's 2 sentences blocked any questions they wanted to ask. Of course, although these words were reasonable, it was only a one-sided statement by Shang Xian's CI. The caravan leaders were all astute, each of them had made their own contemplations in their minds. Nobody was thoroughly convinced and suspicious ones were still suspicious. But whether suspicious or believing, Fang and Bai's strength were already displayed before them, so there could only be one way to end this. Thereupon, "Ha ha ha, so it was like that. Everything was a misunderstanding." Jialong suddenly laughed, his face revealing a warm smile. He cupped his hands towards Fang and Bai, and sincerely praised them. "I had never expected such great heroes to be hidden in our midst. This father and son from O clan were indeed too unreasonable, and their way of doing things were also questionable. I have already persuaded them many times before, but a pity they didn't take it to heart. Their execution today can be said to be their just deserts." These words had immediately concluded this matter. The other vice leaders also responded at this moment, cupping their hands at Fang and Bai while cursing Jialong inwardly for being shameless. "Zhang clan is well known and is worthy of being one of the top clans of our southern border. I am Lei Gongqing of Lei clan. It is my good fortune to be able to meet both of you. It is our great fortune that both of you have exterminated evil for us." The vice leaders were all full of smiles as they said nonsense, twisting logic as they pleased. The killers became the righteous representative, while the O clan's father and son became evildoers. As for O clan's other Gu masters, there were only 3 of them remaining, who cared about their unsightly expressions. In any case, O Yanggong was dead, without a rank 3 Gu master. Who would dare to be bold? Who could stand up for them? "You scoundrels, still not greeting the 2 lords!" One of the vice leaders shouted while pretending to be displeased. "We pay respects to Lord He Tu and Lord Bai Yun." Over 20 people immediately bowed and greeted Fang and Bai. The whole camp was again sent into a clamor. "The caravan has suffered heavy losses and is on the brink of crisis. It is our fortune to have met both of you. Please, I invite you into the tent to further discuss our situation." Jialong walked closer and invited them sincerely. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other, before Fan Yuan walked towards Shang Xianci and consulted. "Xianci, what is your opinion?" Seeing this scene, Jialong immediately raised the status of Shang Xianci in his mind. Shang Xianci slightly shook her head and spoke with a delicate tone. "I am tired. It is better for the caravan leaders to discuss together." Fan Yuan inwardly praised her intelligence. This was just the time to take a step back to make an opportunity for greater advances later. He nodded and said in agreement, "Our Zhang clan's goods have all been donated. We have no interest towards these and will not interfere." This. Jialong hesitated and was about to persuade, but Shang Xianci had already turned around. Fang and Bai also left in an impressive way without giving any opportunity to Jialong, leaving behind this crime scene for others to deal with. "All right, everyone get back to your work now. The camp still needs to be strengthened. It is a good thing 2 rank 3 peak stage Gu masters appeared. And the O clan's people clean up these 2 corpses." The only 3 remaining Gu masters of the O clan ran over. 1 rank 2 middle stage and 2 rank 1 Gu masters. Tears flowed down their faces as they held in their hatred, lowered their heads and carried the father and son's corpses. The crowd slowly dispersed. The high-spirited caravan leaders couldn't maintain their composure any longer when they were back at the tent, their expressions fluctuating as the hypocritical smiles disappeared from their faces into solemnness, bewilderment, indifference, and worry. Jialong slowly sat down on the main seat and spoke with a gloomy voice. "The sudden appearance of 2 Gu masters, what do you make of it?" "Humph, these are 2 lawless lunatics, publicly killing people. That pitiful O Yanggong, we were just here sitting with him a moment ago. I feel like these 2's origins are highly suspicious. What hidden elders, that is only that Zhang clan girl's one-sided statement. From these 2's behaviors, they are very likely to be demonic Gu masters." "That's right, occasions like demonic paths Gu masters entering the caravan are common. I bet that Zhang clan girl was threatened by them." Jialong nodded. "My thoughts are also about the same as yours. Zhang clan's proud personality and their strengths are all known to us. How could there be any hidden elders? But these 2 are vicious and also rank 3 peak stage. Yes, this is troublesome. These 2 don't look to be old, but have already reached rank 3 peak stage. Such talent. Ha ha ha, everything has merits and demerits. The way I see it, this is also good. Their strengths will greatly increase our power." A vice leader spoke. "The crucial thing is how can we use them for our benefits. Just now, I took the initiative to invite them to discuss these matters and make them work for us, but it ended up in failure." Jialong heaved a sigh. "Humph, not lending their strength. When the beast groups attack, who can do nothing? By then, it's not up to them." A vice leader spoke in a displeased tone. This matter needs to be considered properly. Demonic goo masters are arrogant and unyielding, trying to force them with only external pressure won't work, they need to be pressured from both inside and outside. I am not sure what Brother Gong's son is suggesting. My suggestion is simple, but I am afraid you might not like it. It is to give a portion of the goods to those two. They will naturally step forward to protect their goods when the time comes. The camp fell into silence immediately. Jialong looked around before speaking. This suggestion is good. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Without any clan's backing, demonic goo masters have an intense thirst towards cultivation resources. Moreover, you don't need to be worried about incurring losses. Did you forget O Clan? The pondering gazes of the group immediately started brightening. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's sudden appearance had made Zhang Clan into an influential force in the caravan, while O Clan was thrown by them into the weakest position. O Clan's father and son were dead. The remaining 2 to 3 small fry in the O Clan group were nothing to worry about. The goods held by O Clan seemed quite substantial. Uncle, I have an important matter to inform you. Chen Xian had constantly been paying attention to the tent, and once the discussion inside was over, he approached the Qin clan's caravan leader Qin Shuangjin. Qin Shuangjin grabbed his hand. I know what you want to say. This is not the right place, let's go. The two returned to their own tent, and after confirming no one was eavesdropping, Chen Xian spoke. Uncle, do you remember I reported to you about how Zhang Shu was murdered? Qin Shuangjin's face was grave as he nodded his head. Zhang Zhu was killed by someone with bone spears. And today, that He Tu and Bai Yun also used bone spears. That is it. Uncle, those two are harboring some unfathomable motives, are very ruthless. We need to make their crime known and combine our strength to kill off this danger early. Chen Xian was agitated. Qin Shuangjin slowly shook his head and sighed. Chen Xian was puzzled. Uncle, you don't approve? It is not that I don't approve, but that it is not feasible. I saw with my own eyes, we have evidence. As long as we announce the matter about them killing Zhang Zhu, no one will tolerate these backstabbing traitors. Evidence? There is witness testimony, but what about material evidence? Qin Shuangjin scoffed. Even if we have material evidence, what good it would do? My nephew, only evidence is of no use. The main thing is whether you have the strength. Just before they killed the O clan's father and son, you also saw that and others also saw it. We are all witnesses, but is it any use? We are all from different clans, but with us having different motives, how could we deal against these two foes? Uncle, are we going to just ignore them? They are too dangerous. I can't even sleep properly. What if they find out that I know? The more Chen Xian spoke, the more fearful he became. You think too greatly of yourself. You think they don't know about you? Maybe they already know, or maybe they already saw you but didn't make a move. Why is that? Because you are nothing to worry about. Chen Xian, stop being naive. In this cold world, the only thing that matters is strength. Qin Shuangjin heaved a deep sigh. Chen Xian remained dazed at the spot. He clenched his fists. His uncle's words struck his young heart, and he couldn't say anything for a long while. Chapter 253. Only the dead are clean. Dark clouds filled the sky, bringing forth a heavy atmosphere and signs of heavy rain. The caravan moved along the mountain path with a solemn atmosphere. All the large black-skinned fat beetles in the caravan were dead. 2 winged snakes remained, but in a crippled state. Instead, it was the baggage toads that survived mostly, all because they were small in size and moved pretty fast, easily hiding from the wild beasts' attacks. As for the ostriches, they were similar in size to the backpack toads, but they had a habit of burying their heads in the ground once they sensed any threats, so this caused their casualty to be the highest. Chen Xian's eye was mixed in the crowd, her gaze somewhat complex as she looked at the dozen of baggage toads beside her. The goods these baggage toads were carrying were all Zhang clans. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing didn't participate in the discussion, but the caravan leaders still sent large quantities of goods to her. All of this because of strength. Chen Xian sighed. Previously, when Zhang Zhu was here, these caravan leaders showed an indifferent attitude, but now, they were polite to the extent that they even seemed to currying favor with her. Moreover, when these goo masters and the servants looked at her now, their gazes carried reverence and fear. All these changes are due to them. Chen Xian's eye gave a complex gaze towards Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing, who were not that far away. On one hand, she received a feeling of security from Fang and Bai. while on the other hand, the kind-hearted her felt fear from how they were able to easily kill people. "Ha ha, it seems we have really frightened that girl." Bai Ningbing was walking side by side with Fang Yuan, and feeling Shang Xin's gaze, she laughed softly. 7 to 8 days had passed since they killed O Clan's father and son. This had affected the whole caravan, including Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Fang and Bai, while Shang Xinci also didn't dare to match Fang Yuan's gaze anymore. Such reactions were all within Fang Yuan's expectations. This master and servant pair grew up in Zhang clan since young. The righteous path ideology was ingrained into them. It was inevitable for them to be aware of the differences when Fang and Bai displayed their demonic nature. They would have to change their thought process to accept these two demonic path figures. Fang Yuan wasn't worried. They would have no choice but to accept and compromise when they face external pressure. After all, humans wanted to keep on living. After a few beast group attacks, the estrangement in their hearts would gradually disappear. The problem now is him. Fang Yuan looked at Chen Xian. This young Gu master was the guy that fled together with Zhang Zhu. Fang Yuan had thought he was already smashed into meat paste by white feather flying elephant, but to think he was actually alive. Gu masters that possessed unusual Gu worms, even if their cultivations were not high, could not be looked down upon. Fang Yuan had lost the earth hearing ear grass and had no other scouting methods, causing him to overlook Chen Xian. He also did not know how much the latter had found out. But regardless, he had countermeasures for everything. He was cautious in nature, and always considered failures first. At that time, he already had measures prepared if someone found out. Thus, after he killed Zhang Zhu, he intentionally displayed formidable strength. If someone had really found out, they would thus be scared by Fang and Bai's vicious strength, and would keep themselves hidden. O Clan's father and son ran themselves into the line of fire. Had it not been for O Fei coming to find trouble, Fang Yuan would have looked for trouble himself or display his formidable methods during beast group attacks. Naturally, Fang Yuan had many methods to strike back even if he was exposed. The caravan leader Jia Long was one such chess piece. He was Jia Fu's subordinate, and Fang Yuan had received a token from Jia Fu back at Guyu village. As long as he showed the command token, he could obtain Jia Long's trust for several actions. However, for every single plan, no matter how perfect it appeared, accidents could always occur when they were implemented. Also known as, man proposes but God disposes. Even if Fang Yuan had plentiful experience, was astute and had deep foresight, he also had the possibility to fail. But it was because of this, that life could be so brilliant and full of uncertainty. Fang Yuan's first consideration was the worst outcome. If his luck was extremely bad and someone saw him, or he left behind ironclad evidence when he killed Zhang Zhu, and it led to Shang Xinci realizing the truth, she would feel deep hatred towards him, someone who bit the hands that fed him. What to do then? Simple, kill Shang Xinci. She was only a mortal now and killing her was very simple. Shang clan's clan leader also didn't know she was his own daughter. There would be no repercussions from Shang clan if he killed her secretly. Looking at the outcome now, Zhang Zhu was dead, but Fang Yuan's luck wasn't the best as he left behind a trail. But it was also not the worst, at least Shang Xinci was still in the dark. Fang Yuan was sure of this because Shang Xinci was still young and her emotions were completely exposed in his eyes. There is a crocodile elephant 2 group ahead. A crocodile elephant group is charging towards us. Be on guard, be on guard. An investigative Gu master hurried towards the caravan from ahead, bringing bad news. A disturbance occurred in the caravan before quickly turning calm. It is just crocodile elephants, no need to panic. We don't have enough manpower to defend ourselves here. Correct. Everyone disperse, enter the rainforests. Gu masters gave forth the most sensible command. People were already in a very strained state and were able to quickly disperse in all directions. If they had encountered such situation before Feiho Mountain, they might be worried about their goods and keep on hesitating. Now, however, they firmly gave up the goods without taking another glance at them, concentrating on fleeing. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing directly charged straight into the rainforest while protecting Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai. He was not surprised at the crocodile elephant group's arrival because it was his plan. Rumble. The crocodile elephant group stomped its way through. Soon there were blood-curdling screams and sound of trees falling down. Fang Yuan carefully led Shang Xinci and others through the rainforest, but there were too many crocodile elephants. They still ran into one. Crocodile elephants were small in size, about the same size as yaks, which allowed them to be more agile. Their whole body were covered in scales like that of a crocodile with defense that far surpassed white feather flying elephants. Their tails that was similar to that of crocodiles, trailing along the ground. Ah! Xiao Dai let out a scream upon the sight of this hill-like crocodile elephant charging at them. Shang Xinci was also pale. No need to worry, Fan Yuan indifferently said before charging towards the crocodile elephant. One human and one elephant collided midway, their collision producing a loud sound. Fan Yuan took 2 steps back, and the white light armor on his body flickered thrice. But that crocodile elephant, its skull directly shattered and blood spurted out as it fell on the ground, pushed back by a dozen steps before colliding against the trunk of a large tree and stopped. Amazing! Xiao Dai's eyes were wide open with shock. This was an ordinary crocodile elephant, and not a 100-beast king, while Fan Yuan possessed Snow's silver primeval essence along with the strength of 2 boars and a crocodile. Handling it was naturally very easy. However, Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai had never seen such fierce scene. Zhang Zhu did not have great physical strength and was also a healing gu master, so he relied mainly on dodging and assisting during a battle. Fan Yuan, however, met the attack head-on, fighting without restraint. This naturally left a deep impression on the master and servant pair. About 2 hours later, the crocodile elephant group gradually left, and the caravan group started walking out of the rainforest. After the casualties were counted, they had only lost a gu master and a dozen servants. It was not a big loss. The caravan set on their journey again after reorganizing all the goods. Several days later, they were out of Xiangya mountain region, and began their journey to Mubei mountain. Within the next half a month, the caravan was attacked by black rock bears, iron-crowned deers and other beast groups. And because Fang and Bai acted as inseparable bodyguards, Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai suffered no harm. This close contact all the time started to change the master and servant's attitude. Shang Xinci started to get much closer to Fan Yuan, cheerfully talking with him, and no longer evading his gaze. Xiao Dai had completely changed into a worshipper of Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Worshipping the strong was the character of all living beings, because strength meant higher probability of survival. Moreover, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were people with principles even though they were of demonic path. In the 2 girls' perspective, those 2 did not ask for anything nor took advantage of them, only returning a favor. This conduct was full of heroic aura, and even among righteous path, how many people had such character? No matter how ugly Fan Yuan looked, in the master and servant's heart, he was much more likable than the many hypocritical and crafty righteous path people. Several days later, the caravan entered Mubei mountain region. Zombies started appearing. Mubei mountain hadn't always had the same name. Over 100 years ago, there was a large clan on this mountain. A demonic gu master changed everything. He used to be a servant of this clan. At the day of his wedding, his beautiful wife had been seized by a gu master of the clan and humiliated to death. He buried this hatred deep into his heart, and as luck would have it, he obtained the inheritance of Zombie King, a demonic head. After enduring hardships for nearly 100 years, with rank 5 cultivation, he commanded an army of zombies and attacked the clan, slaughtering everyone. He did not spare their corpses, turning them into zombies. After finishing all this, he erected a huge tombstone in the ruins of the clan. On the tombstone, he carved his wife's name. This event shook the whole southern border. This mountain has been called Mubei Mountain ever since then. Zombies roamed free on the mountain, killing wild beasts or passerbys, absorbing blood as their food. And the tomain on them would infect the corpses, producing new zombies. Like this, there were endless amount of zombies on Mubei Mountain. To protect the safety of the trade route, clans organized zombie hunting squadrons every year to clean up these zombies. But no matter how much they cleaned up, they could not kill all the zombies due to their endless numbers. After all, the zombie hunting squadrons were limited in size. With so many mountains and southern border and dangers in the way, they had to make considerable expenditures for this long expedition. It was a situation where they had to invest a lot but gained less, and even then it was impossible to overturn Mubei Mountain. As long as a zombie escaped, a zombie army would appear again after a short while. After failing several times, even after large-scale expeditions, the enthusiasm of the people started to disappear. The caravan decided to camp at the base of Mubei Mountain for the night. The stars were shining brightly in the sky. Fan Yuan looked at the dark Mubei Mountain, a thoughtful look flashing through his eyes. It is time, these people are no longer valuable. It is time to settle all these troubles. Shin Xian must die, but just disposing of him alone could make this situation even more troublesome. How much did he know, who had he revealed to, and were there anyone else who had seen the murder? Fan Yuan didn't know any of this. However, Fan Yuan had no intention to find out. Because in his plan, Shin Xian would die and others would also die. Only the dead are clean. Chapter 254, Assault of the Zombie Army. Ding Hao looked down at the caravan from the base of the mountain as he hid behind some bushes, licking his lips excitedly. According to the information in the cave, as long as I kill 1,000 people and amass a zombie army, I can leave this place and go to Zhaozhe Mountain to become a formal disciple of Master. Ding Hao was originally a villager but was recruited to be a laborer by a passing caravan. However, the caravan was attacked by a large number of zombies when they were passing through Mu Bei Mountain. He was abandoned along with dozens of other servants, as cannon fodder. While all the other servants died one after another, he ran deep into the mountain in panic. Just when he was driven into a corner, he discovered a cave. None of the zombies dared to approach this cave. He entered this cave and discovered a demonic inheritance. As it turns out, this was the hidden inheritance of that demonic Gu master who killed the whole clan and erected the tombstone in the ruins. This inheritance was deeply hidden, and only mortals were allowed to inherit it. Ding Hao awakened his aperture in this cave and began to cultivate, passing each test one by one. He only had C-grade aptitude originally, but with the use of a rare Gu in the cave, his aptitude upgraded to B-grade. He concentrated fully on cultivating, and after spending over 8 years, he reached rank 3 realm, which was the criteria to enter the final secret chamber. The final secret chamber contained a stone slab which had an inscription left by that demonic Gu master. I profess myself as the second zombie king. If a fated individual truly arrives here, if you so wish, you can go to Zhaozhe Mountain to be my official disciple and follow me to roam the southern border. As the final test, the second zombie king required the inheritor to kill 1,000 people and also raise a large zombie army. There were detailed standards to the test, such as how many white-hair zombies, black-hair zombies and green-hair zombies should be in the zombie army. However, if there was a blue-hair zombie, just one would suffice to meet the condition. Ding Hao was an honest man, and honest people usually had a strong point: they were steadfast. He cultivated on Mu Bei Mountain alone for over 8 years. He had to endure the silence and loneliness, having only the zombies as his companions as he cultivated bit by bit to rank 3. He had been a servant who could only be a spectator to the world of Gu masters, thus he did not understand many things. During the time of his bewilderment, this inscription on the stone slab no doubt gave him a whole new direction and a goal to strive. The fact that the second zombie king had also been a servant, and their backgrounds were similar, resonated even more with Ding Hao's heart. After reading the inscription, Ding Hao started killing people and amassing his zombie army. Ding Hao soon realized these two missions actually complemented each other. He could use the corpses of the people he killed to obtain new zombies, and the new zombies could thereby increase his strength to kill more people. Mu Bei Mountain was located by one of the 3 most important trade routes of southern border, with caravans passing through it every month. Ding Hao spent another 3 years of time to reach this point where he was close to accomplishing the mission. The caravan at the base of this mountain would be his final stepping stone to success. And it was a perfect prey. There were caravans of all sizes, some big and some small. Ding Hao could do nothing more than hide far away every time a large-scale caravan passed by. He did not dare to attack the mid-scale caravan as well. Only against these small-scale caravans could Ding Hao make his move and secretly command the zombies to attack. When his luck was good, these caravans would abandon some livestock or servants to flee. When his luck was bad and ran into some tough nuts, the zombies would be slaughtered and inflict great losses to him. At those times, he could only slowly amass more zombies again. However, this caravan was smaller than even small-scale caravans and seemed to have already suffered huge damage. It was like an old man struggling at death's door who could fall over with a light push. Ding Hao had confidence he could deal with this caravan. He even felt this was a gift sent by the heavens. It was night time, dark clouds flitted past in the sky, hiding the moon. The light was dim around the camp. Kill! Ding Hao's eyes suddenly brightened as he willed. The zombie army, which was already arranged properly, moved stealthily towards the camp from all directions. What sound is this? A very vigilant, investigative Gu master positioned outside the camp seemed to have heard something. What is it? The few Gu masters beside him were tensed. The 5 goo masters motionlessly stared at the darkness ahead of them. Although the moon was covered by the dark clouds, there was a huge bonfire burning in the camp. The bonfire produced crackling sounds as the wind brushed past. In the midst of the flickering flames, a zombie covered with white hair hopped into the investigative goo master's vision. The few goo masters looked at each other before laughing out loud. Haha, a white hair zombie. TSK, getting worried over nothing, scared the hell out of me. Shao-san, go take care of this unlucky zombie. The leader of this group of goo masters said indifferently. White hair zombies were very weak, weaker than even the common wild beasts. Yes, boss. A young goo master laughed and walked towards the zombie. Be careful of its corpse poison, it will be troublesome if you are infected as I do not have an antidote type goo. The healing master in the group reminded. Understood, understood. Do you take me as a 3-year-old child? The young goo master impatiently waved his hand. If he was really infected with corpse poison, he could ask other goo masters to heal him, but it would cost half a primeval stone at minimum. However, white hair zombies attacked in a set pattern and was easy to dodge. The young goo master had already killed many of them since entering Mu Bay Mountain. There is no need to worry about this thing as long as I pay attention to dodging. Ugh! The young goo master was mumbling to himself when he suddenly stopped on the spot, his voice stuck at his throat. His pupils shrunk rapidly and his mouth opened wide, his face revealing an extremely frightened expression. What is it? The 4 goo masters at the rear felt something amiss and immediately asked. The young goo master came to his senses. His whole body shook as if it was electrocuted before he immediately turned around and began running. Quick, sound the alarm. There are zombies! He screamed, his face filled with extreme fear. It is only a white hair zombie, why are you freaking out? Wah, what the foo dash? The 4 goo masters all screamed. There were a few hundred white hair zombies hopping towards the camp. There were also the stronger black hair zombies mixed within the horde. Under the illumination of the bonfire, one could make out the overlapping figures in the darkness, but no one knew how many zombies were pressing forward. Clang, clang, clang. In the quiet camp, the sound of the bells suddenly rang. There is a zombie group moving towards the camp. They have surrounded the whole camp. Quick, quick, everyone prepare to defend. Jiao Long and some vice leaders climbed up a wooden wall and observed the situation, their expressions extremely grave. Damn it, which deity did this caravan offend? Such incredibly bad luck. I have been to Mu Bay Mountain dozens of times but have never seen such a large-scale zombie group. There is no use in complaining. Since we can't change this situation, we have to fight with our lives on the line if we want to live. We should combine our strength and defeat this zombie group. Everyone in the camp felt their morale increasing as they growled in anger. In contrast, the zombie army was completely silent, other than the constant sound of the jumping and landing. The troop arrangement in the 2 sides formed a strange and clear contrast. The battle unfolded completely. Goo masters relied on the defense of wooden walls and launched all kinds of long-range attacks. All kinds of color flashed around the camp. Icicles, fireballs, vines, rolling boulders and so on collided right into the vanguard of the zombies. Large numbers of white hair zombies fell, cut into pieces, burned to ashes, froze into ice cubes or stone-rolled into meat paste. Kill, slaughter them all. Ha! Ding Hao was observing all this from up the mountain with a cold smile on his face. He was no longer the inexperienced guy he once was. These white hair zombies were cannon fodder meant to waste the goo master's primeval essence. Sure enough, after some time, the goo master's attacks became less frequent and weak. I am out of steam, I don't have much primeval essence left. I also need to recover my primeval essence. Can anyone take my place? Damn it, why are these white hair zombies not decreasing? There were too few goo masters in the caravan, while the white hair zombies seemed to be endless. Finally, they were able to resist the pressure and reach the wooden wall. Under the attack of the zombie group, these temporarily constructed crude wooden walls immediately let out dangerous creaking sounds. Damn it, block them, block them! Call in the reserve forces. Both sides entered a deadlock around the wooden wall. One side charged forward while the other side guarded this barrier. The huge losses to the white hair zombies caused Ding Hao's heart to ache. It is your turn, my babies. With a thought in his mind, a batch of black hair zombies charged forward from the rear and entered the battlefield. White-haired zombies were slow and could be harmed by sunlight, so they couldn't move around in daytime. If they fed on blood for years, they could evolve into black hair zombies. Black hair zombies were covered with black hair, their strength and defensive ability were stronger than the white hair zombies, and their hopping speed was much faster. Although they still received damage from sunlight, they didn't fear it like the white hair zombies. Black hair zombies had the strength of 100 Beast King. Ding Hao sent over 50 black hair zombies in this batch, all of them charging forward in a group. They looked for a gap in the camp's defensive wall, and immediately destroyed a part of it like dried twigs. Despite the camp sending more manpower to reinforce this gap, several black hair zombies were still able to charge into the inner camp. A black hair zombie swept around its arms and sent a rank 1 Goo Master flying. The Goo Master fell on the ground and was unable to stand up immediately. The black hair zombie pounced at him. "I am finished!" The Goo Master closed his eyes in despair, but suddenly he heard a loud sound. He opened his eyes. A strong figure was blocking in front of him, while that black hair zombie collapsed far away. "It is Lord Hei-Tu of Zhang Clan!" The Goo Master's heart shook. Grr! That black hair zombie's chest had caved in from Fan Yuan's punch, but it wasn't dead. Instead it hopped up and charged towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was covered with a layer of white light armor. He slightly frowned and waited for it to come near him, then he grabbed its two arms and pulled them fiercely. The black hair zombie was immediately torn apart into two halves. Foul blood that carried corpse poison splattered but was completely repelled by the white light armor. Fan Yuan casually threw the two halves of the corpse. Even a myriad Beast King level blue hair zombie would die from such injuries. "Thank you, Lord Hei-Tu, for saving my life!" The rescued Goo Master was completely absorbed in Fan Yuan's momentum, and said with a voice filled with joy and reverence. Fan Yuan ignored him but directed his gaze towards the chaotic battlefield. Chapter 255, Ding Hao, get out here! By now, the wooden walls were already mostly collapsed, as hordes of zombies charged into the camp and fought with the Goo Masters. Upon seeing this, Fan Yuan was already certain this zombie army was manipulated by Ding Hao. If it was an ordinary zombie group, they would all swarm in like bees, or the black hair zombies would attack after the white hair zombies died. Where would there be battle tactics like shown here? Someone was clearly controlling them from behind. And no doubt, the one controlling these zombies was Ding Hao. Fan Yuan remembered the second zombie king left behind an inheritance after exterminating the clan on Mubei Mountain. The inheritor of this inheritance was Ding Hao. He later went on to become second zombie king's eldest disciple, and although he was of demonic path, he was very loyal. Later in the battle between righteous and demonic on Etian Mountain, he took the place of second zombie king of his own choice and died in the battle. "I had thought of looking for you, but to think you would deliver yourself to me, that saves me a lot of time." Fan Yuan's plan had been to use this Ding Hao to eradicate the caravan and kill everyone. Although he had methods to attract the beast groups, it wasn't easy to control the size of it. The caravan's strength had already decreased to a very low level, and if large amounts of beast groups were attracted, it would instead cause his own life to be in danger. It would be even more troublesome to protect Shang Xian's Ci on top of that. Under such circumstances, Ding Hao was the perfect chess piece. But where is this guy hiding? Fire blazed all around. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes and observed his surroundings. He needs to be at a high ground if he wants to observe the battlefield and command the zombie army. Of course, he might have other goo worms which could give him a bird's eye view of the camp. Regardless, the place he is hiding in should be convenient to escape. Fan Yuan lost the earth hearing ear grass and possessed no other investigative methods, thus he had to rely on speculations. The battles were becoming more desperate. While hundreds of zombies were scattered all over the ground, there were also catastrophic losses to the Goo Masters. Under the endless flood of the zombies, the Goo Masters retreated bit by bit and soon reached the central area of the camp. There, a bunker was made by piling up goods, and some rank 1 Goo Masters were using many methods to reinforce it. "There are too many zombies, the defense here will fall sooner or later. We need to break the siege." "Break the siege? How will we break through? There are dozens of black hair zombies. It would be better to reinforce our defense and wait for dawn. The zombies would receive a huge decrease in strength under the sunlight. We won't even need to make a move and they will retreat by themselves." Arguments arose, and people were divided into two sides. One wanted to break through while the other wanted to defend their positions. The two sides kept on arguing while the zombie horde was already pressing closer. This temporarily formed caravan showed its biggest weakness right now, being unable to truly unite and lacking a strong figure to take control of the situation. Fan Yuan had been observing the situation as a spectator. Now, he suddenly stood up. "Stop shouting! The noisy scene quieted down almost instantly. In everyone's eyes, he was a rank 3-peak stage Gu master, one of the strongest experts in the caravan. Especially now at this critical life and death juncture, Fan Yuan had even more authority. Fan Yuan swept his cold and sharp gaze at everyone. His ugly face, under the illumination of the fire, was menacing and ruthless. All those that wants to stay and defend are idiots. Why should we stay here if we can break through? He fiercely scolded, giving off a strong impression. The Gu masters who were shouting about staying and defending showed indignant expressions, but they didn't dare to retort, while the Gu masters who insisted on breaking the siege were joyous. Lord He-Tu is wise. Lord He-Tu, we will follow you. Right now, only Lord He-Tu can save us from this desperate crisis. They continued to praise Fan Yuan to the high heavens, wanting to make him take charge of the dangerous assault. However, Fan Yuan sneered and cursed. Shut up. You bunch thinking of breaking through are even greater fools. Ugh. The Gu masters that were praising Fan Yuan stiffened, their expressions fluctuating rapidly, while those who insisted on defending their positions showed ridicule and mocking expressions. Then, Sir He-Tu, what do you suggest? Jiao Long's expression was dark as he spoke in a heavy voice with an unkind gaze. Be it defending the position or breaking through the siege, the situation needs to be investigated properly first. Do you know the scale of this zombie horde? What if there is a large group of them hiding in the darkness? Wouldn't breaking through then be walking right into a trap? And if this is just all of them, and you guys insist on defending your positions while you could clearly escape, the bloody odor would attract more zombies and you would just be sending yourselves to death. Fan Yuan spoke with such vigor that his saliva went flying out. Nobody would show a good expression after being scolded harshly. Qin Shuangjin asked in a gloomy voice, Then what good suggestion do you have? Fan Yuan opened his eyes wide in anger and pointed at Qin Shuangjin. You fools, your brain is filled with shit. I have spoken for so long and no one understands. Of course we are going to break through, but first we are going to check our surroundings. Investigative Gu masters, you need to work hard. Being pointed out by Fan Yuan and reprimanded, Qin Shuangjin's expression turned ugly and a fire burned in his heart. However, he still vividly remembered that time when Fan Yuan killed O Clan father and son, so he could only suppress his anger. Many became dissatisfied with Fan Yuan's aggressiveness, but at the same time, in this situation, such aggressiveness instead gave them a sense of indescribable security. Soon, a group was organized to break through the siege under Fan Yuan's manipulation. Break through that direction, Fan Yuan said solemnly as he pointed towards southeast direction. Yes, Lord He-Tu. Remember, scouting is the priority. Protect yourselves and retreat if you can't continue. Fan Yuan smiled and patted the group leader's shoulder. The group leader's heart immediately relaxed and Fan Yuan's image in his mind was no longer as repulsive as before. The zombie horde reached the final defensive line and battles issued everywhere. Breaking the siege group charged forward 300 steps before they were forced to retreat. Too terrifying, I discovered at least hundreds of zombies in the darkness at that side. The investigative Gu master's heart was still fearful as he made the report. Everyone turned slightly pale at these words. No problem, take a rest. Second group, break through that direction, Fan Yuan commanded. This group charged through 400 to 500 steps before they had to retreat. There are too many zombies. The investigative Gu master was pale. Fan Yuan let them rest, and said to the newly formed third group, Go in that direction. But that side is a valley. The group leader was somewhat puzzled. Slap. Fan Yuan slapped the man. If I say go, then go. Don't give me nonsense. The group leader was stunned by the slap, but he didn't dare to meet Fan Yuan's angry gaze, so he turned around and led his group to the direction Fan Yuan pointed. Fan Yuan had organized 3 breaking the siege groups, sending them out to probe the situation and finally rule out the possible areas. The only place remaining is that high slope now. If I am not wrong, Ding Hao is definitely hiding there. Fan Yuan sneered inwardly and continued to arrange breaking the siege groups. These people are really not giving up. Ding Hao's brows furrowed but soon relaxed. Haha, you guys might have been able to break through if it was an ordinary zombie horde, but too bad for you, this zombie horde is being controlled by me. He mobilized the zombies in the darkness to constantly replenish any gaps. At the same time, he deployed massive forces towards several areas. Several rounds later, the casualties in breaking the siege groups increased to a disastrous amount. This is enough, breaking through can't succeed, We can't make any more sacrifices in vain. Sigh, looks like we can only defend our positions. Everyone persevere, endure till the sun rises. These zombies would be weak as paper then. Stop your nonsense, success is in sight. I will personally lead this time. Bai Yun, you stand guard here. Fan Yuan cursed and aggressively insisted on breaking through. Because of his aggressiveness, Gu Masters could only form another group. 8 Gu Masters charged out with Fan Yuan in the lead. With enormous strength combined with Snow's silver primeval essence and canopy Gu, he was able to easily force his way through the encirclement. Damn, that side is somewhat thin. Ding Hao also couldn't prevent Fan Yuan from breaking through. He hadn't thought Fan Yuan would choose this side to break through. This side was a dead end and he had continuously mobilized the zombies to other sides to fill up the gaps caused by the previous breakthrough attempts, causing the zombies in this side to be the least in numbers. They really succeeded. They broke through. The people in the camp were looking at this scene with wide eyes. Although in the process 5 Gu Masters died, Fan Yuan and the 2 other Gu Masters successfully broke through. We are saved, quick, let's break through that side. Everyone was joyous in the camp. Don't even think about succeeding. Ding Hao gritted his teeth and immediately mobilized zombies to fill the gap. The camp was still in the process of organizing while white-hair zombies were already covering the area Fan Yuan broke through. There were also 5 black-hair zombies pouncing upon Fan Yuan's group. The 2 Gu Masters were shell-shocked. Follow me! Fan Yuan shouted and charged towards the direction where Ding Hao was hiding. The 2 Gu Masters couldn't think properly because of their fear and subconsciously followed Fan Yuan. Humph, choosing to run towards me, ha ha ha, it seems even heaven wants you dead. Ding Hao's lips curled up as he looked proudly towards 2 zombies beside him. These 2 zombies were huge, with green hair covering their body. They were green hair zombies which was stronger than black hair zombies and could show a power equivalent to that of 1,000 Beast King during night. Ding Hao was only able to raise these 2 during his many years in the mountain. Go! He willed and these 2 green hair zombies immediately charged out. 80 steps later, they met Fan Yuan's group. Fan Yuan met one head-on. Even though he had strength of 2 boars and a crocodile, they were evenly matched and both were sent back several steps from the collision. The 2 remaining Gu Masters battled the other green hair zombie, but they were being pressured and the situation already looked dangerous. Let me help. Fan Yuan activated jumping grass and leapt towards the battle. The 2 Gu Masters were exulted and were about to express their thanks, but without warning, 2 spiral-boned spears shot towards them. PSH. 2 piercing sounds determined the 2 Gu Masters' deaths. Ding Hao had been observing the battle and seeing this unexpected change raised a huge doubt in his mind. This distraction caused the 2 green hair zombies to slow down. The next words Fan Yuan spoke caused even more shock to Ding Hao. Only to hear him shout, Ding Hao, get out here! Chapter 256. So you are eldest senior brother. Ding Hao started to get dizzy as if a flashbang went off in his head. Who is this guy? He discovered me and even knows my name. Impossible, I have been so careful all these years, never giving myself away. How could he discover me? Waves rose in Ding Hao's heart, and his thoughts became a whirlpool. The 2 green hair zombies along with the black hair zombies and white hair zombies around the camp became still. Everyone in the camp were stunned by this unexpected scene. However, Ding Hao immediately came to his senses and reacted. The battle in the camp resumed. Fan Yuan knew he had already half succeeded upon seeing these 2 green hair zombies remaining still. He shouted, Ding Hao, you will regret if you don't come out. Ding Hao was hiding within some bushes. He gritted his teeth and asked while controlling the green hair zombies to surround Fan Yuan. Who are you? How do you know my name? Fan Yuan snorted. Of course it was my master second zombie king who told me. Ah? Ding Hao could not stop but let out a cry of surprise. Master and second zombie king, these words were like a boulder descending and creating a huge wave in his heart. He stood up and walked out of the bushes, his 2 eyes staring tightly at Fan Yuan with shock and doubt. Who on earth are you? Ding Hao anxiously asked. Fan Yuan snorted and said in an overbearing tone. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? I am the second zombie king's eldest disciple. Hey Tuesday Ding Hao, I will count to 3, if you don't call back these 2 green hair zombies by then, hee. You are eldest senior brother? Wait a second, how did Lord Benefactor know my name? Ding Hao held suspicions towards this entire issue, but regardless, he still called back the 2 green hair zombies to his side. Fan Yuan's expression turned stiff as he scolded. Who is your eldest senior brother? Master has yet to take you in as his disciple, how dare you pose off as one? Ding Hao had no way to retort back. Fan Yuan's tone softened. Don't you talk to the stone slab all day, how could Master not know your name? Ah! Ding Hao uttered a cry of surprise. All these years, he had lived alone with only the zombies as his companions. When he felt depressed and painful, he would go to the final cave and pour out his heart to the stone slab. He had never expected Fan Yuan to expose his secrets, with one remark. I thought. That was an ordinary stone slab. Ding Hao stammered. Humph, what level are you at? Of course you cannot understand the profoundness of the stone slab. Master has vast powers, how would you be able to see through it? Fan Yuan disdainfully sneered. In actual fact, even if a rank 9 Gu master were to see the stone slab, they wouldn't be able to see the profoundness of it. That was just a common stone slab. However, in Fan Yuan's previous life, Ding Hao himself had personally narrated it in his recollection of his struggles in life after he made a name for himself. Ding Hao licked his dry lips. He was almost fully convinced, but he still had some doubts. He gave a deep bow towards Fan Yuan and cupped his hands. Lord He too, since you are Master's disciple, then please show me our unique characteristic, the Zombie Heart Gu. Zombie Heart Gu was a Gu specific to the Zombie King's lineage. It resembled a heart, had 7 holes and was stiff as stone. It was a rank 3 Gu, was cold to the touch and seemed to be made of bronze. Zombie Heart Gu could produce rank 2 Running Corpse Gu. It was similar to Charred Thunder Potato Mother Gu, which could produce Charred Thunder Potato Gu. Rank 2 Running Corpse Gu was also a consumable Gu and was used on corpses to form zombies. However, it had an advantage over Charred Thunder Potato Gu. The zombies it created could grow up and advance a stage. For instance, white hair zombies could become black hair zombies could become green hair zombies, and so on. Fan Yuan possessed Charred Thunder Potato Mother Gu, but he had no Zombie Heart Gu. However, he was not in the least nervous towards Ding Hao's request. He opened his mouth and boldly scolded. Cut your crap, I am on a secret mission assigned by Master. I had to disguise my identity to join the caravan. How could I carry Zombie Heart Gu with me? Zombie Heart Gu feeds upon zombies. How could I get zombies in full view of everyone? This. Ding Hao was stumped. What this, do you think I can't kill you? Fan Yuan timely revealed his Snow's Silver Primeval Essence. Rank 3 peak stage cultivation was clearly revealed. Ding Hao's pupils shrunk, he was only at rank 3 middle stage. Fan Yuan immediately followed. Although our lineage can control zombies and form an army of them, controlling zombies requires our concentration. If our soul is not strong, our mind will be weak, then our control over the zombies' quantity and quality will only be ordinary. Although you have 2 green hair zombies, there will definitely be gaps when you defend yourself while controlling them. It will be very easy for me to kill you. Ding Hao licked his dry lips and retreated a step back with some fear. However, Fan Yuan immediately changed the topic. Before I left, Master told me about you and wanted me to check if you had the qualifications to enter his tutelage. To think you actually approached me with killing intent when I have not even started looking for you, humph. This. Eldest senior brother, it wasn't intentional. Ding Hao started panicking when he heard Fan Yuan was someone sent by Second Zombie King to inspect him. Who is your eldest senior brother? You have yet to receive Master's approval. Humph, you are still doubtful now? Fan Yuan raised his brows. Ding Hao quickly cupped his hands and said in a self-mocking tone, Eldest senior brother, since you are clear on Zombie Heart Gu's food and our weakness, no matter how stupid I am, I recognize eldest senior brother's identity. Fan Yuan kept a poker face and did not speak, only looking at the 2 green hair zombies. Ding Hao was stunned for a while before immediately realizing. With a shift of his mind, he sent the 2 green hair zombies away. Then he walked before Fan Yuan, bowed and said submissively, Please forgive me, eldest senior brother. I wanted to kill these people to collect enough zombies. I really hadn't expected eldest senior brother to be here. If I had known, I would have come down the mountain and welcomed you. I really yearn and am determined to follow Master. Heaven can testify my loyalty. Fan Yuan relaxed his tone. Humph, Master knows of your loyalty. Before I departed, Master spoke of it and praised your loyalty when he asked me to inspect you on my journey. Even if you had not reached the standard, as long as there isn't a huge gap, it's no problem. So it was like that. Ding Hao was overjoyed. However, Fan Yuan's expression turned heavy and his tone cold. You had the cheek to attack the caravan, wrecking my secret mission. Do you know how much effort I and your second senior sister had to waste to infiltrate this caravan? Eldest senior brother, it really was not intentional. Ding Hao was indignant, his excitement just before sank through the floor due to Fan Yuan's words. Second senior sister is also in the caravan? Aye. I will call back the zombie horde. What? Fan Yuan was furious as he knocked his fingers on Ding Hao's head. Is your brain made of glue? Can't you think? You moron, wouldn't they start doubting me if the zombies retreated for no rhyme or reason? Idiot. Ding Hao rubbed his aching head before quickly nodding and apologizing. Yes, eldest senior brother is right. Then eldest senior brother, I will do whatever you say. Fan Yuan pointed at Ding Hao. You have already made a serious mistake, but considering it was not intentional, it can't be helped. Next, do as I say to make up for your mistakes. Ding Hao was like a grandson being admonished as he kept on nodding at Fan Yuan. However, Fan Yuan didn't mention his demand immediately and instead asked, Tell me the truth, how many white hair, black hair and green hair zombies do you have? Also any blue hair zombies? Ding Hao showed an ashamed expression. I am stupid, I have been living at Mu Bei Mountain for close to 10 years but have yet to raise a single blue hair zombie. As for green hair zombies, I only have 3 of them. I left one inside the cave to stand guard and have brought the other 2 with me. I have over 120 black hair zombies and close to 4,000 white hair zombies. Fan Yuan had expected him to not have any blue hair zombies and was able to be at ease after confirming it. He intentionally made a sound of surprise and spoke nonsense. You are not that far from the target. Having 3 green hair zombies is pretty good, and as for blue hair zombies, even I have only 2 of them. He was clear of Second Zombie King's requirement to take in disciples. Second Zombie King had not just left behind one inheritance, he had taken in 7 to 8 disciples in Fan Yuan's previous life. Ding Hao was only one of them. Later on, Second Zombie King joined Etian Mountain and was besieged by the Righteous Path. The disciples of Second Zombie King commanded great zombie armies and showed off their talents, causing the Righteous Path allied army to retreat at one point. As Ding Hao listened to Fan Yuan, his heart was cleared of doubt. He looked at Fan Yuan with admiration. Eldest senior brother, you are amazing, you have 2 blue hair zombies. This junior brother is full of admiration. Fan Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder and showed an expression of feeling proud inwardly but intentionally suppressing it. To raise a blue hair zombie, if you say it is difficult, it is difficult. If you say it is easy, it is easy. I will explain it to you. You need to first find a rank 4 Goo Master's corpse, then the rest is up to your luck. It depends on whether this corpse had used a goo worm in his life to raise his strength. If he did, it will be at least a green hair. If you use fresh blood to nurture it for a year or 2, it will evolve into a blue hair. I see. Ding Hao knew Fan Yuan spoke the truth after he combined it to his own experiences. He gratefully said, Thank you, eldest senior brother, for your pointers. Fan Yuan slightly nodded his head and carefully checked Ding Hao's expression, knowing the latter had complete trust in him now. Ding Hao had originally been a servant, and then secretly cultivated for close to 10 years on Mu Bei Mountain. His honest character made him easy to deceive. In fact, even those who were very scheming would be moved by Fan Yuan's words and would at least believe most of it. No use in crying over spilled milk. Act with me, and if your performance is good, I will give you a pass from my side, Fan Yuan said. Ding Hao's eyes brightened and immediately replied, Please speak, elder senior brother. I will definitely do my best to accomplish it. Fan Yuan gave detailed instructions before charging back to the camp. With Ding Hao's secret cooperation, Fan Yuan returned beside Shang Xinci without any mishaps. Seeing an expert like Fan Yuan returning to their sides, everyone in the caravan was surprised, happy and in awe. In their perspective, Fan Yuan could have already escaped, but he fought his way back to them. I am burdening you, benefactor. Shang Xinci felt ashamed and guilty. No matter. You are only one of the reasons, besides, Bai Yun is also here. Fan Yuan shook his hand and intentionally said this, making Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai feel even more moved. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fan Yuan with doubt. Fan Yuan vaguely winked at her. She immediately realized he was up to no good. Chapter 257. A Spear from Behind. The zombie horde's attacks gradually slowed down, and the situation came to a standstill. Time passed minutes by minutes. Occasionally, some Goo Masters heroically sacrificed themselves or zombies fell down. 2 hours later, Ding Hao followed Fan Yuan's instruction and steeply increased the attacks of the zombies, breaking the defensive line that was hanging by a thread. There were only 30 or so people in the caravan now. They had to break through. They were all of one mind on this, as every one of them could see that there was a chance at survival if they broke through, and if they insisted on defending their positions, their deaths were certain. To break through would also be a desperate struggle. Layers upon layers of white-hair zombies had encircled them, and there were also black-hair zombies obstructing them. "Give up on these mortals, they will only slow down our speed!" Jiaolong shouted. Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai became pale. "Don't worry, I am here." Fan Yuan defended them. All the remaining mortals were ruthlessly abandoned, only the two of them remained. Jiaolong and other Gu masters didn't dare to say anything since they had to rely on Fang and Bai's strength. They were progressing shakily through the siege, and just when it looked like they were about to break out, 2 green-haired zombies appeared. "We will go back." Fan Yuan pulled Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai, and said in a soft voice. Bai Ningbing stopped. Weren't they entering into the encirclement again by going back? However, Fan Yuan was already retreating towards the back with Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth as she looked at the empty field in front of her, but she still turned around and followed Fan Yuan. The other Gu masters fell into a chaotic battle against the 2 green-hair zombies. Green-hair zombies were as strong as Thousand Beast King, and though there were many rank 3 Gu masters, they were already exhausted. As their battle with the green-hair zombies continued, the surrounding black and white-hair zombies closed in on them. This instead caused the pressure on Fang and Bai to decrease greatly. Fan Yuan retreated dozens of steps before he started breaking through again. Numerous white-hair zombies were blocking their way, but Fan Yuan just plunged and dashed. The power he displayed was extremely high. White-hair zombies died everywhere he passed. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck. Was this Fan Yuan's true strength? These white-hair zombies are too weak. She immediately found something amiss when she attacked. The white-hair zombies that were blocking them were many times weaker than before. They had dazed expressions and didn't even attack properly. They were more like punching targets. Did Fan Yuan discover this weakness and is using it now? Strange, these white-hair zombies look the same. How in the world did he discover these weaknesses? Bai Ningbing was bothered and bewildered. Fan Yuan, however, was hurling curses inwardly right now. Before departing, he had reminded Ding how to make the zombies appear strong although actually weak, and make it realistic. So what horrible performance is this? Ding Hao was sweating profusely. He had never exerted so much concentration to control the zombie army. He was extremely nervous, feeling that he had destroyed eldest senior brother's secret mission. Guilt and worry made him cooperate with Fan Yuan's act with all his efforts. It was okay when he didn't know Fan Yuan's identity, but now that he knew Fan Yuan was his eldest senior brother, how could he dare to truly attack him? Amazing! Xiao Dai exclaimed in surprise. Shang Xinci's beautiful eyes also brightened. Fan Yuan was moving unhindered, like an unmatched general maneuvering on the battlefield, giving off a feeling of invincibility. Who does not love heroes? Which girl did not dream of a prince riding a white horse, a hero saving the beauty? Xiao Dai did, and so did Shang Xinci. Right now, as the master and servant looked at Fan Yuan's wide back, there were ripples in their hearts. Fan Yuan was ugly, but at this moment, this ugliness gave off a beautiful radiance to them. His bravery and spirit gave an indescribable sense of security to these 2 girls who were in this dangerous situation. They could not help but want to rely and depend on him. Such terrible acting! This coward! Fan Yuan really wanted to kick Ding Hao to death. His thoughts moved rapidly and he could make out Ding Hao's mental state. It seems I have no choice. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes, then he resolutely deactivated Canopy Gu and charged towards an attacking white-hair zombie. His flesh was torn open. Fan Yuan got injured. Good, this is how it should be. Fan Yuan happily thought. This was the best chance to win Shang Xinci's trust. How could he let it go in vain? Damn it! Bai Ningbing cursed and immediately rushed towards Fan Yuan, abandoning Shang Xinci. Fan Yuan had the Yanggu on him. That was the key to her reverting back to a man, and it could absolutely not be lost. Oh my heavens! Ding Hao's whole body shook when he saw Fan Yuan being injured. He was blaming himself. The worry and panic was clear on his face as he mumbled. It wasn't intentional. It really wasn't intentional, eldest senior brother. Ah! Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai both cried out. Their hearts ached seeing Fan Yuan injured. What are you doing? Go back and protect them! Fan Yuan shouted in a soft voice when Bai Ningbing approached him. Bai Ningbing's blue pupils widened. She immediately realized Fan Yuan had intentionally received the attack. This bastard! Don't go overboard! Bai Ningbing's eyes twitched. She said these words and left. With Ding Hao's control, the white-haired zombies made threatening gestures, but it was all show and little action. Bai Ningbing kicked a white-haired zombie flying and hurried back towards Shang Xianci. How is He Tu? Shang Xianci grabbed Bai Ningbing's arm and asked. He is okay. Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. Why are you not switching with him? He is injured. The gentle Shang Xianci's words carried a rarely seen grievance. Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. She couldn't tell that Fan Yuan intentionally received the attack, right? So, she casually made up a reason. He has always been like this. He will never stop when he starts an assault, unless he falls. Shang Xianci's beautiful eyes flickered and slightly reddened. Xiao Dai covered her mouth. Her eyes were already moist. There were ripples in the master and servants' hearts again as they looked at Fan Yuan. What kind of man was this? In this horde of zombies, he moved around without fear, constantly pressing forward. No doubt he was a hero, a sorrowful hero. Seeing Fan Yuan injured, Ding Hao was shaking with fear and didn't dare to obstruct the path. Fan Yuan charged ahead for some distance and led Shang Xianci and the group out of the zombie encirclement. That's it. He smacked his lips with dissatisfaction and grudgingly looked at the only injury on his body. It was such a good opportunity to show off, but he only received a single injury. The act was really lacking. Despite only suffering a single injury, it already made Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai extremely worried. He Tu, are you okay? You are injured, the wound is so deep, all because of me. Shang Xianci's eyes were becoming moist with tears. So much black blood is flowing out. Lord He Tu, you have been poisoned. Xiao Dai said with deep concern. Fan Yuan puffed out his chest and said in a deep, fearless voice. This is just a small injury. The corpse poison is somewhat troublesome, but I can detoxify it with clearing heat goo. You don't no need to worry. Ha! He started laughing. The camp was in ruins, flames blazed everywhere. The remaining people in the caravan had set the camp aflame before leaving. It was to burn their bridges and also to have a source of lighting. Fan Yuan and the group charged out of the zombie encirclement, and reached the outer perimeter of the light from the fire. The light shone on Fan Yuan's face, chest and his injury. He laughed. His appearance was ugly, but it gave a different kind of heroic charm to the two girls. They had dreamt of dreams of heroes saving the beauty, dreamt of handsome and unrestrained hero. Truthfully, the image of Fan Yuan and their image of heroes were as different as day and night. However, strangely, the two girls felt this was the true hero. He was unrestrained, fearless, and had unmatched heroic spirit. Many years later, Shang Xianci would ask herself how Fan Yuan walked deep into her heart. Every time, she would involuntarily think of this night. Layers upon layers of zombies to his back, blazing flames shining upon his face, the burned scars on his face, his smile revealing his white teeth. His deep black pupils looked at herself, the normally cold and indifferent eyes, under the orange flames revealed a hint of warmth. Save us! The caravan group were deeply encircled by the zombie horde and started shouting for help when they saw the situation in Fan Yuan's side. Fan Yuan's gaze flashed, but he didn't speak. Shang Xianci had already grabbed his arm. You are injured, don't go, let's leave. Do you remember what you said to me? Do only what you are able to. A peace of mind as long as one does what he can. Fan Yuan laughed and patted Shang Xianci's hand. Don't worry, I am not going. There is no kindness or hatred between them and me. Let's go. However, it wasn't so appropriate to leave like this. What if someone knew he killed Zhang Zhu and under desperation, shouted it? What would Shang Xianci think then? In truth, his worries were unnecessary. Qin Xian and Qin Shuangjin, who knew about the matter, had already died in battle. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light as he shouted loudly. Continue to persevere, wait till I bring them to a safe place, then I will come help you. Brother He Tu is righteous. We hope Brother He Tu returns quickly. Brother He Tu, if you save me, I will give you a huge amount of money. The caravan people shouted one after another. Fan Yuan laughed bitterly and looked at the master and servant's puzzled gaze. I am giving them some hope so that they might create a miracle. Sigh, I can only do this much. Fan Yuan's image immediately rose to a much greater height in the two girls' hearts. Fan Yuan and the group ran along the mountain passage. Under the moonlight, the mountain passage looked like it was covered with snow. As per their previous discussion, Ding Hao arranged a batch of zombies around here to block the path. The four rushed to the arranged area. Fan Yuan signaled Bai Ningbing with his eyes, then stood at the spot. You guys leave first, I will stop these zombies and hurry back to you. The master and servant's steps immediately slowed down, but under Bai Ningbing's persuasion, they continued to run along the path and soon left Fan Yuan's sight. Fan Yuan laughed. He acted as if he was in a struggle with the zombies, and finding an opportune timing, he activated jumping grass and jumped over the zombies, arriving beside Ding Hao. The battle with the caravan was still ongoing. There were only 3 remaining in the caravan side, but what amazed Fan Yuan was a green-hair zombie had actually perished. After asking Ding Hao, he realized the goo master had used a rare rank 3 detonation goo. Eldest senior brother. Ding Hao immediately bowed. His face was pale and his forehead filled with sweat. He had never tried splitting his thoughts to control the zombies with such intensity. The main thing was he had to act according to Fan Yuan's directions, making him more exhausted. Previously he would just command the zombies to attack or retreat. How could he have commanded them to only make threatening gestures and attack empty air? And he still had to control these zombies to keep still when attacked by Fan Yuan. Eldest senior brother, how is your injury? It really wasn't intentional. I have a healing goo here. Ding Hao started to explain hurriedly. Fan Yuan patted his shoulder. You are good, you have put in a lot of effort. No need to worry about my injury, I suffered it intentionally. Now you just have to use more strength and eradicate these people. Yes. Ding Hao immediately let out a breath of relief. With his spirits raised, he started maneuvering countless zombies forward. The surviving 3 knew their deaths were certain. One closed his eyes and sighed. Another cried out Fan Yuan's name, and another was crying loudly. Under the threat of death, their natural instincts were fully revealed. The zombie horde submerged the 3. Fan Yuan satisfiedly nodded. Was there anyone who escaped? No, absolutely none. I did what eldest senior brother instructed and arranged a large amount of zombies in the perimeter. Ding Hao quickly answered. Good, well done. Clean up the battlefield, remember to not leave behind any tracks. Yes, eldest senior brother. Ding Hao had never exposed himself when he attacked the caravans, which showed he had certain level of accomplishment in clearing the tracks. He cleaned up the battlefield with ease and disguised the traces as ordinary zombie horde attacking the caravan. Fan Yuan secretly nodded his head in approval. However, although he was older than Fan Yuan, his experience couldn't compare to the veteran Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan pointed out some areas that were overlooked, causing Ding Hao to admire him. For instance, the primeval stones couldn't be entirely taken, they had to leave some behind, after all the zombies wouldn't collect them. Another point would be not all the corpses should be changed to zombies. The corpse poison could be deep or shallow, and they didn't have 100% chance to turn corpses into zombies. Eldest senior brother, please take these primeval stones. About 5 minutes later, Ding Hao sensibly offered the primeval stones he collected. Fan Yuan glanced at it. There were approximately 13,000 primeval stones. He didn't hesitate to take it and put them in Tusita flour. How are your gains? Fan Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder and warmly asked. Ding Hao's pale face let out an excited light. The gains are huge this time. I obtained 5 complete bodies and they are all rank 3 goo masters. There are also dozen goo master corpses. They are all strength goo masters. I would get at least black hair zombies once they are turned into zombies. Ha ha ha, you have obtained a good harvest. Raise these black hair zombies properly, and you will definitely have new green hair zombies. Ding Hao repeatedly nodded his head, his face filled with admiration. This is the first time I have devoured a whole caravan. It is all thanks to eldest senior brother for attracting beast groups along the way and constantly reducing their forces. All these gains I made is because of eldest senior brother. You are not too shabby either, your commanding ability is quite good. But looking at your face, you have used your brain too much, your mind is haggard and your soul is wounded. You need to recuperate for a while. Taking good care of our soul is very important to our lineage. If our soul is not strong, our mind will be weak and commanding the zombies will be more difficult. Fan Yuan smiled, speaking gently. Thank you, eldest senior brother, for your concern. Ding Hao had lived alone for close to 10 years. This was the first time someone showed concern for him, so he couldn't help being moved. This emotional spike immediately caused him to have an intense dizziness. His body shook, and if not for Fan Yuan supporting him, he might have fallen headfirst into the ground. I am ashamed. My cultivation is still not enough, I am feeling dizzy and my mind is not working properly. Ding Hao was able to barely stand up. There is no need to worry, return to the cave and rest properly. Although you will still feel headaches tomorrow, your mind will have mostly recovered and can smoothly command these zombies. Fan Yuan smiled. Yes. I have experienced this before when I tried to control too many zombies. I almost fainted on the spot, ha ha ha. Ding Hao laughed. Okay. I need to leave now, I give you my approval. Rest properly and wait for me to come back. I will bring you to pay respects to Master. Right, where is your cave? It is halfway up the mountain beside a dark pond. It is easy to find, that dark pond is very unique, it is shaped like a pentagram. Ding Hao was very happy and immediately answered. Eldest senior brother, you really won't come visit my cave with me? I can't, time is pressing, I need to hand over the secret mission to Master. Not good, someone actually feigned death, there is still someone who escaped. Where? Ding Hao's mind shook and immediately turned around to look. Pew! Next instant, a bone spear pierced his skull. Plop! Ding Hao collapsed on the ground, a thick spiral bone spear pierced through his skull. Blood and brains slowly flowed out the spiral hole. His eyes were wide open, a look of utter disbelief. The smile on Fan Yuan's face disappeared, changing into an indifferent expression. He slowly bent down and grabbed Ding Hao's leg, dragging him towards the ruined camp. The flames were still blazing. The zombies, having lost their master, started hopping aimlessly. The corpses on the ground drew their attention, enticing them. They hopped towards the corpses, biting and tearing them. Fan Yuan dragged Ding Hao's corpse past the corpses-strewn battlefield. Sounds of zombies eating the corpses kept on reverberating in his ears. He threw Ding Hao towards the blazing fire, and quietly looked on as the corpse slowly changed to ash. The goo worms on the corpse also mournfully wailed before gradually burning to death. Once Shang Xinci was recognized by Shang clan leader, she would definitely be strictly investigated by the Shang clan. This battle was sure to be of utmost importance. If Ding Hao was captured by them and interrogated, Fan Yuan could be in danger. Despite Ding Hao being an honest person, easy to deceive and a very good chess piece, his worth could never match with Shang Xinci. And if there were risks, it was better to abandon them. This including giving up the goo worms on his body. As long as Fan Yuan carried them on him, Second Zombie King could find him. Moreover, it was not convenient for Fan Yuan to feed zombie heart goo, and it might only leave behind traces which could be discovered in Shang clan's investigation. As for these zombies, they had turned back to being common zombie horde after losing their master. Once they finished eating these corpses, a part of them would stay here and another part would leave, wandering about Mu Bei Mountain and searching for food. Once they were done with this, the whole scene would become even more natural. Only after Ding Hao's corpse was burned to ashes did Fan Yuan slowly leave. The zombies were eating the corpses, these mindless things were of no threat now. Chapter 258. Separation as planned. The crescent moon hangs high in the night sky, as moonlight flowed down like water. Shang Xinci stood on a boulder and gazed far away, her face filled with worry. Why has Brother He Tu still not returned? Did something happen? Xiao Dai added. How could anything happen to him? Don't worry. Bai Ningbing leaned on a withered tree, wondering what Fan Yuan was up to again. Minutes and minutes passed, as Shang Xinci's brows furrowed while her worry kept increasing. Bai Ningbing also started feeling something amiss. Almost 8 minutes had passed. Did something really happen to Fan Yuan? She didn't care about Fan Yuan's death. What she cared about was the yang gu on Fan Yuan. Anxiety grew in her heart. Half of this was because of Fan Yuan's disappearance, the other half was because of her own helplessness. As Fan Yuan's cultivation continued to advance, she found it incredibly difficult to deal with him and get the yang gu. This meant that if Fan Yuan reneged on his promise, she had no way to deal with him. Bai Ningbing knew what kind of personality Fan Yuan had after traveling with him for so long. Fan Yuan's cultivation was nearing rank 3. The promised time was coming and her heart was becoming increasingly fretful. The three discussed, and just when they decided to return to assist Fan Yuan, he appeared in their sights on the mountain passage. Shang Xinci let out a breath of relief, but her heart pounded again when Fan Yuan walked in front of them. Brother He Tu, you are injured again. Fan Yuan had intentionally made some more injuries on his body. He drew in a breath of cold air. When you guys had just left, a green hair zombie appeared. Fortunately, I ran quickly, we should leave immediately, It might still be chasing me. The three naturally didn't dare to stay any longer when they heard that, and hastened their journey that very night. So far, Fan Yuan's objectives were achieved and he behaved appropriately along the way. After crossing Mubei Mountain, they arrived at Shuangjiang Mountain. This mountain had two peaks separated by a deep ravine. The peaks were similar to each other, and gave off a majestic aura. The four no longer had the caravan's protection now, so it seemed to take a lot more effort when they moved through the mountain. Fortunately, after crossing Shuangjiang Mountain, it was Shuelei Mountain. Shuelei Mountain had Zhao clan and could not be considered to be a wild area since there were human inhabitants on it. The most dangerous part of the trade route was already over, so the danger had greatly decreased. Fan and Bai were wanted by Bai clan, so they didn't go to Zhao clan. The four moved on relentlessly. After passing through Shuelei Mountain, they continued to cross Qianku Mountain, Juren Mountain, Lu Zhao Mountain, crossing over 6 great mountains. During this time, Fan Yuan's cultivation advanced from rank 2 middle stage to peak stage. On the whole journey, they only stopped by some remote hamlets to replenish their supplies. As they neared Shangliang Mountain, the mountain path became wider and there were more people moving through the path. And finally, on this day, Shangliang Mountain finally appeared in their sights. Puff, that is Shangliang Mountain? Shang Xianci put her hand on her forehead to shield her from the sunlight and looked at the horizon before letting out a breath of turbid air. Missy, we are almost there. Xiao Dai laughed happily, and excitedly shook Shang Xianci's arm. Bai Ningbing only looked and did not speak. We will go our separate ways when we arrive at Shangliang Mountain. Lady Zhang, I have paid your favor, Fan Yuan suddenly said. What? Xiao Dai gasped, not having expected Fan Yuan to say that. She stood on the spot at a loss. Shang Xianci's expression changed. Her eyelashes slightly trembled as she looked at Fan Yuan. These days, while Fan Yuan remained silent, he had already become a pillar of support for her. Now that he is leaving, Shang Xianci immediately felt a sense of emptiness and loss. All things must come to an end. Fan Yuan heaved a long sigh. True. Shang Xianci pursed up her lips. Her breathing was becoming heavy. After being in contact with Fan Yuan all the time these days, she knew his character. He was as someone acts upon his decisions, a resolute man. Let's go, it isn't quite safe yet, we will part our ways when we reach the city gate. Fan Yuan started walking in front. The atmosphere of the group had decreased to a freezing point, even the incessantly chattering Xiao Dai was silent. The closer they were to Shang Clan City, the nearer their parting. Shang Clan City unconsciously slowed down Shang Xianci's steps. Shang Clan City was her destination for this trip and she should have been happy as she neared her target, but right now, she didn't want to reach Shang Clan City. However, the path was after all limited. They eventually arrived at the foot of Shangliang Mountain. Shang Clan City's huge gate was right in front of their eyes. It was time to part ways. Fan Yuan gazed deeply at Shang Xianci and nodded his head, only saying 2 words. Take care. It was simply 2 words, but it made Shang Xianci's beautiful body tremble. Fan Yuan turned around and left. Wait. Shang Xianci summoned her courage and suddenly spoke. It was a sea of buzz and commotions around the city gate with people moving to and fro. Shang Xianci's beautiful pupils gazed at Fan Yuan as the crowds moved rapidly around them. We will meet again someday. Benefactor, you might have repaid my favor in your heart, but you have saved me over and over again. This favor you have given to me is as deep as the sea and as heavy as the mountain. Benefactor, you said a drop received in need will be repaid with whole river. I will definitely repay you. The young girl's tone was firm and revealed her resolute heart. Fan Yuan smiled towards her, then turned around and left, gradually disappearing within the crowd. Shang Xianci stood on the spot for a long while. Miss, they are really heartless, leaving just like that. Xiao Dai walked over and held her hand. They do not want to implicate us. Their demonic path identity cannot be exposed even on Shangliang Mountain. Shang Xianci's nature was kind, always thinking of people positively. Oh, it was like that. Xiao Dai realized. They might be demonic goo masters, but they are good people. I have decided, I will make it big on Shang Clan City. There is definitely a place for my talent. I might just be a mortal who can't cultivate, but I can hire goo masters to work for me. I will definitely repay their favor in future. Yes. I believe in you, Missy. Strange, you have protected Shang Xianci all the way, why are you intentionally parting ways now that we reached Shangliang Mountain? I have to remind you that there is a huge flow of people in Shangclan City, and you don't have an investigative gu. If you are just playing hard to get, make sure you don't lose track of her. If not, you will just be shooting yourself in the foot. It would really be a great joke. Bai Ningbing coldly reminded Fan Yuan from the side. Fan Yuan ignored her. His gaze followed Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai till they walked through the city gate, and only then did he retrieve his gaze. As per his previous life's memories, Shang clan leader should detect his bloodline in Shang Xianci once she entered Shang clan city. However, for confirmation, the tyrannical Shang clan leader would round up all the people of the caravan, which Shang Xianci joined at that time, and keep them in house arrest as he interrogated and investigated them. When the truth was cleared up and Shang Xianci's identity was confirmed, Shang clan leader generously compensated all the caravan members by twice the amount of their goods. Shang Xianci directly jumped from being a mortal girl to being Shang clan leader's beloved daughter. This event caused a sensation and became a popular conversation topic. This is why Fan Yuan needed to part ways with Shang Xianci. Fan Yuan had many gu in his aperture which could never be exposed to others, especially the spring-autumn cicada. If he was investigated and his aperture searched, it would become a huge trouble. If it was an ordinary clan, Fan Yuan would have no worries because the clan leaders who usually had the highest cultivation would only be at rank 4 stage in such clans. However, Shang clan leader had rank 5 cultivation and that wasn't even the highest cultivation here. There were supreme elders in the Shang clan possessing rank 6 cultivation. If they were to search Fan Yuan's aperture, the spring-autumn cicada would be discovered even if it hid deep within. Saying his farewell had another advantage. He would appear to have no desire or need anything from Shang Xianci. This would deepen the impression of only repaying favor in her heart. Later, when he meets Shang Xianci, he would definitely obtain her trust. Actually, the quickest way to form an inseparable relation to Shang Xianci is through sexual relation. Fan Yuan could sense Shang Xianci had good feelings towards him. If he took her chastity, the future Shang clan leader would fall deeply in love with him. Fan Yuan might appear ugly, but the charisma he released already moved Shang Xianci's heart. He knew Shang Xianci would not refuse him if he wanted it. But this way absolutely could not be carried out. If he did it, he would become Shang clan's son-in-law and would be bound to the chariot called Shang clan. Then Fan Yuan would no longer be able to do things his own way, his every movement would be watched by others, his hands and feet bound, even his cultivation would have to be purposely suppressed. As his cultivation increased rapidly, it would expose bone-flesh unity gu which was sure to cause an upheaval and attract all kinds of attention. Fan Yuan understood how much bone-flesh unity gu was worth, even Shang clan could not keep it for themselves. And if spring-autumn cicada was revealed on top of that, those reclusive rank 6 gu masters, even rank 7 gu masters would jump out one after another. After reaching rank 6, the gu master would experience a qualitative change in their strength, each of them able to contend against the strength of a whole clan. Once he had sexual relations with Shang Xianci, after Shang Xianci confirmed his identity, even if she was Shang clan leader, they would all come looking for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was moreover a demonic gu master with unknown origins. It was unavoidable for him to be investigated and interrogated. If he escaped, he would have to face Shang clan's pursuit and arrest warrant. This was a completely different concept from Bai clan's arrest warrant. Bai clan was in dire straits and didn't have enough strength, but Shang clan was one of the overlords of southern border. Fan Yuan would only have one way out if that happened, that was to escape from the southern border. Shan Yanfei was sitting cross-legged in the air, his whole body bathing in flames. The flames were scarlet like blood and were burning silently in the dark void. As the leader of Shang clan, he is occupied with clan affairs every day and does not have much time to cultivate. Even so, with his domineering aptitude and comprehension, he was able to cultivate to rank 5 upper stage, and was only a step away from peak stage. Today's cultivation was about to end. The scarlet flames slowly dispersed and shrunk, finally changing back to long crimson hair on Shang Yanfei's head. Without the illumination from fire, darkness spread, becoming the sole master of the area. Suddenly, Shang Yanfei opened his eyes, his pupils were dyed color of blood and his gaze shone like lightning as it pierced through the darkness. A new bloodline that originates from mine. How did this appear out of nowhere? Chapter 259. Reunion of Father and Daughter. Shang Yanfei's thoughts stirred and immediately disappeared from within the darkness. When he reappeared, he was already at the outer area of Shangclan City. All kinds of noise entered his ears. There were various stalls located on both sides of the street. The people in the surrounding only saw a flash of bloody flame, then a black-robed, crimson-haired handsome man appeared in their midst. Whoa, scared the soul out of me! Who is this man? He actually dares to use his goo in Shangclan City? Many people cast bewildered gazes. Only few recognized Shang Yanfei, but they were not sure. Shang Yanfei ignored these gazes and followed the bloodline reaction. His sharp senses landed on Shang Xinci. Two girls stopped in front of a stall. Missy, this hairpin is really beautiful. Xiao Dai picked up a jade hairpin from the stall and matched it with Shang Xinci's beautiful hair. Shang Xinci forced out a smile. Her mood had been down since parting with Fang Yuan. Xiao Dai was instead lively, fascinated by the flourishing scene in the city. Suddenly, Shang Xinci felt something in her heart and turned around. Her gaze immediately landed on Shang Yanfei. The black-robed, crimson-haired Shang Yanfei was very conspicuous in the crowd, like a crane in a flock of chickens. However, what attracted Shang Xinci was not his appearance but rather a mysterious familial connection and calling from her bloodline. Without any word being said, the moment Shang Xinci saw Shang Yanfei, she knew this middle-aged man's identity. He was her father. Father. To Shang Xinci, this word was mysterious and distant, containing sorrow and sadness. Since young, she had asked her mother countless times about her father, but her mother always remained silent. And now, she finally met her father. So this was the reason Mother told me to go to Shangclan City before her death. Realization dawned upon her, and tears uncontrollably fell down her eyes. The moment Shang Yanfei saw Shang Xinci, he connected it to her mother and realized her identity. Similar, they were really similar. This child's gentle appearance was no different from hers. Shang Yanfei suddenly felt pain in his heart. He was vaguely able to see her again. In that distant afternoon when spring rain was drizzling down, when willow trees were carefree swaying beside the lotus pool, under a shabby hut, Shang Clan's young master Shang Yanfei met the young lady of Zhang Clan who was running from rain. A meeting of a scholar and beauty. It was love at first sight. They poured their hearts out to each other and pledged to be married. However, one could only be helpless in the affairs of the world. Power and beauty was just like fish and bear paw, who could have both? The young Shang Yanfei was someone with blazing fire in his heart. This fire was the natural ambition of men towards power and influence. Ambition or love, duty or freedom, oppressing his enemies or his promise to the beauty. Shang Yanfei chose the former in the end and abandoned the latter. He later defeated his brothers and sisters, ascended to the position of Shang clan leader, and sat on the glorious throne. He became a rank 5 Gu master, married countless beauties and now had many sons and daughters. And because Zhang clan and Shang clan had been enemies for generations, he could no longer look for her. One cannot control everything in the world. Clan leader's identity became his symbol of success but also the shackles that binds him. The king's every movement could bring about upheavals and was closely watched by everyone. As the clan leader of Shang clan, how could he let his love affair affect the clan? All these years, he tried hard to convince himself and hide his guilt and worries deep within by using the reasons of righteousness and duty. He thought he had forgotten it all, but now when he saw Shang Xinci, those warm memories hidden deep within him instantly enveloped his soul like the sound of spring rain. Right now, waves were surging in his heart. The blood of kinship that is thicker than water had turned into a river. Now, his guilt overflowed into this river and became a sea, instantly submerging him. He took a light step and disappeared, reappearing in front of Shang Xinci the next moment. Xiao Dai gasped. The surrounding people all looked astonished and shocked. But the two people involved did not sense anything. You! What is your name? Shang Yanfei opened his mouth with great effort. His voice carried a magnetic quality and was filled with strong warmth. Shang Xinci did not reply. Tears streamed down from her beautiful eyes. She took a step back and tightly pursed her lips. She then firmly looked at Shang Yanfei, her gaze carrying stubbornness. It was this man who hurt her mother's heart. It was this man who caused her to suffer discrimination and bullying since young. It was this man who enchanted her mother, making her think about him even at death. It was this man, and yet he is my father. Her mood surged in rage, countless feelings mixed together to form a berserk whirlpool, threatening to swallow her mind. She fainted. Missy! Xiao Dai, who had been absorbed in Shang Yanfei's aura, regained her senses and screamed. However, Shang Yanfei was a step faster and held Shang Xinci on his hands. Who dares to openly violate the city rules in Yuzhgu? Do you want to end up in prison? A group of city guards sensed the abnormal change and came over, swearing. Ah, Lord Clan Leader! Their expressions instantly changed the moment they saw Shang Yanfei, and all of them kneeled down. The whole street was in commotion. You are Shang Clans. Xiao Dai stammered, and was speechless. Shang Yanfei grabbed Xiao Dai's arm. A blood-colored flame burst forth, and the three disappeared. Line up in a queue, enter one by one. Everyone needs to pay 10 primeval stones as a toll to enter the city. Once you enter the city, you are not allowed to misuse your gu. The violators will be sent to prison for at least 7 days. The guards at the city gate shouted loudly. There were many arrest warrants posted on the city walls. Some had already yellowed from age and was covered by other warrants, revealing only a corner of them, and some were completely new, posted carelessly on the walls. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved with the queue and slowly neared the city gate. Sure enough, they saw an arrest warrant for them from Bai Clan. Bai Clan. Fang Yuan inwardly snorted. 2 sirs, please stop. The gate guards approached Fang and Bai. The two were wearing common clothing and looked just like ordinary people. Bai Ningbing lowered her straw hat further down. Here is 20 primeval stones. Fang Yuan was not nervous, he simply handed over a bag. The guards confirmed the amount, and immediately let them pass. Despite there being arrest warrants packed all over the city walls beside him which he could easily look at, he didn't give them a single glance from start to end. These arrest warrants were nothing more than superficial show. Shang Clan prioritized profits. As long as one handed over primeval stones, they could enter the city. Every day, numerous demonic gu masters passed under the eyes of these guards. Both sides had reached a tacit mutual understanding. Demonic gu masters would sell their loots in Shang Clan City, and they would also need to replenish any lacking gu worms. Shang Clan City was the best option for them. One could even say, one of the huge pillars for Shang Clan City's development was the demonic gu masters. Of course, the demonic gu masters couldn't enter the city too brazenly and aggressively. After all, Shang Clan City represented righteous path, and they would also need to consider some consequences of their actions. A wide street appeared in front of the two after they walked through the city gates. There were people moving to and fro on the street. Large tall trees were planted on both sides of the street, and under its shade were all kinds of stalls. Some sold food like sesame breads, soft bean curd, meat and vegetable dishes, while others sold jewelry and all kinds of other stuff. The two walked past the stalls, then they saw buildings, tall bamboo buildings, mud buildings and white-gray tiled houses. Shops, hotels, inns, smithies and so on appeared one after another. This brother, do you need a room? Our price is very cheap, just half a primeval stone for a night. A middle-aged woman approached Fang and Bai with a smile on her face. Fang Yuan glared at her and left without saying a word. His appearance was really terrifying and gave the middle-aged woman a great shock. She did not dare to bother him anymore, instead changing her target to Bai Ningbing, who was behind him. This brother, being away from home is not easy. Our inn is quite good, there will even be a pretty girl at night. It won't be cheap for you to visit the red light street. Mortals like us who travel outside to sell goods are using our lives to earn money, yet spending our hard-earned money on those places would not even cause a ripple. Our inn's girls are still the best, extremely cheap too. We have mature girls and even fresh, cute and adorable ones. What is your pick, brother? The middle-aged woman said in a soft voice, with a vague expression. She misunderstood Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing as mortals from their clothings. A dark frown appeared on Bai Ningbing's face. Get lost. She coldly snorted, her tone bone-chilling. The middle-aged woman's face rapidly changed, her whole body stiffened as she remained stunned on the spot. So she was a female. Ha ha ha, big sister Zhang, you made an error this time. The nearby workers who were of the same profession and were soliciting customers, roared with laughter and ridiculed the middle-aged woman. Along the way, Bai Ningbing had made great progress in disguising as a man, so even the experienced brokers made an error. Four Seasons Restaurant. 1 hour later, Fang Yuan stopped in front of a 5-story tall building. The building was made of white-black tiles, with vermilion gate and huge pillars. There was an aroma of wine and fragrance of dishes floating around the place. It was a famous restaurant in Shangklan City. "Sirs, please come in." A smart waiter saw Fang and Bai, and quickly came out to invite them. The two had walked for a long while and the journey had been tough. They were also hungry, so they stepped into the restaurant. "Sirs, please take a seat here." The waiter showed the way. Fan Yuan slightly frowned. "This hall is too noisy, we will go upstairs." The waiter immediately revealed an awkward expression. "I won't keep it from sirs, we indeed have private rooms upstairs, but they are only open to Gu masters." Fan Yuan snorted and revealed a portion of snow silver primeval essence. The waiter quickly bent down. "I had failed to recognize Mount Tai, please come upstairs." When they reached the stairs, the waiter stopped. A young and sweet-looking girl walked over and spoke softly. "Lords, could I ask which floor you want to go?" Four Seasons restaurant has 5 floors. First floor hall is for mortals. Second floor provides for rank 1 Gu masters. Third floor provides for rank 2 Gu masters. There is a 20% discount for them. Fourth floor provides for rank 3 Gu masters and has 50% discount. Fifth floor provides for rank 4 Gu masters and the services are free of charge. Fan Yuan laughed. "Fourth floor then." The girl's expression immediately became a bit more respectful. She bowed in greeting. "Please demonstrate your primeval essence." Chapter 260. Each with their own schemes: steamed lamb, braised duck, steamed 8 treasure pork, glutinous rice stuffed duck, stir-fried carp, assorted stuffed intestines, spicy oil crispy roll, honey yam, sliced fresh peach, 8 treasure ding, steamed bamboo shoots, ape lips, camel humps, antlers, bear paws, 3 fresh osmanthus soup, beeswax pork trotters, fresh shark's fin soup. A moment later, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing sat at elegant seats on the 4th floor, as a spread of delicacies were presented before them, each possessing visual appeal, fragrant smell, and flavor. Fan Yuan picked up a pair of bamboo chopsticks, and casually ate a few mouthful. He first tried the steamed bamboo shoots. They tasted refreshing, raising one's concentration. He next took a piece of the fresh peach. Its sweetness was perfection. Next he took the bear paw. It was plump and tender, just like the steamed lamb, tasting divine with just a bit of flavoring. Bai Ningbing drank a mouthful of the 3 fresh osmanthus soup, flavor spreading in her mouth as fragrance remained on her lips and teeth, causing her appetite to awaken. "After spending so much time with you, this is the first time you are so generous." As she ate, she did not forget her sarcastic comments to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan laughed, not giving a reply. He knew Bai Ningbing's suspicion and impatience. He got closer to Shang Xianci, using all his effort to protect her laboriously. And yet at their destination, he purposely split away from them. This action was something Bai Ningbing could not comprehend. Fan Yuan was now rank 2 peak stage, only a step away from rank 3. The agreement he set with Bai Ningbing back then regarding rank 3 was approaching its end too. But Fan Yuan would definitely not keep his word. In his eyes, such a thing like integrity was only a compromise made out of necessity, or a beautiful cover-up, like a convincing mask. Fan Yuan knew this, so did Bai Ningbing. Thus, she was starting to feel hasty. Because she had already sensed that Fan Yuan would break his word. Yet, there was nothing she could do to Fan Yuan. The Yanggu was in his possession, her hands were tied. Right now, without Bai clans hunting, and without beast hordes, Fan and Bai ate at the same table, giving off a sense of amiability, but their relationship was extremely tense. If they progressed one more step, they would fall apart and turn against one another. And this step is Fan Yuan advancing to rank 3. Once he advances, he and Bai Ningbing would no longer had any hopes of reconciling. The two would have to face each other directly. How to deal with Bai Ningbing? Throughout the meal, Fan Yuan considered this. His cultivation could not stay stagnant. One day, the conflict will escalate. The situation now was very delicate. Fan Yuan had the upper hand because he controlled the Yanggu, but in fact, Bai Ningbing also held Fan Yuan's handle. She traveled along with Fan Yuan, experiencing Baigu Mountain's inheritance herself, while also saw how Fan Yuan attracted all those beast hordes to attack the caravan. She knew too much. Compared to the potential threat Ding Hao was, Bai Ningbing's threat towards Fan Yuan was far greater. If I finish off Bai Ningbing, I will not have to worry about Shang Xianci, but because my cultivation is insufficient, I missed the best chance to kill off Bai Ningbing during the caravan journey. Back then I needed her strength to ensure my survival. Moreover, with Shang Xianci nearby, I could not strike easily. This Bai Ningbing had always been wary of me secretly, and she has the ice muscles J bones to defend her. I cannot finish her in one hit. Furthermore, her battle instinct is outstanding. With her recently gained experience, she is even harder to deal with now. Fan Yuan considered all possibilities as his thoughts flowed, but at the same time Bai Ningbing was also deeply considering her situation. Since leaving Qingmao Mountain, there's finally a time to rest and recover. I have to take back the Yanggu and regain my male body. I have little chance of succeeding if I directly snatch it, unless I can kill Fan Yuan in an instant. But this scoundrel, even though he is rank 2, his fighting strength is much greater than that, such a weirdo, with extremely experienced fighting techniques. Together with that scheming devious mind of his, capable of committing all heinous crimes, no morals can restrain him. He is somebody who can truly commit any sin. Most importantly, I have not discovered his true trump card yet. But I have my advantages. His current cultivation is still dependent on me, and I know too many secrets. Maybe I can use these things to force him to compromise. Using the poison vow Gu, and make an agreement with him that cannot be broken. Other than that, I can use plunder Gu, seize Gu, petty thief Gu and others to steal the Yang Gu. Bai Ningbing was not stupid. She had been observing along the way, and considering her options. As the two ate on the same table, not even 3 steps away from each other, they looked like good friends, but were scheming against each other in their minds. The disappearance of external pressure caused their internal conflicts to surface. In this relatively safe environment in Shan Clan City, they had the time to consider such problems. But the more they thought about it, the more troublesome they felt the other party was. Fan Yuan did things without restraints, but Bai Ningbing was just the same. In her ideology, as long as life is exciting, anything goes. Morals and principles? What are that? They were very similar, looking at the world with disdain, and were strong-willed individuals, with an extremely thirst for power, only trusting themselves. From others' perspectives, they were accursed demons, scum that harmed society. Their death would benefit the world. But because they were so similar, the two could feel each other's danger. The most difficult enemy to deal with was often oneself. Most importantly, they held each other's weaknesses. If they could not win in one strike, and allowed the other party to escape and recover, then both of them would go down in flames. The two got a headache the more they thought about it. This Bai Ningbing is not easy to deal with. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. He had too little resources to manipulate. This Fan Yuan has almost no weaknesses. Bai Ningbing squinted, her eyes shining with cold light. The two could not think of anything, thus looking up at the same time, staring at each other. Their gaze met for an instant, before turning away. The delicacy before them, although delicious, had barely any flavor to the two who were deep in thoughts. Even though there was a 50% discount, Fan Yuan still paid 15 primeval stones. Shan Clan City indeed, commodities were expensive here. The two filled their stomachs, and left the restaurant. On the streets, Fan Yuan heard people discussing. Do you know? At the southern gate, Shan Clan leader appeared. How is this possible? It's true, he came and left like a flash. The entire street was thrown into chaos. Bullshit. What kind of person is the Shan Clan leader? Why would he appear on the streets for no reason? Rumors spread as some claimed it was Shan Yanfei, while others denied it. Fan Yuan chose to enter from the eastern gate, while Shang Xianci came in from the south. By the time the rumors got to the eastern gate, the truth had already been distorted beyond recognition. Bai Ningbing heard this, and thought of it as just a passing rumor, not paying attention to it. Soon, people started a new conversation. But to Fan Yuan, it was a clear indication of events. He laughed secretly. It seems that Shang Xianci's situation did not exceed what he had expected from his memories. Next, he would wait for the fruits to mature, and land on himself. Quickly look, it's the flying blue whale, E-Clan's caravan is here. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky, shouting in shock. At once, people on the street stopped, and looked up in the sky. A giant shadow engulfed everyone. In the sky, a giant blue whale slowly emerged. Well, compared to flying, one might as well say they are swimming. Flying blue whale was a huge beast capable of moving freely in the air. They lived above the 9 heavens of the eastern seas, having a peaceful and mild temperament. Often Gu masters used the whale enslavement Gu to control them and used them in the caravan. Flying blue whale was huge, like a small mountain, and the entire caravan hid within its body, as it flew in the sky. Compared to the caravan moving through the forests, the danger was much less and the speed was much faster. but the flying blue whale consumed up to 500 kilograms of food a day. Only a large-sized clan could afford to feed them. In the entire southern border, only E clan owned flying blue whales. E clan is one of the overlords of the southern border, almost the same status as Shang clan, and had a close relationship with the forces in the eastern seas. What a grand sight! Bai Ningbing sighed. She thought about the former Bai clan village. This blue whale just had to land on Bai clan village, and the entire village would be in ruins. The huge figure moved towards Shangliang Mountain, as the flying blue whale gradually landed on one of the mountain peak. Fan Yuan could see from afar. It opened its huge mouth and a large number of black dots emerged from its mouth. These dots were the E clan caravan members, but because of the distance, they could not be seen clearly. E clan caravan is here. The market is going to fluctuate again. I heard E clan brought a rank 5 gu this time to auction on Shangliang Mountain. E clan and the eastern seas have a deep connection. They definitely brought many specialties from the eastern seas this time. There is value in purchasing them. The topic quickly shifted to the E clan caravan. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing walked up the path together. Guyu clan village was only a portion of Qingmao Mountain, but Shang clan city covered the entire Shangliang Mountain. In the southern borders, even the number 1 clan Wu clan did not have such a massive mountain city. The entire Shang clan city had all sorts of buildings, bamboo buildings, dried mud houses, brick houses, shacks, tree houses, and even mushroom houses, caves, towers, castles, and much more. These structures blended together, covering Shangliang Mountain in a beautiful garb with assorted colors. As the trading hub of the entire southern border, Shang clan city occupied the most space among all forces. But if one thinks this is all Shang clan city has to offer, then they cannot be more wrong. This is only the outer city of Shang clan city. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing came to a huge cave. Would both guests like to enter the inner city? It will be 100 primeval stones per person, the guarding Gu master requested. Just entering requires 100? Bai Ningbing expressed her shock. The inner city has a smaller space. This is to prevent irrelevant people from entering, and also to maintain social order. The Gu master replied respectfully. Shangliang Mountain had been modeled by Shang clan for thousands of years. Not only did they use up the surface of the mountain, but even deeper into the mountain's interior, they built an inner city. Chapter 261. Shang clan Inner City. Fan Yuan paid 200 primeval stones, and entered the inner city with Bai Ningbing. Inner city, although built in the mountain, had wide walking paths that could accommodate 10 horse carts traveling in a line. Once they entered, the crowds became much smaller, less than half of the outer city. But Gu masters became littered everywhere. Rank 1s were all over the place, rank 2 mixed in among them, and occasionally 1 or 2 rank 3s. There were few to no mortals. After all, 100 primeval stones were needed to enter. Most Gu master had servants to attend to them, but did not want to waste their money like this. The illumination of the inner city was through a type of charcoal. The charcoal stone could burn for a long time, and did not produce smoke. Every 100 steps, Fang and Bai would see a hole dug in the walls, as a bunch of charcoal stones burnt within. Even though the charcoal stone did not emit much heat, with so many of them burning at once, it still caused the inner city's temperature to be higher than outside, and the air to be much drier. Unlike outer city, which had all sorts of buildings, being a complete mix, the buildings here were all of one structure, and looked the same, made through a heat-resistant red lava stone. All sorts of paths extended out from the main street. At the same time, every 500 steps, a huge round pillar would appear. There was a spiral stone stairs on the surface of the pillar, as it extended upwards, with railings along the stone stairs. Through the stone pillars, people could go up 1 floor, or get to the street 1 floor lower. The inner city was not flat, but was more spherical. From up to down, numerous paths and buildings existed, linking together and allowing one to travel anywhere they wanted easily. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved towards the deeper part of the mountain. This was still not their destination. At a certain location, a sentry appeared. The Gu master at work had higher cultivation, as the security of the place was heightened. Do both of you have a token? The guard stopped Fang and Bai. Shang clan gave tokens of varied authority to people of different statuses. This is our first visit, Fan Yuan said. Obviously, he had no such thing. In that case, it will be 200 primeval stones per person, the guard said. Fan Yuan paid the primeval stones, and the guard let them through. The two arrived at the 4th inner city as a result. Shangliang Mountain had been through a few thousand years of development by Shang clan. The entire mountain was remodeled by Shang clan, digging paths and constructing new buildings, classifying the place into regions. Thus, the inner city was huge. From inner to outer there was 5 regions. The first inner city was called the Central Inner City, the political heart of Shang clan, and also their military base. The second inner city was also known as the Clan City. Only Shang clansmen could stay here. The third inner city had an elegant environment, with clean and fresh air. It was the high-class zone. Fourth inner city was the middle-class zone. Fifth inner city was the low-class zone. Any further and we get to the outer city, having high traffic flow, and all sorts of goods transportation. Compared to the inner city, it was much more chaotic. This construction structure was somewhat like a termite hill on Earth. Termite hills were 4 to 10 meters long, with the termites living within, in small interconnected tunnels, complex and exquisite. Once the two entered the fourth inner city, they could feel more moisture in the air as the temperature dropped slightly. Compared to fifth inner city, fourth inner city was a grade higher. Not only was the entrance fee twice as high, it also had much better facilities. Firstly, light was not provided by charcoal, but by a large number of a specific rank 1 grass goo. The name is Moonlight Crawling Mountain Tiger. This was a type of vine, growing on the walls of both sides of the street. As it spread out, it could be seen everywhere. The roots were deep blue, and the leaves were wide and large, emitting a small blue moonlight. Just one segment of the path had thousands of leaves, as the gentle blue light merged into one. Because of the large numbers of leaves, the air is more humid and water vapor filled the air. Near the ground, there was mist from the condensed vapor. The moonlight refracted in the mist, turning into an aurora. As one walked on the streets, they had a feeling of walking in a spiritual realm. The buildings here were mostly full of carvings and decorations. Some residents created grass fields and placed flower vats, while others made artificial mountains and pavilions. There was even less people on the streets here. Rank 2 Gu Masters were now the common group. After all, 200 primeval stones was a huge sum to rank 1 Gu Masters. Most evidently, the streets were still noisy in 5th Inner City, but here, it was much more quiet. The two continued deeper, and got to the city gate. Without a token, to enter the 3rd Inner City, both of you would need to pay 600 primeval stones. The guard's cultivation was already rank 3. Fan Yuan gave the primeval stones, and arrived at the 3rd area. This place was different from 4th Inner City yet again. All infrastructure were made using star stones. This type of rock was a widely used material in Gu refinement, able to emit starlight in the darkness. The entire 3rd Inner City used star stones. Not only buildings, but even the walking paths were made of star stones. At one glance, starlight filled the air as vision is clear, without any mist as obstruction. The air was fresh and clear. Looking around, there were pavilions, red walls and green bricks, and even transplanted bamboo forests, famous trees, making an artificial mountain, with spring water flowing as well. The streets had little people, quiet and serene, like a star palace. Truly rich and extravagant. Bai Ning being slightly assessed, just the cost of the buildings she could see, was an astronomical figure. As the most wealthy clan in the southern border, even Shang clan's leg hair was thicker than normal people's waists. Although an exaggeration, the rumors were not baseless. Shang clan's wealth was like a mountain. In fact, the entire Shang clan city was a literal mountain. Shang clan mainly traded, and that involved the entire southern border. Shang clan's true wealth and asset, no one could make clear of it. But Fan Yuan knew, just this 3rd Inner City's construction could match with tens of Gu Yu clan's total wealth. At this place, even rank 2 Gu Masters became rare. Once in a while, they saw Gu Masters, but there were almost all rank 3. This was Fan Yuan's destination. Any deeper, and it is the 2nd Inner City. But to enter, it is no longer a problem of primeval stones. Shang clan city's token is required. And this token's authority has to reach a certain level. Tong O's shop. Fan Yuan looked at the plaque before walking in. This was a shop that sold Gu worms. 2 esteemed guests, please enter. The attendant was a young girl, walking over and spoke in a soft volume. Her aura was not concealed, showing off her rank 1 Gu master cultivation. Although Fang and Bai wore mortal clothing, one was ugly while the other was down and out, this Gu master girl still showed a respectful attitude, displaying her superior service attitude. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were brought into an elegant room. This is a private room, with wooden tables and chairs, with sculptures and paintings hanging on the white walls. The brush strokes resembled dragons and phoenixes dancing as the strokes were written with precise strength. Through the window lattice, the garden could be seen, green trees and red flowers along with the chirping of birds. The Goo Master young girl brought over 2 cups of fragrant tea and left. Just as she left, an elderly man entered. "May I inquire if our 2 esteemed guests are here to buy or sell?" The elderly was a rank 2 Goo Master, smiling as he cupped his fists and asked. "Both buying, and also selling." Fan Yuan raised his cup as he answered. The elderly laughed, and 2 flashes of light flew out of his body, floating in front of Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. It was 2 bookworms. Bookworm was a rank 1 Goo worm, but was precious, as rare as the liquor worm. Once one appears on the market, it would be sold instantly. There was often demand but no supply for it. It was like a silkworm, although it had a head, body and stomach, 3 distinct parts. Its body looked like a cocoon overall, round and cute. Its body was white, but the surface had a layer of enamel, giving off an oily glow. Holding it in one's hand, it was round and smooth, like a high-grade porcelain vase. The bookworm was a storage-type goo, similar to the tussita flower. The difference was, tussita flower stored physical items, while bookworms stored knowledge and information. Even if it was destroyed, it would only explode into a flash of harmless white light. "Please browse through," the elderly Goo Master said. The 2 bookworms were refined by him, thus he could easily lend them to Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fan and Bai both used a trace of Snow's silver primeval essence, and injected it into the bookworm. The bookworms turned into a flash of white light, entering the 2's forehead, in between their eyebrows. Suddenly, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing gained a wave of information in their heads. The information was like content they memorized, deeply entrenched in their minds. Bai Ningbing bit her tongue secretly. Tong O's shop sold almost tens of thousands of goo worms. Goo worms of all kinds, causing one to get dizzy from observing the selection alone. Among them, there was bookworm, liquor worm, all sorts of precious goo worms, from low to high, rank 1 to 5. Of course, there was definitely no rank 6 goo. Each goo worm had their specialized introduction to state their uses. There was even accurate prices, some were priced highly, while rare and precious goo worms even had all sorts of token requirements. This means, only Goo Masters with specific Shang clan tokens had the qualifications to buy these goo worms. Fan Yuan needed to purchase large numbers of goo worms. After browsing through casually, he came back to reality and returned the bookworm to the elderly. Although he had over 10,000 primeval stones now, to purchase all the goo worms he needed, there was still some way to go. Money was not the problem, because some of the goo worms had token requirements. "Esteemed guest, what are you interested in? If you purchase in bulk, we can give an appropriate discount." The elderly smiled and said. Seeing Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing Snow's silver primeval essence, his tone became even more respectful. Fan Yuan waved his hand. "No rush, I have goo worms to sell." Saying so, he summoned a bone spear goo. The elderly was not surprised. There was many who came to Tong O's shop to buy, but also many who came to sell. He held the bone spear goo, took a look, and showed a trace of surprise on his face. He had never seen the bone spear goo. Of course he has not. This was a special goo worms made by Grey Bone Scholar. It had never entered the market. "Please enlighten me, esteemed guest." The elderly showed a solemn expression as he cupped his fists. Fan Yuan nodded, drinking some tea. "Of course. This is the bone spear goo, a specific lineage of goo worms. I'll lend it to you now, you'll know when you try it." The elderly wielded it at once, remarking, "This goo, although rank 1, is not easy to raise. But its attack power is high and is rather unique. It is worth this price." The elderly stretched out his palm, showing a number. Chapter 262. Unable to sell, 310? Seeing the amount shown by the elderly, Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows. Liquor worm's price was 580, bookworm was slightly higher, at 600. Black and white boar goo were also 600, but all these goo worms were rank 1 rare goo, with little numbers, thus their price was steep. Ordinary rank 1 goo were around 250 primeval stones. One-time expenditure goo like vitality grass were priced at 50 apiece. Setting the bone spear goo at 310 was already quite good. This elderly working at Tong O's shop did not suppress the price purposely. But even so, Fan Yuan tried to raise the prices as much as he could. Bargaining was already mastered by him to the limits in his previous life. In just a few sentences, the elderly had no choice but to raise the price by 10 primeval stones. 1 bone spear gu, 320 primeval stones. All right, we shall deal at this price. Fan Yuan waved his hand, and a wave of light flew out of his aperture. 56 bone spear gu floated in front of the elderly, causing him to jump from shock. So many. He instantly regretted it. Each raised by 10 primeval stones, this is nearly a 600 primeval stone increment. The truth is, Fan Yuan took almost 200 bone spear gu from Bai Gu Mountain. But as he traded along the way, without sufficient food, most of them had died already, only so little remain. 56 gu, that is 17,920 primeval stones. I will ask the servants to bring over the primeval stones over now. The elderly kept the bone spear gu into his aperture. No rush, look at this. Fan Yuan smiled, taking out a spiral bone spear gu. This rank 2 gu resembles the bone spear gu. The elderly showed astonishment on his face. Indeed, successfully refining the bone spear gu will create this spiral bone spear gu. It has a spiral force, thus its penetration ability is very strong. Fan Yuan explained at an appropriate timing. The elderly tested and verified what Fan Yuan had mentioned, giving a price of 780 primeval stones. After a few rounds of bargaining, Fan Yuan raised the price to 800 per gu. These spiral bone spear gu were well kept by him, there were 20 in his aperture. This way, he sold them all for 16,000 primeval stones. Now look at this gu, 7,000 primeval stones. Fan Yuan gave a price, and took out the bone spike gu, introducing once again. The elderly held the bone spike gu, but did not dare to test it, laughing bitterly. This gu is rank 3, but it hurts both enemies and user. The pain of bone spikes penetrating the skin must hurt greatly. To use it, a healing gu has to be used as well. This price is too high. I will consider 6,500, it is just the right price. Let's not bargain any more, I'll give in a little, 6,700. Fan Yuan said. After 2 rounds, the elderly found Fan Yuan extremely hard to deal with. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and gritted his teeth. Deal. Then that is 40,620 primeval stones in total. Fan Yuan's eyeballs moved as he gave an accurate amount. The elderly suddenly bowed, paying respects to Fan Yuan. Esteemed guests, these gu worms that you are selling, I have never seen them in my years of dealing in business. They are all interconnected, with a clear advancement path. They seem to be of one family tree. May I ask you, are these gu from the same inheritance? Fan Yuan nodded. Any intelligent person can tell. Indeed, this was obtained through a lucky opportunity, and I inherited an inheritance, getting these gu worms. The elderly was joyful. In that case, you must have the relevant gu refinement recipe. Esteemed guests, luck truly is amazing. Even an outsider would be envious. Is it possible to sell these recipes together to my shop? Fan Yuan frowned. Goods were expensive when rare. Bone spear gu, spiral bone spear gu, bone spike gu. Not only he possessed them, Bai clan had them too. No issue if he sold them. But the complete refinement recipe, he obtained it from the flesh sack secret room. There was only one in the world. Such a thing could not be easily sold. Anything that is below rank 6, both gu and recipes, can have a price. But how much primeval stones can you offer? Fan Yuan thought and asked. As long as the price is appropriate, this recipe could be sold. He needed money. After selling the bone spear gu and others, the 40,000 primeval stones was insufficient for his plans. The elderly raised 2 fingers. 200,000! After selling so many gu worms, he only got 40,000. But the formless recipe could gain him 200,000. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. The method to catching fish far surpasses the value of the fish itself. Because the method implies a continuous source of fish. To Tong O's shop with a recipe, it means they can produce bone spear gu and the others themselves, endlessly. That means a long-term transaction item, only sold at a single place, thus the white bone recipe is definitely priced much more highly. But Fan Yuan smirked. 200,000. You dare report this price? The elderly's face turned red. This price was low indeed, he quickly said. 300,000. Fan Yuan did not speak, but turned to leave. The elderly gritted his teeth. 500,000. This price is finally looking bearable. I'll sell it for 680,000. Fan Yuan sipped his tea. The elderly's face was bitter. 500,000 is the limit of my authority. Esteemed guest, you sold so many bone spear goo, we can hire a recipe master to reverse engineer your recipe. It is really not bad to sell it for 500,000 already. Fan Yuan shook his head, his attitude firm. The recipe in my hands is unique to this world, there is only one in the entire world. At least 650,000, otherwise I will not sell it. Within this Shangclan city, I'm sure there are other shops, right? You do not know this, esteemed guest. Shangclan city has many shops, but most are under the control of my clan's young master. If you cannot sell it here, no other places would buy it either. If you do not sell the recipe, I'm afraid you won't be able to sell these goo worms too. The elderly cupped his fist, his words being both firm and compromising, with a hint of threat. Oh? Then we'll see about that. Fan Yuan kept all these goo worms and left. Esteemed guests, I am sincerely advising you, please stay and sell it. The elderly gave his last attempt. Fan Yuan did not pay him any attention, walking out of the room immediately. Bai Ningbing could only follow closely behind. Esteemed guest, you will come here again. The elderly laughed coldly, sending the two off with his gaze. After Fang and Bai left, the elderly came to the secret room, and activated his primeval essence, summoning a goo. This goo turned into a flash of light and entered a bronze mirror. Ripples appeared on the mirror surface, as a young man's face showed up. This subordinate greets young master. Seeing the young goo master, the elderly quickly kneeled on the floor. What business do you have? This young man was one of the young masters of Shang clan, called Shang Yazi. He was only 18, at the peak of his life, but he was an alcoholic, causing his face to be skinny, and his skin to be pale, and giving off a dazed expression. The elderly spoke about Fan Yuan's matter. In Shang Yazi's eyes, a devious but excited light shone. He shouted loudly, "Excellent! Heaven really leaves a path for the desperate. I was worrying about how to keep my young master position, and now heaven sends me this gift. I have to obtain this inheritance. With this deal, I would be able to pass the evaluation this year. This subordinate will do his best, but I am only in charge of Tong O's shop. As for the others, I will arrange it. These two wants to sell goo worms, they can only bow to me." Shang Yazi snorted in disdain. Bao shop. Sorry guests, there are instructions from the higher-ups. If the two of you wants to sell goo, you should go to Tong O's shop. Yuan Fong building. So it is the two esteemed guests. If you sell the recipe, all can be discussed. Budao store. You two are esteemed guests. I am a businesswoman. Why would I chase you away? But I am left with no choice either. After 3 shops, Fan Yuan did not manage to sell his goo worms. Haha, to think you would have this day. The old man was not wrong. This is indeed their territory. Bai Ningbing struck a blow to Fan Yuan relentlessly. After several rejections, Fan Yuan's face was still calm. Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei has many children, but there is only one position for young clan leader, and 10 young masters. Every year there would be an evaluation to choose the young clan leader, and remove the worst performing young master to make room for his other children. A bright light flashed across Bai Ningbing's brain. So that's it. That means this Shang clan young master is either vying for the young clan leader position, or to defend his young master title. Otherwise, he would not create such a commotion. Fan Yuan laughed as he clapped his hands together. This is Shang clan's third inner city, no fighting is allowed. Even if Bai clan came here, they cannot do anything here. For the Shang clan young masters, their restrictions is even greater. With the impending evaluation, every movement from them will be strictly observed. We are in no hurry. Let's find a place to sit down first. At Shang clan, there is no worry about lack of food. Let's just stall it out, and wait a few more days with these bone spear goo. Let's see who outlasts the other. At the same time, in the first inner city. Did you investigate clearly? Shang Yanfei stood at the window, staring at the garden. This lady is indeed your flesh and blood, clan leader. Moreover, her soul is intact, her body had not been taken over by another person. I've already contacted Zhang clan, and clarified her identity. But there is something strange. She was part of a caravan heading towards Shangliang Mountain, but we cannot find anyone who traveled with her in the caravan. The external clan elder Wei Yang lowered his head and reported. Shang Yanfei listened quietly, sighing in his heart. Oh heavens, thank you for giving me a chance to make amendments. I have already let down a girl. I cannot disappoint this daughter of mine anymore. Shang Xinci sat before the table, seeing the hot steam rise from her tea. Her eyes were out of focus. From Xiao Dai's words, she knew of Shang Yanfei's identity. She did not expect her father to be the Shang clan leader, a man with immense authority, whose every action can impact the entire southern border. Then why did he not find her mother? Shang Xianci was intelligent after all, quickly understanding the reason why Shang Yanfei abandoned her mother. But even on her deathbed, her mother missed him greatly. Shang Xianci felt pain in her heart, but also hatred, but mostly emptiness. She did not know how to face this father who appeared all of a sudden. But running away was impossible. Outside the door there was knocking. Sire 2, can I come in? Xiao Dai instantly became nervous. It was Shang Yanfei. Chapter 263. Meeting. Shang Yanfei showed a sincere smile as he walked into the house. Xiao Dai hurriedly paid respects, while Shang Xianci sat beside the table, motionless as she continued to stare at the same spot. Shang Yanfei also sat beside the table, speaking in an extremely gentle voice. Sire, how do you feel now? Shang Xianci had good upbringing after all. She stood up, took a few steps back and bowed. Lord Shang clan leader does not have to worry. I only fainted because my emotions were too intense. I have recovered now. I can hear and see well. There is no problem. Shang Yanfei quickly waved his hand. He, as long as you are fine, sire, come sit down and talk. Shang Xianci only addressed him as Shang clan leader, purposely using such a distant term. It caused his heart to ache. Shang Xianci sat down once again, as Xiao Dai finally reacted and poured tea for Shang Yanfei. Tell me, how were your past few years? Shang Yanfei looked at Shang Xianci gently. It was rather all right. Shang Xianci answered curtly, not wishing to converse deeply into it. But Xiao Dai started to grumble. From young, Missy has been isolated by the clansmen. After Madame passed away, they got even harsher and wanted to snatch our family fortune. They are too evil, sir. You have to help Missy. Xiao Dai, pour your tea. Shang Xianci rolled her eyes at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai instantly shut up, not speaking anymore. Facing this, Shang Yanfei did not get anxious. Instead, the pity and pain in his heart grew. He laughed. Right, how did you get here? Coming here from Zhang clan, it is a huge distance away. Sir, you almost failed to see Missy. We barely made it out alive in this journey. The entire caravan of 1,000 was reduced to us 4. Luckily we met Lord He Tu and Bai Yun and gained their assistance. If not... Xiao Dai could not control herself and blabbered. Xiao Dai. Shang Xianci glared at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai had to shut up once again. Shang Yanfei memorized the two names. He Tu and Bai Yun. As he smiled. From now on, you two will stay here. It is extremely safe. When you are bored you can take a walk in the garden, or go outside for shopping. You have just arrived here, and are not familiar with the estate yet. It is easy to get lost. I will send a servant over to you, she is familiar with the environment. I shall leave first, take a good rest for now. Shang Yanfei could tell Shang Xianci still needed time to adjust her mindset. At this point, he needed to give her time and space to adapt. Master is such a good person, although he is the Shang clan leader, he is so amiable. Missy, he is your birth father after all. Seeing Shang Yanfei leave, Xiao Dai urged. I know, I understood mother's intentions when I first saw him. Sigh, she instructed me to come to Shangliang Mountain before she died, yet not telling me the reason. That is because she was not certain if he would acknowledge me as his daughter. Although he has accepted me, I do not feel good about it. This is all too sudden. Missy, no matter what, no matter where you go, I will stay by your side. Xiao Dai stood before the table, grabbing Shang Xianci's hand and encouraging. Shang Xianci was moved and nodded, placing her palm on top of Xiao Dai's. Of course, if Missy can stay here, that would be the best. You know, this is Shang clan. Oh God, glory and wealth are all within arm's reach. Zhang clan can't even hold a candle to Shang clan, Missy. Xiao Dai made a wry face as she said. Oh you. Shang Xianci laughing speechlessly, feeling helpless against Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai snickered. As her laughter infected Shang Xianci, it resolved the remaining grudge in her heart. Shang Yanfei walked out of the room, and his smile vanished completely. He wore a black robe and had blood-colored hair, a handsome face with eyes shining with cold light. He habitually tightened his lips together, showing off his determined and decisive personality. He is Shang Yanfei, this generation's Shang clan leader. He was cruel and ruthless. For the clan leader position, he forced 2 brothers and a sister to commit suicide. He was resolute in killing. When he first got into power, a faraway clan village thought that they were at a safe distance and attacked Shang clan's caravan. He ignored all objections and expended much resources to murder every single person in that village. He murdered all those who surrendered, and their skulls piled into a mountain, in front of those elders who first objected his decision to retaliate. He held an iron rule. Since he got into power, he consolidated his political strength and practiced nepotism, suppressing his competition. Quickly adding over a dozen external clan elders, he used only 3 years to transform the entire Shang clan higher up into his personal voice. He had great vision and talent for business. During his years in power, Shang clan's caravan grew 3 times in size. Up to 100 clans became Shang clan's subordinates, and formed into a great hidden force. He appointed people based on merits, even for his own children. There was 15 Shang clan young master positions originally, but after his rule, he reduced it to 10. What's more rare is his talent, having a great aptitude. At the same time as he ruled the clan, his cultivation also rose as quickly, ahead of his peers, causing many to admire, hate, and be jealous of him. This is Shang Yanfei, the man standing on top of the southern border's mortal realm. This subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader. A young female Gu master bowed and paid respects. Tianlan, from today onwards, you will take care of Mrs. Ci heir to the best of your efforts. Shang Yanfei said coldly. This subordinate understands. The young girl nodded. When you are near her, pay great attention, and find out some information. Mrs. Ci heir might not like to speak, but her servant speaks without thinking. She is your easiest breakthrough point. I want you to find out how exactly did they manage to come to Shanliang Mountain. Yes, this subordinate understands. Go now. This subordinate takes her leave. Tianlan was an orphan adopted by Shang Yanfei. She was loyal and could be trusted to use. Her ability to perform was great too. In just 3 days, she completed her mission. Hey Tu Bai Yun. Demonic Gu Masters. Shang Yanfei rubbed his chin. If this is real, I have to thank the 2 of them well. But to prevent other possibilities, I have to investigate them more clearly. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei summoned Wei Yang. Go find these 2, one is called Hey Tu, the other Bai Yun, one male and one female, both demonic Gu masters. Their facial features are as such. In 3rd Inner City. It has already been 3 days. Have those 2 stayed in Nanqiu Garden the entire time? Yes, young master, from that day on, they stayed deep within. The most they did was to come out and buy some milk. This subordinate thinks those milk are for feeding the Gu worms. Damn it. Shang Yazi gritted his teeth. His gaze was like a dagger that wanted to cut those 2 people into pieces. The assessment was impending. Among the 10 young masters, he was at last place. If he does not get any business done, he would definitely be eliminated. Shang Yanfei had many children, but there are only 10 young master positions. Comparing ordinary children and young masters, their treatment were a world apart from each other. Young masters gathered attention, and could control one of Shang clan's business, with unlimited glamour and fortune awaiting. Young clan leader was even more outstanding. But if it were just ordinary children, then their treatment was no different than other clansmen. Shang Yazi had already experienced the authority of a young master. Asking him to go back to the ordinary lifestyle of the clansman is akin to asking him to die. Thus, he needed that inheritance. Not just obtaining it, but also getting it at a low price. Only when the price is low will his profit be high. But these 2, Fang and Bai, were as stubborn as rocks, refusing to bow to him. If this was the 4th or 5th inner city, he could use some extreme methods and force them to submit. But now that they stayed in 3rd inner city, Shang Yazi would not even dare to think of using force here. This cannot go on. They have time to waste, but I do not. It seems I have to go myself. Humph. Shang Yazi could not take it anymore, bringing his subordinates and arriving at Nanqiu Garden. Nanqiu Garden was a residential area for esteemed guests to stay in. In 3rd inner city, there was no inns, only these small-sized gardens. Staying here for a day requires 30 primeval stones, that is, 300 for 10 days, and nearly 1,000 a month. Nanqiu Garden's price was still cheap among 3rd inner city estates. Some large-sized gardens require 100 primeval stones a day. For some special grade gardens, you cannot stay with just primeval stones, you needed the Shang clan token. In Shang clan city, every acre of land is as valuable as gold, especially in Third Inner City where commodity prices are sky high. Shanya Z brought his people over to visit, as Fang and Bai were playing chess beside the lotus pond. Shanya Z snorted, saying in a taunting tone, "You two sure have great interests. Why didn't you go to other shops to ask these days? What's there to ask? Those who want to buy will find their way here, am I right?" Fan Yuan laughed lightly. "You!" Shanya Z flew into a rage. Fan Yuan's attitude was angering him. He gritted his teeth, forcefully suppressing his emotions, raising his head and saying arrogantly, "I'm looking at the fact that you have it tough. I'll make it 500,000. Are you happy now? 500,000 primeval stones? No deal. At least 650. Fan Yuan glanced at Shanya Z before turning back to the chessboard. Shanya Z's eyes squinted into a thin line as he took a few steps towards Fan Yuan and threatened, "You two demonic goo masters, how dare you pretend? I've checked up on your backgrounds. You snatched this inheritance from Bai clan, right? I heard you even killed Bai clan's two young masters? You had better take the chance now and sell it quickly. I'll tell you, these few days, a Tai clan group has already reached Shanliang Mountain and are looking for your traces. What do you think will happen if I expose your information to them?" "Oh? Go tell them then." Fan Yuan laughed heartily. "You!" Shanya Z pointed at Fan Yuan, unable to endure it anymore. "I'll tell you, 500,000 is my greatest sincerity. Other than selling it to me, what other choices do you have?" "None. This is my priority. You had better understand your circumstances." At this time, a light descended from the sky, and turned into a goo master. This goo master looked around, before bowing slightly, saying towards Fang and Bai, "Sir He Tu and Lady Bai Yun, I am Wei Yang. As with clan leader's orders, I am inviting both of you to the second inner city for a talk." What? Father wants to meet these two personally? Shanya Z felt lightning strike him as his eyes stared widely, expressing his utter fear. This is really bad. Chapter 264. Absolutely terrible. Shanya Z turned pale with fright. His action of suppressing the price was against the rules. He would receive severe punishment were it to be discovered. This was an organization. Once you were in a high position, you needed to comply with the rules. The rules of a system was to ensure the benefits of the higher-ups. Despite many of the organizations advertising they represented the benefits of the majority, it was, for the most part, just a joke. So the higher your position is, the more you needed to comply with the rules. On the contrary, there was more corruption in the low mid-level positions. After you reached a higher position, individual benefits had already become inseparably linked with the benefits of the organization. Often, the benefits the organization received would represent your own benefits. Shanya Z could only be said to be a temporary higher-up. Many paid attention to him as one of the young masters of Shan clan, but his real authority came from his father. He was just like rootless weed. This also signified his punishment would be more harsh when he violated the rules because many people were watching him. "This is not possible. I have already carefully investigated before I came. I even spent a large amount of primeval stones to buy information on these two from Fengyu Manor. These two are clearly demonic goo masters and are also listed as wanted. They are stray dogs. Why would Lord Father invite them?" Shanya Z felt this situation was incredibly unbelievable. It was like the case of a rich person making things difficult for two beggars, when suddenly an imperial edict comes declaring that the emperor wanted to see these two beggars. Shanya Z was pressuring Fan Yuan because they were lone forces. Oppressing them and finishing this affair in secrecy should have been absolutely safe and no one would know. Naturally, there was bound to be some risks, but Shanya Z could only take that risk to protect his position as a young master. How could they have any relation to father when they don't have any background? Damn it, has the world gone crazy? What do I do? If they disclose this matter, my young master position is finished. Should I kill them? No, this is just courting my own death. I don't have any chance of doing anything in this third inner city, especially now that they have received father's attention. The main thing is these two bastards, they are at rank 3 peak stage. How am I supposed to do anything in this situation? In a split second, thoughts processed like lightning in Shanya Z's mind, trying to think of countermeasures. His eyes kept on moving about, and sweat was already starting to seep out of his forehead. He had played with fire this time. Damn it, what do I do? What else is there? He was roaring with worry in his mind. Shan clan leader wants to see us? What for? Fan Yuan timely showed his doubt. Bai Ningbing was even more puzzled. What is going on? She suspected this was Fang Yuan's trick at first, and so glanced at Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan also showed a puzzled expression which baffled her. She couldn't help but think, I have been with him all the time, he shouldn't be able to conceal anything from me if he was up to something. Moreover, what kind of person was Shang clan leader? He was high and above, standing at the peak of the mortals. No matter how proud Bai Ningbing was, even she acknowledged Shan Yanfei's authority and power. Then why do I feel something amiss, as if I neglected something? Wei Yan laughed. Rest assured, if Shang clan wanted to harm you guys, why would we make it so complicated? This is a friendly invitation. Lord Clan Leader is very interested in you too. It is our honor to be able to receive the clan leader's invitation. We will immediately go see him then. Fan Yuan threw the chess piece on his hand and stood up. Shang Yizi felt even more worried and promptly said, 650,000 primeval stones, let's complete the deal. Fan Yuan glanced at him and smiled. Sorry, I don't intend to sell the secret recipe. Shang Yizi's face turned deathly pale. His mouth felt parched and his gaze towards Fan Yuan even contained some vague imploring. I was anxious and behaved rudely. Please don't take it to heart, esteemed guests. The price can be discussed. We can properly discuss it after you are back. Fan Yuan gave a shallow smile. He didn't reply. Who would discuss with you? But temporarily stabilizing this man could prevent him from taking desperate actions and reduce some trouble. As he thought of this, Fan Yuan nodded. If young master is sincere, then I will look forward to it. Shang Yizi's expression immediately relaxed and showed a grateful expression. It was like a person that was about to fall from a cliff suddenly found a tree to grab onto. Okay, I will wait for you, he promptly said. Esteemed guests, please. Wei Yan showed the way. Lead the way. Following Wei Yang, Fang and Bai entered second inner city. Bai Ningbing had been anticipating the extravagant second inner city, but when she reached there, she was astonished and disappointed. In the second inner city, buildings were made of stones and were very simple. Even the fourth inner city was better than this. But her expression soon turned grave as she realized the reason. It is easy for the frugal to become extravagant, but very difficult for the extravagant to become frugal. Shang clan's riches were as high as a mountain, but they scrupulously abided by living in a simple way. This was not because they were miserly, but to maintain the vigor of the clan. Wei Yang led Fang and Bai to a private residence. Esteemed guests, you can have some fruits while you wait. Lord Clan Leader has just recently come out of closed-door cultivation and is handling some matters. He will come here soon. This is Clan Leader's private residence. Please stay here and don't casually move outside. I will take my leave now. There was no one else in the house. Fang and Bai were left alone after Wei Yang's departure. The two waited for a whole 6 hours but did not see even a shadow. Wei Yang said they could eat fruits, but where were the fruits? Not even tea could be found. During the first 2 hours, Fang Yuan calmly sat on a wide-backed wooden chair. During the next 2 hours, he could no longer sit calmly and started mumbling to himself, revealing his impatience. By the 6th hour, he clearly revealed impatience and unease as he began to move to and fro in the house. Humph, what the hell is this Shang clan leader doing? He wants us to wait for him, but where is he? He is too arrogant. Fang Yuan's tone was angry as he paced around. Can you just sit down? My eyes are getting dizzy. Why not just cultivate peacefully? Bai Ningbing slightly frowned. This was not like Fang Yuan's usual behavior. There is something fishy here. Do you think it was really Shang clan leader who invited us? Fang Yuan's brows were tightly knitted together. How would I know? I was going to ask you that. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes and puzzledly said, Did you do something wrong and offended Shang clan? Fang Yuan snorted. You have been with me all the time and you still can't understand me? There is no one in this private residence. I am not able to be at ease here. Let's go out and take a look at the situation. Bai Ningbing thought for a little while and stood up. All right. Fang and Bai walked out of the house. The courtyard wasn't big and there was also nothing strange. At the same time, in first inner city. Inside a study, colorful smoke curled up and rose in front of Shan Yanfei, showing the real-time view of Fang and Bai. Wei Yang, what do you think of these two? Shan Yanfei asked his trusted aide. Wei Yang mumbled. The way I see it, these two are indeed demonic goo masters. From the information we collected, they are young but have rank 3 peak stage cultivation. Their innate talents should be extraordinary. Among those two, He Tu is rather frank and is kind of rash. Bai Yun seems to have deep thoughts and should be very shrewd. He Tu Bai Yun. These names should be fake. Your analysis isn't bad. In that case, you will be in charge of interacting with them for these few days. Test their abilities and closely follow them. Shang Yanfei finished speaking and put away the colorful smoke. He was only worried about Shang Xianci and showed little interest towards Fang and Bai. The small test just now gave him a basic understanding towards the temperament of these two. And combining it with the intelligence he received, he more or less had a general impression. Not all demonic goo masters were demented people. These two guys could be considered decent, and maybe it was because they were young, he could clearly sense their lofty character. People who had principles were often lofty and unyielding. First impression was important. Shang Yanfei honestly felt Fang and Bai were quite good. But he was a prudent person. Anyone who could sit stably at a position like his were all prudent. He was waiting for the people he sent to investigate the truth to come back and confirm everything, then he could rest easy. All right, handle this properly, you can leave now. Shang Yanfei waved his hands, then he took out the top document from the tall pile of documents in the study. He had only been in closed cultivation for half a month, and the work had piled up so much already. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing made a round in the private residence. There really was no one else. The two were hesitating whether to go out to check this situation when Wei Yang appeared before them. Two esteemed guests, Lord Clan Leader is very busy with work and is not able to leave right now. We can only cancel this meeting. He looked like he was sincerely apologizing. What? We come and leave according to your whims? Fan Yuan was indignant. Bai Ningbing was silent and expressionless. Wei Yang smiled. You two are our esteemed guests. Why would Shang Clan chase away their esteemed guests? Lord Clan Leader especially had asked me to attend to you as an apology. I have already arranged for a banquet in Shutian restaurant. Please give me the honor of hosting. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other, then Fan Yuan said, Just in time, we are also hungry. Let's go fill our stomachs first. Shutian restaurant was one of the best restaurants in Shang Clan City and occupied a great amount of space in the third inner city. The decorations were elegant, and its dishes sumptuous. Its chefs were specialized goo masters who used special goo worms to help in cooking delicacies that couldn't be matched by ordinary methods. A typical meal here would last over 4 hours and more. There were over 100 types of dishes, each with their own characteristics. Their top-quality wine also left a rich aftertaste. Bai Ningbing didn't eat much and kept on worrying about Shang Clan Leader's invitation. She tried to get answers from Wei Yang indirectly at the banquet, but Wei Yang was a cautious guy too and kept his mouth closed. On the contrary, Fan Yuan ate with gusto, with oil marks around his mouth. He also drank heavily and began to kick up a racket. His resentment and indignance from just before seemed to have completely disappeared. Wei Yang looked at Fan Yuan, who was drinking directly from the wine jar, and then looked at Bai Ningbing, who was only drinking water. He instantly felt Fan Yuan, this ugly guy, was much more adorable. After the banquet was over, Wei Yang dropped the two off at Nanxiu Garden. Wei Yang left his parting words. Take a good rest tonight. I will come look for you tomorrow and take you sightseeing around the Shang Clan City. Chapter 265. Broadsword of Light vs. Bone Spear. On the second day, as expected, Wei Yang came to Nanxiu Garden and brought Fang and Bai to tour Shang Clan City. Our Shang Clan City is number 1 in the southern border in terms of size. Shang Clan has operated here for thousands of years, transforming the entire Shangliang Mountain. Here, there are over 10,000 shops, and hundreds of thousands of people. Both of you have not eaten yet. I'll bring you to a famous breakfast shop. Please follow me. Fang and Bai followed Wei Yang along the stone pillar and descended. After 3 layers, they came to a shop called Early Spring. 1,000-layer agate cake, crab roe bun, golden field pancake, snow porridge. Shang Clan City, from inner to outer, has first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and outer city. If they were classified even more clearly, there are many zones as well: food zone, gambling rocks zone, caretaking zone, red light zone, and others. Wei Yang introduced. This is the culinary zone, with many restaurants mostly owned by goo master chefs. The delicacies are endless. This is the caretaking zone. Most goo masters have excessive goo worms, so they place them here for caretaking. The price is determined by situations, but ordinarily, a rank 1 goo costs 80 primeval stones a month. This is the goo fighting zone. This place is solely for goo fights. Goo masters cannot interfere, and can only control their goo. If you two have appropriate goo worms, you can give it a try. This is the red light zone, having the most number of brothels in the entire Shangclan city. Many Gu masters come here to relax. You too have come here through the caravan. You must know the immense pressure during the journey. Here you can find women, men, and even Gu masters. Are the two of you interested? As Wei Yang brought them around, Bai Ningbing gained much insight to this world. Shangclan city is bustling and flourishing, causing many to have lingering memories even after they leave. A day's time is too short, while Shangclan city is too huge. Even if the three use horse carriages to travel, they cannot even cover 1% of the entire city. On the third day, Wei Yang came over again to attend to Fang and Bai. This is the substitute refinement zone. You are both Gu masters, you naturally understand the difficulties in refining Gu. To us, what we fear most is encountering a strong-willed wild Gu worm during refinement, or a Gu that an expert had left behind. The higher the rank of the Gu, the harder it is to refine. Back in the day, Empress Wuji spent 11 years just to refine a rank 5 dragon strength Gu. Thus, substitute refinement is a necessity, and has always been in the market. This is the auction zone. Every day there will be a small-scale auction held here. Every 2 weeks there will be a mid-scale auction, and at the end of every month, there will be a large-scale auction. Most items that appear on the auction are rare and coveted. This is the battle zone, with over 80 battle stages. This place is always the most popular. There are single battle stages, for Gu masters to experiment and practice using their Gu worms. There are dual battle stages for Gu masters to exchange pointers, and even multi-battle stages, to experience multiple enemies at once. Just as Wei Yang had said, the battle stages were the most popular place in Shangclan city. The place was chaotic and noisy, as human traffic stayed high. Rank 3 Gu masters could be seen everywhere. "Big brother Wei, why are you here?" From among the crowd, a young man saw Wei Yang and immediately called out, walking briskly towards him. This man was about 27 or 8 years old, having a common face but gave off a strong aura. "Little Xiao, I heard you fought your way into 3rd Inner City. Good job!" Wei Yang patted the young man's shoulders, encouraging. "Yes, I recently advanced to rank 3 middle stage, and my fighting strength improved as well. Come to think of it, I have to thank you for all your guidance, or I would have never made it this far." The young man earnestly thanked. "You have good talent, lad, you could do it even without me. You are not 30 yet, but you have already reached rank 3 middle stage. That is much more impressive than me back then, haha." Wei Yang laughed, and said. The young man gave Wei Yang an admiring gaze. "Big brother Wei Yang, how can I compare to you? You were only rank 3 middle stage back then, and already dominated the 3rd Inner City. At 25, you got the attention of the Lord Clan leader and was recruited. Now you are already a clan elder. Just look at Shang Clan. How many external clan elders are there in total? As long as you work hard, you can do it too." Wei Yang encouraged the young man. Soon after, he turned around and explained to Fang and Bai. The battle zone is one of the ways Shang Clan recruit outside talents. Back then, I fought my way from the 5th Inner City's battle zone all the way to 3rd Inner City, and stayed on the stage for 18 consecutive rounds before being recruited by Lord Clan leader. Back then, Shang Yanfei was still not the clan leader. After becoming his trusted aide, Wei Yang was also successfully promoted to an external clan elder after Shang Yanfei got into power. Bai Ningbing suddenly realized. No wonder the battle zone was so popular. Shang Clan's enterprise was huge, and they needed manpower in many areas. Just relying on their clansmen would be difficult to handle the entire situation. The many generations of Shang Clan young masters would definitely recruit a number of demonic Gu masters for their own use. If the young master that supported these demonic Gu masters became the clan leader, then the demonic Gu masters under them would likely become an external clan elder, enjoying the treatment of a clan elder. Gu masters' cultivation required lots of resources. Many demonic Gu masters did not have a stable source of resources from their clans, and were often poor. Only by relying on a clan could they better survive. Wei Yang was a successful example. In Shang Clan City's battle zone, there are large numbers of demonic Gu masters. In order to join the Shang Clan, and become part of the righteous path, to become someone like Wei Yang, they had to compete as they fought their way up to the top. Battle stage, this place is filled with memories. Guests, would you like to have a spar with me? Wei Yang suddenly suggested. Big brother Wei is going on the stage. Little Xiao suddenly became excited, his eyes gleaming. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other. All right, then let me experience it. Fan Yuan had expected Shang Clan to probe into this, thus he went with the flow. Big brother Wei, you don't come here often, this place has been remodeled many times, let me lead the way. Little Xiao volunteered. Wei Yang nodded. Okay. Little Xiao asked. Brother Wei, what field do you want, forest, mountain, wilderness, or desert, lake? Wei Yang turned around, asking for Fang and Bai's opinion. Let our two esteemed guests choose. Some Gu masters specialized in mountain battles, some specialized in desert battles. The battle environment was an important element in affecting battle results. We can choose different stages here? What fields do you have? Bai Ningbing asked curiously. Little Xiao heard Wei Yang address Fang and Bai as esteemed guests, and did not dare to drag on, quickly explaining to them. The battle stages in the third inner city had around tens of different environments, almost encompassing all kinds of terrain that one could possibly be in. After hearing so, Bai Ningbing could not help but have an urge to try. Then let's choose the flagstone stage. Flagstone stage, the most common battle stage, without any wind, snow, rain or sand as natural elements. The specialized black flagstone covered over 100 meters of land. Quickly look, it seems to be Elder Wei Yang. It is Elder Wei Yang, that's him. Although he has great aptitude, he was a successful story that left the battle stage. Back then, I even competed with him. Wei Yang seemed to be popular as his appearance on the battle stage attracted many people's attention. But Wei Yang kept a low profile, using his clan elder authority to seal this battle stage, preventing outsiders from watching. Only Little Xiao was left. Wei Yang walked to the center of the stage. According to normal rules, both sides of the competitors have to announce their cultivation before assessing it fairly. But since we are just having a casual spar, we shall skip that. Please have the first move. What he meant was he wanted to challenge both Fang and Bai single-handedly. Little Xiao stood outside the stage, gripping his fist in excitement. Big Brother Wei won as the weaker side back then, using his rank 3 middle stage cultivation to dominate the stage, and guarding 18 rounds of battle. Almost every fight was a classic. Now that he is rank 3 peak stage, I have to observe this battle carefully. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing gave each other a look, before suddenly attacking, moving towards Wei Yang from the left and right respectively. Going for close combat? Wei Yang stood at the center, not moving as his body glowed in a golden light, forming a battle armor, protecting his entire body. Pew pew pew. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing activated their spiral bone spear gu as they charged towards Wei Yang. Multiple bone spears spun as they penetrated the air, shooting towards Wei Yang. What gu is this? Wei Yang was confused in his mind. This was the first time he saw the bone spear gu. He did not dodge, intending to test out the power of the spiral bone spear gu, and took 3 hits. The light golden armor flickered, but managed to endure the hits. This gu is not bad, having a spiral force and is good at penetrating defenses. Wei Yang did not fluster, utilizing his primeval essence and causing the light armor to regain its toughness. My turn! He lightly shouted, grabbing the air with both hands, as 2 broadswords of light formed from this air, shining brilliantly. It appeared Big Brother Wei's broadsword light gu. Little Xiao saw this, and spoke out in excitement. Wei Yang grabbed the 2 broadswords, sweeping his gaze and choosing to charge at Fan Yuan. Broadsword light gu and sword shadow gu are known as the strongest attacking gu among the rank 3 gu worms. Seeing Wei Yang approaching, Fan Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp flash. Even though the broadsword light gu was strong, he was not afraid. Jumping grass. 2 spring-like grass appeared on his feet, as he stepped on the ground, and after gathering energy, Fan Yuan's speed increased drastically. Canopy gu, flying bone shield. Fan Yuan's body shone with a white armor, and 3 white bone shields surrounded his body, circling continuously around his front, left, back and right. Good timing! Wei Yang shouted, as he rushed to Fan Yuan, slamming both of his broadswords from above, intending to strike. Fan Yuan did not dodge or avoid, raising his right fist and smashing right at it. Wei Yang's eyes shone with surprise, not expecting Fan Yuan to fight so bravely. 2 broadswords of light slammed down, as the white bone shields automatically blocked it. The broadswords cut the white bone shields into halves, before landing on the white armor of the canopy gu, giving off a strong white light. At the same time, Fan Yuan's fist hit Wei Yang's stomach. Although he did not break the light golden armor, the huge force sent Wei Yang flying. Bai Ningbing rushed up at the crucial moment, waving her hand as multiple spiral bone spear gu shot towards Wei Yang. The attack was ruthless and decisive, with the intention of sending Wei Yang to his grave. Ah, danger! Seeing this, Little Xiao screamed out. Chapter 266. My name is Fang Jing. Wei Yan was sent flying by Fan Yuan's fist, and before he stabilized himself, spiral-boned spears came flying from above. The spiral-boned spears penetrated the air, shooting like lightning with a crisp sound. At such a distance, Wei Yan could even see the spiral carvings on the bone spear tip. These spiral-boned spear gu, although strong and are able to penetrate defenses, are only rank 2 gu worms. There is no threat in them. At that instant, Wei Yang's thoughts moved like lightning. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes were cold as ice. Wei Yang challenging both of them at the same time triggered the arrogance in her heart. Spiral-boned spear can only restrict him. I don't have enough gu. If I want to finish him, I'll need to use my fists and legs. She was a genius. When Fan Yuan sent Wei Yang flying, although it was just one hit, it showed Bai Ningbing his weakness. Wei Yan had never received a permanent strength boost from any gu worms, he only had the strength of a normal human. This was a major weakness that could be exploited. Bai Ningbing took many steps ahead, following after the bone spears and raising her leg to kick harshly. Brother Wei. Little Xiao, who was watching the match, saw this scene and started to worry. If Wei Yang's movements were restricted by the bone spears, it would give Bai Ningbing a chance to strike. At the same time, if Fan Yuan cornered him, Wei Yan would be in a disadvantage. At the final moment, Wei Yan laughed. As the spiral bone spear was about to hit him, suddenly, his body shone in a white light, and he turned into a flash and vanished. He had this gu indeed. Fan Yuan squinted. What quick speed! Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk, feeling astonished. At the next second, the spiral bone spears pierced through the flagstone, stabbing into the ground. Bai Ningbing could not stop her momentum. With a bang, her leg crushed the flagstone. The spider web-like cracks enveloped the ground. Big Brother Wei's rainbow light gu! I thought he might not use it in time, but to think he was waiting for that moment to escape, causing his enemies to hit nothing. Superb, this is a strong blow against the enemy's psychology. Little Xiao could tell the intentions of his actions. Seeing that they were about to gravely injure their enemy, an escape at the last moment would turn hope into disappointment. Anyone would experience this change of emotion. Rainbow light tore through the air. As the light dispersed, Wei Yang's body appeared again. In the blink of an eye, he flew over 50 meters, more than half the battle stage, pulling great distance from Fang and Bai. Seeing such speed, Bai Ningbing's footsteps came to a halt. With the rainbow light gu, Wei Yang could come and go as he pleases, fighting whenever he wants to. At this point, it was impossible for him to lose. Rainbow light gu was a rank 3 gu, capable of allowing a gu master to turn into light and escape. It was the fastest among the rank 3 movement gu. In contrast, Fan Yuan only had the jumping grass, while the other had no movement gu. With Wei Yang's speed, they had no chance of hitting him. In terms of movement, the rainbow light gu gave Wei Yang a huge advantage. Once this gu was used, Fan and Bai could work together but still fall into a passive state. Guess this is the rainbow light gu, although it is rank 3. Its speed far surpasses many rank 4 gu. The speed is so fast even the gu master cannot react in time. That is the first weakness. To use it, one has to use the lightning thoughts gu or a flash of inspiration gu or others. Otherwise, by the time the gu master reacts, they would have flown too far and even crashed into a wall. Wei Yang spoke, admitting the flaws of the rainbow light gu. Its second weakness is that it expends too much primeval essence. Among rank 3 gu, this expenditure is already middle-high tier consumption. There is a third weakness, but I shall not mention it, you can guess for yourselves. Is that the fact that you cannot use a strength gu to raise your physical strength? Bai Ningbing immediately answered. This time, it was Wei Yang's turn to express shock. He gave a look of amazement. Miss Baiyun really has great cognitive abilities. Indeed, if a gu master uses a gu worm to alter their body and increase their strength, it will be difficult to utilize the rainbow light gu. Their primeval essence expenditure will increase drastically, or worse, the light transformation might fail and the rainbow light gu would be destroyed. But to think, after Bai Ningbing heard his praise, her expression turned cold as her gaze was like ice, staring at Wei Yang with killing intent. Hey, let me warn you, do not call me miss. Eh? Wei Yang's expression froze. What did I say wrong? Is it wrong to use the word miss? What a strange taboo. Wei Yang thought in his heart, as he apologized. I'm sorry for the offense, Lady Baiyun. Veins popped on Bai Ningbing's forehead, as she gritted her teeth. Do not use that either. Oh, then. Sir Bai Yun? Wei Yang observed her expression as he carefully chose his vocabulary. Bai Ningbing's face finally returned to normal. Wei Yang's lips curled into a smile, continuing. Then too, sirs, it is my turn to attack. Give me all you've got. Fan Yuan patted his chest, screaming and scaring Bai Ningbing, who was right beside him. Sir He too is truly brave and admirable, then take my hit. Wei Yang praised. As he spoke, he turned into a white light and crashed towards Fang and Bai. Facing such speed, Fang and Bai could not even blink before this rainbow went through the gap between them and arrived behind them. The white light dispersed, and turned back into Wei Yang. He held two broadswords, and slashed them towards Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing respectively. Before this broadsword hit, Bai Ningbing felt her skin tighten. She immediately knew that the ice muscle's protection could not endure this blade, and she quickly retreated. Fan Yuan growled lightly, not dodging but activating the canopy goo and flying bone shield goo, sending his fist over. The light broadsword first split the white bone shield into half. Wei Yang turned into light and fled again. Seeing his fist about to land on Wei Yang's chest, Fan Yuan was just an inch away before missing entirely. The rainbow light flew away, and stopped far away. The entire exchange of blows was done at lightning speed. In less than a few seconds, Wei Yan had moved from a side of the battle stage to another, over 100 meters long. Again! Fan Yuan howled, battle intent burning in his eyes. Wei Yan turned into light again, appearing before Fang and Bai in an instant. Bai Ningbing could not endure it head-on. She could only use the spiral bone spear, but Wei Yang's speed was too fast, causing her bone spears to hit air. Fan Yuan could only endure the hits passively. Other than the first time, his fist never hit Wei Yang again. At once, light flashed across the battle stage continuously, like a bouncing ball trapped in a box. Meanwhile, Fang and Bai could barely take the hits, having completely lost their momentum. Is this Big Brother Wei's true power? Too impressive. Little Xiao observed the chaotic sight before him. Wei Yang's speed was terrific, like a specter moving in the shadows. After a few more minutes, he stopped his movements. If both guests want to compete in terms of expenditure, and are trying to exploit the weakness of my rainbow light goo which consumes massive amounts of primeval essence, I am afraid you are going to be disappointed. I have a light source goo in my hand. It is an assistance-type goo whose only use is to allow a goo master's primeval essence expenditure to be halved when using a light-type goo. Damn it! Bai Ningbing clenched her teeth in anger. Fan Yuan waved his hand about. No more, I can't win. Brother Wei, we concede. Wei Yan laughed heartily, cupping his fists. It has been an honor. Little Xiao, seeing the battle ended, immediately came over, with excitement still lingering on his face. Big Brother Wei is truly impressive, but both sirs managing to endure so long is equally impressive. You may not know, but Brother Wei has superior battle skills even though he is rank 3 peak stage. He is Lord Shan Yanfei's third general, called the White Light Swordsman. If it was me, I would not even be able to exchange 20 blows with him. A loss is a loss, there is no big deal. Wei Yang, after I get my hands on suitable goo worms, I will challenge you once again. Bai Ningbing's expression was icy cold. From young, the arrogant her had never lost so badly. Her mood was obviously terrible. Little Xiao, seeing Bai Ningbing address Wei Yang by his name, showed displeasure on his face. Fan Yuan stood at the side. Brother Wei Yang held back already. I can feel it. After I buy some useful goo, I will spar with you again. Although I lost this time, I am still indignant. Next time, please use your full strength. Do not worry about the consequences. Ha ha ha, Brother He too speaks his mind. It is my fault this time. Next time I will definitely use my full ability. Wei Yang patted Fan Yuan's shoulder. That's the way. Brother Wei Yang, I accept my loss completely. Let me treat you to some wine. Brother Xiao, you can come along too, and tell me about Brother Wei's heroic tales. I can only beat him after learning all about him, right? Fan Yuan laughed. Little Xiao felt that this person, although ugly and lacked a ear, was very pleasant to look at. Compared to that freak, Bai Yun, his temper was way better. All right. Little Xiao laughed. Fighting made us closer. I know a restaurant, newly opened, cheap, and also serves good food. We cannot make our guests pay. Let me treat tonight. I hope Big Brother Wei can come too. Fan Yuan stared. How can we do that? Little Xiao is a local. While you two are guests, let him treat. Wei Yang came in to advise. Fan Yuan thought about it. Okay, this time you will treat, but let me do it next time. I don't have money with me anyway. After I sell my recipe and get money, I will treat you two to a good meal. To speak the truth, after coming here, I have been shocked by the commodity prices. His words were a little cheeky, and also admitted that he was poor, causing Wei Yang and Little Shout to laugh, thinking that Fan Yuan was a clear and upright man. Only Bai Ningbing knew Fan Yuan's acting skills. Seeing this, she was used to it already. In the room, the three drank wine and spoke, announcing their names, pulling their relationships closer together. Only Bai Ningbing drank water, being alone and enjoying her peace. Little Xiao was called Xiao Yan, 27 years old, specializing in fire-type goo worms. Recently his cultivation rose by a small realm, to rank 3 middle stage, thus finally breaking through the 4th inner city's battle zone and reaching 3rd inner city. Hey, 2 Bai Yun are just fake names. My real name is Guyu Fangjing, she is Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan pretended to be drunk and exposed some information. They had the Bai clan arrest warrant. As long as Shang clan investigated, the matter could not be kept secret. Fan Yuan gave it away on purpose, to give off the impression of having a clear conscience. Xiao Yan was a little moved. He and Wei Yang were demonic goo masters. Fan Yuan telling them his real name was an act of true friendship. Surname Guyu. Light flashed across Wei Yang's eyes. This was an important information. It seems that the mission given by the clan leader has been successfully completed. Chapter 267. Greatly underestimated Fan Yuan's shamelessness. Guyu Fangjing? Listening to Wei Yang's report, Shan Yanfei frowned slightly. Guyu was a distinct surname. Shan Yanfei searched through his memories and soon found it. Guyu clan, one of the 3 clans of Qingmao Mountain, having hundreds of years of history. Qingmao Mountain. Shan Yanfei's gaze brightened as he recalled an intel he got over half a year ago. Qingmao Mountain was mysteriously attacked and within a night, changed from a green and lively mountain to a deadly domain of ice and snow. Even till now, the ice and snow on Qingmao Mountain had yet to completely melt. No one knew what happened at Qingmao Mountain, but from all kinds of traces found there, people knew there had been a huge battle between goo masters. Now, Qingmao Mountain's destruction was classified as a mysterious event and was already spread all over the southern border. As to what caused this, opinions differed from people to people. However, to certain people, the traces left on Qingmao Mountain made it obvious. The secret of the 10 extreme physiques was more or less known to the higher-ups of the goo master world. The moment he got this intel, Shan Yanfei had also immediately guessed this was brought upon by one of the 10 extreme physiques, Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. If that is the case, Guyu Fangjing's origins can be explained. The groups sent to investigate the incident on Mu Bei Mountain also sent a letter saying there was no suspicious point. Shan Yanfei drew up an approximate outline of the whole affairs in his mind. Now, there is only one doubt remaining. Why did they conceal their identities and hide in the caravan? Shan Yanfei already had many conjectures, but it still needed to be investigated. Right, you sparred with them, how were their skills? Shan Yanfei asked. Wei Yang's expression was solemn as he respectfully reported. Geniuses. Given time, these 2 will definitely surpass me. Oh, you have such a high opinion of them? Shan Yanfei was slightly amazed. Wei Yang nodded and continued. They might be concealing their cultivation with some goo worms, but being able to last so long in battle, they should at least be rank 3. Considering their young age, these 2 should both have a great aptitude. Shan Yanfei smiled. But Wei Yang, a great aptitude only represents talent and not everything. You yourself are the best proof of this. You have only be great aptitude but have become one of my external elders. Furthermore, how many a great talents have died in your hands over these years? In ordinary clans, a great aptitude was an extraordinary matter. However, to Shang clan, they were rather common. One reason was because it was a large clan and there were many clansmen. Another was because they recruited demonic goo masters. Those demonic goo masters who distinguished themselves in battle arena definitely had extraordinary aptitudes. And the third reason was because Shang clan's riches were as high as a mountain. They had the ability to purchase aptitude-changing goo worms. You praise me too much, Lord Clan Leader, Wei Yang modestly said and continued. I also understand this logic, thus I am even more sure these 2 are extraordinary. They have rich combat talents, and have a sort of innate sense towards the battle situation, as if they were born to fight. They also did not have a complete set of goo worms, but they were able to last for so long just with 2 to 3 goo. It truly was amazing. As to their disposition, they were tough and were not discouraged when disadvantaged. When I exerted pressure on them, they were able to make a breakthrough and constantly adjust themselves. They also have tacit and great teamwork. As the battle continued, they were able to hold their ground even more stably. Their improvement was extremely clear. Individually, the two have some differences. Guyu Fangjing is straightforward, charging forward with incomparable bravery and has a lofty disposition. As for that Bai Ningbing, she is quick-witted with a sharp gaze and only moves when she is sure of it. She had been constantly trying to find my weakness during the battle. In particular, Guyu Fangjing admitted his loss calmly when I said I possessed the light source Gu. He is broad-minded and absolutely has a larger heart than any ordinary man. Lord Clan Leader, these two. One is a young tiger of the lands while the other is a dragon whelp of the seas. One young and one lean, one domineering and another scheming. A perfect combination, the brilliance of twin stars, each enhancing the other's strength. If we can recruit them, it will be a huge asset to Shang Clan. Shan Yanfei was moved. Before, he did not put Fang and Bai in his eyes. Now his interest was greatly aroused as he listened to Wei Yang. Wei Yang, you have followed me for many years. I trust in your foresight. But there is no need to undervalue yourself. They might not necessarily be able to top you even after they grow up. You are hindered by lacking aptitude, otherwise with your talent, you would be even more outstanding than now. There is no need to worry. If a Reform Gu appear, I will definitely help you get it. Reform Gu could raise a Gu master's aptitude. It was extremely rare and expensive. Wei Yang's eyes turned red with emotions. I won't forget this kindness for as long as I live. I, Shan Yanfei, will never treat my loyal followers unfairly. Leave now, continue attending to them for a few days and see what they think about Shang Clan and whether we can recruit them or not. Yes, Clan Leader. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Nanqiu Garden. In the lounge, Fan Yuan and Shanya Zi was sitting opposite each other. Fan Yuan leisurely tasted the tea while Shanya Zi's expression looked rather unsightly. These few days I have been sincerely coming to look for Sir, but you have been raising your price again and again. First it was 650,000, but you have raised it by tens of thousands every day and now Sir actually wants 800,000. Is Sir possibly playing with me to pass time? Shang Zi was feeling stifled and talked with clenched teeth. If it was before, he would have already burst out in anger and smashed the teacup on Fan Yuan's face. But now, he could not do that. Why? Because this guy could directly complain to the clan leader. I still don't know what relation they have with Lord Father. These days, Wei Yang has been accompanying them around the city. What kind of person was Wei Yang? He is known as the Third General and is Lord Father's trusted aide. His actions don't usually represent himself, but rather Lord Father's will. But why is Lord Father giving such deferential treatment to these two guys that appeared out of nowhere? Shanya Zi was bothered and bewildered. Since that day, he had been crazily investigating the two. But it was in vain. He was merely a young master, his authority was limited to Shang Clan City. He was far from having the huge capability of Shang Yanfei. The investigations bore no fruits, so he was forced to make guesses. Why is Lord Father expressing his goodwill? Is it because of the inheritance in their hands? No, an inheritance might interest an ordinary clan, but not ours. Unless it is the inheritance of a rank 6 Gu immortal, it would just be icing on the cake. Or is it because they were talents? No way, there are so many loyal demonic Gu masters in the battle stage. They would die to join Shang Clan, and are extremely skilled in fighting. If Father is not interested in those people, why would he want these two? No matter how he thought about it, Shanya Zi could not think of an answer. When these two guesses were rejected, a thought emerged in Shanya Zi's mind. Are these two Father's illegitimate child? Isn't Shang Tuahai, the current young clan leader, Father's illegitimate child? Shanya Zi pondered it again and felt that it couldn't be. The implication of being Father's bloodline is too great. When Shang Tuahai was discovered, he was firmly protected and safeguarded, unlike these two. Shanya Zi kept on agonizing over this but could not make progress. And it was because of this, he was even more afraid of Fang and Bai. The most terrifying things were often the unknown. Fan Yuan could tell this young master Shanya Zi was becoming more and more restless and impatient over these few days. This was what he wanted to see. This was also one of the reasons he was intentionally raising the prices every day. If he directly raised 650,000 to 800,000, the negotiations would definitely collapse. But by raising the price by tens of thousands time and again, it would instead wear down Shang Yizi's resistance in his firm, resolute heart. The time was ripe. Fan Yuan placed the teacup down and smiled. Everything has their worth. This might only be a Gu master's inheritance to others, but to you, esteemed young master, it is the final hope to protect your young master status. As such, the price should be a little higher, and as the evaluation date draws closer, the price for this inheritance will naturally keep on getting higher. Thus, I have been increasing the price every other day. Isn't this something natural? If the price is lowered, how could it be worthy of your final hope? How could it be worthy of such an important position as Shang Clan's young master? After all, only Shang Clan young masters can compete for young clan leader's position. Shang Yizi's eyes shook with anger. This was blatant blackmailing. This guy was raising the price as he pleased. How could he be so shameless? Shang Yizi wished he could chop Fan Yuan into pieces. But he thought of the position of young master and was able to barely restrain himself. You are really scheming. If I spend 800,000, it will be a complete loss and will instead lower my evaluation. Those elders in charge of evaluation are not stupid. Thus, I simply can't buy it at this price. Fan Yuan had already expected this answer. The corner of his lips slightly curled up into a smile. Therefore, I have a good solution. I will be openly selling it to you in 650,000, but you will actually be giving me 800,000. You will maintain your young master's position, and I will be getting a reasonable price. It is a complete win-win situation. Shang Yizi's expression immediately changed and stared at Fan Yuan with wide eyes. You want me to make a false account? This is impossible. If I am found out, no matter when, my young master's status will be revoked, and moreover, I will receive a severe punishment. Fan Yuan gave a frivolous look. You can't say that. Who said anything about false account? I am only selling this secret recipe to you, and you, feeling that I am an upright man, kindly gave me some primeval stones as a gift. There is simply no relation between the two. At that instant, Shang Yizi could only look at Fan Yuan, stupefied and speechless. He had previously thought Fan Yuan was shameless, but now saw that he had greatly underestimated this guy's shamelessness. Chapter 268. Sudden Wealth. Shang Yizi left worriedly. Before he left, he told Fan Yuan that this matter was important and he needed more time to consider it. But the fact that he was considering it meant that success was near. Fan Yuan had seen through this person, knowing that the matter is as good as decided. In fact, he could even raise the prices again when the time comes. Right now, he was hesitant, so Fan Yuan could not use prices to agitate him. Once he is determined, then the prices will soar again. That is simply too easy. 2 days later, Shang Yizi carried a haggard expression as he visited Fan Yuan again. I agree, let's deal according to what you have requested. He gritted his teeth. After showing a hesitant expression for a long time, he finally relented. Trust me, you will definitely remember this decision. Come, drink. Fan Yuan smiled lightly, pouring a glass of wine for Shang Yizi. Shang Yizi raised his cup, drinking the wine in one mouthful. What sort of shitty wine is this? After drinking it, he frowned and scolded. This is the cheapest rice wine. Lord young master, I have no money to purchase good wine. Fan Yuan laughed lightly. You will have it soon enough. Puff. Shang Yizi breathed out heavily. He had first thought about it, and as he concentrated on making a decision, it was a painful process. But now that he has decided, he felt relaxed. All right, I have prepared the agreement, take a look. Fan Yuan brought over a proposal. Shang Yizi glanced at it, and stared in anger, his eyes wide with rage as he slammed the table and screamed. 950,000? You raised the prices again. Last time you said 800,000, but it has only been a few days and you raised it by 150,000? Do you think I'm made of gold? Scoundrel! You think my primeval stones fall from the sky? Fan Yuan smiled lightly as he said calmly. It has already been 3 days, of course the price has increased, you know it yourself. Shang Yizi's forehead was popping with veins, as he jumped from his seat. Do you think I am easy to bully? I do not have so much money. This tiny little inheritance, you want 950? You are like a lion opening its huge mouth. Calm down, anger will harm your health, Lord young master, this is not a tiny inheritance, it concerns your young master position. Think about it, every year, one young master will be eliminated. How many people are craving for this spot? Fan Yuan said casually. Once he heard the young master position, the furious Shang Yizi lost his rage. Fan Yuan looked at his expression, knowing that 950 was over his limit, and relented. Alright, then how about 900,000 primeval stones? I concede to you. Shang Yizi slowly sat down. He had only gotten into the young master position for a year, and had to deal with the evaluations. The actual amount of primeval stones he managed to pocket was only around 400,000. No doubt, after this transaction, his 1 year of savings will be depleted. The assets that he had managed to save would be gone. But concerning the young master position, he had to relent. He was solemn for a moment, before nodding. Then 900,000 it is. But I do not trust the paper agreement. We need to swear. Let's use the poison vow gu. Fan Yuan showed hesitation. Why, are you afraid? How would I know if you would not run away if we do not use the poison vow gu? We have to do this. There is no way I'm giving in on this. Shang Yizi's attitude was firm. Fan Yuan had expected this to happen anyway. In that case, let me do it first. Fan Yuan stretched out his left hand. Only then did Shang Yizi let out a smile, calling out the poison vow gu. Poison vow gu is a purple-red worm, only finger size and has a dangerous-looking mouth. It was a rank 3 consumable gu. It flew to Fan Yuan's left index finger, and bit on it. At once, a heart-burning pain assaulted Fan Yuan's nerves. Fan Yuan endured the pain as he started to read the details on the proposal. After he finished, the poison vow gu nearly doubled in size, as it absorbed Fan Yuan's heart blood. Soon after, the poison vow gu flew to Shang Yizi's finger and started to suck blood. Shang Yizi gripped the paper, and used a trembling voice to read the details, and the poison vow gu doubled in size again. His face turned pale from pain, as he clenched his teeth and drew in a deep breath. This goddamn agreement, why is it so lengthy? Can't you write less words? Is there anything to add? Fan Yuan shook his head. Shang Yizi's lips curled, revealing a smile. But his face was twisted, and his smile was a little hideous. Bam! The poison vow gu stuffed with blood suddenly exploded. But no blood splattered but instead turned into numerous red light spots. The light spots flew towards Fan Yuan and Shang Yizi, like rain falling into a pond, and fused into their bodies. This shows that the poison vow gu has taken effect. If both sides read the details and it did not fulfill their true inner intentions, after the poison vow gu explodes, it would turn into a puddle of stale blood. This situation means that one side or both had violated the vow, causing it to fail. Seeing this, Shang Yizi's smile became even deeper. He looked at Fan Yuan. We have vowed already, if you change your mind in the future, or violate the agreement, you will turn into a puddle of blood and die. Fan Yuan's expression remained the same, only saying, Where are my primeval stones? Shang Yizi shrugged. Don't worry, why would I violate the agreement here? He tossed out a gu. This gu was like a ball, as exquisite as a crystal, half transparent and palm-sized. There was a cloudy figure in the ball, as if it had sealed numerous clouds. This white cloud figure looked like a hunchback old man carrying a walking stick. The old man had long white hair, having an immortal feeling as the wrinkles on his face looked extremely realistic, and he was smiling sincerely. This is the primeval elder gu. A gu specifically used to store primeval stones. As the saying goes, professionals have their domain of expertise. The primeval elder gu is only a rank 3, but it can seal up to 1,000,000 primeval stones. There is 870,000 primeval stones here, the remaining 30,000. I will pass them to you when I finish gathering them. Shang Yizi passed the primeval elder gu to Fan Yuan with much reluctance. Inside, 600,000 was the trade credit of Shang clan, the remaining 270 was Shang Yizi's personal savings. After Fan Yuan received it, he cooperated with Fan Yuan in refining it. Primeval elder gu changed owners, and change occurred within the clouds. The old man was originally looking at Shang Yizi, but now he started to smile towards Fan Yuan instead. Fan Yuan moved the primeval elder gu around, but no matter which direction he moved, the clouds would transform and the old man would smile towards Fan Yuan regardless. Actually, this gu is quite interesting. If the primeval stones inside are little, the old man would frown and show a bitter expression. If the amount was just nice, the old man would be expressionless. And finally, the more the number of primeval stones towards the limit, the more the old man would smile. Shang Yizi saw Fan Yuan manipulate the primeval elder gu and knew he was clear on how the gu worked. He snorted. This primeval elder gu is quite valuable. I cannot give it to you for free. I bought this on the auction and it cost me 6,600 primeval stones. Fan Yuan nodded. Rank 3 gu were sold by thousands of primeval stones, and the primeval elder gu was a rare one. It was definitely worth that amount. He immediately took out primeval stones to give Shangye. Shangye used an ordinary storage gu and kept these primeval stones, feeling horrible on the inside. These were originally his primeval stones. Never mind, as long as I can keep my young master position, all is possible. I can earn my primeval stones back, and for this guy who extorted me, he will die a horrible death. Shangye was not a big-hearted person. Fan Yuan robbed him of all his fortune, and he even had to borrow around for the final 30,000. White bone recipe was normally 600,000, but Fan Yuan sold it for 900. Shangye rubbed his nose. After suffering such a loss, he felt extreme hatred towards Fan Yuan. The final 30,000, I will pass it to you in 3 days. This matter is known by the two of us only, no third party is allowed to know. Not even your companion. Don't think of finding a loophole, it is useless. Shangye got up and left. He could no longer stand being there. Every extra second he looked at Fan Yuan's hideous face, the anger in his heart would accumulate a bit more. There are no loopholes in the agreement, you looked through, didn't you? Fan Yuan showed a plain expression. Shangye snorted. He was born of Shang clan, being influenced from young, and also having managed this shop for a year, there were no loopholes that could avoid his notice. I bet you wouldn't dare to break the agreement. He laughed in disdain, quickly leaving. Fan Yuan did not take it to heart. He knew that Shangye's current mood was very understandable. As for the poison vow, he was not going to obey it. Poison vow gu's restriction is very strong, otherwise, no gu masters would use it. No way of exposing it to a third party, that is absolute. Any curveballs were risking one's own life. Like earlier, Fan Yuan passed 6,600 primeval stones to Shangye. This was an extra action. He could have just deducted it from the 30,000 primeval stones. But no. In the poison vow, they stated 900,000, thus Shangye had to fork out 900,000 primeval stones to Fan Yuan. This was the cold hard rules. 3 days later, Shangye gathered 30,000 primeval stones, and handed it to Fan Yuan. At the same time, Fan Yuan passed the recipe to him. Of course, the most valuable bone-flesh unity gu was not sold. Shangye only knew of the bone spear gu, spiral bone spear gu, etc. After looking at the recipe, he found many other recipes that uses the bone spear gu as the base, and felt pleased by it, his mood turning better. Fan Yuan then sold the bone spear gu, spiral bone spear gu, as well as the bone spike gu to him. As with their original agreement, it was 40,620 primeval stones. As a result, after this transaction, Fan Yuan's assets rose to 934,020 primeval stones. With his savings, the total is about 945,000. Fan Yuan placed most of his primeval stones into the primeval elder gu. To prevent accidents, he also placed some on his body, and some into the tusita flower. In my previous life at this time, I was still slogging in the caravan, with only 50 to 60 primeval stones on me. But right now I am nearly a millionaire. Fan Yuan compared this with his memories, and the advantages of his rebirth can be easily seen. Of course, he took huge risks as well. The larger the risk, the greater the benefits. There is no free lunch in this world. Effort might not reap reward, but to gain reward, one has to invest first. In a flash, 3 days passed. Shang clan's investigations ended, and Wei Yang brought Shang Yanfei's invitation over. "Two esteemed guests, my lord clan leader has set up a clan banquet, specifically ordering me to invite both of you over." Clan banquet? The moment is finally here. Fan Yuan thought. Chapter 269. Clan banquet. A roomy courtyard was where Shang Yanfei set up the clan banquet. It was an outdoor feast, because within the mountain, there was no need to worry about storm or rain. The courtyard was neither luxurious nor elegant, it was even rather old. There were a dozen or so tables arranged in a circle in the courtyard, which was already looking crowded from that. There were some fruits and snacks arranged on the tables and also labels indicating which seat belonged to who. 3 seats were already occupied. "Big brother, do you know why Lord Father called us this time?" Shang Chao Feng asked vaguely while popping a red fruit into his mouth. The eldest Shang Chionio was sitting upright, his eyes closed as he rested. Hearing the question, he opened his eyes by a sliver and spoke in a deep voice. Lord Father has recently come out of closed cultivation. He is holding this clan banquet because he misses us. What's so strange about it? Big Brother might be right, but when has Lord Father ever held a casual banquet? Look, don't you think there are a few more seats today? From the side, Shang Pu Lao interjected. Shang Chao Feng snickered, and Shang Qiu Niu closed his eyes again. Shang Pu Lao's gaze flickered. He was in charge of the red light zone and managed brothels of all sizes. He would be the fastest person to get any news. In truth, he had already heard some talks. He was just about to continue when suddenly his ears twitched. Someone has arrived. All three's gazes turned towards the gate. Creak, the gate was pushed open and 3 people walked in. Wei Yang was at the front, followed by Fang and Bai. Fang and Bai had already been here before. It was that private residence they had been called to before. This private residence is the place where Lord Clan Leader, when he was a young master, was suppressed by the alliance of other young masters. Lord Clan Leader took a step back and abandoned the position of young master of his own accord, becoming an ordinary clansman. During that fallen period, he stayed here. Later, when he became the clan leader, he maintained this place as a reminder to himself and later generations. The clan banquets are always held here. Wei Yang opened the gate and introduced. Immediately after, he saw the 3 people in the courtyard. Oh, 3 young masters are already here. Shang Qiu Niu, Shang Chao Feng and Shang Pu Lao stood up one after another and cupped their hands to Wei Yang. Our greetings, Elder Wei Yang. Wei Yang was one of the 5 great generals under Shang Yanfei and a major figure in Shang clan. Every single young master competing for the position of young clan leader has to go through his evaluation. My greetings to all 3 young masters. These 2 are esteemed guests invited by Lord Clan Leader. Wei Yang also cupped his hands in greeting, his expression calm. He was an elder, his status was higher than the young master positions, and as an important figure in the clan, he would not fawn on these young masters. Sirs, please take a seat. Wei Yang led Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing to their seats. The 3 young masters looked at each other. They could see bewilderment, surprise and curiosity in each other's eyes. This was a clan banquet. Why would any strangers be invited? Who are these 2? Their seats are actually closer to Lord Father's than ours. Wei Yang also sat down and continued on with a smile. Let me make the introductions. This is Shang Qiu Niu, Lord Clan Leader's eldest son. He manages the caretaking zone. This is Clan Leader's 4th son Shang Chao Feng. He manages all the Gu fighting arenas in the city. This is Shang Pu Lao. He manages all the brothels and red light zone. Shang Qiu Niu was robust, and his voice was deep. One could tell he was a calm person from one look. He was the oldest, already nearing 30. Shang Chao Feng had a messy hair and high-nose bridge. He was giving off a wild aura. Shang Pu Lao looked the most delicate, a thin physique, white face, beautiful eyes and a loose bearing showing that he loitered around with women all year round. Qiu Niu greets both esteemed guests. Shang Qiu Niu took the lead to cup his hands as a greeting. Wei Yang didn't introduce Fang and Bai. The 3 were smart, and naturally wouldn't stupidly pursue it. The 3 young masters are too polite. I am He Tu and this is my companion Bai Yin. Fan Yuan introduced. The names were clearly fake. This made the 3 young masters more confused about Fang and Bai's origins. They could only laugh and go through the motion. As the time for evening banquet came closer, more young masters appeared. Shang Pai Xiu, who managed rock gambling dens, Shang Swan and I, who managed restaurants and silk stores, Shang Fu Shi, who managed auctions, Shang Bai Shi, who managed substitute refinement zone, and Shang Yazi, who Fan Yuan was already familiar with. Wei Yang introduced them to Fang and Bai. All these young masters more or less revealed strange looks as they saw Fang and Bai. They sat down as talks commenced. With the increased number of people, the small courtyard gradually became lively. Just before the banquet started, the gate suddenly opened and a young master hurriedly rushed in. He was tall and thin, thick eyebrows and fierce gaze. He was young Master Shang Baiyan, who was in charge of Shang Clan City's city guards. The city guards handled all sorts of disputes and contradictions, maintaining the law and order in the city, so it was the busiest. After greeting Fang and Bai, Shang Baiyan was just sitting down, when a blood-colored flame flickered on the main seat as Shang Yanfei appeared. Shang Yanfei was wearing a white robe with gold inlaid cuffs. Scarlet hair flew around wildly before resting on his waist. Combined with his extremely handsome face, it formed into an aura and charisma that was unique to him. Your children greet Lord Father. The many young masters stood up one after another before half kneeling down on the ground and greeting Shang Yanfei unitedly. Lord Clan Leader. Wei Yang stood up. At the same time, Fang and Bai also stood up to greet him. Take your seats. Shan Yen Fei lay back against the wide-backed chair and casually waved his hand. Immediately, 7 colored beautiful lights sprinkled down like rain. The beautiful lights landed on the tables and turned into all kinds of fine dishes, their fragrance immediately spreading in the small courtyard. Fan Yuan instantly recognized the gu as gourmet food box gu. It was a rank 5 gu, especially used to store delicacies and maintain their state. In his previous life, Fan Yuan tried hard to make a living in the caravan. He had no one to rely on after the destruction of Guyu clan. The sudden emergence of an alliance of demonic Gu masters on Yitian Mountain overstepped the bottom line of the righteous paths. All great clans formed an alliance and besieged Yitian Mountain. One of the heads of the allied forces, Shang Yen Fei, used this gourmet food box Gu to provide for the armies. With just a wave of his sleeve, tens of thousands of soldiers were provided with gourmet food, becoming an enormous help in raising their morale. Since then, gourmet food box gu became a symbol of Shang Yen Fei and was a conversation topic for many people. At that time, Fan Yuan was able to become a small boss of the lowest level with his advantages as a transmigrator. He joined a sub-branch of a caravan which was in charge of transporting supplies to the Righteous Path allied forces. He had personally been able to see the grandeur of Shang Yen Fei using gourmet food box gu. Dazzling 7-colored lights filled the sky and shone down upon the world. It was a magnificent and grand atmosphere. Never expected that I would see this gourmet food box gu years in advance and also become an esteemed guest of Shang clan. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh inwardly. There was clear difference between his previous life and this life. This was the enormous advantage of rebirth. And this advantage was from spring-autumn cicada, which was the accumulation and accomplishment of his previous life's struggles. Shang Yen Fei spread the dishes and immediately addressed his sons. We have 2 esteemed guests with us today, you all need to toast them. Qiu Niu, you are the eldest, set an example. Was Shang Yen Fei personally telling them? Shang clan young masters did not dare to act slowly even though they were bewildered. Shang Qiu Niu immediately stood up and raised a wine glass, saying with his deep voice. Qiu Niu toasts the 2 esteemed guests. With that, he swigged down the glass of wine. Fan Yuan also drank down a glass of wine while Bai Ningbing still drank water. Qiu Niu was the oldest among these young masters. He was almost 30, but his appearance looked quite mature, as if he was 40. By contrast, his father Shang Yen Fei looked like he was a youth in his 20s. The contrast between father and son was quite an interesting sight. I had a good talk with the 2 esteemed guests before. Esteemed guests, if you have time later, you could come to my zone to have fun. Gu battles are truly interesting. Shang Chao Feng also stood up. Fan Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. He knew quite a bit about Shang Chao Feng, though this was the first time they met. This man was very aggressive about winning and was ruthless and cunning. In Fan Yuan's previous life, at one time, he had been the biggest hindrance to Shang Xinc's position as Shang clan young master. 4th brothers Gu battles are too bloody, the best is still the delight of beauty singing and dancing for you. Shang Pu Lao retorted Shang Chao Feng before proposing a toast to Fang and Bai, his beautiful eyes flashing with light. I wish to talk about romance and love with the 2 esteemed guests. If we have time, definitely. Fan Yuan said with a smile and chugged down the wine. This banquet looked like those for celebrities in his eyes. Most of these Shang clan young masters would have their own story that would spread throughout the southern border in future. Shang Yen Fei had many children, but these people here were able to distinguish themselves in such an intense competition, clearly showing their abilities that surpassed others. One could call them a giant among men or unpolished jade stones. Moreover, they each had their own ways and styles of doing things. Right now, as they converged together in the same place, it was like a pearl shining off with light and darkness. For the time being, there was not much to say about eldest son Shang Qiu Niu, second son Shang Ye Zi, 4th son Shang Chao Feng, and 8th son Shang Pu Lao. 9th son Shang Xuan and I had a lion-like mouth and broad nose. He seemed to be using some type of gu, as every time he breathed, light yellow smoke came out from his nose and curled around him. 10th son Shang Bai, she was short and stout, looked honest, and did not seem to have anything remarkable about him. But Fan Yuan knew Shang Bai, she was hiding enormous strength that was higher than his by several times. 12th son Shang Bai and would have a marriage alliance with Tai clan, and come to become southern border's second divine detective after Tai Xuelin. 13th son Shang Fu, she was very intelligent, his advice when the Righteous Path Allied forces attacked Tian Mountain caused huge damage to demonic Gu masters time and again. And the 21st son Shang Paishio, he was the youngest and was a late bloomer. Many years later, when Shang clan fell into ruins, he threw himself into the demonic path and became a devil whose evil reputation spread far and wide over the southern border. Father, I am sorry I am late. As the toast continued, the courtyard gate was opened and a girl walked in. She was Shang Qiwen, 16th daughter of Shang Yanfei, and held control over battle arenas. She had a fair face and her 2 eyes shone with a smart gaze. She was a lively and charming person. After everyone finished toasting the wine, Shang Yanfei raised his wine cup and faced Fang and Bai. Thank you for protecting XINCI all the way, that was the only reason I could gain a new daughter. Once he said so, everyone present was stunned. Chapter 270. Reward by Shang Yanfei. Daughter? The gang of young masters showed an astonished expression, looking towards one another. Shang Yazi realized at once, patting his own forehead. So this was it. This was why father met the two with courtesy. The mysterious veil was lifted, and Shang Yazi looked towards Fan Yuan, great hatred hidden in his gaze. He was no longer afraid. Now that he knew the reason, after the evaluation when he regains his footing, he would slowly deal with those two scoundrels. At once, the place fell into silence. Shang Yanfei smiled as he observed the people, giving them time to absorb the new information. Fan Yuan, cooperatively, expressed shock, as he was a little stunned, and muttered with a suspicious gaze. Don't tell me? That's right. Shang Yanfei looked towards him, nodding. It is that Lady Zhang both of you escorted and protected in the caravan. She is my daughter. Once she stepped into Shang Clan City, I detected her bloodline and have already reunited with her. Zhang Xinci. Bai Ningbing immediately followed. Shang Yanfei laughed heartily. He, she is no longer Zhang now, but Shang. Both of you saved the life of my precious daughter. You are the benefactor of my Shang clan, thus you deserve a toast from us. Saying so, the door was opened by someone lightly. The young female Gu master Tianlan wore a servant attire as she pushed the door open, returning to Shang Xinci's side. Missy. Xiao Dai looked at the courtyard full of people, and felt nervous. Let's go in. Shang Xinci breathed out calmly, under everyone's watchful gaze, walked into the courtyard. Suddenly, her steps halted, showing surprise and joy on her face. She saw Fang and Bai. It really is her. Seeing Shang Xinci, Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk to pin size as she was completely and utterly stunned. In the entire courtyard, no one could understand the shock in her heart. Bai Ningbing's shock was not from Shang Xinci, but Fang Yuan instead. She was an intelligent person. The moment she saw Shang Xinci, she understood at once what Fang Yuan's true motive was. Zhang Xinci is Shang Xinci, thus he protected her. How did he know her identity? Was this all part of his scheme? At that moment, Bai Ningbing's thoughts whirled as a storm brew in her heart. Brother He Tu's sister Bai Yun, why are you here? Shang Xinci stared at Fang Yuan without blinking, her eyes shining brightly. Sire, father said I would give you a surprise, didn't I? Shang Yanfei laughed gently. Shang Xinci bowed and paid respects. Thank you, father, this is the happiest day I've had since coming to Shang Clan City. After the initial chaos, she had already accepted Shang Yanfei as her birth father. No matter how much her father had let down her mother, he was still her family. Even if Shang Xinci had grudge and hatred towards Shang Yanfei, the kinship that tied them together could not be severed, especially for a kind lady like her. Shang Yanfei heard her call him father for the first time, and his lips curled up, showing a radiant smile. Shang Xinci turned around again, showing anxiety, as she explained to Fang Yuan. Brother He Tu, I was not intentionally lying to you. After mother passed away, she instructed me to come to Shang Clan City. I only understood her efforts and the truth after meeting father. The words were like lightning bolts striking Bai Ningbing's heart. Her blue eyes squinted into a line, as her heart was filled with surprise and confusion. Even Shang Xinci did not know her identity? Why? Why does Fang Yuan know everything? Originally, Fang Yuan was shrouded in a mist in her heart, unable to observe him clearly. But now, the mist thickened, and Fang Yuan became even more mysterious and unpredictable. So that's it, I was wondering why Shang Clan was treating me so well. So this is the reason. Fang Yuan sighed as he raised his head, then slowly shook his head, exclaiming, To think that you are Shang clan leader's daughter. Brother He too, can you forgive me? Shang Xinci gripped her hand, asking nervously. Shang Yanfei frowned lightly, seeing his daughter's attitude. He knew that she held him in high regard. Fan Yuan laughed. No matter, why would I blame you? The unknowing party is innocent. In fact, I have lied to you too. What? Shang Xinci froze. Fan Yuan rubbed his nose. He too, Bai Yun are just fake names. Shang Xinci smiled gently, lightly saying, I guessed that long ago. Fan Yuan hesitated deliberately, then gritted his teeth and cupped his fist. I am ashamed. My real name is Guyu Fanjing. This is my companion Bai Ningbing. Guyu Fanjing, Fanjing. Shang Xinci repeated this name several times, memorizing it to heart. Shang Yanfei's smile also widened. He appreciated Fan Yuan's honesty. The truth is, he had investigated long ago. Although Guyu clan was wiped out, Shang clan had its ways to find out information from Jia clan. Guyu village had this person called Guyu Fangjing, and this person had a great aptitude, and was the young clan leader candidate. At the same time, Bai Ningbing was the Bai clan's young clan leader candidate. The two were hailed as geniuses. As for why they had to hide themselves and sneak into the caravan, this was easier to investigate. Because of Bai Gu Mountain's inheritance, Bai clan's two young masters died in their hands. At the same time, they took over half of the inheritance away. Bai clan issued an arrest warrant, which was the best proof. So that's why my heart was palpitating earlier. Shang Pu Lao laughed. This child congratulates Lord Father. Shang Bai, she said. If you face any problems, tell Big Brother. Shang Qiuniu looked at Shang Xinci and said, This is awesome, I have a new sister. This banquet was worth coming. Shang Qiwen laughed. The young masters recovered from their shock, and quickly showed their affection. This is a joyful occasion for us all, because you have all gotten a new blood-related sister. Shang Yanfei looked at his children, extremely clear of their mental state. Shang Xinci's appearance is no doubt a threat. From now on, there would be one more person vying for the young master position. Back then, wasn't Shang Tuohai father's illegitimate child? Right now he is the Shang clan young clan leader. Actually, there is no need to worry. Zhang clan is a subsidiary of Wu clan, and have enmity with Shang clan. Shang Xinci has no foundation here, she is easy to deal with. The young masters showed a smiling face, but their hearts were weighing the situation. The imperial family has no place for kinship. The emperor's throne is crucial for the greatest benefits, not even kinship can complete. Shang clan is the southern border overlord. Whoever rises to the position of clan leader in the future would be one of the parties that had a say in the entire southern border. High and mighty, ascending to the peak of the mortal realm, the benefits were unbelievable. Which generation of Shang clan leader did not undergo a ferocious battle, before they ascended to the position painstakingly? Shang Yanfei had gone through this before, so he was clear of this situation right now. Thus, his heart went out to Shang Xinci even more. Right now, by announcing her identity, although it was to protect her, it also threw her into this spiral of competition. Come, Sire, sit here. Shang Yanfei patted the seat below him, saying, Yes. Shang Xinci replied, looking deeply at Fan Yuan as Fan Yuan nodded at her with a smile. Shang Xinci walked over, sitting beside Shang Yanfei. Xiaolan, Xiao Dai, these two servants were close behind her. Seeing this, everyone's expression was strange. Since they were born, they had never seen father love one of his children to this extent. Even his illegitimate son Shang Tuohai did not receive such treatment. All right, all of you, take a seat. Shang Yanfei waved his hand, looking towards Fang and Bai again. He spoke. Guyu Fangjing, Bai Ningbing, the two of you saved my precious daughter, and escorted her here. Our family is deeply indebted to you. If you have any requests, you may say it now. As the Shang clan leader, I will do my best to satisfy your needs. The young masters turned to look at Fang and Bai, with a look of envy. This was the gratitude of Shang clan leader, a promise by the southern border overlord. His words were as heavy as a mountain. But Fan Yuan shook his head. Lord clan leader, the reason we protected Lady Shang Xinci is due to her previous kindness. Our debt has already been repaid, we do not owe each other anything. As he said so, everyone showed a shocked expression. Shang Fu she quickly reacted, squinting, praising the ingenuity of the answer. Fang and Bai saved the Shang Yanfei's daughter, he had to reward them handsomely. If he does not, how would outsiders look at Shang clan? If any Shang clan young master encountered danger in the future, who would help them? Shang Xinci saw Fang Yuan rejecting the reward, and quickly got anxious, saying to Shang Yanfei, "Father, during the caravan trip, Brother He too lost much of his assets too." Shang Yanfei was a brilliant man. Before Shang Xinci finished her words, he understood her intentions. This was to sought money for Fang and Bai. He nodded. "Since both of you are Gu masters, I shall gift 1,000,000 primeval stones to express my thanks." Hearing this, many young masters almost drooled. Although they controlled much of Shang clan's assets, but it was under everyone's supervision and there was a yearly evaluation, they could hardly line their own pockets. Shang Yizi had talent, but was too greedy, causing his business results to be in jeopardy. Fang Yuan shook his head again. "To speak the truth, I had gone through a perilous situation to snatch an inheritance. After selling the recipe, I no longer lack primeval stones." "Oh, is that so?" Shang Yanfei looked at Shang Yizi with deep meaning. Shang Yizi was so scared his heart nearly jumped out, his mouth went dry and cold sweat gathered on his forehead. Regarding Shang Yizi's matter, how could Shang Yanfei not know? Even if he faked the accounting, what happened could be easily guessed. But Shang Yizi was still his own son, even if he violated the Shang clan rules, as long as it was not exposed, that counts as his skill too. Being at this position, he had learnt long ago, obeying the rules was not an ability. True ability lies in breaking the rules to gain benefits, yet not receiving punishment. Those with true capabilities demolish the old order, while establishing new rules and enjoying the benefits along the way. Shang Yanfei used this chance to remind Shang Yizi, before he gave another reward for them to consider. Shang Xinci only heard half of it, before her eyes glowed intensely. This was exactly what Fang and Bai needed the most. Chapter 271. Purple Thorn Token, 2-in-1 Chapter. Shang Yanfei saw Fang Yuan reject the primeval stones, and gave another solution. "You are now under Bai clan's arrest warrant. This is evidently a misunderstanding. I shall explain for you and remove this arrest warrant. What do you think?" Fang and Bai were wanted. Shang Xinci knew this. "Why didn't I think of it? To get rid of the arrest warrant for Brother He too. This is undoubtedly what he needs the most." Shang Xinci supported this wholeheartedly. Shang clan was the southern border overlord, while Bai clan was an ordinary clan village. Moreover, their spirit spring was running dry, the clan was gradually getting weaker. Shang Yanfei's explanation will definitely be accepted by Bai clan. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Although this was enticing, he had other plans in his heart. If Shang clan cleared up the matter, it would cause him to be branded as one of them. This would be a great obstacle in his future plans of getting close to the demonic Gu masters and joining Etian Mountain. Short-term benefits in exchange for long-term harm. This arrest warrant may seem troublesome, but it was no harm to Fang Yuan. Which demonic lord did not have tens of arrest warrants on them? Fang Yuan had over 100 in his previous life. So what if the arrest warrants pile up? The most ironic thing was, after he established the Blood-Winged demonic sect in his previous life, and dominated a region, many clans took the initiative to remove the arrest warrant for him. This was the truth of the world. Eventually, only strength matters. According to Fang Yuan's plans, he wanted to stay in Shang clan city for 2 to 3 years. During this period Bai clan had no way to arrest him. After that, he would gather a set of ghoul worms and gain a boost in strength, then he would have no fear towards Bai clan's arrest warrant. In fact, Bai clan itself was in a dangerous situation. Unable to fend for themselves, how could they bother about Fang and Bai? Thus, Shang Yanfei's reward, although it was important in Shang Xinci's eyes, it held zero value to Fang Yuan. Thus, he shook his head. "Our conflict with Bai clan originated from an inheritance. Truthfully, we snatched their inheritance and killed the Bai clan young masters, but we have never regretted it. My injury is due to Bai clan. One day, I will find them for revenge. I am such a person, repay kindness with gratitude, and return grudges with revenge. A droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring. A spark of hatred will result in the burning of an entire forest." As he said so, Fang Yuan did not hide his overwhelming killing intent. Immediately, many of the young masters had differing feelings. "He has an extremely demonic nature." Some were disgusted. "A person exacting revenge on a clan, this person is truly naive." Some looked with disdain. He, being so honest in front of father, is this person a fool, or something with great courage?" Some were amused. Shang Clan was a righteous path overlord, but Fan Yuan declared his intentions for revenge in front of Shang Yanfei. His arrogance and confidence caused Shang Xinci to feel inwardly shocked, but not surprised. This was Brother Hei's true nature, wasn't it? Shang Yanfei was also unfazed. In his opinion, Fan Yuan was very honest and straightforward. Wei Yang's evaluation was spot on. Such a person can be easily read. Compared to the quiet Bai Ningbing, he preferred Fan Yuan much more. There is no need for Lord Clan Leader to intervene and remove the arrest warrant for us. I need this to encourage myself, to whip myself and continuously get stronger. Thank you, Lord Shang Yanfei, for your kind intentions. Fan Yuan cupped his fists. In that case, tell me what reward you want. Don't talk about your debt being repaid. If my Shang clan wants to reward someone, they will be rewarded. This is our rules. Even if you throw the reward away, that is none of my business. Shang Yanfei frowned, acting unhappy. Immediately, the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard became slightly more solemn. The young masters became much more careful when they raised their glasses to drink. This was the dominating aura of Shang clan leader, Shang Yanfei, a rank 5 Gu master. I want to reward you. Even if you do not want it, you have to take it. It is not a choice. Fan Yuan looked around and laughed. But what if I really do not want it? Shang Yanfei spoke calmly, but his gaze was determined. That is not an option. Many of the young masters saw this conflict and scolded Fan Yuan as an idiot secretly. He must be stupid, pushing away Shang clan leader's reward. Many people would die for this opportunity. Some praised his overwhelming bravery. Shang Xinci's hands were sweating, worrying for Fan Yuan. Wei Yang laughed, soothing the atmosphere. I thought about it. Brother Fang Jing was injured and disfigured. Why don't Lord Clan Leader ask the doctor to restore his appearance? This is a good idea. Wei Yang called Dr. Su Shou to come here. Shang Yanfei nodded and said. Fan Yuan was silent, as Wei Yang went away. Soon Wei Yang reported, Dr. Su Shou has been invited here. Please come with me, Brother Fang Jing. Fan Yuan paid no attention to his own appearance, but at this time he could no longer be pushy. He looked at Bai Ningbing. Come along too, get a full body checkup as well. Bai Ningbing snorted. She knew exactly what injuries she has. But then again, she knew Fan Yuan had other plans, thus she agreed. The two left the courtyard and entered the house. They were familiar with this house, because they had once waited here for Shang Yanfei for 6 hours, and did not even get to meet him. Dr. Su Shou was a slim woman, wearing a veil on her face and a white shirt and skirt. She was drinking tea at her seat. She had a complex relationship with Shang Yanfei, favor, grudge, love, hatred, all of them. She held a unique position in Shang Clan City. She was a rank 5 healing Gu master. A rare day where my mood is great today. She placed her cup down, looking at Fan Yuan. You seek treatment? Go bathe first. She then stretched out her finger, pointing at Bai Ningbing. Especially you, young lady, what did you apply on your face? Ugly and dirty, clean it before you come back. Bai Ningbing had concealed her looks on the entire journey. She continued to do so even in Shang Clan City. Her face was smothered with cinnabar, pretending it was her birthmark. She even applied special black oil, and her hair covered her forehead, causing her to look unkempt. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing was surprised. Fan Yuan had the same expression. Wei Yang quickly explained. This is Lord Dr. Su Shou's rule. Every patient has to shower and clean their bodies, use fragrance oil and change into a white robe. Otherwise, she will not treat them. But no worry, I have already prepared it in advance. The hot water is ready, please follow me. The two entered the inner house, and there were indeed 2 wooden buckets inside. Beside each bucket, there were 2 mortal servants standing, helping the guests to wash themselves. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned, saying unhappily, Get out, I will wash myself. This. Wei Yang was hesitant. These 4 were Dr. Su Shou's attendants. Dr. Su Shou was a clean freak. If the servants were chased away, she might not clean herself properly, resulting in her unable to get treatment. I'll keep mine, Brother Wei, please go out first. Her loss if she cannot enjoy it. Fan Yuan laughed. Wei Yang told them his worry, but Bai Ningbing insisted. Wei Yang did not pursue it further, leaving the room and closing the door. After all, the healing target was Fan Yuan anyway. Fan Yuan took off his clothing, throwing away his shirt and entering the wooden bucket. The temperature of the water was just nice. As the 2 servants worked, One poured the fragrance oil as the other rubbed Fan Yuan's back. They moved in perfect harmony, obviously experienced. Bai Ningbing stood before the bucket, not moving as she hesitated. Fan Yuan laid in the bucket relaxing, placing his arms at the corner of the bucket, saying lightly, "Bai Ningbing, our identities have already been exposed. We have no need to hide in Shang Clan City. Do you really not dare to show your face to people?" Bai Ningbing immediately snorted. Fan Yuan continued, "I called you over with good intentions. This Dr. Su's show, I have long heard of her great fame. In the southern border, she, roaming Dr. Jiu Ji, Dr. Xing Shou, and Dr. Shaoran are the 4 great doctors. You can ask her later regarding the yin-yang rotation gu." Yin-yang rotation gu. Bai Ningbing's eyes squinted into a line, as they shone unsteadily. This was Bai Ningbing's greatest pain, and the method Fan Yuan used to control Bai Ningbing. Saying it out loud like this, what was the reason? What schemes does he have now? What is his motive? All sorts of suspicions arose in Bai Ningbing's head. The mental impact that Shang Xinci gave her was still lingering, causing Bai Ningbing to still experience after fear. This Fan Yuan was like an unknown abyss. Even Shang Xinci did not know her identity, but he knew, otherwise he would not have approached her. How did he do this? Bai Ningbing could not guess the spring-autumn cicada. That was a rank 6 gu, and too far from her understanding. But she made another guess, that is, a predictive ability gu. Fan Yuan must have a precognition type gu, able to see scenes of the future. I thought he was familiar with Bai Gu Mountain due to the experiences of past people, but now it seems it must be the effect of this gu. The problem is, which predictive gu does he own, and what rank is it? Undoubtedly, Bai Ningbing's pressure at this moment was the greatest. Even if she understood that predictive gu have their own severe weaknesses. Sometimes, the predicted future is either wrong or chaotic. But now that she wanted to deal with Fan Yuan, she would be forced to think, would this plan of mine be forewarned? If I use this method to deal with him, will he just make use of it instead? Enemies that can predict the future were too terrifying. In the inner house, hot steam rose. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, but felt her hands and legs freezing. In the steam, she could almost see Fan Yuan lying in the bucket, as the servants washed his body. She could feel that Fan Yuan was staring at her, using his abyss-like dark eyes, those emotionless and deep eyes, quietly staring at her. She could hear Fan Yuan screaming in her heart, "What are you going to do? Bai Ningbing? That's right, this is my trump card, a precognition gu. You want to deal with me? Go ahead. I can see the future, you have no chance of winning." But the truth was, Fan Yuan was already resting his eyes. Whether Bai Ningbing washed or not, it was part of his probing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He was testing both Bai Ningbing and Xiang Yanfei. The 2 servants were really experienced. When the water turned cold slightly, they immediately added hot water. The room was not big. After placing 2 buckets, it was crowded. This portrayed the state Xiang Yanfei faced when he decided to give up the position of young master back in the day to become a commoner. But this was normal. Heroes often met despair. But that is not to say, the fate of heroes is full of calamities. But because only despair and desperation can create heroes. Shan Yanfei could be called a hero, but he is more of a schemer, an ambitious person. After an hour of washing, the servants stopped. Fan Yuan wore the shirt they prepared, and walked out of the room, but Bai Ningbing was still standing there, thoughts flowing in her head. "Get out, I will wash myself." After Fan Yuan left, Bai Ningbing chased the 2 servants away. Fan Yuan smiled. The more Bai Ningbing thought, the more pressure she faced. The more she thought, the more her willpower was sucked away. Sometimes, strengths might not be strengths. If Bai Ningbing was a straightforward burr, so be it. But she was extremely intelligent, and the more intelligent she was, the more she thought, and the more she would find Fan Yuan unpredictable and hard to win. Bai Ningbing could have felt nothing wrong with the bath, but Fan Yuan could tell that she had lowered her head to him from this insignificant matter. Smart people were suspicious. From another angle, it was Bai Ningbing who helped Fan Yuan subdue herself. Back at the main room, Fan Yuan found Dr. Su Shou. She did not waste time, stretching out her palm and placing it at Fan Yuan's shoulder. A gush of pure white light burst forth like water and enveloped Fan Yuan's entire body. A refreshing and cool feeling spread throughout Fan Yuan's body. His burnt skin could be seen recovering rapidly. At the same time, flesh started to grow at the right side of his head. As time passed, the flesh grew and formed into shapes of ear and cartilage. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, as the numbing feeling assaulted him like waves, continuously challenging his limits. Quickly, new skin formed on his body, and from the pores that were burnt, new eyebrows grew. In 15 minutes' time, his injuries healed, he not only regained his looks, but his right ear also grew out, matching with his left. Dr. Susho pulled back her hand, commenting, "Now you look much better. Leave, and bring your companion along." "Humph, she chased my servants away. How would I know if she had cleaned herself properly?" At this time, the room door opened, and Bai Ningbing walked out. She wore a white robe, returning to her formal appearance, without any concealment. Her blue eyes shone like the blue sky, with ice muscles and jade bones. Her face was slightly red, and she carried with her the lingering steam from her bath. Even the woman Dr. Susho was moved by her divine appearance. Dr. Susho's impression of Bai Ningbing changed completely, as she said gently, "Little sister looks incredible. I almost got charmed by you." This attitude was a 180-degree turn. Fan Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. But he knew, this was Dr. Susho, pursuing all things beautiful in her life. Or using Earth's words, she had an appearance complex. Bai Ningbing shook her head. "I do not need healing, I just want to know about the yin-yang rotation gu. I will answer anything little sister wants to know." Dr. Susho gently said, then turned coldly at Fan Yuan. "As for you, why are you still here? Go out." Completely different attitudes towards Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan rubbed his nose, having been chased out. The moment he got out, he saw Wei Yang. "Brother Fan Zhen?" Wei Yang looked at him hesitantly. Fan Yuan nodded, showing gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, brother, for guarding here the entire time. Haha, to think you look so handsome." Wei Yang raised his thumb as he praised. Actually, Fan Yuan looked extremely plain and ordinary. He could only be considered middle-upper level in terms of looks. But his eyes were dark like the abyss, giving off an unquestionable aura. Most importantly, he was way too ugly when he was injured. In contrast, he became much more handsome. But Wei Yang quickly laughed bitterly. "Little brother, since you call me brother, I shall lecture you. Why did you refuse clan leader's reward? I know you have your principles, but Shan clan has their rules, as they say. Follow the customs of the place you are in. Moreover, Lord Clan Leader is not trying to harm you. This is a good thing. But if you continue insisting, the good thing will turn sour. A wise man submits to circumstances. I'm sure you do not want Lady Xinci to be stuck in the middle, right?" Fan Yuan frowned. "I accepted treatment because I was considering this point." Wei Yang's smile became even more bitter. "Just this treatment alone is no reward. If Shan clan does not produce a proper reward, it will cause outsiders to laugh at us, and ruin Shan clan's reputation and image. In future, if Shan clan's young masters encounter trouble, who would help them? Thus, you must accept this reward no matter what." Wei Yang spoke as he observed Fan Yuan's expression. Seeing him frown even harder, he continued urging, you, I don't know what to say. Something that people would die for, you are doing your best to refuse it. Little brother Fan Jing, an arm cannot overpower a leg. If you really do not want it, you can accept it now, and after this is over, give it to Shang Xinci. Is that not a good solution?" Fan Yuan thought about it, and said solemnly, This is a good idea. First, it does not violate my principles. Second, it would not make life difficult for you. But brother Wei, what do I ask for?" Wei Yang immediately replied, "Of course it is a token." Fan Yuan laughed secretly. That was what he wanted to hear all along. He wanted to hear it from Shang Yanfei, but Shang Yanfei seemed to have wanted to recruit him, intentionally not mentioning it. Now, he shall make use of Wei Yang. "Token?" Fan Yuan showed a confused expression. "You just got to Shan Clan City. Although you know there is a need for tokens, you do not know the importance of it. Trust brother Wei, a high-class token is very important. Sometimes, even if you have money, it is useless without a token," Wei Yang advised wholeheartedly. Fan Yuan nodded. "Although I don't get it, since brother Wei said so, I shall request for a token." Wei Yang instantly felt strongly moved due to being trusted. He patted Fan Yuan's shoulders, sighing, "Little brother, we hit it off so well, why would I cause you to lose out?" Back at the courtyard, Fan Yuan immediately said to Shang Yanfei, "I was rash. After hearing brother Wei Yang's advice, I realized the token was so important. I would like to ask for 2 tokens from Lord Clan Leader." Shang Yanfei's eyes shone. He intentionally kept quiet because he had plans. But to think Wei Yang ruined it, this Wei Yang, he failed while trying to do good, not thinking further into this. These two saved his birth daughter, the token given cannot be too low class. Never mind. In Shang Clan City, what does that little primeval stones they had amount to? In a year or two, it would be finished. Even if they had the token, they would still need to rely on Shang Clan. Thinking so, Shang Yanfei laughed heartily, waving his hand. All right, I shall give both of you a purple thorn token each, as my thanks to you. Almost all the young masters gasped at this. Even Wei Yang was taken aback. Shang Clan City had black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, turquoise, blue, purple, a total of 9 tokens. Black stone token was the lowest, purple thorn token was the highest. It meant one was a VIP in Shang Clan. The authority was almost half a clan elder. Even Fan Yuan did not expect that Shang Yanfei would give out a purple thorn token. He had planned to receive a green, turquoise or blue token, these 3 colors. He greatly underestimated Shang Yanfei's magnanimity. Shang Yanfei took out a token immediately. It was made of Cercis chinensis wood, palm-sized. The front wrote the 2 words Shang Clan, while the back was a mini-map of Shangliang Mountain. But this was not the real purple thorn token. Shang Yanfei called out another gu. This is the special token gu of Shang Clan, it needs your blood. The gu worm was like a mosquito, flying to Fan Yuan's arm, taking a bit of blood, and returned to the surface of the token. Splat. With a crisp sound, the token gu exploded, turning into a lump of blood and merging into the token. The token seemed to have no changes, but when it got into Fan Yuan's hands, the surface started to glow with a purple light, like water and shadow. Only now did this become a real purple thorn token. Even if outsiders got the token, it was useless. This could only be used by Fan Yuan. This was also Shang Clan's protective measure, making it impossible for outsiders to impersonate. If they used gu worms as the trust token, other gu masters might reverse engineer it and refine the gu for themselves. The genius part was, the purple thorn token was not a gu worm, it only had the power of the token gu remaining in it. As time passed, the token gu's power would decrease, and the purple thorn token would lose effect. This was an advantage to Shang Clan. The depreciation of the token would cause its usage to be sustained at a certain level. If Fan Yuan's purple thorn token lost effect, he would have to return to Shang Clan City and ask them to create a new one. This was a way Shang Clan controlled their tokens. Fan Yuan obtained the purple thorn token, and the young master's gaze towards him changed completely. Before, he was still just a demonic gu master. Many looked down on him, felt disdain towards him, but now they held an equal attitude. The purple thorn token could only be given out when the clan leader, or 10 elders came to an agreement. There were only 200 purple thorn tokens in the world now. Your companion? Shang Yanfei took out another token. Still with Dr. Su's show, I will go rush her now. Wei Yang was about to get up, when Bai Ningbing returned, in front of everyone. Her expression was cold and solemn. She had heard from Dr. Su's show that to return to her male body, she needed the corresponding Yang Gu. Of course, there was no absolute. If she could get a rank 6 Gu immortal to help, there was a high chance of success. Seeing her appearance, many young masters fell into a daze. Chapter 272. New Alliance Agreements. Bai Ningbing's appearance caused the attention on Fan Yuan to divert. The contrast was simply too great, causing everyone to focus on her. Fan Yuan had an ordinary appearance, but when he first appeared, even Wei Yang praised him. Bai Ningbing, however, looked stunning. The contrast was much more evident. Next, Bai Ningbing also received the purple thorn token. During the clan banquet, everyone interacted with each other, portraying a cohesive gathering on the outside, but secretly, there were storms brewing. In large clans, young masters often fought openly and secretly, because large clans had the resources for them to compete. On the other hand, normal clans like Guyu Clan Village, Bai Clan Village, focused on nurturing one's successor. It was not a problem of fertility, but because they wanted to avoid internal conflicts between young masters which could cause the clan to decline. Fan Yuan displayed his forthright and hot-blooded side. These young masters were influential people. Nurturing a good relationship with them would greatly aid him in his stay on Shangliang Mountain for the next few years. He clarified his past, as the former Guyu Clan future clan leader, similar to Bai Ningbing. Immediately, he closed the distance he had with the other young masters. Obviously, there were people who asked about the reason why Qingmao Mountain turned into an icy hell, but Fan Yuan did not explain it. He only mentioned that the past was a nightmare, and showed a painful expression. He had the purple thorn token in his hand, so no one dared to force him. A few young masters toasted Bai Ningbing, but she did not bother responding to them, acting as she pleased. If it was before, the young master would definitely be secretly angry, but now that she showed her true beauty, no one got angry about it. They only felt that this woman was beautiful like a fairy, resembling a ice fairy, paired with her cold behavior, it fitted her image perfectly. The clan banquet lasted for an hour before ending. "Can I still call you Brother He too?" As they parted, Shang Xianci stared at Fang Yuan with glimmering eyes. "Whichever you like." Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Shang Xianci blinked, saying softly, "Brother He too's injuries are healed, it is worth celebrating, but I feel like we are quite far apart. Brother He too has the purple thorn token now, you can freely leave and enter the second inner city. Are you currently staying at Nanqiu Garden?" Shang Xianci was very chatty. From deep in her heart, she felt that Fang Yuan was very close to her, thus she had many things to say. In a foreign environment, people subconsciously found a sense of security from people they know. Fang Yuan knew her mental state, initiating. "Yes, I am staying at Nanqiu Garden. When you are free, you can come over to visit. Shang Clan City is huge, we can go shopping together." Shang Xianci's eyes glowed brightly, happily nodding. Xiao Dai was beside her, happily shouting. "It has been so boring stay at home these days." After Fang Yuan regained his looks, Xiao Dai no longer found him so scary. Soon after, Shang Yanfei brought Shang Xianci away, being the first to leave the place. The young masters lost the restraint on them, and started to show their true colors. Many gave invitations to Fang and Bai. Fang Yuan did not reject them but promised to visit when he had time. These were all empty promises. When everyone started leaving, the two also went back to Nanqiu Garden. "Are you happy now?" Bai Ningbing went to Fang Yuan, laughing coldly. "Happy about what?" "Humph, you know the answer, do you really want me to say it?" Being in Shang Clan City, some things were not meant to be said, it would hurt both parties. Fang Yuan smiled and did not respond. Bai Ningbing stared at Fang Yuan with a flickering gaze. "I have to admit, I underestimated you. Even though I want to chop you into pieces, I greatly admire your tactics." She paused, then continued. "Let's not beat about the bush. Under what conditions will you return the Yanggu to me?" Hee hee. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Bai Ningbing looking for him meant she had lost her bearings. Shang Xianci's matter had a great impact on her, this was no doubt a chance. Since she wanted to lay their cards on the table, so be it. Thus Fang Yuan said, "We are both smart people, if you were in my spot, what would you do?" Bai Ningbing immediately gave a cold snort, her eyes closing into a line, as she shot daggers with her gaze. "Let me warn you, do not go overboard. Otherwise, I will disregard the consequences and act. Let's see who loses out more then." Fang Yuan laughed. "You are right, I have been thinking these days, we each hold the other party's weakness. At this point, how can we struggle among ourselves and let a third party take advantage of our conflict?" Bai Ningbing was silent. Fang Yuan continued, "How about this, assist me to rank 5 peak stage, and I'll return the Yanggu to you." FCKU. The corner of Bai Ningbing's lips twitched, immediately snickering. "You think I am an idiot like Shang Yizi? Rank 5 peak stage, I can't believe you have to face to say that." They agreed upon rank 3 earlier, but now it seems Fang Yuan was really going to go back on his words. Although Bai Ningbing was ready for it, seeing Fang Yuan's shameless smile, she felt anger rising in her. "Bai Ningbing, don't be ungrateful, I saved your life. If I did not use the Yinggu, you would have perished on Qingmao Mountain long ago." Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Bai Ningbing did not relent, immediately retorting, "Humph, if I did not block first-generation Gu Yu's hit for you, you would have died before me. On Baigu Mountain if I did not. That time you fell into the swamp, did I not save your life?" The two bickered in the room, exchanging blows against each other until they both went silent. Their relationship was a huge mess already. But one thing was sure, they relied on each other's strength to arrive at Shangliang Mountain. If not for their mutual assistance, they would not have lived until today. The two fell into silence, as the atmosphere in the room became less tense. "Next, what plans do you have?" A moment later, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. "Stay a few years in Shangclan City. Now that we have the token and primeval stones, we can get ourselves a set of complementary goo worms. You also fought against that Wei Yang. Only when we have a set of goo worms can we display our true power," Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing snorted. At most, rank 4 peak stage. My contributions were high on Baigu Mountain. You have to give me half of the primeval stones. Fan Yuan nodded. Okay, let's high-five as a promise. Bai Ningbing stared at him, furiously growling. You think I am a fool, high-five? Use the poison vow gu, poison vow, understand? Fan Yuan nodded. No problem, poison vow gu it is. Bai Ningbing squinted, a dangerous feeling emerging in her heart. Fan Yuan's quick response caused her to feel that she had been scammed. She seemed to have fallen into Fan Yuan's trap again. But... Fan Yuan's words shifted. But what? Bai Ningbing was extremely vigilant. Fan Yuan continued. From now on, if we have any gains, it will be split 3:7. You 30%, and me 70%. If we have any gu, I have choosing priority. I will use primeval stones to compensate you. This is my baseline, you must accept it. Bai Ningbing breathed out in relief. Now this is Fan Yuan. If he did not have any terms, it would be too weird. She had traveled with him for so long, he had never lost out in a deal. This person was too devious, especially today. He caused Bai Ningbing's vigilance to surge to an all-time high. 3:7, this was too much. Especially when Bai Ningbing's cultivation was much higher than Fan Yuan. But if Fan Yuan did not list an overbearing condition, Bai Ningbing would have felt uneasy. She would think this person was scheming again. Thus, after Fan Yuan gave his terms, Bai Ningbing felt at ease. So be it. Bai Ningbing agreed immediately. Gains or benefits, she did not care about them. Her only goal was Yanggu. After getting information from Dr. Su Shou, her final hope was crushed. The two conversed for an entire night. Bai Ningbing looked at the agreement over 10 times, finally concluding that Fan Yuan did not have any loopholes left to use. Thus on the second day, their first job was to buy the poison vow gu. Poison vow gu was a rank 3 gu, with wide uses. Almost every shop in Third Inner City sold it. One cost 4,500 primeval stones, and needed at least a yellow pear token. But when Fan Yuan showed the purple thorn token, the shopkeeper immediately cut the price by 1,500. Fan Yuan paid 3,000 and obtained the poison vow gu. The 9 tokens held differing discount for different gu. Let me refine it this time. Bai Ningbing immediately took the poison vow gu. She was very careful, personally refining the poison vow gu to prevent Fan Yuan from making sneaky moves. This poison vow gu had originally been refined by the shopkeeper already. With his assistance, Bai Ningbing spent 15 minutes to refine the gu and kept it for her own use. Does this shop sell the primeval elder gu? Bai Ningbing asked again. Shopkeeper shook his head, respectfully explaining that the primeval elder gu was a precious rank 3 gu. It would only be sold in auctions. But the two had the purple thorn token. They could easily pre-order it before an auction as long as it isn't a large size one. The auction zone in Third Inner City, Wei Yan had brought them there long ago. They easily got to the area, and spent 6,700 primeval stones to purchase the primeval elder gu. We spent 10,000 just like that. We shall split the cost of the poison vow gu, but the primeval elder gu's cost will come from you. Fan Yuan reminded. Such small details, I'm not going to nitpick. Bai Ningbing waved her hand, not interested in calculating. She had been used to spending casually, not caring about monetary fortune. In fact, she looked down on Fan Yuan's stingy behavior. Afraid of dragging on, the two returned to Nanqiu Garden and used the poison vow gu. This way, a new agreement was established. According to the agreement, Fan Yuan distributed half of the 900,000 over primeval stones to Bai Ningbing, placing it in her primeval elder gu. Fan Yuan lost half his fortune, but gained an alliance mate Bai Ningbing. It was a worthwhile trade. And Bai Ningbing also saw hope in regaining the Yanggu. The two were wary of one another, scheming against each other. It was difficult to get to this stage where both was satisfied. Next, can you finally help and aid me in reaching rank 3? Fan Yuan's expression was solemn. Bai Ningbing laughed smugly. Seeing Fan Yuan's ugly expression, she felt extremely happy. For the last few days she had not helped Fan Yuan in cultivating. However, with the new agreement in place, it was another story altogether. Sure, I'll help you advance to rank 3 today. She agreed immediately. Chapter 273. Advance to rank 3. Swish, swish, swish. In the aperture, the primeval sea ebbed and flowed. A gush of primeval essence crashed towards the aperture walls. The waves were like snow, shining in a silver light, brilliant beyond comprehension, This was the snow silver primeval essence. In the room, Bai Ningbing's palms were stuck to Fan Yuan's back as the bone flesh unity goo sent primeval essence continuously into Fan Yuan's aperture. Once the primeval essence was converted by the bone flesh unity goo and became Fan Yuan's, he could utilize them. Fan Yuan used the endless amount of snow's silver primeval essence and assaulted his aperture walls. He was now rank 2 peak stage, his primeval essence was deep red, and his aperture walls were of a crystal form, transparent and shiny. Initially, in order to break through from rank 1 peak stage to rank 2 on Qingmao Mountain, he had to use primeval stones to help him, and after 3 to 4 days, he barely succeeded. It was an arduous process. When he tried to break through into rank 3, because of his talent, he had to use the man-beast life burial goo, an external force. But now, it was completely different. Not only because his aptitude had risen to a grade 90%, and no longer needed the man-beast life burial goo, he even had the assistance of Bai Ningbing. Human encounters were really mysterious and unpredictable. Even Fan Yuan did not see this coming. The tough crystal walls, under the impact of the snow's silver primeval essence, started to develop cracks. The cracks grew rapidly, expanding and spreading. A moment later, the entire wall was filled with cracks. Crack, crack. The crystal wall shattered, and numerous crystal fragments fell into the primeval sea, causing waves to splash. Soon after, these fragments turned into white spots, dispersing in the primeval sea. A brand new white light wall replaced the crystal wall. At the same time, a trace of light silver primeval essence appeared from deep within the sea. Light silver primeval essence, it was the symbol of rank 3 initial stage. At this point, Fan Yuan finally broke through rank 2 peak stage, and achieved rank 3. Not mentioning rank 6 Gu Immortal, rank 3 was already in the middle spectrum of strength. Be it righteous or demonic, they were a strong force. After leaving Qingmao Mountain, in less than a year, I regained my rank 3 cultivation. This speed is over 3 times of when I was on Qingmao Mountain, and with my great aptitude, my future is bright. Fan Yuan clenched his fist, cheering in his heart. Looking at the time, only 6 hours passed. So fast. If he used his own effort, he could break through as well, but it would take 24 hours at least. Snow's silver primeval essence, it truly was the most effective. Checking his aperture once again. The sea of bone spear goo, spiral bone spear goo had all been sold. Over half of the deep red rank 2 peak stage primeval essence remained. Bai Ningbing's did not stop injecting her primeval essence. A gush of snow's silver primeval essence fell from the sky like a waterfall into the primeval sea, and after some turbulence, it sank to the bottom of the sea. The higher the realm, the better the quality of the primeval essence. Red steel primeval essence and light silver primeval essence could only be pushed up by the snow's silver primeval essence. At the bottom of the primeval sea, a bone-like white and blue flower moved along with the sea currents. It was the rank 3 heavenly essence treasure lotus. The movable primeval spring, able to produce 50 primeval stones a day. Beside the pure treasure lotus was the demonic blood skull goo. The blood-colored skull had 2 eye sockets, glowing with a purple flame. Near the blood skull goo, there was a crystal ball, staying motionless. Inside the crystal ball, there was a thick mist that formed into an old man that gave off an immortal aura. The old man carried a walking cane, with a thick beard on his face, showing a calm expression. It was the primeval elder goo. The old man was originally laughing and smiling, but after Fan Yuan took out half his primeval stones, his expression turned plain. There was also another jade pendant-like beetle fossil, half transparent and jade green. It gave off cooling air. It was the rank 2 clearing heat goo, used for curing poison. Close to them, there was also the charred thunder potato mother goo and a rice bag goo. On the surface of the sea, for flavor liquor worm played with the waves. Its fat body shone with red, blue, green and yellow, symbolizing spicy, bitter, sour and sweet, 4 flavors in total. In the air, there was the canopy goo and yang goo, playing around the snow's silver waterfall. The canopy goo was like a giant ladybug, its half-round white shell having black spots. The yang goo, however, gave off a warm white light. His most important vital goo was still asleep, drawing the water from the river of time to recover its body. Other than the goo in his aperture, there was still the bone-flesh unity goo, as a bracelet on his arm, as it formed into a bracelet tattoo. In his palm, there was the blood moon goo. On his tongue, There was the Tusita flower tattoo. On his left ear, the breath concealment goo. On his feet, the jumping grass goo. Flesh-bone goo was by Ningbing's, it had been returned to her. Originally, there was a plunder goo that resembled a black beetle. Fan Yuan had used it to snatch the goo worms in Bai Ningbing's aperture, but it had died from lack of food during the caravan journey. These were all the goo Fan Yuan possessed. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus has to be kept, but I do not have the recipe to continue refining it. I can still use it now, but when I reach rank 4, its use will be negligible. Blood Skull Goo is useless to me now. To nurture my descendants, there is too much trouble in terms of time and effort. Back then, first-generation goo you had no choice but to do it. I can change out this goo, after all, it is one of the inheritance of the Blood Sea ancestor. I might be able to get a good goo from the Treasure Realm. But Treasure Realm is the foundation of Shang Clan, even if I had the Purple Thorn token. I have to plan this carefully. Spring Autumn Cicada, Primeval Elder Goo, and Bone Flesh Unity Goo are definitely going to be kept. Blood Moon Goo is easy to raise but does not have enough attack and cannot be used as a set. Tusita Flower should be changed too, there are better options available. I have to expose the breath concealment goo, but Jumping Grass has to be removed. It was kept as emergency in the first place. Other than this, I have lots of strength goo to buy, and also investigative, movement type goo. Now that our situation is stable, and I have gained the trust of Shang Clan, I can try to interact with the gambling den. Fan Yuan considered his options. The goo on him were all gathered individually, they could not form into a set. And they did not even cover all grounds, severely affecting his battle strength. At Shang Clan City, they finally had time to develop themselves. He has to use this opportunity, and race against time, to get his goo worm set in 2 to 3 years. Creating his own battle style, as well as trying to raise his cultivation as high as possible. After that, the Three Kings' inheritance would start. Next would be the righteous demonic battle at Etian Mountain, one that affected the entire southern border. It was a grand event, where brave warriors reigned supreme. If one did not have enough strength, they would be cannon fodder. If he had the qualification to join, using Fan Yuan's rebirth advantage, he would be able to gain great benefits. This subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader. In the study room, Wei Yang kneeled. Shan Yanfei stopped writing, looking up. Wei Yang, there is only the two of us here, do not be restrained. Thank you for the seat, Clan Leader. Wei Yang sat at a nearby seat. Shan Yanfei laughed, as he recalled. You are still so rigid. Remember when we first met, before you dominated the battle stage, back when I was still a Shang Clan young master. So many years have passed already, it was all thanks to your assistance that I became clan leader. This subordinate does not dare to claim credit. Wei Yang quickly stood up, cupping his fist. I am but a burr, only able to assist in terms of fighting. Clan leader is both intelligent and strong, I am merely the icing on the cake. Although I am intelligent and strong, I am still one person. Only with all of you can I establish a force strong enough to dominate. 2 fists cannot rival 4 palms, a good leader needs his men, am I right? Shan Yanfei looked at Wei Yang with deep intentions. Wei Yang immediately realized that Shan Yanfei had a deeper meaning, but could not understand his meaning, only cupping his fists. This subordinate is ashamed. Shan Yanfei changed the topic. I had thought at first that Bai Ningbing was a girl pretending to be a guy. After all, many clans carry a male leader mentality. But today, I heard from Dr. Su Shou. Bai Ningbing asked her about the yin-yang rotation goo. It seems there is a hidden story behind this. But whether she is a guy or a girl, that is a small detail, it is no longer important. What is important is whether she and that Fang Zheng would work for us Shang Clan. Wei Yang was enlightened. This subordinate understands. As long as you understand, you may leave. Shan Yanfei waved his hand. This subordinate takes his leave. Seeing the study room's door close slightly, Shan Yanfei leaned back on his chair and closed his eyes. Fang and Bai were able to snatch the inheritance from Bai clan, and were able to escort Shang Xinci back. It showed that they had both brains and brawn. They even had good aptitude, the report states they were rank 3. They were not even 20 yet, this truly was great talent. Most importantly, they knew how to repay kindness, this showed they had proper character, it made people feel at ease. And finally, they were not peasants, but were born as 2 clans' successor, they had the symbol of righteousness ingrained in them from birth. Shan Yanfei had been in power for so many years, and had seen many young talents, but very few moved his heart like these two. But the reason Shang Yan Fei wanted to recruit them was not for himself, but for Shang Xinci. He opened his eyes and turned into a pillar of flame, disappearing from the study room. When he reappeared, he was at a huge walkway. At the two sides of the walkway, there were tall stone pillars. The ground was paved with a type of white silver-colored brick. Shang Yan Fei stood beside the stone pillar, like an ant beside a pair of chopsticks. He walked slowly in the empty walkway. Only the echo of his walking could be heard. After a while, he arrived at the end of the walkway. A giant red door was in front of him. The giant door was as tall as the walkway, over 30 meters tall. There was no handle on the door, instead there was the carving of a huge human face. The face protruded out of the door, and was sound asleep. The details of the carving was simply perfection. Shang Yan Fei came before the door, and stared at the red door, saying in an annoyed tone, "Living treasure door, stop pretending to be asleep, what's the point? You've done this too many times." The face on the giant door immediately opened its eyes, staring at Shang Yan Fei, complaining. "Sigh, little Fei Fei, you've grown up, you are not cute anymore." As it said so, it opened its huge mouth and a strong gust of wind blew, causing Shang Yan Fei's hair to dance in the wind. Its voice was like thunder, as the echo reverberated in the walkway. Shang Yan Fei's eyes twitched. "Stop your nonsense, I am here to exchange for treasure." Chapter 274. Living Treasure Door. Exchange treasure? The face on the huge door made funny faces towards the tiny Shang Yan Fei, teasing. "Little Fei Fei, are you going to take advantage of me again? I know we are old friends, but as the guardian of the treasure realm, I will not help you to steal from the inside. Although we are such old friends. How many times have I said it, can you change the way you call me?" Black lines appeared on Shang Yan Fei's forehead. "Then what do I call you? Little Yan Yan, Little Yan Fei, or Little Yan Zi?" Shang Yan Fei quickly waved his hand, helplessly saying, never mind, do whatever you want. Let's get back to business, I am really here for exchanging treasure." "Oh." The huge face dragged his words, evidently not satisfied yet. "Getting to business so soon, I wanted to talk more, this place is boring me to death." Shang Yan Fei sighed. "I am very busy, living treasure door. You know I am the Shang clan leader, it is no longer like before." "Sigh, never mind, every generation of clan leaders are like that. I thought you would be different. I have no requirements this time, I just want somebody to complain to, the eons of waiting truly makes me empty and lonely." Living treasure door sighed gloomily. "You are a door, what loneliness can you have? Can't you just sleep?" Shang Yan Fei's head was full of black lines. "Sleep? I can't fall asleep. You have no idea how hard it is to be alone." Living treasure door started to blabber again. "I am not here to listen to your grudges, let's talk about business, real business." Shang Yan Fei coughed. "Oh, then let's do that." Living treasure door's face became solemn. "Sure, if you want to exchange treasures, but I have a condition." It dragged its words again. Shang Yan Fei had a bad feeling about this. He raised his eyebrows. "What condition? Don't tell me." "Ah, looking at your expression, you've guessed it." That's right, I want you to dig my nose, dig my nose." Living treasure door screamed excitedly. "Dig my nose. Dig my. Dig." The loud voice continued to echo in the walkway. Shang Yan Fei's forehead was popping with veins. "Scoundrel, you're trying this again? My nose is really itchy, I can't breathe properly. I have no hands, I cannot dig my nose myself like you humans, I am so pitiful. Ah. Little Fei Fei, my good friend, please help me, please dig my nose. As a reward I will give you my treasured booger." Living treasure door sang out in a poetic tone. "Hey, enough is enough." Shang Yan Fei clenched his fists, screaming out after he could control himself no longer. Living treasure door snorted, giving a "what can you do to me" look. Then it started to chant. "Dig my nose. Dig my nose. Dig my nose. Dig my nose or no treasure for you. Dig my nose and you are a good boy." The voice shook the air and caused the entire walkway to shake. Shang Yan Fei lowered his head, supporting his forehead as the sounds of "dig my nose" reverberated the walkway. All right, stop chanting, I'll do it, okay?" Shang Yan Fei screamed out, completely helpless in his heart. Even if he is a rank 5 Gu master, the lord of Shang clan, against the living treasure door, there was nothing he could do. After all, The treasure realm was left behind by Shang clan's ancestors. This was the work of a goo immortal beyond rank 5. Oh yay! Living Treasure Door cried out in triumph, then it urged. Quickly, quickly, I can't wait anymore. Shan Yanfei's expression froze. As the corner of his eyes twitched, he stretched out his right hand. On the palm of his right hand, there was a tiny tattoo in the shape of a palm, blood red in color. He activated his primeval essence, and the blood tattoo flew out, turning into a giant bright red hand. Rank 5 Blood Handprint Goo. Whoever is hit by this palm, be it birds, beasts, worms, or fish, as long as they had blood flowing in them, they would turn into a puddle of blood. It had great strength and a threatening effect. Shan Yanfei used it to dominate the southern border, establishing his fierce name. But right now, he used the blood handprint to satisfy Living Treasure Door's weird request. Digging its nose, the bright red palm turned into a fist, then stretched out its index finger, and entered the Living Treasure Door's nostrils. Living Treasure Door hummed. Yes, that's it. Ah. It feels so good. Deeper, that's right, a little deeper. More strength, please, it feels better if you're rougher. Oh. That was too good. Little Fei Fei, your technique is superb. Ah. 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 Chew. Living Treasure Door opened its mouth, sneezing loudly. Numerous red, yellow, blue, and green booger were blown out. If one looked properly, the red one was Typhoon Mountain Pepper, a godlike extinct refinement aiding material. The yellow was Worry Soil, one of the ingredients used to refine a rank 6 goo. The blue was Ice Heart, only at the center of a 10-million-year-old ice mountain can one of these grow. The green was the Grass Skirt Goo, rank 5 without any defensive ability, but once a goo master uses it, it can give them a grass skirt that is able to absorb primeval energy from the air, replenishing the primeval essence in the aperture rapidly. Alright, my breathing is smooth again. These booger are your gift. I do not want to eat them again, that is too disgusting. Living Treasure Door sniffed after sneezing, feeling extremely satisfied. Shan Yanfei kept these items, before sighing. Can we get to business now? Of course, what does little Fei Fei want? Living Treasure Door's mood was much better. I remember that there is still a rank 5 man triumphing heaven goo. I want to exchange for it. Shan Yanfei replied. Living Treasure Door showed a curious gaze. Man triumphing heaven goo, it has the ability to defy heaven and change fate, forcefully awakening an aperture for those mortals without cultivating talent. This goo is extremely precious, little Fei Fei, although we have a close friendship, and you have dug my nose many times, the treasure realm's rules cannot be defied. If you want to exchange for this goo, you will need to offer a goo with even greater value to the treasure realm. Can you stop mentioning the digging of your nose? Shan Yanfei's veins were popping as he called out a goo. This goo was like a baby's palm, tender and plump, while clear as crystal. There were red blood veins within the palm, causing the palm to emit a ghostly aura. Living Treasure Door saw this goo and exclaimed, you are giving up the blood handprint goo? Little Fei Fei, I remember this is one of your most useful goo. Weren't you collecting the Blood Sea inheritance? Have you given up your aspiration from young? Shan Yanfei sighed helplessly. The total number of Blood Sea inheritances are almost uncountable, yet the true inheritances are hidden among them. The difficulty is simply too high. Even if I use the Shan clan to investigate, after all these years, I have only gotten 2 of them. I want the man triumphing heaven goo, but my other precious goo cannot be given up. I have to temporarily sacrifice the blood handprint goo. Someday, I might come back to redeem it. Shan Yanfei's goo worms were mostly from the Blood Sea inheritance, causing him to specialize in the bloodline path. Because of this, when Shang Xianci entered Shang Clan City, he could detect it immediately. Okay then, since you've made your decision. Living Treasure Door opened its mouth, and swallowed the blood handprint goo. Gulp. With a loud sound, the blood handprint goo entered the treasure realm. Next, it regurgitated, and opened its mouth, throwing up 1 goo. This goo was like a 1,000-year ginseng, with many roots and a yellow body. Its luster was dim, as the upper part resembled a body, but the lower part diverged, like a pair of legs. This was the man triumphing heaven goo. Quickly refine it, once out of the treasure realm, in 3 breaths, this goo will regain its wild nature. It will be too difficult to refine it then. Living Treasure Door urged. Shan Yanfei nodded, and activated his purple crystal primeval essence, instantly refining this man triumphing heaven goo. With this goo, I can awaken Ci's aperture. Now I just need a few more goo to raise her aptitude, and assist her to cultivate. Then I can recruit Fang and Bai to act as her wings. Sire, I will make sure you are happy, but in this world, strength is the prerequisite to all happiness. Shan Yanfei kept the man triumphing heaven goo, as his emotions surged. I am leaving, living treasure door, he said to the door. Hey, so soon? Stay and talk to me, I am really bored to death, living treasure door anxiously asked. But the blood flames flickered, and Shan Yanfei vanished. Ah, this scoundrel, he left me alone again. I am so pitiful, so bored, so tired. Living treasure door's grumblings could be heard echoing in the walkway. Another feast with fine wine and delicious food, as people interacted in a heated atmosphere. Brother Wei, Brother Xiaoyan, come, another glass! Fan Yuan stood up and shouted loudly as he raised his glass, while Bai Ningbing watched emotionlessly as she ate her food. Wei Yang, Xiaoyan raised their glasses at the same time, as the three glasses collided roughly, causing the wine to spill all over the table and dishes. Back at the battle zone, Fan Yuan wanted to treat them to dinner, but Xiaoyan took the initiative to do so. This time, he kept his word, inviting these two to a feast at a huge restaurant. To think that Brother Fang Jing would be the one who saved Shang clan leader's precious daughter. Good people truly get rewarded. Purple thorn token, hee, I am extremely envious. Xiaoyan was a cheerful and honest person, not hiding his envy at all. He had lived in Shang clan city for many years, he knew what the purple thorn token entailed. Wei Yang put down his glass. What are the two of you going to do from now on? Fan Yuan then answered. We plan to stay in Shang clan city for a while, and sell the useless goo we have. Next, we will buy a set of complementary goo worms. Excellent, that is the proper thing to do. If you did not have such plans, I would have reminded you to do so anyway. Wei Yang raised his thumb as he cheered in his heart. Fang and by staying here meant that there was a greater chance of recruiting them. If the both of you do not mind, you can tell us your plans. Big Brother Wei is very knowledgeable, he can give you good advice. My fire goo path was also recommended by Big Brother Wei. Xiaoyan said at the corner. Chapter 275. Strength Path and Ice Path. Nurture, use and refinement, those were the three aspects of a goo master's cultivation. No matter which aspect, they were extremely profound, and each contained knowledge that was wide as the sea. Many people spent their entire lives without venturing fully into one of them. Please advise me, Brother Wei. At the feast, Fan Yuan cupped his fists. We hit it off so well, I shall not beat around the bush. Wei Yang cleared his throat, before officially teaching. From the general aspect, goo masters are split into 9 ranks, rank 1 to 5 are mortal, while 6 to 9 are immortal. Among 10 million goo masters, not even one might become an immortal. It is too tough to become one, even recognized geniuses may not reach it. But let's not talk about immortals, but focus on mortals. The 5 mortal ranks, rank 1 and 2 are beginners, and rank 4 to 5 are a high-level fighting force. Rank 3 is in the middle, it is what connects the two. By this point, both of you are already full-fledged goo masters. Rank 3 is the most important stage, because here, you will build upon your foundations, and choose the right direction to advance. It will definitely result in a better future for you. By rank 3, a goo master's strength is already a force to be reckoned with. In many villages, rank 3 are clan elders. At this stage, the goo master has to determine the direction they want to go, and create a set of goo worms along that line. If you want to be a support goo master, your goo worms will be mainly storage type. If you want to be an investigative goo master, the core of your goo worms will be investigative types. If you want a future in goo refinement, you can choose to work on existing recipes to create your own new recipe. If someone likes to plot, they can collect thinking assist type goo worms, like the lightning thoughts goo or the immortals showing the way goo. Wei Yang introduced again. The so-called direction refers to attack, defense, healing, storage, movement, and investigative, the 6 aspects. Healing goo masters were known as doctors, having a grand status. Storage goo masters were support goo masters, every force and clan needed them. Wei Yang was a movement-type goo master, his core goo worm was the rainbow light goo. Of course, other than these 6, there were other smaller branches. Like a goo master specializing in substitute refinement, they had goo worms that increased refinement speed or helped to weaken the goo worm's will. Or maybe those goo masters who specialized in catching goo, they were good at finding and capturing wild goo worms. All in all, by rank 3, Goo masters would have started to classify into their specific classes, and they become more specialized, becoming an expert in one domain. Saying so, Wei Yang paused, then looked at Fang and Bai, asking, "Have both of you thought about your advancement direction?" "Attack!" Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing said at the same time with no hesitation. The two were focused on attack. They had an inborn fighting nature, and could not be easily subdued. Wei Yang nodded, not surprised at all. He had seen many people, and could guess their choices. He continued, "Then next you have to choose goo worms, and form a group of goo worms that chains into one system." Forming a set of goo worms had many benefits. Firstly, in terms of feeding, similar goo worms had similar requirement for food. It was easier to collect, store, and trade for these food. Next, in terms of use, goo worms could be used together, and increase their ability or cover up their weaknesses. For example, Wei Yang's rainbow light goo had great expenditure issues, but using the light source goo, it reduced the weakness. Lastly, in terms of refinement, placing similar goo worms together to refine them into higher ranks, it not only saves money, but also has higher chances of success compared to refining an array of goo worms. Both of you chose attack, then without doubt, an attack-type goo will have to be your core. Other goo worms will have to support this core. Take for example Little Xiao, he chose the red fire goo as his main attack method, then I advised him to use the duplicate goo, to increase the number of his flames. I next chose the enlarged goo, causing the flame to enlarge in size and become stronger. After that, I chose the fire source goo, to reduce his primeval essence expenditure. Lastly, I chose the fire discharge goo, as his movement type goo. Wei Yan patted Xiao Yan's shoulders as he said. Xiao Yan purposely showed a bitter expression. "Big brother Wei, you dug up all my secrets." Wei Yang did not mind it. "Haha, your secrets are well known to everyone. Among the people in the battle stage now, who does not know what goo you own?" Wei Yang then turned to Fan Yuan. "It is no matter even if your goo worms are exposed, as long as you pair it well, you can deal with all situations. Your core goo worm is the foundation of the entire set. Have you thought of what attack-type goo worms you want to use as your core?" Fan Yuan clenched his fist. "Before this, I have already used many goo to raise my strength. Strength is my advantage, I want to continue on it, and crush my foes with overwhelming strength." Bai Ningbing said the name of a goo. Frost Demon Goo. Speaking of which, Bai Ningbing had a rank 3 Frost Demon Goo in the past. It allowed the Goo Master to turn into the Frost Demon. Bai Ningbing had a great compatibility with it. But during the battle with Gu Yuqing Shu, it was destroyed. This caused Bai Ningbing to still have lingering emotions towards the Goo. Wei Yang heard this and frowned. "You want to go on the Strength Path and Ice Path. For Ice Path, the advantage lies in defense. Frost Demon Goo, Snow Fairy Goo, Ice Crystal Goo, these are the three most famous transformation-type Goo. Frost Demon Goo and Snow Fairy Goo are for women, while Ice Crystal Goo is more suited for men. As for Fang Gang's Strength Path..." Wei Yang shook his head. "I'm not trying to discourage you, but this would not work. The Strength Path is the most common route people choose. Why is that? Because it is cheap and affordable. Most of the Goo related to the Strength Path are cheap, but because of this, the Goo Masters do not stand out and are very ordinary. I'll tell you the truth, I tried the Strength Path in the past, but wasted a lot of primeval stones later to remove the increased strength in my body. Most demonic Goo Masters lack resources, and use the Strength Path as a stepping stone. But Brother Fangjing, you have the Purple Thorn token and hundreds of thousands of primeval stones. You do not have to take this narrow path. The Strength Path makes it hard to succeed in life." Hearing Wei Yang's words, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other, nodding. Wei Yang smiled. He did not waste his efforts. Xiao Yan laughed too. "After hearing Brother Wei's words, I have gained much insight as well. Brother Wei makes sense, but I still want to walk on the Strength Path." Fan Yuan cupped his fist. "Yes, I have decided to give up on the Frost Demon Goo, and choose the Ice Crystal Goo." Beside him, Bai Ningbing also made her decision. "Huh." Wei Yang's smile froze on his face. Hey, did you listen to what he said at all?" Xiao Yan shouted. Bai Ningbing smiled as determination shone across her eyes. "Precisely because the Ice Crystal Goo is suited for males, that is why I chose it, heh?" Fan Yuan rubbed his nose. "I am thankful to Brother Wei for the advice, but I still like the Strength Path. Others might not achieve success out of it, but if I can, doesn't that show my superiority? Ha ha ha, challenges lie in difficulty, and there is only a sense of accomplishment if there is a challenge. I was hesitant before, but now that Brother Wei has said it, I am definitely choosing this. Choosing the strength path was part of Fan Yuan's plans. It involves the Three Kings' inheritance in a few years. Of course, he cannot mention that to anyone. You too. Xiao Yan stared in a daze, unsure of what to say. This. You have to reconsider, this is not a joke. Wei Yang's expression was solemn, his tone was anxious, he did not expect his heartfelt advice to work in the opposite direction. No need to say anything else, Brother Wei, paths are made by men, my decision is final. Ha ha ha, let's continue drinking. Fan Yuan said, showing his determination, causing Wei Yan to swallow his words. Sigh. Wei Yan lifted his glass helplessly, but swore in his heart that he had to convince them otherwise. Especially this Fang Jing, he was truly messing around. Treating his future as a game, he should not do this. At this rate, it would put his superior aptitude to waste. Wei Yang really could not stand it. He had to quickly adjust Fang Jing's mindset. This was a future star that the clan leader wanted to recruit. After the banquet ended, and the nagging Wei Yang left together with Xiao Yan, Fang and Bai arrived at the Gu's shop. After showing their purple thorn token, Bai Ningbing spent 28,000 primeval stones and bought the rank 3 ice crystal Gu. Fan Yuan chose a rank 2 brown bear innate strength Gu, spending 4,100 primeval stones. You really intend to make the ice crystal Gu your vital Gu? Out of the shop, Fan Yuan frowned and asked. Bai Ningbing knew what he truly meant. She was rank 3 peak stage. If she advanced further, it would be rank 4 realm. She can totally purchase a rank 4 Gu worm in advance instead. But Bai Ningbing shook her head, her expression grim. I do not intend to advance to rank 4. Just yesterday, I found that my aptitude rose by 1% again. The northern dark eye soul physique was a curse coiling around Bai Ningbing. As she continued to cultivate, Bai Ningbing's aptitude would eventually return to 100%, regaining the 10 extreme physique status. Thus, she would rather give up on advancing. Rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence had better quality than white silver primeval essence. It could nurture the aperture better, and would cause Bai Ningbing's aptitude to recover more quickly. Fan Yuan's steps halted. Is that so? In that case, you can't live without the Yanggu in my hands. Maybe you can go to Fengyu Manor and ask them. They specialize in selling information, they might have what you need. You are not going with me? Bai Ningbing stopped, looking at Fan Yuan. I am going to walk around the gambling den. Fan Yuan laughed. All right. Seeing Bai Ningbing walk away, Fan Yuan's smile vanished. He returned to the shop. Shopkeeper, I forgot to buy some things earlier, do you have them? He gave a list. Shopkeeper did not dare to make a purple thorn token owner wait. He quickly looked at the list and nodded. Yes, esteemed guest, we have them all. Good, prepare one portion for me, immediately. Yes. A moment later, he walked out of the back door of the shop, and went into another path, going to a lower level and arriving at the gambling den. Now then, let me see that sealed legendary Gu fossil. Moving according to his memories, Fan Yuan entered an extravagant gambling den. Chapter 276. Stellar Stone. It was a black rock. The size of a person's face, the black rock's surface glowed with bits of blue light. At one glance, it resembled the stars shining in the night sky. This was a stellar stone. But different from the surrounding stellar stones, this one was cubic and looked like a brick. But this rock, buried in a pile, was that legendary Gu that someone obtained. And that lucky person, from someone unknown, he became a famous strength path Gu master, all due to this Gu, causing everyone to look in envy. Fan Yuan stood here, observing the surroundings, instantly understanding why no one cared about this rock. This was an extravagant large-sized gambling den, and had great business. Although it was third inner city, there was human crowd around it. Gambling rocks were classified into 5 categories: scrap, low, medium, high, and super grade. At scrap grade, each rock was sold for over 10 primeval stones. Low grade rocks were around 100 primeval stones, medium grade were 1,000, high grade were 10,000, and super grade were a few 100,000 per piece. And this stellar stone was of scrap grade. Scrap grade gambling rocks were the ones most looked down on. Most were solid on the inside. Even if there was a Gu, it was mostly dead carcasses. Especially after the demonic Gu master Wei Xinjing's appearance, it caused the scrap grade rock's market value to be severely affected. Wei Xinjing was skilled at creating counterfeit items, called the counterfeit master by people. He had once sold large amounts of counterfeit scrap-grade gambling rocks, causing almost all large clans to post his arrest warrant. In the southern border, he was hated by everybody. This caused the scrap-grade gambling rocks to become even more unpopular, but it was not completely ignored. Sometimes, when Goo masters were in the mood when they were shopping, they would engage in small gambles for fun, buying a few scrap-grade gambling rocks, just for entertainment. Other than that, professional gamblers also used them for practice. After all, scrap-grade gambling rocks were cheap. To some Goo masters, there was no pain in losing the gamble. But the problem was, this is third inner city. Here, most Goo masters were rank 3. Rank 3 was clan elder level. At this stage, most had their own assets. Even if they were practicing, they would choose low-grade rocks which had a much higher chance of winning. Scrap-grade rocks were an insult to them. Despite so, in such a large gambling den, which was overflowing with people, there were certain Goo masters who had their attention on these scrap rocks. But still, how would they guess that the stellar stone used to support a leg of this counter would hide a legendary Goo worm? Fan Yuan laughed in his heart. Indeed, this stellar stone was used to fix a shaky counter, placed below one of its legs. People moved about, but who would notice an ordinary counter out of tens of rows of counters at the scrap rock area? These counters were filled with scrap-grade rocks, one piled on top of another. They were so cheap it was like the rows of vegetables and fruits in a market back on Earth. None of the Goo masters who came here placed their sights on these scrap-grade gambling rocks. Thus, this stellar stone became unnoticed, and eventually gathered a layer of dust, causing it to be even more unappealing. No one knew when this stellar stone started being used as counter support, but during this period, an uncountable number of people walked past it daily. Until one day, a down-and-out Goo master came here, and tripped at this counter. To be honest, this Goo master should be blamed for not looking at where he's going. The counter was an inanimate object, so many Goo masters walked past it daily, but no one had ever been tripped by it. Like a lamp post, it stood straight on the street, being no obstacle to men, but some people tend to knock onto it for no reason. Can you blame the lamp post for that? But no matter what world it is, reasons do not resolve arguments, only strength does. A farmer raised a rooster, but it was so noisy the farmer could not get his nap. Feeling angered, the farmer slaughtered the rooster. There was seemingly nothing wrong with that. No matter which world, the stronger person only had to relent a little to resolve conflicts. But the eventual settlement of the issue would often result in the stronger person not giving in, and the weaker person would pay a heavy price. The Goo master was tripped. Even though he did not fall down, he was angry. He vented his anger on this piece of rock. Since you dared to trip me, I will slice you open. Thus, the Goo master bought this rock, and dissected it in public. And then, the legendary Goo appeared in this world. It was a very dramatic incident, but precisely because it was so dramatic that people passed around the story in Fan Yuan's previous life. And now, this incident has not happened yet. This stellar stone was still used as a counter support, quietly and silently awaiting its fate. And Fan Yuan's feet was only 2 inches from it. Dear customer, is this your first time here? A clerk walked over, seeing Fan Yuan's dazed expression. He was not aware Fan Yuan was looking at this rock with the corner of his eye. Fan Yuan rubbed his nose, saying, "Yeah, I guess." If he did not consider his previous life, this was the second time he was at a gambling den. Newbie. Easy to trick. The clerk's smile became extremely bright. Please come inside. To speak the truth, the rocks here are the cheapest, but nothing cheap is good. They have poor quality, and are of all shapes and sizes. What can you get out of them? Let me introduce for you, customer. Oh? Then talk. Fan Yuan's eyebrows raised as he followed the clerk into the gambling den. Customer, do you know how gambling rocks are formed? The clerk walked ahead as he looked back and asked. Before Fan Yuan replied, he answered already. As the saying goes, man is the spirit of all living beings, Goo is the essence of heaven and earth. Man has great inspiration and thus are able to innovate. They have the highest intelligence, and can create many things, many new Goo worms that do not originate from nature. Goo is the essence of heaven and earth. They have little intelligence, but their tiny bodies contain the law fragments of the great Tao. Heaven and earth always leaves a chance of survival. Some Goo worms get gravely injured, or run out of food, they might go into hibernation. Through long periods of time, a rock layer would form around their bodies. The rock gets thicker and thicker, until it gains substantial mass. As time passes, more and more layers form, until a fossil is created. These rocks wrap around the goo worms, and due to the influence of the law of fragments in the goo worms, they become different from other rocks, and look very different compared to the surrounding soil. People find these fossils, and collect them. This is the truth of the gambling rock that you see before you. Fan Yuan nodded. As he walked, he answered, I've heard of the story of the gambling rock before. The deeper he went into the gambling den, the more goo masters he saw. Many goo masters were picking rocks, or discussing quietly. The gambling stage and empty spaces felt even more silent due to the soft discussions. The clerk calmly said, Since customer wants to gamble, you cannot be rash about it. We might be a gambling den, but we do not scam our customers. We have to let you gamble with a peace of mind, and be informed about your decisions. Here, we sell old man stones, pushing cart stones, stellar stones, cold ice stones. Each rock are split into 5 grades according to quality, and have different prices. It ranges from over 100,000 to a few primeval stones. Customer, the area you were at earlier was the cheapest scrap grade area. I did not recommend you to buy from there because the quality there is the worst. Let's take the stellar stone for example. In the stellar stone, starlight type goo are the most commonly seen. These goo contain the law of the stars, thus, the fossil develops markings that resembles shining stars. Among star-type goo, the most commonly seen are the rank 1 star dart goo, thus the fossil would become the shape of a dart. If it is the star arrow goo, the fossil would be long and have a pointy tip and a spreading end. There is also the shooting star goo, the fossil would be round but carries a tail. There is a very high chance of having a goo within rocks of these shapes. Of course, other than the appearance, there are many other elements, like the number of shining stars. The more there are, the more likely there is a goo within, and the higher rank it could be. Customer, what you are seeing now are medium-grade rocks. You will discover that better-grade rocks are better. Of course, the price is steeper. Yes, that is indeed so. Fan Yuan casually remarked. The clerk used a proud tone as he said, Our shop has the most talented rock dissecting masters. They have at least 20 years of experience. There is a Master Duan. He specializes in using acid to dissect the rocks, having over 50 years of experience. I strongly advise you to dissect the rock in our shop after choosing your gambling rock. The rock dissecting master are professionals, and they have a set of goo worms specially used to dissect rocks. The method of dissecting has to be appropriate, like for the stellar stone, magnetism should be used. For old man stone, acid should be used. If there is a goo within the gambling rock, they are extremely weak. If a wrong method is used to excavate them, it can deal a fatal blow to them. It would be too late then. Customer, if you choose rocks from the high and super grade area, we can dissect the rock for you for free. If you choose from low or medium grade, you will have to pay yourself. For scrap grade, we do not advise you to waste money hiring a dissecting master. The cost of hiring him would greatly exceed the price of the rocks itself. Back on Qingmao Mountain, when Jia Clan caravan came, Fan Yuan once dissected the purple gold rock for himself. But his method was simply brute force. Thankfully, the purple gold rock was softer. The mudskin toad had a strong life force. Of course, it also had to do with Fan Yuan's great experience. Rock dissecting cannot be done through brute force. It would easily murder the goo worm inside. If Fan Yuan wanted to dissect rocks, he would need to employ the rock dissecting masters in this shop. After one round, Fan Yuan chose a few rocks at the low-grade area. Old man stones, pushing cart stones, and stellar stones, a few of each. The clerk was disappointed. After spending so much effort in speaking and encouraging, trying to convince Fan Yuan to buy a few high-grade rocks. But how could Fan Yuan fall for this? Getting this result after such a long time, the clerk spoke listlessly. Dear customer, do you have a token? If it is a yellow pair token and above, there are discounts available. Please show me your token if you have one. Soon after, his expression changed, as he opened his mouth wide, his eyes about to fall off. Purple thorn token? Oh my God! Chapter 277, Vigilance and Endurance. The purple thorn token was letting out a dreamy and illusionary light. The clerk stared at this token closely, his expression sluggish as he was lost for words. After a long while, he came back to his senses and respectfully said, Esteemed guest, please forgive me for being blind. Please wait a moment, I will go call the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged white fatty who ran in flustering when he heard a purple thorn token holder appeared. He immediately bowed deeply towards Fan Yuan. Esteemed guest, your presence brings light to this little shop. Fan Yuan pointed at the rocks he chose and said indifferently, I have chosen some rocks. I will have to trouble you guys to dissect them. The shopkeeper was stupefied when he looked at the rocks. How could they all be low grades? He could not help quickly glancing at the clerk with a reproachful gaze. Those with purple thorn tokens are all important characters, big clients. You actually let him choose these rocks? The clerk stood uneasily at the side, words stuck at his throat. The shopkeeper bowed his head towards Fan Yuan. Esteemed guest, you don't need to worry about dissecting the rocks. Purple thorn token holders can have rocks dissected free of charge in Rock Gambling Zone. After calculating the discounts for these rocks, it comes down to 650 primeval stones. I know the rock gambling rules. Pay first before dissecting the rocks. Fan Yuan nodded and took out the primeval stones from Primeval Elder Gu. The shopkeeper swiftly received the primeval stones and turned towards the clerk. Go and call Great Master Duan, Master Huang, Master Zhang, Master Zhao and Master Ma here quickly. He then turned towards Fan Yuan. Esteemed guest, rock dissection counter is inside. Let's wait there. The 5 old masters at dissecting rocks were resting at the small courtyard behind the rock gambling den. At their levels, they couldn't be bothered with dissecting normal gambling rocks. Those in charge of dissecting normal rocks were their disciples or some young Gu masters. The clerk ran all the way to the courtyard and explained the purpose of his visit. Oh, requesting all 5 of us to go. The 5 old masters' gaze shone with radiance. Could it be someone bought those few super-grade gambling rocks? The old masters immediately felt their hands itching. The clerk shook his head. It is only some low-grade gambling rocks. The old master's expressions changed into an unhappy one. Great Master Duan snorted coldly. Asking them to dissect low-grade gambling rocks was simply an insult and contempt towards their identities. But the clerk immediately followed. The person has a very high status and possesses the purple thorn token. So the shopkeeper intentionally asked me to call all 5 masters. What purple thorn token? Are you sure? Shan clan has existed for thousands of years, but the number of purple thorn tokens it has given out is mere a few hundred. And now someone who holds a purple thorn token appears? Quickly, what are you being dazed for? The 5 Gu masters hurriedly ran out of the courtyard and walked up the platform. On the work platform, the young rock dissecting masters got a little shock and quickly greeted them. The old masters waved their hands and made these juniors get down from the platform. This scene quickly attracted the bystanders' attention, and soon many gazes were casted here. The curious nature of people aroused, and they began discussing in whispered tones. What is going on here? All 5 masters have appeared together. This is a rarely seen sight. Could it be someone bought a batch of super-grade gambling rocks? Fan Yuan was accompanied by the shopkeeper, and was already before the rock dissection counter with the crowd. However, he did not go forward, and just gazed from afar to maintain a low profile. But the 5 old masters were astute and saw the shopkeeper following a young man like an attendant. How could they still not recognize Fan Yuan's identity? However, Fan Yuan remained gazing from afar and did not walk towards the platform. The 5 old masters thought, it seems this young master doesn't want to show off. This was also normal. Many people behaved the same before dissecting rocks because they would have no face if they lost the gamble. I have to do this properly and leave behind a deep impression in this esteemed guest. Having a connection with someone of higher status would be great. The 5 old masters were all scheming in their mind and rubbing their hands, eager to try it out at that thought. The rocks Fan Yuan chose was delivered by the clerk. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes when they saw these rocks. What? These are only some low-grade rocks. I am not seeing it wrongly, right? These damaged rocks. Making the old masters dissect low-grade gambling rocks, this is simply an insult to them. But what made them even more surprised and stare with their eyes wide open was the following scene. The 5 old masters held these gambling rocks and placed them carefully on the stone platform. Their expressions were very serious as they did this. Then they summoned their respective ghoul worms and began dissecting the rocks. Most of the 5 old masters were at rank 2 peak stage, while Great Master Duan was the only one in rank 3. For a moment, the appearance of different ghoul worms stunned the crowd. What in the world is going on? Could it be these rocks have a long history behind them and aren't as simple as they look? I have never seen the 5 old masters look this cautious and serious. On the platform, ghoul worms flew about as the 5 old masters showed off their unique methods. Great Master Duan, whose cultivation was the highest, was known as a great expert in dissecting rocks in the rock gambling den. He specialized in using acid to dissect rocks. He took out a king-size bowl, then summoned a snake goo which spurted out acidic liquid into the bowl. He then carefully put a gambling rock into the acid. Bubbles continuously formed and popped in the acid. After quite a while, with his hands covered in a layer of light, he took out the gambling rock which had shrunk by half. He then placed it into another type of acid. Master John used magnetism to dissect the rocks. His palms faced each other, and the gambling rock was put in between them. The gambling rock floated in air, and bits of rocks was continually extracted by the power of magnetism. As for other masters, one called out a frog goo which used its tongue to lick the gambling rock. Another used fire to roast the rock, and another controlled a small whirlwind to cut down the gambling rock. The group of young rock dissecting goo masters watched from behind the old masters with a stunned gaze. Why was there a need for such a great fanfare for some low-grade gambling rocks? It was simply using an ox cleaver to carve a chicken, or using a talented person for an insignificant task. Could it be the old masters have some hidden intent for doing this? It won't do, I need to observe it properly. The results, however, made everyone flabbergasted. After the dissection, these low-grade gambling rocks didn't have anything impressive. It was either solid rock or hollow inside. There was not even a dead goo. What the? I thought there was something special going on. So they were all ordinary low-grade rocks. Why were these old masters in such a hurry for? They really wasted my time. The surrounding spectators were greatly disappointed and stormed out. The shopkeeper's face paled as he heard these remarks. In the past, he would have been really happy if the gamblers didn't get any goo worms from the gambling rocks they chose. But now, he really wished he could stuff in some goo worms inside the rocks. Purple thorn token holders could not be easily offended. He cautiously looked at Fan Yuan, thinking of something to say to comfort him. However, Fan Yuan was smiling. No matter, it seems my luck isn't good today, so I will stop now. I will come again another time. The shopkeeper and the clerk respectfully accompanied Fan Yuan towards the door. They were even thinking of accompanying him out to the streets, but were stopped by Fan Yuan. Only after Fan Yuan's figure disappeared in the street did the shopkeeper lift up his bent back. He turned towards the clerk and gave a strong knock on his head, scolding him for neglecting an esteemed guest. The clerk rubbed his head in pain, but did not dare to say anything. Fan Yuan's purpose in coming here today was only to probe. Now, since he found his target, his visit today was already achieved. But he couldn't directly take the stellar stone out, he would have to take twists and turns. Fan Yuan needed to dissect the stellar stone to get the goo, but he didn't have any ways to dissect it by himself. Collecting a set of specialized rock dissecting goo worms would be too much of a waste, thus he would have to let the old goo masters in the rock gambling den take care of it. It would only lead to a commotion if the old goo masters dissected the rock in front of everybody. And requesting them to secretly dissect the rock by using purple thorn token was also not appropriate, and would only create suspicions. If Fan Yuan got a legendary goo worm right off the start, it would mean his luck was way too good. Fan Yuan had no doubts of the huge influence of Shang clan. With the recent investigation on him, Shang Yanfei probably knew about Fan Yuan winning the Mudskin Toad and rock gambling in Jia clan's caravan. Winning a Mudskin Toad on his first gamble and a legendary goo in his next, a smart man like Shang Yanfei would definitely be suspicious. The profits involved in rock gambling was huge. If Shang Yanfei doubted Fan Yuan had some ways to check if the rocks had goo worms in them or not, he was bound to be tempted and even make his move. Fan Yuan had no such methods, but no matter what, some goo worms on him could never be exposed. Especially spring-autumn cicada. And on Shangliang Mountain, Shang Yanfei was not the main threat. The real main threat were the rank 6 goo masters. Almost all the overlord level forces had rank 6 goo masters behind them. When a goo master reached rank 6, they would dwell in deep seclusion and rarely come out. One secluded cultivation could last for dozens of years. It was all because their strength would continue to experience a qualitative change, and they had their own problems to take care of. But it would all change if spring-autumn cicada was exposed. These rank 6 goo masters were bound to come charging in. A little impatience can spoil great plans. Fan Yuan was cautious by nature. How could he make such big mistakes in these small places? He would put an end to all risks that could expose spring-autumn cicada, even if that meant there was a risk for the stellar stone to be discovered. According to his previous life's memories, the probability of the legendary goo being discovered was infinitesimally small. But even if it was discovered, Fan Yuan had already planned for it, and it was better than attracting suspicions on himself and risk the exposure of spring-autumn cicada. Now I will stroll around the rock gambling zone for a few days and buy some gambling rocks to leave behind an impression on people. Fan Yuan continued to scheme while walking back to Nanqiu Garden. Bai Ningbing was already back from Fengyu Manor. I have been waiting for you. She took out the ice crystal goo and gave to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan used the aura of spring-autumn cicada to refine it, then threw it back to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing would help him in cultivation, and he would help Bai Ningbing in refining goo. This was one of the terms in Poison Vow. Bai Ningbing took the ice crystal goo and walked to a secret room to refine it. Fan Yuan also walked to another secret room and began refining a goo. The name of the goo, Eating One's Words. Chapter 278. What naivety! Starlight shone on the secret room. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on his mat and started refining his goo. After he parted with Bai Ningbing, he went to the shop again and bought all that he needed to refine the Eating One's Words goo. Of course, to prevent his secret recipe from being exposed and hide his true intentions, he bought some unnecessary materials as well. He willed, and summoned a goo. This goo was round like a ball, fist-sized and orange in color. The surface was wrinkled and thick, giving an unpleasant feeling at touch. This was a rank 1 smelly fart goo. Its only use was to emit a foul odor and possessed no attacking power. However, even though this goo has little to no use on its own, it was a widely used refinement material. Fan Yuan injected light silver primeval essence, causing the smelly fart goo's body to expand and float in the air. At the same time, he opened an urn in front of him. At once, a rotten smell spread on the room. In this urn, there was rotting swamp mud, black and gooey. This mud was also a widely used refinement material. Rice bag, go! Fan Yuan willed, and a seed flew out of his aperture. The seed was planted into the mud, and as his primeval sea level fell, dark green vines grew out of the rotten mud. The vines continued to extend and grow out of the urn. After around 60 centimeters, leaves started to grow on it. These leaves were bucket-shaped. They were small at first, but grew to the size of a bowl quickly. Fan Yuan peeled the leaf from the top of these buckets, revealing the white delicious rice kernels within. However, Fan Yuan did not take them out, but poured the rice grains into the rotting mud. He next lowered the smelly fart goo, and multitasked, activating the rice bag grass and smelly fart goo at the same time. The smelly fart goo glowed in an orange light, while the rice bag grass gave off a green light. The two fused together eventually. The fusion light dimmed, as it went deep into the urn. The urn vibrated intensely, before finally stopping as a new goo flew out of it. Yellow-brown in color, like a lump of mud, it gave off a slight stench just like feces. This was the defecate goo. It might look unappealing, but it could cause people to suffer from diarrhea. Many doctors used it to heal illnesses and for detoxification. This goo was very valuable. Fan Yuan was calm as always. Goo existed in all forms and sizes. It could be the pure and holy heavenly essence treasure lotus, the poetic and mysterious spring-autumn cicada, the evil and bizarre blood skull goo. Without a doubt, one that was disgusting in appearance, smell and touch, such as the defecate goo or smelly fart goo existed as well. Refining the rank 2 defecate goo was the first step. Next, Fan Yuan took out the big strength goo, bought from the shop as well. This could increase a goo master's strength for 50 breaths of time. Fan Yuan fused the big strength goo and defecate goo, successfully refining the big strength defecate goo. Although the big strength defecate goo was rank 3, its purpose was the same as the defecate goo, even looking similar, but its effect was 3 times as strong. This goo, however, was much less popular than its rank 2 counterpart. Goo worms were not necessarily better, as they get higher in rank. Rank 3 goo worms consumed much more food than their lower counterparts. Although the big strength defecate goo was more effective, the same effect could be achieved if one used the defecate goo multiple times. There were also cases of misdiagnosis, where the big strength defecate goo was used inappropriately, and resulted in a person dying from excessive diarrhea. Obtaining the big strength defecate goo was the second step. Next, Fan Yuan took out the lion roar goo. This goo looked like a lion head, and once used, it summoned an image of a lion's head, the size of a stone mill, and unleashed the mighty lion's roar. It was often used to send signals or scare away wild beasts. In battle, when used properly, it could cause the opposing goo master to lose their concentration. Fan Yuan used both the lion roar goo and big strength defecate goo. As a result, a weird scene appeared in the air. A lion head's image opened its mouth and started to eat the big strength defecate goo. But after eating a third of it, The lion roar Gu could not eat anymore, and the image was on the verge of collapsing. Thereupon, Fan Yuan willed, and summoned a paper crane Gu, also bought from the shop. This Gu was split into light blue, dark green, pink and several other colors. It was especially used to send letters. The light blue color paper crane flew towards the lion roar Gu, and was swallowed by lion image, doing 3 things at once. If outsiders saw this, they would scream out in shock. It would be impressive if ordinary Gu masters could do 2 things at once. But 3, few could do it. This was a display of a Gu master's extreme talent and refinement. Many ordinary Gu masters required the use of Gu worms to be able to multitask. Fan Yuan used the lion roar Gu, big strength defecate Gu as well as the paper crane Gu using only his own mind. But to him, this was not talent, rather it was an accumulated experience. Any skills could be improved with practice. Fan Yuan spent 500 years, slowly gaining experience, and trained for hundreds of years. From doing a single task at one time, it increased to 2, then 3, sometimes he could even do 4 things at once. Of course, any more and he would need an assistant's Gu worm. After the lion head image swallowed the paper crane Gu, it no longer fizzled, but went back to original. Fan Yuan continued to will it to eat the big strength defecate Gu. After another 1/3, the same thing happened, as the lion head image fizzled once again. Fan Yuan was not flustered and calmly called out the second deep green paper crane Gu. As with before, the lion head image started to become unstable again after it swallowed the entire big strength defecate Gu. Fan Yuan then used the third pink paper crane Gu. After swallowing it, the lion head image suddenly shrunk by more than half, and its white body started to glow in light blue, dark green, and pink. At the same time, the lion image started to chant, "Eat shit, eat shit." The voice echoed in the room, causing Fan Yuan's ears to buzz. He was not afraid of the sound leaking, as it was a special secret room with reinforced walls, isolating any sounds. He cheered in his heart, this Gu was finally completed. This was the eating one's words Gu. But this eating one's words Gu could only exist for 10 breaths before it destroyed itself. Fan Yuan did not dare to waste any time, calling the eating one's words Gu to his side. As the light blue, deep green, and pink color lights shone on him, Fan Yuan's body started to produce a faint purple smoke. "Eat shit, eat shit." The smoke trembled and moved about as the lion roared. In 2 breaths' time, the smoke gathered into the images of 2 poison vow Gu. Fan Yuan willed, and the lion head image opened its mouth, swallowing it. As it chewed, the poison vow Gu gave out an indignant cry, but it soon came to a stop. The lion head image opened its mouth again, swallowing the other poison vow Gu. As it chewed, the poison vow Gu was completely eliminated, not a trace of purple smoke remained on Fan Yuan. A few breaths later, the lion head image exploded into a 3-color rain in the air. The light rained down, causing the entire secret room to shine brilliantly. Fan Yuan stood among the light raindrops, revealing a cold smile as his lips curled up. "Poison vow Gu? Ha! Trying to restrict me with a poison vow Gu, how naive!" However, they could not be blamed. In his previous life, this eating one's words Gu only appeared 200 years later. It originated from a tribe leader in the West Desert, only spreading around the world after another few decades. After 10 more years, someone finally invented the black and white paper Gu replacing the poison vow Gu. It could not be broken by the eating one's words Gu. The eating one's words Gu lost its effects, but in another few hundred years, the distorting black and white Gu appeared which was able to overrule the power of the black and white paper Gu. Poison vow Gu, eating one's words Gu, black and white paper Gu, distorting black and white Gu, this was just a small segment of the struggle between agreements and breaking them. The struggle has been going on since the beginning of time and will continue into the future. Fan Yuan possessed 500 years of experience. It was as if he was ahead of the world by 500 years. It was not hard to overrule the poison vow Gu. Once the restraints were gone, Fan Yuan felt relaxed. Most importantly, he only removed his side of the vow, thus, Shangye Zi and Bai Ningbing still had the restraints of the poison vow Gu on them. This way, Fan Yuan held the complete advantage against these 2 people. Shangye Zi is narrow-minded. After I extorted him like this, he will definitely take revenge. But I have already planned for that. I shall let him play around for now. As for Bai Ningbing, now that you are dancing in the palm of my hands, I will make good use of you in the short run. There is no need to fall out yet. These few days, after I gave away half my primeval stones, and bought many Gu, I spent over tens of thousands of primeval stones. Including the banquet treat, Nancho Garden's rental, the expenses at the gambling den, and the food for goo worms, I have only 420,000 left. If one did not have huge worries, they would worry about small things. Thinking about this, Fan Yuan frowned. He wanted to assemble a set of goo worms. He might seem wealthy now, but it was not enough. Rank 1 goo worms were around 500 primeval stones. Rank 2 were 500 to 1,000. Rank 3 ranged from 1,000 to 10,000. For rank 4, it ranged from 10,000 to 100,000. For rank 5, it could range from 100,000 to 1,000,000. Rank 6 goo has never been sold before. These prices were only for ordinary goo. Some rare goo like liquor worm had the price of a rank 2 goo, although they were rank 1. The relic goo was even more expensive. Green copper relic goo was 2,000, red steel relic goo was 8,000, white silver relic goo was 50,000, and the yellow gold relic goo was close to 300,000. Fan Yuan had 420,000 now. He could not even afford 2 yellow gold relic goo. Relic goo were natural goo, they cannot be refined by goo masters. In many occasions, not even money could buy them. I want to stay here for 2-3 years, 420,000 won't even last me for a year. Goo masters rely on resources to cultivate, the higher the rank, more the expenses. Next, I still have to spend a ton on the gambling den. I need to find a good way to earn money. Shan Clan City was bustling and competition was intense, but chances were everywhere. As long as you had the ability, earning money was easy, but without ability, you will get eliminated. This was another law of nature, filled with cruel competition. Fan Yuan combined his previous life's experiences, and his understanding of this life, already having an idea on how to earn primeval stones. That would be the battle stage. Chapter 279. Attacking just like that? Wei Yang was distressed. He had been having a headache for the past few days. Shan Yanfei wanted to recruit Fang and Bai, but even after Wei Yang's probing, the two did not show a hint of interest in joining them. This was normal. They were youngsters, hot-blooded and at the peak of their lives, having grand aspirations and did not want to be under anyone, always thinking that effort was the key to success in this world. Naive. So very naive. Wei Yang could understand, he went through this phase in his youth. Thus, he did not directly recruit Fang and Bai. Once he made it clear, and got rejected, there would be no way to salvage the situation. Wei Yang was a sly fox. He had already devised a plan to make the two slowly fall into his trap. He did not think of anything scheming or devious. For something like recruiting talents, the important thing was willingness. If they were forced, it would ruin the entire result. Especially after Wei Yang had interacted with these two for a few days, he knew they were not the type to give in. Thus, Wei Yang decided to take it slow as he influenced them gradually, using a righteous method to achieve victory. For this, he had great confidence. What does a goo master's cultivation rely on? Resources. It is easy for righteous goo masters, but for demonic goo masters. Hee. Wei Yang was once a demonic goo master, fighting his way out of the battle stage. He knew the hardships of being a demonic goo master. Goo masters' cultivation could not steer away from primeval stones, goo worms, and food to feed them. The higher the cultivation, the greater the need for them. At the start, goo masters could still fulfill this need using their own abilities. But later, they would find that the resources needed were too huge, and competition got more intense. Sometimes they were even unable to procure food for themselves. When Wei Yang was rank 1, he stepped into the battle stage. From rank 1 to 2, then to 3, the stronger he got, the weaker he felt. Like a scholar, the more he learned, the more ignorant he felt about himself. The stronger Wei Yang got, the more he knew how weak he was. An individual was so weak, only by relying on others, and relying on a clan, could one survive better. When he realized this, he accepted Shan Yanfei's offer. He had gone through this himself. When Fang and Bai learn how weak they are alone, Shan Clan's recruitment will come to fulfillment. But before that, I cannot watch Fang Jing step into the wrong path. This would expend his youth and effort, and put that great talent he has to waste. In Wei Yang's perspective, Fan Yuan choosing the strength path was a huge mistake. The hot-bloodedness and ignorance of youth. Strength path? From Shan Clan battle stage, among those demonic goo masters who managed to make it out, which one used strength to dominate? None. Strength path is one for bottom feeders. It cannot help a goo master in succeeding. Thinking of relying on the strength path to make it big in life? Fat chance. Nonetheless, things did not advance as he wished. These days, Wei Yan had approached Fan Yuan and advised him many times, but each time, he was rejected as Fan Yuan kept a firm attitude. Wei Yan learned just how stubborn Fan Yuan could be. After failing many times, he went back and considered it carefully, finally deciding on a new method of advising. This day, he came again. Brother Wei, you are advising me to enter the battle stage and participate in battles? Fan Yuan showed a confused expression. Yes, I relied on the battle stage, cultivating step by step. I will definitely share my good experience with you. Wei Yan gave a sincere gaze. Next, he lifted 3 fingers. There are 3 benefits you can gain from entering the battle stage. Firstly, you can earn a fortune. Each battle that you participate in, as long as you win, you can gain primeval stones. The more viewers you get, the more the primeval stones you earn. Secondly, you can gain goo worms. There is a rule in the battle stage: the winner can choose a goo from the loser and take it from them. Thirdly, entering the battle stage can train your battle tactics. At the same time, it examines the strength and cooperativeness of your goo worms. It would help you to make the relevant adjustments. Fan Yuan heard Wei Yang's final sentence, and understood in his heart. These days, Wei Yan had advised him to give up on the strength path, and change to another path. After failing, he decided to use an indirect method, using the battle stage to let Fan Yuan experience the weakness of the strength path, forcing him to give up on it. The cultivation of the strength path was decided after a long and thorough analysis. It has great benefits for my future. How could I change it? But the battle stage is also part of my plans. Thinking so, Fan Yuan nodded, agreeing with Wei Yan. Wei Yan was joyous. Back when you fought with me, you only borrowed the use of the battle stage. Shan Clan's battle stage has a refined system. If you want to participate, you will need to sign up for it. Follow me. Thus, the two came to 5th Inner City's battle zone. This was far more crowded than 3rd Inner City. As people moved about, all sorts of voices entered Fan Yuan's ears, and an intense atmosphere assaulted him. Did you hear? Li Hao won again. This is his 13th consecutive victory. Before long, he would be able to rise to 4th Inner City. He has rank 3 cultivation. It is certain that he will enter 4th Inner City. Did you see Wang Dehan and Ma Dequan's battle? It was so exciting. Wang Dehan lost to Ma Dequan, losing his most important raindrop Gu. He is nearly crippled. Zhao Dexiong and Zhang Niu's battle is about to start. Go see. These two are both from the strength path. There is nothing nice to watch. We might as well go see the match between Xiao De and Xiao Er, a battle between brothers. Wei Yan purposely disguised himself, as he led the way for Fan Yuan, as he said, "You need to have 30 net victories in 5th Inner City to advance to 4th Inner City. There, you will need 80 net victories to advance to 3rd Inner City." What do I mean by net victory? For example, if you won 10 battles, and lost 2, you would have 8 net victories. The battle stage is split into 3 levels: low level in 5th Inner City, middle level in 4th Inner City, and high level in 3rd Inner City. Little brother, you are a newbie at the battle stage. Your wins and losses are both 0. According to the rules, you will have to start at 5th Inner City. Don't be anxious yet. The way I look at it, you should be able to quickly rise to middle level. As for high level, it might take quite some effort, but it should still be quite fast. A year or 2 would do. Wei Yan patted Fan Yuan's shoulders and said. He acknowledged Fan Yuan's battle talent, but the strength path only dominated the middle and lower levels. Once he got to the high-level battle stage, where experts roamed, the strength path's weakness would gradually show, being greatly suppressed by other paths. Under Wei Yang's lead, the two came to a grand hall. In the hall, there was a great number of Gu masters requesting battles or checking battle details. Some were here to participate, some were here to watch battles, and there were even some here to set up their betting business. Wei Yang did not squeeze with them, but pushed open a small door. There was a narrow walkway behind the door, and 2 Gu masters guarded it. One of the Gu masters came forward, saying to Wei Yang and Fan Yuan, "This is a special reception. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter." Wei Yang displayed his clan elder token, and the two quickly cupped their fists and gave way. After crossing the tunnel, it was another hall, with 4 reception tables. 3 of the tables had guests already. This place was much quieter than the grand hall. Fan Yuan used Gu Yufangang's name to sign up. After paying 500 primeval stones, he obtained a vine information Gu. This Gu was like a long vine, having many large jade-green leaves. It was a rank 1 gu, storing some of Fan Yuan's information inside. This gu was not bought by Fan Yuan but rented to him by Shang Clan City. Fan Yuan was in charge of feeding it, but he could not alter the information inside. Only Shang Clan could. Of course, it was not hard to hack the rank 1 Vine information gu, but Shang Clan had a backup copy of the information, and with everyone's watchful gaze, situations where the information was fake rarely happened. There are not many rules in the battle stage, there is a high degree of freedom. If you wish to battle, come here to sign up, Shang Clan will assign you an opponent. They can be stronger or weaker than you, but you can also designate the opponent you want, although they will have to agree. Once a month, an individual has one chance to challenge another person, where they are not allowed to reject. Moreover, there is also a restriction in the number of battles in the battle stage. A person can only issue one challenge a day. Every 10 days, you have to participate in at least one battle, or we will remove one win from you. If your overall losses reach 5, your qualification will be revoked. If you want to participate again, you will need to sign up again. Now, are you interested in taking part, and trying it out? Wei Yang smiled. Fan Yuan nodded. This was the special reception, the efficiency of the receptionists was high. Fan Yuan was quickly assigned an opponent. The time is 1:30 p.m., the location is at number 5 battle stage, the terrain is grassland. There were only about 7 minutes till the start of the battle. Wei Yang brought Fan Yuan over to number 5 battle stage, his opponent was already waiting inside. He was a young man, tall and skinny, an ordinary appearance, and wore a green shirt. Seeing Fan Yuan enter the stage, joy flashed across his eyes. Looking at Fan Yuan, he was just a youngster, how high could his cultivation be? Looking at himself, he had recently advanced to rank 2 middle stage, this was his first battle since coming out of closed cultivation, it was a good sign. Fan Yuan entered the field, number 5 battle stage was a middle stage battlefield, more than twice as large as the previous flagstone stage they had fought in before. The battlefield was covered in grass. Fan Yuan stepped on the ground with his boots, feeling the soft loamy soil underneath. There were only 2 to 3 people watching, including the disguised Wei Yang. Watching battles required primeval stones. Fan Yuan was a nobody. His opponent Tang Qing was slightly famous, but after his closed cultivation, the little attention he received previously vanished completely. Clang! The bells rang loudly, signifying the start of the battle. My name is Tang Qing. The young man was a gentleman, cupping his fists towards Fan Yuan. Jumping grass. Fan Yuan willed, stepping hard and bursting forth. What the FCK, attacking like that? Tang Qing was taken aback, not expecting this youngster to be so shameless, sneak attacking in public. He completely ignored the formalities. Chapter 280. Sword Shadow Gu, 2 chapters in 1. No sooner said than done. Fan Yuan moved like lightning, pouncing on Tang Qing. Pew! A strong wind blew. Tang Qing only saw darkness in front of him, and before he was able to react, Fan Yuan's fist hit his chest. At once, Tang Qing could feel an intense pain assaulting him, almost causing him to faint on the spot. His ears could only hear the sound of winds brushing by. As his vision rolled back, he was sent flying by Fan Yuan's frontal assault. When he landed, his head spun. He saw grass, then the railings of the battle stage, then his face rubbed against the dirt. As he flipped and rolled, the grass was uprooted by the friction, causing the black soil to be exposed. His body was covered in grass and soil, the smell from the juices of the grass, the soil and fresh blood mixed together, and entered his nose. He laid on the ground dazed. After rolling and tumbling for so long, he felt his entire body hurting. But this feeling was nothing compared to the intense pain on his chest. He lowered his head to look at his chest, and breathed in cold air. Only to see that the left side of his chest had caved in by 2 inches, his skin was torn and flesh was exposed, his pale rib cage could be seen, broken. A stream of fresh blood poured out like a fountain. Fan Yuan had great strength, and also attacked suddenly, causing Tang Qing to be severely injured. Tang Qing stared with wide-opened eyes. After the shock, hatred burst out of his heart like burning magma. This rascal, unscrupulous and shameless, attacking me by surprise, causing me to be severely injured. I want to kill him. I want to tear him into pieces. Go die. Just at this moment, Tang Qing heard Fan Yuan's growls. Fan Yuan took a few steps to arrive before Tang Qing. He raised his leg and stepped harshly at the area between Tang Qing's legs. Tang Qing felt his vision blurring, and squinted. Fan Yuan activated the canopy goo, and his body was covered by a white armor. Tang Qing's heart trembled. A rank 3 goo master! Fan Yuan had first used the breath concealment goo, but now that he attacked, he could no longer conceal his rank 3 aura. The truth directly sent Tang Qing's soul flying beyond the horizon. Such a young rank 3 goo master? He subconsciously activated his defense goo, as a gust of green wind surrounded his body. Fan Yuan had stored a lot of energy into this kick. It was supposed to smash Tang Qing's lower body part into paste. But because of the wind, the impact was greatly reduced. Ah! Tang Qing opened his mouth, his